Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Jin family has recently been overwhelmed with happiness. With the new year approaching and the ongoing conflict between Gongsun and Yuan Shao, many merchants doing business in Jizhou have become disinterested. They also heard that the Jin family had made a significant profit recently. So many merchants, fearing the spread of war to Jizhou, sold their goods to the Jin family at prices far below market value, nearly at cost. The Jin family, being wealthy and powerful, welcomed this windfall with open arms. Other merchants worried that the flames of war might reach Jizhou, so they quickly offloaded their inventories to the Jin family. As a prominent family in Jizhou, the Jin family knew far more than the average merchant. They were well aware that the conflict would not reach Jizhou. Although Gongsun had impressive military achievements against the Wuhuan in the north and the Yellow Turbans in the south, the Jin family understood that this was superficial. They knew that as long as the Yuan family's extensive resources were directed towards Jizhou, the tide of the war could easily turn. Thus, the Jin family began a sweeping acquisition campaign across Jizhou. Confident in their eventual victory, they did not fear significant losses to their business. They continued to purchase all available goods from merchants who wanted out at cost price and often at the raw production cost. Despite this, most merchants in Jizhou sold their entire inventories, including land, to the Zhan family at rock-bottom prices. The land was sold at break-even, but the inventory was offloaded at cost, leading to significant losses for the merchants. Jizhou, being a large province with a population of 5 million during relatively peaceful times, provided a robust base for Yuan Shao, making him second only to Dong Zhuo among the regional lords. With Jizhou's stabilization, Yuan Shao's power quickly rose, rivaling his brother Yuan Shu. A province with such a large population naturally had numerous shops. Many merchants fled, leaving the Jin family to purchase everything. After acquiring a significant portion of Jizhou's commercial assets, the Jin family realized their funds were running low. However, anticipating a prosperous future, they decided to use their reserves to continue buying. The Jin family's long-standing reputation and creditworthiness in Jizhou allowed them to negotiate favorable terms. Some merchants agreed to delayed payments, trusting in the Jin family's promise, while others demanded immediate cash or requested to exchange their Jizhou properties for Jin family holdings in other provinces. In this way, the Jin family managed to acquire almost all commercial properties in Jizhou. This enormous windfall even tempted Yuan Shao. However, knowing that the Jin family specialized in commerce and considering the complexities of direct intervention, Yuan Shao decided to indirectly benefit from the Jin family's ventures. Meanwhile, Miju was hosting a tea gathering with trusted members of his commercial association. Recent dealings had gone smoothly, with minimal losses, allowing them to acquire desired properties from the Jin family at favorable terms. The association's strategy of spreading disinformation helped conceal their true intentions, and they managed to earn a tidy profit. One elderly member, Zhao Zun, praised Miju's leadership, expressing gratitude for the profitable guidance and support they had received. Miju, aware of the delicate balance between personal gain and collective trust, accepted the accolades modestly. He then presented a sample of wool yarn, sparking immediate interest among the merchants. "How is this made?" an elderly merchant asked, inspecting the yarn with a keen eye. "This is wool yarn, made from sheep's wool," Miju explained, understanding the immense potential of this new material. The merchants, recognizing the massive profit margins compared to traditional linen and silk, were eager to explore this new venture. Wool yarn, with its versatility and high demand, promised substantial returns. Miju revealed the different types of wool yarn produced from coarse, fine, and combed wool. This innovation, though initially met with skepticism, quickly garnered excitement as merchants envisioned the lucrative opportunities ahead. The Jin family's current acquisitions in Jizhou had inadvertently created an advantageous position for Miju and his associates. As they continued to expand their operations and explore new markets, the potential for significant financial growth became increasingly apparent. With the Zhen family deeply involved in consolidating their gains, Miju's association seized the opportunity to capitalize on their strategic position, setting the stage for future success in the ever-evolving landscape of regional commerce and power. A withering above Ness. This item was developed under the command of General Liu Bei by Chen Zichuan. So, please calm your family's desires. Miju clearly saw the greed in everyone's eyes. Vast wealth can be tempting, but only those with sufficient strength or heritage can suppress such greed, and Liu Bei happens to have an imperial lineage. This lineage is enough to make northern aristocratic families cautious. With Miju's warning, the merchants reluctantly suppressed their greed. Liu Bei's name still carried some weight. After all, only Liu Bei and Cao Cao had the courage to pursue Dongjua, and they both hailed from Yanzhou, earning them considerable reputation. However, since I've brought this item out, it means I don't intend to monopolize it. You are all representatives of northern aristocratic families, so I propose we join forces to control the wool production in the north. General Liu will take half the profit, and the rest is for you to divide among yourselves. I have other matters to attend to, so any further issues should be directed to Kexing Zhaozun. With that, Miju left, effectively endorsing Zhao Zun's position as vice president. However, whether Zhao Zun could secure the role depended on his ability, as many others eyed the position. Miju could only assist up to this point. Once Miju departed, the merchants exchanged glances, pocketed the wool samples, and prepared to report back to their respective families. They were only representatives, and the real decisions would be made by their families. Miju was well aware of this, hence his decision to hand over the wool samples directly to them. This move ensured that no single family could monopolize the wool industry, leading them to form alliances instead. Qin Zichuan was curious to see if these aristocratic families would collude to usurp Liu Bei's share. If they didn't, it indicated a potential for peaceful coexistence. If they did, it meant that relying on the aristocracy was a bad idea. Historically, difficult transportation made it easy for officials and factions to form region-centric groups. The Han Dynasty saw persistent conflicts between the north and south, and Qin Zichuan wouldn't mind some infighting to weaken both sides. Even if they did seize Liu Bei's share, the loss wouldn't be significant. Qin Zichuan suspected they wouldn't easily replicate the wool processing technique. While they were told the wool was sheep's wool, it was actually made from high-quality cashmere. Once they realized they couldn't duplicate it, they would likely settle for being distributors rather than producers, which suited Qin Zichuan perfectly. By offering the northern families a carrot and the southern families a sweet reward, Qin Zichuan hoped to incite conflict and create opportunities for Liu Bei to consolidate power. Miju understood this, trusting that Qin Zichuan wouldn't let their wealth be usurped. The Jin family was already in a precarious position. If Miju's merchants sold goods in Jizhou at prices lower than the Jin families, they could bankrupt the Jin family within months. By April, the promissory notes would be due, and the Jin family could be driven to ruin. While there might be some political maneuvering, Yuan Shao would be reluctant to confront Liu Bei, knowing the latter's strength and potential alliance with Gong Sunzan. In a few years, Liu Bei could control the entire Qingzhou region, gaining enough power to challenge Yuan Shao directly. Gong Sunzan was a formidable opponent, especially with Liu Bei's logistical support. This could extend Gong Sunzan's resistance from 3 to 5 years, giving Liu Bei ample time to solidify control over Qingzhou and prepare for further expansion. Zizheng, you're back, Qin Zichuan greeted the travel-weary Miju, who had just returned in time for the new year. I've completed the task you set, but it's a shame about the Jin family, Miju sighed. I plan to move my family to Taishan. As for the salt trade, I'll gradually shift it to the hands of southern and northern merchants. The price shouldn't be too low. How about 800 coins per stone? That's 5 times the price of millet here in Taishan. For internal use in Taishan, the price will match that of millet, but limited to a month's supply per purchase, Qin Zichuan suggested, ensuring that no one could profit excessively from reselling salt. That's reasonable. By the way, I received news from my trade association about 3,000 to 4,000 warhorses up for grabs at 30,000 coins each. I've paid a deposit, but it's risky to transport them. Do you have any ideas? Miju shared some promising news. 30,000? That's incredibly cheap, even for border horses, which usually cost 60,000 coins each. Qin Zichuan was astonished. Whose horses are these? They belong to Dongjua. The northern traders fear repercussions, and neither Yuan Shao nor Cao Cao can afford them right now. They're asking for cash or grain in return, Miju explained. How much was the deposit? Qin Zichuan asked. 1 million coins, Miju replied nonchalantly, as if it was a trivial amount. I'll write to Hua Xiong and have him take the horses by force, Qin Zichuan decided, seeing an opportunity in the desperation of Dongju's forces. Miju felt a bit uneasy, fearing this might tarnish their reputation. Are you sure about this? We're just recruiting the sellers, who happen to be former comrades of Hua Xiong. It's not robbery, Qin Zichuan assured, though the moral ambiguity was clear. A with gravy. Realizing the practicality, Miju agreed. They couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip, especially with the horses being critical for their military. Thus, plans were set in motion to seize the war horses, using Hua Xiong's influence and the pretext of reunifying former allies. It was a bold, albeit morally gray, strategy to secure the much-needed resources for Liu Bei's burgeoning power. In Qinxi's opinion, Dongjua would die in a few months and the Xiliang army would fall into chaos. The reorganized Xiliang army led by Hua Xiong was not to be trifled with. If they went to purchase the horses now, they'd be lucky if they didn't get ripped off. Who dared to take advantage of the Xiliang army now would quickly learn who controlled Yongzhou. A few months later, after Dongju's fall, if Hua Xiong went to seize the horses, the Xiliang army wouldn't even bother. However, Qinxi wondered if the sellers could wait 3 to 4 months before making a move. Is it really necessary to do this? Miju tried to reason. For a law-abiding merchant, such actions were too damaging to their reputation. The Han and traders cannot coexist. Qinxi invoked a powerful argument, leaving Miju speechless. With that, the plan was set. Without money, their only option was to seize the goods. In Qinxi's eyes, once Dongjua was dead, those goods would become unclaimed assets. As a member of the imperial family, it was only right for Liu Bei to take them. As the new year approached, the festive atmosphere was noticeably absent. There were no red papers, no couplets, no firecrackers, just small wooden plaques with writing hung on doors. At most, households prepared some extra food. Other than that, there was no difference from usual days. The end of the Eastern Han Dynasty saw such a stark New Year celebration among the lower classes. Qinxi's household had slightly more liveliness now. However, the only family members he truly acknowledged were old Master Qin, Qinlan, and Fan Jian. Surprisingly, Fan Jian, the pampered young lady, could prepare some New Year dishes like lotus root slices and various types of meatballs, and she did them quite well. Looking at the table filled with sweet and sour meatballs, steamed meatballs, braised meatballs, tofu meatballs, fried meatballs, and more, Qinxi suddenly felt that Fan Jian might turn him into a meatball. Seeing Fan Jian's slightly bashful expression, Qinxi sighed. He knew he had to eat them, or she would be upset. Jianer, did you make all these? Qinxi asked, tasting each type of meatball. Except for a few that tasted peculiar, the rest were surprisingly delicious. Yes, Fan Jian nodded repeatedly, her face showing a hint of pride as she watched Qinxi expectantly. When someone shows initiative, it's always worth praising. Qinxi could see that Fan Jian was confident in her culinary skills. Try some yourself, Qinxi said, placing the odd-tasting meatballs in a small bowl. Here, open your mouth. Fan Jian was taken aback, her face flushing red, but she obediently closed her eyes and opened her mouth, waiting for Qinxi to feed her. Just then, Qinlan appeared at the door. Seeing the scene, her face turned red as she tried to quietly close the door and leave. Come over here, Qinxi called out, stopping Qinlan. Reluctantly, Qinlan walked over and sat beside Fan Jian, closing her eyes and waiting to be fed as well. Qinxi was at a loss, unsure who to feed first. Fan Jian was already peeking at him with half-closed eyes, her face still blushing. Qinxi sighed and ate all the odd-tasting meatballs himself, chewing hard and swallowing the strange mix of flavors. The combination of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty was overwhelming. Husband seems to really like these meatballs, Fan Jian said happily, quickly filling Qinxi's bowl with more. Qinlan followed suit, adding more as well. Envy. Looking at the bowl full of dubious meatballs, Qinxi smiled wryly. All right, Jianer Laner, let me feed you both. You remember which ones you picked, right? As spouses, they should share both good and bad times. After feeding each of them a few meatballs, Qinshi forced himself to eat the rest. Watching the two women struggle with the taste made him feel better. Are my meatballs really that bad? Fan Jian's previously cheerful demeanor quickly turned teary. Just eat, Qinshi said, stuffing another meatball into Fan Jian's mouth. Considering this is your first time making so many, it's already impressive that only a few taste bad. Eat up. Afterward, I'll make some jewelry for you both. Miju told me his family makes jewelry, so we'll go and get some custom-made. It's always better to have unique pieces than common ones, Qinshi said, comforting Fan Jian. He recalled his own first attempts at cooking were far worse. In this plain New Year without couplets, firecrackers, incense, or dumplings, which Qinshi had to make himself, as he held Fan Jian while falling asleep, Qinshi felt that the pain in his heart had faded considerably. Perhaps time really was the best healer. The new year was uneventful yet warm. For the first time, Qinshi felt he had more to strive for in life beyond his distant ambitions. The days passed quietly, and everything in Taishan was routine after the new year. Qinshi continued his practice of gathering refugees, always believing that in this era, population was the fundamental factor influencing everything. Qinshi had accepted Fan Jian, and unlike his indifference in Yingchuan, now she mattered greatly to him. She could almost overshadow the memory of the girl buried in the grave. However, what is deeply etched in one's heart is often what is lost. Fan Jian could never surpass the girl who lay beneath the wild grass and grave mound. As April's sunlight warmed his body, Qinshi took the reports from Lu Yi and sighed. It had finally begun. The warlords and ambitious men of the world were all stepping onto the stage of the late Han dynasty. On that day, Qinshi received continuous reports from all directions, as if the heavens were orchestrating the grand opening of this chaotic drama. In April of 192, Gongsun Zan marched into Jizhou, and Yuan Shao prepared for battle. Yuan Shu moved into Yangzhou, facing off against Yuan Yi. Meanwhile, news came from Yongzhou that the emperor would soon abdicate in favor of Dong Zhuo, and the latest intelligence reported that 1,000,000 Qingzhou yellow turbans were marching on Yanzhou. The grand drama of the chaotic times had finally begun. Finally, everything has begun. After so much preparation, this day has finally arrived, Qinshi said, holding the bamboo slip. His face flashed with excitement before calming down again. Under the leadership of Yellow Turban leaders Chen Bai, Ho Qian, and Fu Yun, more than 1,000,000 Yellow Turban soldiers surged out of Qingzhou and moved towards Yanzhou in search of food. Although we were mentally prepared, this number is just too much, Qinshi said, staring at the intelligence report in disbelief. Over 1,000,000 Yellow Turbans, Lu Su remarked, his expression tense. If we try to swallow them whole, we'll choke, Lu Yi added. If we don't, we'll be beaten to death later, Qinshi responded, turning his head. Let's do our best. We need to take as many as we can. Yellow turbans, huh? I captured a lot when I was in Qizhou, Fa Zhang said dismissively, feeling no pressure from the yellow turbans. Still too naive, Guojia sighed with a lonely expression, placing a hand on Fa Zhang's shoulder. Young man, you still need more training. I'm already of age. Fa Zhang angrily brushed off Guojia's hand and shouted. Maturity on the outside doesn't mean maturity in the mind, Guojia replied with a melancholic look, as if he were saying, I failed to educate you properly. I failed your father. This deeply stung Fa Zhang. Leave it to me. I can handle these yellow turbans. Give me 50,000 troops, and I can devour them all, Fa Zhang, provoked by Guojia, spoke with some mania. It seemed he had forgotten the previous lessons learned from being repeatedly bested by Guojia. His impulsiveness was about to get him into trouble again. Qinshi glanced at Fa Zhang, wondering why he still acted so impulsively around Guojia, while being relatively composed at other times. Lu Su and Li exchanged looks and sighed. They couldn't rely on those two at the moment. Guojia had done all he could, but Fa Zhang still lacked caution in his actions, taking too many risks. Report. News from Dongjun. A messenger shouted, presenting the latest intelligence. Qinshi casually opened the report and then smiled bitterly. Lu Dai was dead. He had lasted only 3 days against the 1,000,000 yellow turbans before being killed. As a man neither accomplished in literature nor martial skills, Lu Dai, a Han royal, had led his troops in a reckless charge. It took a special kind of fool to do something like that. The group read the report and immediately had a better understanding of the Yellow Turban's combat capabilities, definitely enhanced by sheer numbers. At first, Qinshi had thought that the Yellow Turbans, being undisciplined and without formation, would be easy to deal with. In this world, top-tier generals had little trouble breaking scattered troops, but struggled against organized formations. Once soldiers formed a battle array, their energies synchronized, creating a barrier that could mitigate the impact of a general's inner energy. This diffusion worked similarly to how a force spread across multiple points, weakening its overall effect. Closer soldiers absorbed more impact, while those farther away took less, but it was all about neutralizing the internal energy. An excellent commander leading 1,000 elite soldiers with interconnected inner energy could render even a top warrior like Guan Yu helpless if he charged alone, facing certain death. However, this diffusion was not entirely reliable, as soldiers near the point of attack absorbed more energy. Thus, even in formation, the soldiers' collective energy could only partially offset a general's inner energy. Physical attacks like arrows or spears were barely affected by this thin layer of energy, which offered minimal protection. Qinshi had long since figured out the mechanics of inner energy. Essentially, anyone could develop a small reserve of energy if they had enough food. Starvation precluded any such development, which explained why the vast majority of people lacked inner energy. They simply didn't get enough to eat. The main difference between those with and without inner energy lay in their potential for explosive strength. A person with inner energy could momentarily surpass their normal capabilities, like lifting a several hundred-pound rock. Normally, though, they were just slightly stronger than average. Nigeria Naira. In a battle formation, soldiers with inner energy provided significantly better defense than those without. Qinshi's initial assessment was that the Yellow Turbans in their current state had neither inner energy nor organized formations, making them easy targets. But the current situation showed Qinshi that even without inner energy or formations, the sheer number of Yellow Turbans made a significant difference. Lu Dai had died because he underestimated the potential of a large, disorganized force. Even without proper food and energy, the sheer number of Yellow Turbans allowed them to manifest a thin but noticeable aura, forming a yellow cloud above their heads, mimicking the effects of a battle array. Lu Dai, not expecting this, was easily cut down. Realizing this, Qinshi knew the Yellow Turbans wouldn't be easy to handle. With their aura, they were far more dangerous. Without it, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao could charge in with 3,000 men and emerge unscathed. With it, those 3,000 men might be overwhelmed and wiped out. The Yellow Turbans truly are a troublesome group, Qinshi thought, frowning. But at least their strength was tied to their numbers. Split them up, and they'd be easy prey. Weaknesses made things easier. If they were truly invincible, strong attacks would be the only option, which would be much more difficult. Given that the Yellow Turbans needed large numbers to maintain their aura, Qinshi decided on a strategy: split them up. Huaxiang threw a handful of money and swaggered through the gates of Chang'an. His current appearance was so changed that no one could recognize him unless they were old acquaintances. After hearing that Emperor Xian was to abdicate in favor of Dong Zhuo, Huaxiang understood that the time had come. He also realized that the abdication period would be the death knell for his former lord, Dong Zhuo. Since arriving in Yongzhou last November, Huaxiang had spent 4 months consolidating the bandits of Yongzhou and placing his trusted guards among them. They might not yet be able to form a proper military formation, but they could at least put on an intimidating display. As for actual combat strength, he still relied on his 4,000 well-trained troops. Interestingly, Huaxiang now commanded not only a cavalry unit, but also an elite infantry unit trained in the mountainous regions of Taishan, bringing his total force to 7,000 men. In comparison, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei each led a mixed troop of 4,000, and although Zhao Yun commanded over 10,000 men, only 1,500 elite cavalry and 2,500 mixed infantry were truly battle-ready. The rest were just over 1,000 basic infantry. This situation left Huaxiang puzzled. His force, though labeled as a mixed unit, could actually split into 2 distinct units. Additionally, his deputy Zhang Ba had another 1,000 men under his command, forming 2 solid mixed units. Huaxiang initially thought the troops trained in Taishan would turn into farming soldiers after the battle, but Liu Bei assigned an entire reconstituted infantry unit to him instead. This filled Huaxiang with confusion, especially when Liu Bei supplemented the unit's ranks. The new recruits, under the guidance of veterans, became steadfast and fiercely loyal to Huaxiang. Though confused, Huaxiang felt grateful for Liu Bei's trust. His straightforward nature meant he didn't dwell on things he couldn't understand. He simply followed orders. Grateful for Liu Bei's trust, Huaxiang intensified the training of his men. Passing through bingo camps, he often envied the fearsome dead-eyed soldiers of the trap formation led by Gao Shun. Even Lu Bu, riding his red hare, was once routed by these 700 soldiers, reportedly only because Gao Shun showed mercy. Huaxiang aspired to such levels of excellence, so he secretly asked Gao Shun for advice. Gao Shun had replied, "Absolute obedience is the key to elite troops." Initially, Huaxiang thought it was a joke, but after rigorous training, he realized it was a formidable task. However, he believed his current troops might achieve it. Realizing the significance of military formations, Huaxiang started studying military strategies like the Xuanxiang formation. He had mastered the basic level and aimed to advance to the upgraded 8 Gates Golden Lock formation and the ultimate 8 Trigrams formation. Currently, Huaxiang's mastery of the Arrowhead formation allowed him to distribute his unit's energy to the soldiers on the formation's edges, albeit inconsistently. But this only worked with his infantry. When commanding cavalry, Huaxiang laughed off the idea of sharing energy during a charge, knowing it was beyond his current capability. Properly distributing energy during an attack would enable his cavalry to pierce through enemy lines effortlessly. Despite his success, the more Huaxiang learned, the more he feared Gao Shun. Huaxiang could barely redistribute energy among his troops, while Gao Shun could likely do so with precision, adjusting for attack and defense dynamically. This understanding made Huaxiang realize why the trap formation suffered few casualties in battles. Though Huaxiang doubted he could defeat Gao Shun's trap formation, he believed his 4,000 loyal infantry would fight to the death, potentially decimating Gao Shun's unit, albeit at great cost. Having scouted out the necessary locations, Huaxiang waited for the right moment. The kidnapping would occur the night before Emperor Xian's abdication, as Qin Shi had instructed. For safety, Huaxiang decided to handle the operation personally. However, he noticed that his infantry became undisciplined without him, transforming back into elite soldiers upon his return. Sitting in the corner of a tavern near Jia Su's residence, with windows open on both sides, Huaxiang watched the comings and goings. No one would suspect this single-clad man from the west of closely monitoring Jia Su's and Li Ru's households. Huaxiang observed Jia Su's garden being filled with dirt. It soon became clear to him what was happening. Jia Su, always looking out for himself, fleeing without informing Li Ju and others despite having the power to prevent this mess. Dong Zhuo treated him well, yet Jia Su did nothing to repay that favor, choosing instead to run away at the crucial moment. Anger flickered within Huaxiang, but he quickly calmed down. He was no longer the same man from Xiliang. However, his disdain remained evident. Failing to repay one's lord despite receiving favor marked one as a traitor, no matter how talented. Forget it. Let's rescue the strategist first. As for Jia Su, count yourself lucky. Qin Shi ordered us to bring you back alive. Huaxiang ordered some pork legs and other food, keeping a watchful eye on Jia Su's and Li Ru's residences. On the borders of Yongzhou, the market for Xiliang's horses already had 4,000 horses, including many wild ones yet to be tamed. The horses, fed by the Yangzhou bandits, waited as the bandits claimed they were still gathering funds. Even with some spare cash, bandits couldn't afford so many horses. Beta the soldiers of the Xiliang army were happily feasting on the provisions provided by the bandits of Yangzhou while waiting for them to bring money or grain to buy the horses. In truth, the Xiliang soldiers had planned from the beginning to double-cross the bandits. With their leader Dong Zhuo about to ascend the throne, they had nothing to worry about. While the Xiliang soldiers were boasting and chatting with the bandits, they were also preparing to wipe them out. After all, it was only natural for government troops to eliminate bandits. On the other hand, the bandits were also planning to kill these Xiliang soldiers. They didn't have enough resources for themselves, let alone to share with the soldiers. If it weren't for the Xi Liang soldiers' constant raids, they wouldn't have turned to banditry in the first place. The bandits intended to strike as soon as they got the signal from their leader, turning the Xi Liang soldiers into mincemeat. They planned to escape with the 4,000 horses, which they could trade for a good future with another warlord. Both sides were preparing for the same goal, a double cross. Meanwhile, Gongsun had received supplies and a letter from Liu Bei. The letter was short and to the point. One part briefly explained Liu Bei's current situation, mentioning that he was dealing with the Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou and couldn't directly assist Gongsun against Yuan Shao. The other part expressed Liu Bei's brotherly support, stating that he had managed to gather 100,000 share of grain, a shipload of refined salt, and 10 million coins for Gongsun. He assured Gongsun that he could send more if needed. Gongsun was deeply moved upon receiving the letter and supplies from the Liu family's fleet. His frustration from his recent encounter with Liu Yu dissipated instantly. It was evident that his brother Liu Bei, despite having been in the poor region of Taishan for just over half a year, was already sending such substantial support. This was true brotherhood. With his brother's support, Gongsun felt invincible. Yuan Shao, who had initially agreed to split control of Jizhou but now sought to monopolize it, needed to be taught a lesson. Gongsun, the white horse general, would make sure of it. "Guoreng, how many horses do we have in our stables?" Gongsun asked, feeling elated by Liu Bei's letter. "After our recent raids on the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes, aside from the white horses we have integrated into the elite cavalry, we still have a significant number of mixed-color horses. We originally planned to sell them at 70,000 coins each to the Yuan family in Yuzhou, the Zhen and Cui families in Jizhou, and the Zhang family in Qinghe. But since we are now at war with Jizhou, the horses are still with us," Tianyu replied calmly. He knew that Gongsun's old habits were resurfacing. Having followed Gongsun for a long time, Tianyu understood his temperament well. Gongsun favored those he liked, and no amount of flattery could win him over if he disliked someone. For some reason, Liu Bei had managed to gain Gongsun's favor, and as a result, Gongsun was very considerate of his old classmate. In the past, Tianyu had thought this behavior was foolish. But after seeing the supplies Liu Bei sent to Liaoxi, he began to appreciate Gongsun's approach. Although most people might turn out to be ungrateful, having even one or two reliable allies like Liu Bei made it all worthwhile. Therefore, Tianyu did not dissuade Gongsun from sending gifts to Liu Bei this time. Tianyu and Gongsun shared the view that Liu Bei, having been in the impoverished region of Taishan for just over half a year, was likely giving everything he could. For a wealthy warlord like Gongsun, the supplies Liu Bei sent were significant mainly for the salt. However, the gesture of support was what mattered most. "Give all the mixed-color horses to Xuanda. Didn't we capture some near-peak strength wild horses? Send all of them to Xuanda, except for the white ones," Gongsun instructed. His stables, filled with white horses, left him feeling agitated at the sight of mixed-color ones. It was better to give them away or sell them. Qinshi looked at the appointment letter from Liu Bei and rubbed his temples. Should he refuse? After all, he was about to get married, and accepting this task meant postponing the wedding. Facing the massive Yellow Turban rebellion, even though he was confident in managing it, the sheer number meant it wouldn't be a quick battle. "Is there a problem, Zichuan?" Liu Bei asked, puzzled. "Nothing major. I just wondered if I could have Xiang assist me," Qinshi replied. "You are the commander this time, so you can choose whoever you need, as long as enough troops are left to defend Taishan," Liu Bei said with a smile. "All right, leave it to me," Qinshi nodded, accepting the appointment letter. He planned to hand over his administrative duties to Lu Su and then head to Qingzhou to deal with the Yellow Turbans. However, before that, he needed to inform Fan Jian and Qinlan. This was an official military campaign, and bringing along his wives would attract resentment. He wasn't too worried about their safety, but preferred to be cautious. Qinshi didn't consider himself a military strategist. His strengths lay elsewhere, but as a commander, he could manage. He had the necessary insight and knew how to utilize his generals effectively. If he lost despite this, it would be due to sheer force, not his command skills. Moreover, this was a campaign against the Yellow Turbans, not against Cao Cao, who had strategists like Xin Yu, Sun Yu, and Cheng Yu. With a group of skilled subordinates, handling the Yellow Turbans should be manageable. Even dragging out the battle could starve them into submission, yielding plenty of merits. Qinshi thought it wise to write a letter to Tao Qian, requesting additional grain. Since Taishan was the gateway to Shuzhou, if Taishan fell, Shuzhou would suffer too. Sharing the burden was only fair. Stepping out of the administrative hall, Qinshi looked up at the sky. Setting out on a campaign for the first time didn't excite him. The Yellow Turbans, despite their numbers, were a mere nuisance compared to fighting other warlords. Moreover, the troops he commanded were practically invincible. Qinshi took the military orders and went outside the city to mobilize troops. Before he even arrived, he saw a cloud of dust and smoke in the distance. Soon after, a horse charged forward and stopped right in front of him. Zhongba dismounted and saluted Qinshi. "Greetings, Governor." "That's enough, Xiangua. No need for formalities. I want to know if you still have agents in Qingzhou." Qinshi asked straightforwardly. "Yes." Zhongba hesitated slightly before responding. "Good. Select your men and infiltrate the Yellow Turbans. Await my orders." I refuse to believe that over 1 million Yellow Turbans would all know each other, Qinshi said with a mischievous smile. "If you succeed, the troops you capture will be yours to command, forming an independent unit. Are you confident?" Zhongba hesitated this time. Having followed Hua Xiong for a long time, he envied him. When they first met in Taishan, Zhongba thought Hua Xiong was just a commander of infantry. But once he became Hua Xiong's deputy, he learned that Hua Xiong also commanded 3,000 elite cavalry. 6 months ago, when Hua Xiong left to undertake military duties, he entrusted the 3,000 cavalry to Zhongba. Used to leading cavalry, Zhongba found it hard to return to commanding infantry. "Is there a problem?" Qinshi asked, puzzled. Normally, forming an independent unit was a boon for any commander. Why was Zhongba reluctant? "Well, I feel I can command cavalry better," Zhongba cautiously replied, not intending to take over Hua Xiong's troops, but hoping his unit would include cavalry. It was clear Taishan had no more horses, and each cavalry unit had specific allocations. "That's not impossible. Mixed units of infantry and cavalry are better for dealing with unexpected situations and less likely to be countered by a single type of force. I'll approve your request. Once Xiang returns to Taishan, there will be more horses. But remember, training cavalry is different from training infantry. They are two completely different concepts." Qinshi thought for a moment and agreed to Zhongba's request. Since they hadn't expanded their forces yet, resources were still somewhat available. "Thank you, Governor." Zhongba bowed deeply. "No need for thanks. When I discussed military organization with Xuandagong, we noted that single-type units are easily countered. Each unit should include infantry, cavalry, and archers. Mixed units have varied strengths and weaknesses, making them more adaptable. That's why each unit has cavalry, though the numbers vary." Qinshi shook his head, indicating this decision wasn't solely his. "If there's nothing else, hurry to Qizhou and contact your agents. I'll summon you when necessary." "Yes, sir." Zhongba responded loudly before quickly departing for Qingzhou. After arranging things with Zhongba, Qinshi proceeded to Yujin's camp. The vast expanse of the camp made Qinshi wonder how many trees had been felled to build it. Of course, that was just a jest. In this era, trees were far more abundant than people, and wild animals outnumbered humans. The crocodiles south of the Yangtze River were impossible to eradicate. "Halt! Who goes there?" A soldier approached Qinshi as he neared the camp. Noticing Qinshi's carriage and his silk robe and jade belt, the soldier refrained from driving him away, but asked him to stop. "Wenzu is training, right? Take this to him and have him come out." Qinshi beckoned for the military token to be brought forward and handed it to the soldier without expression. Although many of the soldiers were illiterate, they could recognize the command, character on the token. Taking the token with both hands, the soldier bowed to Qinshi. "Please wait a moment, sir. The general will be out shortly." With that, he ran into the camp holding the token. Qinshi stood at the camp entrance. While disregarding rules in other places might merely offend people, doing so in the military could be fatal. Despite his high rank, Qinshi didn't want to set a bad example for those who followed. "Greetings, Governor." Eugene emerged from the camp, bowing to Qinshi. "I cannot give a full salute in armor. Please forgive me. I'm here to mobilize troops." Qinshi replied, adopting a businesslike tone with the stoic Eugene, who rarely interacted with civil officials and focused solely on his duties. There are currently 56,000 new recruits in the Taishan camp, including 12,000 intended for regular army service. The remaining 44,000 are rotation-based soldiers from other areas, currently undergoing training. Eugene responded efficiently, without hesitation. Select 6,000 strong soldiers from the rotation-based troops to be added to the regular army. Reassign 3,000 of the weakest from the regular army to the rotation-based group. Assign 5,000 infantry to Taishirtsi. The rest remain under your command to defend Fengao. While I'm in Qing'o dealing with bandits, should an enemy attack, Chen Shi looked up at Eugene. Destroy them. Eugene declared resolutely. I believe you understand the nature of the incoming threats. The yellow turbans are not a significant problem, but if the new Yanzhou inspector is appointed as Taishan governor, Chen Shi made a slashing gesture and smirked. Xuandagong will guard against stragglers from Qingzhou. Your task is to secure the northwest. Yes, sir. Eugene bowed deeply. After training for so long, he was eager for battle. Among Taishan's forces, the largest contingent wasn't commanded by Guan, Zhang, or Zhao, nor by Hua Xiong, but by Eugene, who oversaw training in Taishan's camp. Focus on stability. Just hold the line between Taishan and Shan'ang. Qin Shi nodded. Speaking with Eugene required maintaining a serious demeanor, which Qin Shi found tiring. While he generally appeared grim in solitude, he usually kept a slight smile when around others, unlike Eugene's perpetually stern face. It seemed those skilled in training troops often had a rigid and orthodox lifestyle. After arranging matters with Eugene, Qin Shi, wearing the Taishan governor's seal, went to see Lu Su to relay some instructions. Liu Bei personally defending Taishan and the borders of Jinan and Qi wasn't an issue. Qin Shi had already prepared for this, and Su Chu was there as Liu Bei's bodyguard. Having experienced many battles, Liu Bei wouldn't find it difficult to defend. Rango es. Qin Shi's concern was Cao Cao. After this, Cao Cao would become the Yanzhou inspector with the strong support of Bao Xian and Qin Gong. As part of Yanzhou, Taishan was vulnerable to Cao Cao's tactics. Ultimately, it would come down to a test of strength. Setting other factors aside, Cao Cao was in a dire situation. Last year's summer planting was missed. With Sun Yu's help, Cao Cao had scraped through 3 months, planting crops for the following year. But with the yellow turbans now invading Qingzhou for sustenance, Cao Cao was left with no choice but to fight. Last year's harvest offered no hope. Now he had to either borrow or seize grain. Jizhou and Yuzhou were at war, leaving Yuan Shao too preoccupied to care about Cao Cao's plight. In fact, Yuan Shao's confidence didn't match that of Jizhou's families. He wasn't sure he could defeat Gongsun. Frankly, if Gongsun proposed a peace settlement, Yuan Shao would likely accept it. While Eugene was steady, Lu Su was patient and capable, with 10,000 men stationed at the border, firmly entrenched. Even with Sun Yu, and Cheng Yu, it wouldn't be easy for Cao Cao to capture the territory. Defense has the upper hand over offense. As long as the border could be held until Qin Shi returned from subduing the yellow turbans, the situation would reverse. As for the trouble Cao Cao might cause upon becoming the inspector of Yanzhou, stirring up conflict might happen, but ultimately it would come down to a contest of strength. If Cao Cao wanted to seize grain from Xuzhou, with Taishan as the gateway, he'd have to fight his way through. Any other method was out of the question. Qin Shi had already anticipated this, so whether Liu Bei liked it or not, they were now in an alliance with Tao Qian, Yuan Shu, and Gongsun. Conversely, Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Liu Biao were in their own alliance. Whenever Qin Shi thought of this alliance, he felt his face twitch. He wanted to ask why all his allies were so unreliable. If Gongsun fell and Yuan Shu took the imperial seal to proclaim himself emperor, Liu Bei would be left with no choice but to fight the world alone. But joining Yuan Shao's alliance? That was a pipe dream. Given this predestined situation, Qin Shi's only course was to quickly develop Qingzhou with Xuzhou's support, rising swiftly under the protection of Gongsun, the mightiest warlord in the northeast, and the granaries of Xuzhou. At the very least, they needed enough strength to protect themselves before Gongsun fell. Otherwise, they would end up wandering aimlessly. Lu Su might have already sensed this, which explained his recent troubled expression. Liu Bei treated him well, but Lu Su had no faith in their allies. Ga Sunzan was passable, but Tao Qian was old and lacked strength. As for Yuan Shu, Lu Su had met him. If continually oppressed, Yuan Shu might still act like a hero, but once he gained power, Lu Su believed he could create endless trouble. This alliance seemed doomed to fail. Another reason Lu Su lacked faith in this alliance was the intelligence from Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, which left Lu Su cold with fear. They were too wise and heroic, able to adapt and dominate, fit to be overlords. Looking at Liu Biao, who had entered Jingzhou alone and brought peace, Lu Su was speechless. Any one of these three had the makings of a hegemon. Lu Su was conflicted. He didn't want to leave because he genuinely admired Liu Bei after spending time with him. Liu Bei had the demeanor of a benevolent ruler. Because of this, Lu Su racked his brain daily, trying to carve a path through the thorns to a bright future. With unreliable allies and strong enemies, Lu Su was overwhelmed. Truthfully, Lu Su didn't believe Qin Shi was unaware of these issues. Lu Yi might lack long-term vision, and Guojia, being nonchalant, might not bother discussing it, but Lu Su couldn't believe Qin Shi hadn't prepared for it. Qin Shi was always forward-thinking. It was inconceivable that he wouldn't have a plan. Zijing. Qin Shi pushed the door open and entered. Unless summoned by Liu Bei, Lu Su seldom went to the administrative hall now, preferring to handle affairs from home, just like Qin Shi. Consequently, Qin Shi hadn't seen Lu Su much recently. Zichuan, Lu Su straightened up but didn't rise to greet him. Formalities were unnecessary between them. What brings you here? I'm giving you this. While I'm gone, you'll temporarily act as the governor of Taishan. Qin Shi casually placed his seal on Lu Su's desk. You're going to fight the Yellow Turbans? Lu Su frowned. If not me, then who? Among us, I'm the only one with enough prestige to command the likes of Second Master. Qin Shi found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Sitting in the formal kneeling position often made it hard to stand up afterward. True, only you can command Yun Chang and the others. Lu Su nodded. What's your plan for dealing with the Yellow Turbans? No big problem. Since Fo Xiao has set up the frontier farming points and mixed in plenty of spies, I reckon he's already screened the various Yellow Turban factions. With so many informers leading the way, the Yellow Turbans will inevitably fall into chaos just to secure food. Qin Shi said nonchalantly. Guojia's arrangement was a blatant scheme. The Yellow Turbans would have to fight for food, leading to inevitable internal strife. Lu Su nodded. He was aware of Guojia's arrangement, having placed many second-rate ruffians and Yellow Turban remnants among the frontier farming soldiers and stocked the points with grain. This was a dual-purpose move, using the Yellow Turbans to eliminate these ruffians and forcing the Yellow Turbans into chaos. Even if they killed all the frontier farmers, it would benefit Taishan. Indeed, the Yellow Turbans aren't a big issue, but what about the others? Lu Su looked up at Qin Shi, demanding a more concrete answer this time. He was tired of guessing. Yu and Wenza defend against Cao Cao's incursions. Though he was once a friend in the alliance, now that he's hungry, talk is cheap. Qin Shi instructed directly, not overthinking it. Zichuan, Xiao Mengde isn't the main issue. His ministers and generals might be formidable, but Taishan is no pushover. If he tries to plunder Taishan to feed his own Lu Zijing will ensure he gains nothing. Lu Su said confidently before turning serious. I can't believe you don't see the potential downfall of Taishan. Downfall? Qin Shi was puzzled for a moment before realizing Lu Su's concern. He nodded. You mean Yuan Benchu, Qiao Mengde, and Lu Jingsheng being stronger than Gongsun Bogue, Tao Gongzu, and Yuan Gonglu, right? Relieved by Qin Shi's acknowledgement, Lu Su nodded. Don't worry. Gongsun Bogue won't lose to Yuan Benchu in the short term. As long as there's no ceasefire between Yuzhou and Jizhou, we won't face any major trouble. Over 3 to 5 years, even if Yuan Benchu wins, we'll have solidified Qingou by then. With a whole province's resources, what is there to fear from Yuan Benchu? Qin Shi shook his head. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we won't have to worry about any challenges. Is that truly the case? Lu Su asked, astonished. A king walks his path alone, needing no allies. We can defeat all our enemies on our own. Qin Shi said proudly. The path of kingship needs no allies, only enemies. Lu Su smiled wryly. The man before him was sometimes a complete madman, making it hard to get practical answers. However, despite his occasional bouts of arrogance, Lu Su had to acknowledge his capabilities. Qin Shi ultimately disclosed his general strategy to Lu Su, as two heads are better than one, and Lu Su, being a strategic expert, could help Qin Shi identify any flaws. Now I see. At first glance, this strategy seems hard to implement, but upon careful consideration, it actually fits perfectly. Once achieved, your status will undergo a significant transformation, and by formally joining Lord Xuanda, the northern aristocratic families will likely have to reconsider their alliances, Lu Su acknowledged after contemplating Qin Shi's strategy. That's precisely why I must suppress the Jin family. Beyond immediate concerns, the Jin family holds significant sway. The Qinghe Zhang family and the Jizhou Cui family are also viable targets, but there's no pretext to act against them. Moreover, the Jin family is easier to handle, Qin Shi nodded. He wasn't targeting the Jin family for mere petty gains. Their suppression was crucial to his overarching plan. Qin Shi wasn't pursuing a minor profit by clashing with the Jin family. Taishan and the Jin family's prior grievances were merely over some financial disputes. Miju had already mentioned that the investment amounted to around 1 billion coins, a sum that wasn't worth Qin Shi's elaborate schemes. Taishan wasn't short on money. Whether through the salt industry, papermaking, or wool textiles, any single venture's profits far exceeded the Jin family's small benefits. If it was merely about money, Qin Shi's resources would suffice. What Qin Shi sought was the Jin family's network. As a centuries-old family, the Jin family's connections in Jizhou were what Qin Shi needed. If he wasn't plotting the grand strategy, Qin Shi wouldn't persist against the Jin family. For any stable ruler, their wealth alone surpassed the Jin family. When Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan were embroiled in a critical conflict, Miju would play his card. For the sake of the larger picture, Yuan Shao would abandon the Jin family. This abandonment, contrasted with Liu Bei's compassion, would create the desired scenario for Qin Shi. He needed a family to infiltrate, and the higher their status, the better. Did you plan this strategy back when you returned to Yingchuan? Was the Jin family's downfall orchestrated by you? Lu Su's face showed a hint of bitterness. If Qin Shi had foreseen this, he must have already selected the talents needed for each phase. Compared to such far-sighted planning, what role was Lu Su playing? The Jin family was an unexpected variable, but it opened up other opportunities. Without the Mi family, I couldn't have maneuvered as I did. As for the larger scheme, I began planning when Tao Gongzu and Kong Wenjiu recommended Lord Xuanda for the position of Taishan prefect. Naturally, I had already identified the necessary talents. Qin Shi smiled, recalling Liu Bei's reluctance at Hulo Pass, his smile broadening. I had several contingency plans. Did these plans include me and Xingba? Lu Su asked, his voice trembling. Yes, you were part of my blueprint. Once my two friends arrive, even if this setup isn't perfect, it will suffice to endure the toughest period. Once we survive that, Qin Shi's eyes gleamed with determination. Can expect great things. Reaching that stage would mean the situation is essentially secured. Your strategy is audacious. I doubt anyone but you would think of it. Even Sun Wenrua's strategies aren't as astonishing as yours. You always claim to be inferior to Sun Wenrua, but I'm not so sure anymore, Lu Su said, trembling slightly as he forced himself to calm down, realizing Qin Shi's strategy was highly feasible. Sun Wenrua is an all-rounder. I can ensure my overarching strategy surpasses his, and my governance can overshadow his. However, he can unify all his subordinate strengths, which I can't. I know what needs to be done, but I can't do it myself. I need others to help. Even in administration, I write the plans and hand them to you. If I had to do it myself, Qin Shi glanced at Lu Su. Lu Su hesitated, realizing Qin Shi indeed rarely handled matters personally. He either gave tasks to Lu Su or Xianhe. Apart from making tea and eating snacks, Qin Shi seldom engaged directly. My hands-on ability is poor, but I know what needs to be done. My habit is to delegate tasks to those proficient in them, Qin Shi said nonchalantly. His knowledge was vast, but superficial, relying on sharp insight and unique thinking, along with experiences from over 2 millennia. These sufficed to resolve most issues, but practical execution wasn't something insight and experience alone could achieve. Let's not dwell on this. Just remember, a noble family's scion doesn't do everything himself. He strategizes, Qin Shi said, waving off further questions. He didn't want to revisit certain unpleasant memories. I almost forgot you belong to the Goi clan of Qin. Going back a few hundred years, you're essentially royalty. Descending from Emperor Shun, Yao Chonghua, Lu Su's face showed discomfort but refrained from asking more. This also explained why, even as a collateral branch, Qin Shi was referred to as young master. Those details aren't important. What's crucial is my current status. In my plan, my status will be legitimized. Once successful, my bloodline will necessitate taking over as the head of the Qin family, consolidating it. Qin Shi shook his head. He knew the significance of his bloodline. Bloodlines were paramount in aristocratic families. Marrying within one's rank ensured the purity of lineage. In the late Han era, bloodlines were the essence of these families. Yuan Shu's claim to be the Zhang Emperor was essentially a nod to his ancestors. Besides official positions, power, and wealth, lineage was a major point of comparison among families. If Qin Shi's plan succeeded, becoming the family head would drastically shift the balance. His allegiance to Liu Bei would mean a top-tier family like the Qin clan firmly backing Liu Bei, reshuffling the aristocratic landscape. This was the crux. Taking this step would change the nation's dynamics. Aristocratic families would have to reconsider their moves. The biggest obstacle, opposition from other families, would be mitigated. At least in the short term, these families would no longer pose a problem, allowing Qin Shi the respite needed. After that period, many issues would no longer be issues. Alpha Nigeria Nairoes. Qin Shi left, leaving Lu Su with a bitter expression. Lu Su was a noble, while Qin Shi was from a prominent family. To Lu Su, it was just that simple. Picking up the seal left by Qin Shi, Lu Su felt for the first time that his fate had long been determined. For the first time, he felt the terror of a 1,000-year-old family. He had previously thought he wasn't far off from Qin Shi, but this time he realized that some people are the ones moving the chess pieces, while he was just a piece on the board. So, this is the power of a 1,000-year-old family? Separating the best and the strongest to gamble, the one who leaves gains freedom, the one who stays gains the family, and the one who survives becomes the head. No wonder a 1,000-year-old family has such audacity. Lu Su muttered to himself, then shouted out loud, venting his inner dissatisfaction. Qin Shi didn't know that his words made Lu Su feel like he was not an abandoned child of the Qin family, but a young master chosen to demonstrate the grandeur of a 1,000-year-old family. To Lu Su, Qin Kun, as the head of the Qin family, seemed to have chosen the family, while Qin Shi chose freedom. The clash between the best and the strongest, with the survivor becoming the patriarch, this was Lu Su's impression. Lu Su quickly adjusted his mindset. Even if he felt like a pawn in Qin Shi's grand scheme, the overall strategy had no flaws, and he couldn't let personal grievances affect public duty. I am Lu Zijing, my intellect is not inferior to anyone. I will break through these constraints. Lu Su's eyes gleamed with determination, his spirit reignited by the pressure and shock Qin Shi's plan had given him. Qin Shi had no idea that his words had led Lu Su down this path, but even if he knew, he wouldn't explain. The beginning and the end were already set. The process might change, but not the conclusion. Words were less effective than actions. Lu Su, being perceptive, would eventually see the purpose behind his actions. Qin Shi went to find Lu Yi with the transfer order, but Lu Yi suggested that instead of going to Qingzhou with Qin Shi, he should stay and manage the aftermath of the battle with the Yellow Turbans. Lu Yi believed that defeating the Yellow Turbans wasn't the goal, it was about turning them into population for Taishan. He expressed confidence in Qin Shi's success, indicating he didn't plan to go. Fine. Since Lu Yi was unwilling, Qin Shi had to abandon the idea of Lu Ye's help. Stay with Lord Xuanda and guard the Qingzhou-Yanzhou border. Qin Shi, you know what I mean, right? Lu Yi said, half-jokingly, you cleared the border, so there's no major trouble. You placed Lord Xuanda there as a fallback in case of failure to defend against Cao Cao, right? Come on, Qin Shi rolled his eyes. You're overthinking this. Do you think Cao Cao can defeat us? He can't spare the effort. What strategic depth? Lu Yu caught on to the unfamiliar term. It means the breadth, the distance that can be used for evasion, withdrawal, and movement. Qin Shi waved it off. Stop overthinking. Cao Cao is formidable, but he can't easily defeat Eugene and Lu Su. Qin Shi, you're from Mingchuan. You should know their capabilities. Although I don't want to admit it, they are each on par with me, Lu Yu said, pulling at his hair with a wry smile. He knew his own talents, but facing someone as nearly perfect as Sinew, he realized the gap between him and the top talents of the world. I have a rough idea of their capabilities. They're among the top figures of our time, Qinshi nodded. But if Zijing is just defending, they can't do much. Zijing is too rigid, Lu Yu directly expressed his opinion. You may not believe it, but Zijing's ability is not inferior to theirs. He reacts slower but is very stable. He's not good with cunning strategies, which is why I don't leave you, Guojia, and Fazheng with him. Your cunning plans might be countered, but Zijing and Wenze are steady and seek victory through stability. Qinshi waved off Lu Ye's concerns. But since you don't want to go, just make sure to follow Zijing's command. If you disobey and he punishes you, don't blame me. All right, Lu Yu agreed after some thought. He still had doubts about Lu Su's capabilities. Lu Su seemed wooden, rarely showcased his talents, and apart from his strong judgment, he hadn't demonstrated much. Having given his instructions, Qinshi turned to leave. Since Lu Yu was uneasy, he wouldn't take him along. Taishan had other strategists. Guojia staying with Liu Bei ensured there was no trouble. Qinshi's only choice left was Fazheng. Xiaoji, wake up! Qinshi called outside Fazheng's room, discarding any semblance of formality. What's up, Qin Prefect? Fazheng, with disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes, poked his head out of the window, groggy and disoriented. I'm going on an expedition. I need a strategist. Do you dare? Qinshi asked. What? What? Fazheng was initially confused, but quickly woke up, shouting, Say that again. Say that again. I'll be right down, wait for me. A series of clattering sounds followed from the second-floor loft, then the thud of footsteps on the stairs. With one boot on, Fazheng, looking disheveled, stood before Qinshi, excitedly asking, Say that again. What do you need me to do? All right. Qinshi ignored the excited Fazheng grabbing his sleeve and repeated slowly, I'm going on an expedition. I need a strategist. Do you dare? Dare. Fazheng exclaimed excitedly. Then let's go. If we don't capture Qi and Jibei counties, you'll be held accountable. Qinshi looked down at the excited Fazheng. Sigh, I don't know if you're on par with Guojia. I won't lose to him. Fazheng, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorted. Oh, I hope so. Qinshi turned to leave. We depart tomorrow. If you're not at the North Gate by the hour of the dragon, I'll leave without you. Understand the consequences of violating military law. I'll be there. Don't worry. Fazheng shouted excitedly, I'll prove that choosing me as your strategist is your best decision this expedition. Haha, Fazheng. Finally have my chance. Though I hate to burst your bubble, the others find this task so easy they didn't want to come. So, don't get too excited. Wash up and continue your nap. Choosing you as a strategist, I'm speechless. Qinshi yawned, pouring cold water on Fazheng's enthusiasm. On the main road between Qingzhou and Yanzhou, a long dragon-like column was slowly making its way towards Qingzhou. This was Liu Bei's army sent to suppress the Yellow Turbans. With Qinshi as the main commander and Fa Zheng as the strategist, the army boasted Deputy Generals Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shi, forming a luxurious force of 30,000 mixed infantry and cavalry. However, at present, only Deputy General Sun Guan and the 5,000 infantry prepared for Tai Shi were marching on this road. Why do you insist on riding in a carriage if you don't want to ride a horse? Why push it onto me? Fa Zheng complained from inside the carriage. Falling off a horse and dying isn't uncommon, and don't you find sitting in a carriage much safer? Qinshi argued with a smile, though he couldn't say he actually remembered how to ride a horse since he had never truly ridden one before. Fa Zheng turned his head in annoyance. And soldiers should move quickly. Is it really all right for us to march so slowly? Fa Zheng pointed outside the carriage at the long column of troops, expressing his dissatisfaction. I'm afraid of dying, so even if we're walking on the main road, I've sent out scouts ahead. Besides, moving quickly only makes sense if it changes the situation. Otherwise, it's better to maintain the soldiers' stamina to handle unexpected events. Qinshi replied nonchalantly. No wonder you positioned the sword and shield soldiers on the flanks, with the spearmen in the middle among the archers and sword and shield soldiers. Still, the formation seems a bit too long. Fa Zheng nodded in agreement. I've placed the most mobile cavalry at the front and back. If anyone tries to cut through the middle, I don't mind encircling and annihilating them. Qin said indifferently, I'm not good at commanding troops, but I know how to respond. So my role as the commander, apart from providing authority, is similar to yours. Fa Zheng felt helpless. During his half-year stay in Taishan, he witnessed Qin capabilities. Although Qin didn't seem particularly diligent, always delegating tasks to others, Taishan was well governed under his administration. The population was increasing, agriculture and commerce were flourishing, and the treasury showed no signs of depletion. Even a rebellious Fa Zheng had to admit Qin was quite capable. Now that Qin claimed their roles were similar, Fa Zheng felt immense pressure. Before leaving Fengao, he thought he had escaped the clutches of a manipulator, only to find himself in another's grasp, with a different person directing him. Though Fa Zheng didn't want to admit it, he sensed the gap between himself and Guojia. It might take him 3 to 5 years to catch up. As for the man beside him, Fa Zheng suspected Qin might be eating something extraordinary since their age difference was merely a year, yet the disparity felt significant. Seeing Fa Zheng's changing expressions, Qin inwardly sighed, realizing Guojia must have harassed Fa Zheng a lot, leaving him with psychological scars. All right, I'll give you a chance this time. Unlike Guojia's mischievous nature, I won't interfere unless you make a grave mistake. I'll follow your plans. My role is to back you up and ensure this group's cohesion. You have this one chance. The yellow turbans are manageable, but remember, our value lies in achieving the greatest gain with the least loss. Qin placed a hand on Fa Zheng's shoulder, emanating an aura of righteousness and grandeur. Fa Zheng, taken aback, looked up at Qin, the happiness almost too sudden to believe. Since last year, I've been planning the world situation from the Battle of Hulo Pass. Lord Xuanda believes you can manage it, so here's your opportunity. Qin patted Fa Zheng's shoulder. Dear best, we all have high expectations for you. Perhaps the battlefield will help you mature. I will do my best. Fa Zheng said excitedly. Qin exhaled deeply. Kids are so easy to fool. Now I have another laborer. Although I might not excel at strategizing myself, I can still make modifications. My judgment is solid. Even if Lord Xuanda finds out, it's all part of nurturing the next generation. Fa Zheng had no idea Qin used so many methods just to secure a laborer. Of course, given Qin previous impressive performance, no one would doubt his strategic prowess. In Li Ru's residence in Chang'an, Li Ru, with a pale face and occasionally flashing abnormal redness, lay on the couch, listening to reports from his household servants. Did you say the abdication is tomorrow? Li Ru asked with closed eyes. Yes, the servant replied, bowing. Fetch pen and ink. I have little interest in living further, but I can't let the Western Liang forces I built crumble with Dongzhuo's fall. A trace of loneliness appeared on Li Ru's face. Even if he warned Dongzhuo again, it wouldn't change anything. He realized his efforts were in vain. Even the Western Liang cavalry he created was now experiencing desertions, showing there was no hope left. With diaresis new yes. Deliver this letter to Generals Guo and Li, tell them not to worry about me and inform them that as long as they don't create internal chaos, they can enjoy lifelong wealth. Now, take the servants and leave. Li Ru handed the letter to his old servant and gestured for him to go. Seeing his old servant bow 3 times, Li Ru was moved to tears but still urged him to leave quickly. By tomorrow, he would face certain death. After the servant left, Li Ru changed into white mourning clothes and knelt by the table, waiting for dawn. Having poured so much effort into building a formidable army from the harsh lands of Western Liang, creating a force capable of contending with the world, he felt a deep sense of loss. What a pity. I was once so proud, thinking I could single-handedly control the world. I had the talent to govern a nation but lacked the ability to judge people. Laughable, laughable. Li Ru drank a cup of wine. He rarely drank because he believed it clouded his thinking, but now only inebriation could numb his pain. Crash! A cold wind blew, instantly sobering Li Ru from his drunken state. He stared at the burly man suddenly appearing before him, and then lowered his head to continue drinking, showing neither panic nor fear. With his heart nearly dead, he cared little about life or death. Strategist. Hua Xiong knelt on one knee before Li Ru. Leave. Lord Xuanda is a good master. Li Ru waved dismissively. I have no desire to join any warlord. Dong Zhuo was once so brave and heroic, but was still overwhelmed by this splendor. Can you guarantee Liu Bei will remain unchanged? Strategist, if you stay here, you'll definitely die. I must take you away. No matter what, both you and Chancellor Dong picked us from among the common folk and bandits. We've repaid Chancellor Dong with our blood over these 10 years, and we owe him nothing. But I owe you. When I surrendered to Lord Xuanda, I asked him to allow me to recall my old comrades. Luckily, he agreed to my request. If you come with me, I'll treat you as the head of my family. Chen Zichuan's orders don't have much constraint over me, Hua Xiong said solemnly, half kneeling on the ground. Leave, Li Ru waved dismissively. My heart is dead. I don't want to meddle in the affairs of the warlords anymore. Assist Lu Xuanda well. He has the potential to become a new king. Warn him to be wary of Chao Mengda. This man will achieve great things in the future. It's a pity Zhongying couldn't subdue him. A real pity. Strategist. Hua Xiong called out urgently. Leave. Li Ru raised his head, eyes filled with killing intent. In the end, this world will still belong to the aristocratic families. Where is the path for the common people? Where is it? Tell Lu Xuanda that the aristocratic families cannot be wiped out by the efforts of one generation. Unless a great sage arises to enlighten the people and gradually dismantle the aristocracy, they will never be eradicated. Hua Xiong was directly intimidated by the overwhelming mental force emanating from Li Ru. At such a close distance, this level of mental power was enough to obliterate Hua Xiong's thoughts, rendering him a fool. After experiencing Dong Zhuo's tyranny and the shattering of his ideals, Li Ru's mental force had undergone a second transformation. Strategist. Hua Xiong cried out hoarsely. This level of mental force was life-threatening, but he still had to give it a try. Hua Xiong's brain felt like it was exploding, though it was just a momentary pain. However, that brief instant of agony drenched the inner energy expert in sweat. At my level, even Lu Bu couldn't force me to leave if I didn't want to. Go on, Lu Xuanda is a good man. I hope you haven't misjudged him. Li Ru waved Hua Xiong away. He had lost the will to live. Otherwise, no one could have stopped him from leaving. Wang Yun and Lu Bu were not even obstacles. Hua Xiong smiled bitterly, bowed to Li Ru, and left without looking back. Since Li Ru had reached this level and had a death wish, there was no point in trying to convince him. If Li Ru wanted to die, it was a matter of course. Hua Xiong didn't want to die yet. If Li Ru unleashed his full mental force, even if Li Ru died, Hua Xiong would either die or go insane. Sigh, I wonder what kind of person Lu Xuanda truly is. The talent recruitment order. I wish I could visit Taishan, Li Ru murmured to himself. He then coughed violently, quickly covering his mouth with a white cloth. When he removed it, the cloth was stained with dark blood. My time is short. Hua Xiong rushed out of Li Ru's house, bounding across the night sky towards Jia Su's residence. Boom! He kicked open the door, only to find the house empty. His frustration grew. This must be the tunnel. Hua Xiong soon found the hidden passage in the courtyard and jumped in. Failing to bring back Li Ru was understandable, but Jia Su had no reason to escape. Damn, why are there pursuers at this time? Jia Su, advancing along the tunnel, was taken aback upon hearing the chaotic footsteps behind him. He gritted his teeth and turned around. He preferred to negotiate rather than continue running. Negotiation was a viable strategy. Hua Zijian. Seeing Hua Xiong charging towards him, Jia Su was momentarily stunned. Then, his mind quickly processed the situation. Hua Xiong, don't knock me out. I have a way to bring Li Wenyu back. Seeing Hua Xiong rush at him, Jia Su quickly spoke. As expected, Hua Xiong halted his attack, his hand stopping inches from Jia Su's neck. Phew, you must know that Li Wenyu already harbors a death wish. With his abilities, if he's resigned to die, not even Lu Bu could stop him, Jia Su said without preamble, directly addressing the issue. There was no need for embellishment with Hua Xiong. What's your plan? Hua Xing asked impatiently. First, promise me you won't knock me out after it's done. You probably think I'm disloyal to Chancellor Dong. In truth, when you and I share the same mindset. Since Chancellor Dong is beyond saving, it's better not to incur the wrath of heaven and earth. The sooner Yangzhou stabilizes, the better. As for the lives of the Western Liang generals, if I can't escape, I'll personally speak to them. If I manage to flee, My old servant holds the key to their safety, Jia Su explained swiftly before Hua Xiong could react. Hua Xiong was speechless. Couldn't Li Ru see this? He could. Since Li Ru could see it, why didn't he act on it? This realization only added to Hua Xiong's frustration. He wanted to vent his anger on Jia Su, but Jia Su's clear and logical explanation diffused his anger, leaving him with no outlet. In that case, please escort me back to the Jia residence. I'll bid farewell to Wenyu, but don't let him see you until I give the signal, Jia Su said, tidying his clothes and straightening his cap, exuding a calm, scholarly demeanor. Fine, I trust you. But if you try to escape, believe me, you can't outrun me, Hua Xiong said, making a quick decision. To him, Li Ru was far more important than Jia Su. Even though Jia Su provided a logical explanation, his previous impressions of Jia Su hadn't entirely dissipated. At the first watch of the night, Jia Su arrived at Li Ru's residence. Surprised you still had the interest to visit me, Li Ru, dressed in morning clothes, sat before a table with a sword on it. We've known each other for years. I'm here to see you off. After this, I'll leave. We've both made arrangements for the Western Liang army. Either of us could secure Li Ju and Guasi a lifetime of wealth. But without someone to restrain them, they might eventually forget their old loyalties and fall victim to other schemes. Jia Su poured a cup of wine for Li Ru, bowed, and casually discussed the future. I'm dying soon. If they follow my arrangements, they'll have wealth. If not, what can I do? Since you're so leisurely, why not join me in dying for Chancellor Dong? Li Ru drank his wine in one gulp and laughed heartily. I want to see those people's faith shattered. I'll also collect your corpses. Did you prepare coffins? Jia Su's words stung Li Ru, causing him to jump back. He pointed at Li Ru and rebuked him. After a pause, Jia Su continued, I'm leaving. Don't worry, I'll arrange a coffin made of golden nanmu for you. He bowed and slowly retreated, sighing as he left the main hall. It seems about time. Jia Su stood at the entrance of Li Ru's residence, glancing at the moon. He looked around to ensure no one was nearby and then called out softly, Zijian. As soon as Jia Su's voice fell, Hua Xiong descended from the sky. Is it done? Now go in and carry Wenyu out. I assume taking both of us out of here won't be a problem for you. Jia Su pointed at the main door of Li Ru's house, signaling Hua Xiong to proceed. Li Ru's house was brightly lit but devoid of servants, so Hua Xiong walked in boldly. Sure enough, Li Ru had passed out at the table. Hua Xiong's heart leaped with joy. Strategist, strategist, strategist? Hua Xiong called a few times, but there was no response. Without hesitation, he hoisted Li Ru onto his back, ready to leave Chang'an and head north, taking care of the Emperor's safe passage. Let's go, Hua Xiong, carrying Li Ru, motioned to Jia Su and headed towards Jia Su's home. Tonight, the city walls were heavily guarded. Hua Xiong alone might barely manage to sneak out, but with two others, it would be much more difficult. The next day, Hua Xiong had gathered his troops and was quickly heading north with Li Ru and Jia Su. As they passed the outskirts of Chang'an, Hua Xiong's keen ears picked up the sounds of fighting from within the city. After a while, the sounds turned into cheers. Mr. Jia, has Chancellor Dong fallen so far out of favor? Hua Xiong asked bitterly, kneeling before Jia Su. Not just out of favor, many wish to devour his flesh and drink his blood. He is no longer the Dong Zhengying of Western Liang, Jia Su sighed. Although I never admired Dong Zhengying, I must admit he was a hero in Western Liang. But after entering Woyang, he fell into decline, wasting Wenyu's efforts. Hua Xiong remained silent, listening to the cheers from Chang'an. He remembered Dong Zhu's former heroism and grandeur. People change and heroes fall. Where are you heading now? Your soldiers are quite impressive, Jia Su commented, watching the disciplined troops outside, displaying qualities of elite soldiers. These are new recruits I trained in Taishan. As for our current mission, Hua Xiong grinned menacingly, we're going to strike back at those traitorous Shiliang soldiers who dared to disgrace our pride. New recruits? Jia Su was astonished. The soldier's silence and resolve reminded him of Gao Shun's invincible camp, something not easily trained. Yes, new recruits. They are strong enough to challenge the invincible camp. Formation change, for armies in arrow formation, shields at the front, spears next, followed by archers. Hua Xiong shouted. An astonishing scene unfolded. The marching troops seamlessly shifted formation. A fiery cloud in the sky dissipated towards the edges, forming a red halo around the outer soldiers, while the arrow formation solidified into a sharp, illusory arrowhead. Hua Xiang was also taken aback. This rare occurrence meant the soldiers' internal energy and the world's energy harmonized and were effectively distributed where needed. This was a commander's dream, as it greatly enhanced the army's power. Such synchronization was the pinnacle of military strategy, and Hua Xiang had only heard of a few commanders who could achieve this. Impressive, Jia Su remarked, watching the display. I underestimated you, Hua Zijian. You're quite the expert in training soldiers. Hua Xiang remained silent, knowing this was mostly luck. Achieving such cohesion on the first attempt was almost miraculous. March at double speed, maintain formation, full speed ahead. Hua Xiang ordered, intending to take advantage of the momentum and crush the traitors. Though the distance was considerable, the formation's power made it manageable. Hua Xiang's 4,000 infantry charged forward, a massive red blade nearly 100 meters long slashing towards the Xiliang soldiers' camp. The ensuing barrage reduced the area to a crater, obliterating the enemy. After the assault, Hua Xiang was pale, and his soldiers' red blades faded. They could manage one more such attack before being exhausted. 30 seconds had wiped out the enemy with no casualties. Riding to the devastated camp, Hua Xiang saw bodies buried in the dirt, some still trembling in fear. Spitting disdainfully, he muttered, "Scum, garbage." As Hua Xiang rode through, none of the buried Xiliang soldiers dared to rise. They could only watch helplessly as Hua Xiang's men took their horses and left. Afterward, they crawled out sobbing. Hua Xiang was furious. The Xiliang cavalry's vigilance, training, and pride were gone. They had lost their fighting spirit, hiding in the dirt. These weren't his former comrades. Riding away, Hua Xiang's face was grim. The Xiliang army was corrupted from top to bottom, beyond redemption, no longer the invincible force it once was. Your performance wasn't great either, Zijian, Li Ru, now awake, said as Hua Xiang returned. I didn't expect to be tricked by Jia Wenhe, cough cough. Just a surprise attack, Jia Su smiled. Strategist, you're awake. Hua Xiang exclaimed joyfully. Yes, take me to see Taishan. Let me meet Lu Xuanda, who dared to issue a recruitment order. I know everything that happened, so no need to explain. My body may be weak, but my mind is clear, Li Ru waved off Hua Xiang's concerns. Chancellor Dong has likely fallen, Hua Xiang said sadly. A self-inflicted demise, Li Ru, having accepted his fate, regained his scholarly demeanor. Leaving Chang'an, away from its oppressive atmosphere, he no longer sought death. Please point out the mistakes I made earlier, strategist, Hua Xiang requested respectfully, noticing that Li Ru no longer harbored suicidal thoughts. Like most Western Liang generals, he had risen from common folk and banditry, and had little chance to learn military strategy, relying mostly on battlefield experience and Li Ru's guidance. Jia Su felt a twinge of envy. Both he and Li Ru were strategists, and he believed himself to be Li Ru's equal in talent, but the difference in their treatment was stark. Even after Dongzhu's downfall, Li Ru remained revered by the Western Liang generals. This respect is evident from historical records showing that when Li Ju and Guosi took Chang'an, their first action was to seek an official position for Li Ru. Later, the emperor rejected their request, leading them to nearly dethrone the emperor in anger. This shows the strong influence Li Ru held over them. Hua Xiang still treated Li Ru as his strategist with utmost respect, showing not a hint of disrespect, an admirable trait for a rough Western Liang warrior. Let's not discuss how you trained your soldiers, but I can see they truly support you. However, your command methods have issues. Li Ru praised Hua Xiang's soldiers before addressing Hua Xiang's own faults. The techniques you use place too much strain on you. Though I'm not entirely familiar with the physical conditions of experts with inner energy projection, using moves that require you to exert the full strength of 4,000 men in a single strike is too taxing on your body. Your value shouldn't be demonstrated through such attacks, Li Ru said each word carefully, teaching Hua Xiang as he once did with Li Ju, Guosi, and Fan Chou, transforming them from bandits into generals. Exerting your energy for a single wave of attacks is not worth it. You should distribute the power across the entire formation. Though the direct strike might be less potent, the broader coverage makes each soldier equivalent to an early-stage refining chi into gang martial artist. Li Ru continued his teaching, clearly recognizing that these soldiers were modeled after the invincible camp. A whole row of soldiers equivalent to early-stage refining chi into gang martial artists. Hua Xing's jaw dropped. Indeed, Gao Shun, though not eloquent, is known for his integrity. Unfortunately, he's under Lu Bu, Li Ru lamented. And with your current attack method, even if you faced Fan Chao's Western Liang cavalry, you'd be torn apart. Loose but organized, chaotic but formed. Hua Xiong recalled what Li Ru had taught him about Western Liang cavalry. Their formations were loose and scattered, with 3 to 5 soldiers forming attack groups. Even if struck by Hua Xiong's earlier moves, they'd lose only a few hundred men due to their dispersed formation. Your attack serves more as intimidation, similar to when we used ballistae against Bei Gongboyu. It cannot determine victory, and over-relying on it diminishes your combat effectiveness, Li Ru explained, nodding at Hua Xiong's recollection of past teachings. Some commanders are formidable with troops, while others, like you and Lu Bu, are strong individually. Your full-strength attacks can ignore the protection from ordinary soldiers' gathered energy. Thus, avoid dense formations like the early Western Liang cavalry. The energy protection is insufficient. Li Ru gave examples to illustrate his point. So the Western Liang cavalry relied on attrition? Hua Xing asked, shocked. He had never known this. Initially, yes. Later, it wasn't necessary, but our cavalry was used to that formation, so I didn't change it. Armies naturally adopt the tactics they frequently use, as veterans train new recruits to be like them, Li Ru explained. What a relief. I always thought the Western Liang cavalry was invincible, Hua Xiong felt reassured. They're elite, but not without weaknesses, Li Ru shook his head, not agreeing entirely with Hua Xiong. Jia Su turned to look out the window. Other warlords' elites were counted in hundreds, maybe thousands. The Western Liang cavalry scale was tens of thousands. Numbers inherently bring quality. Consider how the Flying Bear army was formed. Now you command infantry and many of them. They're elite, so forget dispersal tactics. You need your own specialized strategies, Li Ru said firmly. The Flying Bear army's strategy is ruthlessness, the Invincible Camp's is stability, the White Horse Volunteers' is speed. After addressing internal issues, choose a development path. Strategist, I also have 3,000 Western Liang cavalry from my old troops in Taishan, and a deputy who commands 1,000 infantry. The Lord has said these are my personal troops, Hua Xiong admitted, embarrassed. Jia Su glanced at Li Ru, and both shared a knowing look. An 8,000 mixed force. Lu Xuanda must value you greatly. Managing such a force requires complex strategies, but the benefit is versatility and resistance to be encountered. For instance, the Invincible Camp can annihilate the White Horse Volunteers in suitable terrain. Speed is their strength, but also their weakness, Li Ru disdainfully remarked. He looked down on the White Horse Volunteers, high attack, high speed, but glaring weaknesses. Please teach me how to command them, Hua Xiong asked sincerely. You won't learn that easily. I'll teach you a military formation that uses multiple troop types. I'll guide you step by step. Just knowing how to use it will suffice, as long as you don't face overly strong opponents, Li Ru shook his head, implying Hua Xiong's intellect was too low to understand. He decided to teach a formation that integrated all troop types, focusing on a few common variations. Jia Su was surprised. He knew Li Ru's expertise in formations, but if Hua Xiong's troops struggled with complexity, it could only be one formation, the ultimate variation of Xuanxiang formation, Li Ru's enhanced 8 gates golden lock formation. A with circumflex. Qin was completely unaware that Hua Xiong had hit the jackpot. Li Ru, originally planning to take this formation to his grave, decided to teach his best technique to Hua Xiong after seeing the quality of his elite soldiers. Of course, Li Ru wouldn't tell Hua Xiong what the formation was. He would just guide him step by step, knowing Hua Xiong's intelligence was too low to fully grasp it. If Hua Xiong could master a few of the 64 variations and 1 or 2 killer moves, that would be sufficient. Li Ru had no hope that Hua Xiong could learn all 64 variations. Unless Jia Su's brain was transplanted into Hua Xiong's body, that would be a pipe dream. During their daily marches, Li Ru constantly explained how to use and change formations. Jia Su, believing Li Ru was nearing the end of his life and had no need to keep these secrets, listened with great interest. Over 10 days, Hua Xiang was thoroughly confused, while Jia Su nearly reverse-engineered the formation from Li Ru's explanations. Cao Cao, in Yenzhou, was angrily sweeping through the yellow turbans. The yellow turbans had devastated Yenzhou while foraging for food, leaving Cao Cao with a mess when he assumed his post as governor. Every region needed food, but he had none. Cao Cao had hoped for assistance from Yuan Shao, who was engaged in battle with Gong Sunzan. His advisors assured him that Gong Sunzan would eventually be defeated, but that was in the future. Yuan Shao couldn't help now. Yuan Shao's family was wealthy enough to ignore spring planting, but Cao Cao couldn't afford that luxury. This left Cao Cao with two choices: steal or borrow. After becoming governor and realizing how prosperous Taishan was, he saw that Qin Shi was extraordinarily capable and Zhao Yun was a nearly unrivaled warrior who could also manage agriculture and lead cavalry. On learning about Taishan's grain production, Cao Cao's eyes turned red with envy. Taishan's grain production was immense, far more than they could consume. Without further ado, Cao Cao requested grain from Taishan, only to have the promissory note stopped by Lu Su before it even reached Liu Bei. If Liu Bei hadn't received the note, it didn't matter. Once he did, Cao Cao would have a just cause. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Lu Su were organizing relief efforts for Yenzhou's people. Upon learning of this, Cao Cao was furious and prepared to attack Taishan. However, Lu Su and Eugene were also ready to defend, creating a tense standoff. The yellow turbans took advantage of this, attacking Yenzhou and seizing every grain they could find. Xiaoji, how's the plan going? Qin Shi checked the time, feeling that time was running short. If Fa Zheng didn't come up with a solution soon, he would take matters into his own hands. Zichuan, Fa Zheng sighed bitterly. He had devised many strategies, but none met Qin Shi's requirement of minimal losses and maximum gains without some flaws. Tell me your plan, Qin Shi said, disappointed. Fa Zheng bowed and began explaining his strategy. That works. Why overthink it? Qin Shi's frown deepened as he listened. Whether it's breaking their army, driving their soldiers, or demoralizing them later, it's all fine. Overall, there's no problem. What if they see through it? Fa Zheng asked, bowing. All strategies have the potential to be seen through. What matters is using the right strategy against the right enemy. The yellow turbans are commoners turned bandits with no knowledge of military tactics. This strategy is enough. A strategist's plan doesn't need to be flawless, it just needs to defeat the enemy. We can't waste more time. I'll take charge. You watch and learn. Qin Shi sighed, disappointed in Fa Zheng. Drum the assembly. Qin Shi ordered, walking to the central tent and taking his seat. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all the generals assembled in the central tent. Qin Shi's stern gaze swept over them. Since we left Taishan and entered Qizhou, you all have wanted to battle the yellow turbans. However, with 1,000,000 yellow turbans pouring out of Qizhou, I was cautious. Now the situation is clear. Will you help me defeat the yellow turbans in Qingzhou? Qin Shi said boldly, raising his sword. Leave it to me. I'll skewer one with my spear. 2 with 1 thrust. Zhang Fei thumped his chest. Does the strategist have a plan to defeat the yellow turbans? Guan Yu ignored Zhang Fei and gestured to Zhao Yun, who stood and asked. The yellow turbans are nothing. If I didn't want to incorporate their able-bodied men, I would have already crushed them. Qin Shi boasted. During this time, although he left the planning to Fa Zheng, he had not been idle. He had embedded spies among the yellow turbans, some of whom had risen to the rank of centurion. Generals, hear my command. Yun Chang will stay with the Central Army, following my lead to defeat the yellow turbans in Qingzhou. Ida, Zilong, and Zi each take 1,000 cavalry to drive the fleeing yellow turbans. Do not kill them, just drive them to collide with the main yellow turban force. Zhang Tai will lead the infantry as the rear guard, re-establishing settlements and incorporating refugees into the army. Food will be distributed as needed. Qin Shi commanded with a calm expression. He wanted to say that internal conflicts over food were severe among the yellow turbans. Once a major defeat occurred, they might all scatter. Yes, the generals responded loudly. Zichuan, are you sure about this? I haven't devised the best plan yet, Fa Zheng asked worriedly after the generals left. There's no more time. We must eliminate the yellow turbans by mid-May, or even if we win, it'll be a burden dragging us down. Remember, all tactics ultimately serve the final strategy. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary for the strategic goal. Tell me, what is our objective? Qinshi, still calculating the days, explained, understanding the urgency. New. To bring peace to the world and restore the Han dynasty. Fa Zheng replied without hesitation. Restoring the Han dynasty requires people. Therefore, our ultimate goal can be rephrased as minimizing casualties. If we don't resolve the yellow turbans by mid-May, even with my abilities, it will be too late for agricultural production. We won't be able to plant summer crops, meaning we'll have to feed nearly 2 million people without food until June next year. Qinshi said grimly. Even if Tao Qian was generous, asking him to provide food for 2 million people for a year was impossible. Fa Zheng was no fool. Previously, he had been solely focused on finding the best way to defeat the yellow turbans, without considering other issues. With Qinshi's prompt, he instantly understood the most pressing problem. The yellow turbans had over 1 million soldiers coming out of Qingzhou. Once they entered Qizhou, their numbers would swell even more. Including women, children, and the elderly, it could easily exceed 2 million. Qizhou, one of the former major grain-producing areas, had seen a decline, but its population could still be massive. Fa Zheng's face turned grim. He now realized the downside of seeking the best plan. Time was running out. If they passed mid-May without resolving the issue, even Qinshi's extraordinary abilities wouldn't suffice to initiate the farming activities needed by late June. Without timely farming, the captured yellow turbans would become a burden. When the people ran out of food, rebellion would be a mere step away. Killing them all to reduce the burden would destroy Liu Bei's reputation for benevolence and derail Qinshi's strategic plans centered around Liu Bei's benevolence and population growth. It didn't matter if Liu Bei's benevolence was genuine or just for show. Pretending to be righteous for a lifetime was essentially the same as truly being righteous. So, we'll use your earlier plan. Even if there are more casualties, so be it. This time, if we take control of around 20% of Qizhou, we can make a concerted effort next year and likely take over the entire province. My grand strategy will then be on track. Implementing it sooner means saving more lives. Qinshi patted Fa Zheng on the shoulder. As a strategist, don't just focus on the battlefield. The situation outside is equally important. As expected, the 3 minor yellow turban leaders, Qin Bai, Fu Yun, and Ho Qian, couldn't unite. With scarce food and many followers, their cohesion was weak even before Liu Dai's cross-state assault forced them out of Qingzhou. The yellow turbans were more like a disorganized group of refugees than an army, frequently clashing internally, with soldiers unable to find their commanders and vice versa. Calling them bandits was generous. They were essentially a roving horde of beggars. But they were a massive horde. After Qin Bai, Fu Yun, and Ho Qian each led tens of thousands to plunder the land, they quickly found Yanzhou devoid of food. Turning their eyes to Taishan, they began their advance, albeit in scattered waves due to the sheer size of their groups. Apart from the few tens of thousands of so-called elite soldiers with some weapons or armor, the rest were unarmed refugees following in hopes of finding food. Against such unorganized, undisciplined, and poorly equipped foes, Guan Yu led the central army in a sweeping advance, crushing any yellow turbans they encountered. Many surrendered, seeking mercy. Qinshi didn't care if these surrendering yellow turbans were spies. He handed them all to the rear guard under Sun Guan's command, where they were subjected to military governance. Any troublemakers were executed without trial. In Qizhou, Zhao Yun and Taisher CI had brought along 30,000 militia. These militias weren't combat-ready, but could enforce military discipline. Qinshi didn't mind if some of them died. His priority was stability. He wouldn't hesitate to use extreme measures, even executing 1 in 10 if necessary. Yun Chang, how many refugees have we gathered? Qinshi felt they were collecting more captives than fighting battles. Around 200,000 refugees, mostly able-bodied men and women. Guan Yu reported, excited. Although the battles were small, it was an excellent opportunity to earn merit. Set up camp, rest, and have meat soup and steamed buns tonight. Summon Ida, Zilong, Zi, and Zhang Tai for a meeting. Qinshi ordered. Yes, sir. Set up camp, prepare meals, and serve meat broth. Guards, patrol the camp. Guan Yu relayed the orders to the messengers. Meat broth, as mentioned, didn't include beef or mutton, which were too expensive and scarce. Pork was also limited, but chicken and duck were more plentiful. Eggs hatched into chicks raised by Qinshi servants outside the city, eventually becoming meat for the soldiers. For troops unaccustomed to meat, even a little was a luxury. Lu Su and Lu Yi had previously complained about the expense of improving the soldiers' diet. In this era, being able to feed the troops was already good enough. Adding regular meat seemed wasteful. After Qinshi did the math, Lu Su and Lu Yi conceded that providing meat wasn't overly costly. It improved the soldiers' morale and reduced desertion. Soldiers accustomed to a regular diet, including meat, would be less likely to defect and might even entice other soldiers to join them. Training new recruits was more expensive than keeping veterans healthy and happy. Lu Su and Lu Yi ultimately accepted Qinshi's strategy, marveling at his unconventional thinking. It was an unorthodox approach but effective. Soldiers fought for food and pay. Providing better rations made them loyal and less likely to desert. When meat was served, the camp buzzed with excitement. The aroma of cooking meat spread throughout, attracting refugees outside the camp. Though a large crowd gathered, none dared charge the camp after seeing those who tried crushed to death. Each day, officers recruited willing refugees, promising land and seeds if they followed. Though most refugees were skeptical, hunger drove many to surrender, preferring a chance at food over starvation. Some knew of Taishan's prosperity and Liu Bei's benevolence, while others were persuaded by undercover agents spreading Liu Bei's virtues. RB Xiaoji, distribute the buns to the refugees. Anyone willing to accept Taishan's management gets a bowl of meat soup. Give each soldier 3 pieces of dried chicken and inform them that if there's no chance to cook tomorrow, they will all eat dry rations. Prepare enough cool boiled water. Tell them they must carry enough dry rations and water, whether in gourds or bamboo tubes. Within 3 days, I want to see the heads of the yellow turban leaders. Qinshi instructed Fa Zheng as he looked at the refugees gathered outside the camp. Zhang Ba had sent word that he had become one of Qinbai's 5 major generals and knew the positions of Fuyun and Ho Qian. With this information, Qinshi was ready to abandon any complex strategies. He planned to crush Qinbai directly, let Zhang Ba lead the defeated troops to attack Fuyun and Ho Qian, and then follow up to annihilate the rest. Qinshi couldn't believe that Fuyun and Ho Qian could control their troops in such a chaotic situation. If they could, they weren't yellow turbans, they were legendary generals commanding elite forces. In this scenario, straightforward brute force was the best strategy. Defeating Qinbai would start a domino effect, with the fleeing soldiers overwhelming anyone in their path. When humans panic, they become more unpredictable and dangerous than a herd of pigs. Fa Zheng didn't expect Qinshi to be this straightforward, planning to herd over 1 million yellow turbans like sheep. Qinshi didn't bother explaining. The first time something like this happens, it's hard to believe, but he was confident it would work. With Zhang Ba leading the defeated, there would be no issues with direction. It was all about chasing and killing. At the third quarter of the Shan hour, 5:45 to 7:45 p.m., the cavalry driving the yellow turbans like sheep finally returned under the summons of the messengers. Zilong, Ida, Zi, you did well. Zhang Tai, your military governance was a bit lenient. Qinshi acknowledged the 3 while pointing out Sun Guan's slight lapse, though without intending to punish him. Sometimes, it's necessary to establish authority, he added with a hint of menace. Yes, Grand Commander. Sun Guan stood and replied. The reason I've called you all here today is that the yellow turban leader, leading about 100,000 troops, plans to defeat us and then seize food from the rear. I want you to crush them with overwhelming force tomorrow. Use the most terrifying moves you have. I want results within a quarter of an hour. Xiaoji and I will coordinate the army to support you. Qinshi declared with a stern expression. Understood, the generals responded loudly. Leave 1,000 infantry as a reserve. Tomorrow morning, we'll break camp and defeat the yellow turbans. Qinshi ordered. Yes, the generals echoed. After assigning military duties, Qinshi asked Fa Zheng to come over. Xiaoji, are the dry rations ready? I distributed the meat jerky to each unit and instructed them to give it to their soldiers. Zichuan, are you sure this battle will last a whole day? Fa Zheng asked, puzzled by the sudden distribution of dry rations. Even if it does, shouldn't we provide hot food? Dry rations aren't suitable. Yes, it will last a long time, and there won't be any opportunity to cook. So, dry rations are more convenient, Chen-Shi smiled. Oh, so we are going to retreat? Have you decided on the ambush location? Such a retreat will hurt morale and exhaust the soldiers. Pure dry rations might not be enough. Oh, that's why you distributed the meat jerky. This should sustain them during the retreat, enough for 3 to 5 days, Fa Zheng rattled off, confident in his deductions. More or less. Qinshi's face twitched. There was no need to explain further. Fa Zheng had already filled in the blanks on his own. By the way, did you add salt and sugar to the boiled water as I asked? Qinshi changed the topic. We have plenty of salt, but not enough sugar. I added all the sugar we had. The amount should be close to what you specified, Fa Zheng replied. Good. Make sure all the soldiers' bamboo tubes are filled with this. Tell them to drink it when they're thirsty during the march and not to stop, Qinshi instructed. Are with the Q-Tomicron. Meanwhile, Jinbai was gnawing on a pig's foot, planning for the next day's battle. Zhongba had written the challenge letter since no one else in the camp could write. Zhongba had also written out the battle plans for Qinbai's, Fuyun's, and Ho Qian's forces in the letter, which was then sent to Qinshi. This was how Qinshi had such detailed intelligence. Qinshi's orders were openly written in the challenge letter, boldly transmitting information. Unfortunately, none of the yellow turbans could read. If they could, they wouldn't be yellow turbans. In this era, literacy was a rare talent, and anyone who could read wouldn't need to join the yellow turbans. Grand Commander, once we defeat them, with Taishan's grain, we can expand massively and become lords. After all, didn't the founders of the Han Dynasty start as mere ruffians? You could build an empire. Zhongba flattered Qinbai. Zhongba, a literate former bandit, had no trouble manipulating the ignorant yellow turban leaders. Qinbai was now blinded by visions of a bright future, entirely unaware of his reality, arrogantly planning to defeat the enemy, absorb their troops, and establish an empire. Qinbai's 4 capable subordinates were equally enthralled by Zhongba's words. One of them, already somewhat influenced, looked at Qinbai with strange eyes. This was the effect of Wang Ho Jiangxiang Ningyu Zhong who, why can't a king or general be you? Despite the promising situation, Zhongba was still uneasy. The yellow turbans were too numerous. After witnessing their destructive power, he doubted Qinshi's plan. Leading defeated troops to attack Fuyun, then Ho Qian, and finally scattering on the plains? Could Qinshi really defeat over 1 million yellow turbans? Even capturing so many prisoners would be a challenge. Yunchong, tell Ida not to say anything when he sees what happens in a moment, Qinshi said, turning to Guan Yu while standing on the carriage. Understood. Guan Yu, as always, was sparing with words. Yunchong, go to the front lines. Xiaoji and I will be enough here. With you and the main army at the front, if it's not safe, then nowhere on the battlefield is safe. Qinshi indicated to Guan Yu that he could lead the charge and didn't need to stay behind to guard the central command. Zhang Tai, make sure the command flag is well guarded. Although we don't rely solely on it for command, it is a matter of morale. Qinshi ordered Sun Guan. Yes. Sun Guan responded loudly and personally led a group to protect the command flag, as Qinshi's plan included driving it into the enemy lines. It feels like something isn't quite right, Fa Zheng murmured, frowning as he pondered Qinshi's arrangements. He felt there was something off about them. Never mind whether it's right or not. Use your spiritual power to coordinate the formation. The fewer casualties, the better. We have too few medics and not enough clean bandages. We can't make medical alcohol, and even when we get it up to 60%, it keeps getting stolen to be drunk. Qinshi glared in the direction of Zhang Fei. It had been hard enough to make some spirits for disinfection, only to have Zhang Fei drink a significant portion of it. Zichuan, watch your demeanor. That strong liquor of yours is indeed good, but it consumes too much grain. It shouldn't have been made in the first place. Fa Zheng glanced at Qinshi, then righteously stated. Grain isn't as valuable as veteran soldiers. You'll understand when I show you my cost analysis table back at camp, Qinshi said, ignoring Fa Zheng's comment. After all, Rusu wasn't blind. He needed a reasonable explanation to get approval from him. Cost analysis table? Fa Zheng asked, puzzled. Idiot, it's the cost and strategic gain analysis per individual and item. For example, if the price of defeating the yellow turbans is my death, then it's a massive loss, and the battle isn't worth fighting, Qinshi sneered at Fa Zheng, then thought for a moment and gave an example, since Fa Zhang still needed some training. Fa Zhang's eyes gleamed with understanding. Qin Shi continued, let's say the cost of defeating the yellow turbans is your death. In that case, we'd evaluate the value of Qingzhou and your worth. Although the gain might exceed the loss long term, it's not worth it. So, no battle victory in Qingzhou is worth sacrificing you. You bastard. Fa Zhang fumed, though he was secretly pleased with how Qin Shi weighed Qingzhou against himself and found it wanting. That's what cost comparison is. The example I just gave is more intuitive. For practical items, I have a detailed cost analysis table. For example, ensuring low casualties in each battle, but consuming 1,000 stone of grain. Compare this to the value of veteran soldiers, morale, and immediate effects, and you'll see the 1,000 stone of grain is worth the investment. Qin Shi explained while helping Zhao Yun and others control the flow of qi in the formation. Fa Zhang, awestruck by Qin Shi's examples, could only listen. He was impressed by Qin Shi's effortless mental control. That's enough, Qin Shi clapped his hands, stabilizing the qi flow with his spiritual power. In the heat of battle, the qi would solidify with a rising bloodlust and wouldn't scatter easily. Qin Shi looked at Fa Zhang, pale from overexertion, and marveled, your spiritual power is too low. Just adjusting the qi flow for 10,000 men has you like this. So weak. Fa Zhang had no strength left to retort, glaring at Qin Shi. Young man, practice more. Qin Shi squatted and patted Fa Zhang's shoulder, spreading his spiritual power to smooth the qi flow. His own spiritual power was considerable. Are you even human? Fa Zhang stared at Qin Shi for a long time before blurting out. Qin Shi looked skyward with a lonely expression, saying blandly, you wouldn't understand my loneliness. Fa Zhang was nearly choked by his words. Just then, the yellow turbans finally appeared, their formation ragged and their weapons shabby, marching with a muddy yellow cloud of qi overhead. Seeing this, Qin Shi felt the urge to charge. However, he knew his strategy was better served by a direct confrontation rather than a surprise attack. Before Qin Shi could speak, a rider emerged from the yellow turban ranks, clearly here to challenge them. Zhang Fei and the others immediately recognized him and stifled their urge to charge. They realized it was their own spy, here to earn merit. No wonder Qin Shi had told them to keep quiet. Zhang Tai, this is your chance. Xiangao will go easy on you. Go for it. Qin Shi called to Sun Guan, who was guarding the command flag. All right. As you command. Sun Guan, initially startled by the enemy general's appearance, now wore a broad grin as he mounted his horse and charged, spear in hand. Hey, isn't that Zhang Xiangao? Fa Zhang felt his face twitch. He had seen Zhang Ba drilling with 3,000 cavalry outside Fengao several times. Now he was a yellow turban leader? This was too much. What do you think of my spy? Qin Shi asked with a grin. If the yellow turbans win now, I'll give you my head, Fa Zhang said, excited. With Zhang Ba infiltrating the enemy ranks, how could his plans fail? What use is your head to me? Qin Shi retorted, leaving Fa Zhang fuming. I am Sun Zhongtai of Taishan. Enemy general, prepare to die. Sun Guan's voice rang out as he charged, spear aimed at Zhang Ba. Good timing. Zhang Ba shouted back. He had expected someone like Guan Yu or Zhang Fei to engage him, and was relieved it was a familiar face. This way, he could maintain his heroic facade among the yellow turbans, which he needed to rally them later. The two clashed fiercely on horseback, evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. Their intense duel fired up the troops on both sides, boosting their morale. Meanwhile, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirtzi watched quietly, ready to unleash their might as soon as Sun Guan retreated. Sure enough, after nearly 100 moves between Sun Guan and Zhang Ba's spear grazed Sun Guan's ribs, and Sun Guan turned his horse to flee. Attack! Guan Yu roared, and instantly, the entire army's qi surged. A massive blade of light slashed up from Guan Yu's position, leading the entire army forward in a fierce charge. A colossal green blade, almost 300 meters long and shaped like Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, sliced through the yellowish qi of the yellow turban army, bolstered by the formations of 30,000 soldiers behind it. The blade, sharp and vibrant, wreathed with the auras of Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Tai Shirtzi, emitted a seven-colored glow as it cleaved through the Yellow Turban Army's central formation. After Guan Yu's initial strike, Zhao Yun followed with a delicate thrust of his spear, scattering countless petals over a vast area. Zhang Fei unleashed a black shockwave, and Tai Shirtzi hurled a giant, 200-meter-long halberd-shaped blade of light towards the Yellow Turbans. Then, drawing his precious eagle bow, Tai Shirtzi fired a barrage of golden arrows that exploded in front of the enemy, covering an area of over 100 meters. Within 5 breaths, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirtzi had expended all their accumulated inner qi and the qi they could draw from the formation, clearing a massive swath of the Yellow Turban ranks. As the roaring subsided, Qin Shi flicked open his wooden folding fan with a snap of his right hand and waved it towards the dust. The wind swept away the lingering dust, revealing a 1,000-meter-wide pit in the midst of the Yellow Turban Army. Both sides halted, too stunned to move. At this moment, San Guan let out a thunderous roar, "Kill the enemy!" Spurring his horse, he charged forward, his call electrifying the Taishan soldiers, who surged after him, sending the Yellow Turban Army into full retreat, turning and fleeing in disarray. "Full pursuit!" Qin Shi bellowed, his voice hoarse. The situation was even better than he had anticipated, thanks mainly to Zhang Ba's men fleeing first. Seeing their comrades deserting, the Yellow Turbans' morale collapsed entirely, and they followed suit. "Hold your ground! Hold your ground!" Qin Bai shouted, cutting down a few Yellow Turban soldiers to stem the tide. However, he couldn't stop the rout, even his personal guards fled, and he was swept away in the chaos. Order Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Tai Shirtzi, and Sun Guan to pursue the fleeing Yellow Turban Army relentlessly until they completely collapse. Instruct Wu Dun and the rear guard to gather prisoners along the way. Any who resist should be executed without mercy. Implement military control in all captured areas. Any who surrender and cause trouble afterward will be executed. If necessary, carry out an elimination order to remove the weakest. Qin Shi commanded the messenger beside him. Within 5 days, the results would be evident. Run, run, run. Zhang Ba was running blindly now, leading the fleeing Yellow Turbans to another Yellow Turban stronghold. Qin Bai was dead, killed by a Yellow Turban commander who had been swayed by Zhang Ba. That commander overestimated his capabilities, thinking he could stabilize the situation after killing Qin Bai and taking over, but he was thrown off his horse and trampled to death by tens of thousands of panicked Yellow Turbans. 2 days had passed, and Zhang Ba could see the encampment of the Yellow Turban leader, Fu Yun. He was gaunt, his cheekbones protruding sharply, looking like he had crawled out of the earth. These had been the most grueling days he had ever experienced, leading 30,000 Yellow Turbans in flight. They started with horses, but the horses soon died from exhaustion. Along the way, many fell behind, while others joined, swelling the group but also making it cumbersome. This constant flux kept them from being entirely wiped out by the 5 pursuing maniacs. Guan Yu and his comrades gave the Yellow Turbans no respite, pressing them relentlessly. Whenever the Yellow Turbans tried to rest, the 5 generals would attack again, forcing them to flee once more. Wu Dun followed behind, capturing those who fell behind. They had already seized over 100,000 lagging Yellow Turbans. The ones still running were almost all able-bodied young men. Seeing Fu Yun's camp, the Yellow Turbans regained some vigor, their steps quickening. Simultaneously, Guan Yu's attacks grew fiercer, carving out significant chunks of the Yellow Turban force. Noticing the large group approaching, Fu Yun immediately began reorganizing his forces, ordering his trusted Lieutenant Li Feng to lead 3,000 of his best troops to intercept them. No matter who they were, stopping them was the right move. Even if they couldn't hold them off, a temporary delay was enough. "Stop right there." The dispatched Yellow Turban leader suffered the same fate as the previous one, thrown off his horse and trampled to death. The 3,000 lightly armed Yellow Turban troops were swept back into Fu Yun's forces. 30,000 strong, the fleeing soldiers crashed into Fu Yun's ranks, unable to stop the momentum. The initial clash scattered Fu Yun's vanguard, and the chaos quickly engulfed his entire force. It wasn't long before his whole army was swept up and fled. Guan Yu and his comrades shivered at the sight. The Yellow Turbans were finished. If Fu Yun's 30,000 men couldn't hold, then when they reached Ho Chien, even with many falling behind, The remaining yellow turbans would number over 60,000. Ho Qian's preparations would be overwhelmed in less than a quarter of an hour. The yellow turbans were doomed. With Diaries' new Thailand body yes. Zhang Ba, leading the flight, had been running for 4 days now, barely eating. He was so exhausted that he would have collapsed if not for the mob carrying him along. The yellow turbans had become skittish, bolting at the slightest provocation. Anyone who started running would set off the whole crowd, though many didn't know why they were running. By the afternoon of the 4th day, Zhang Ba reached Ho Qian's camp. They could have arrived sooner, but Ho Qian had moved to find food, causing a detour. When they finally reached the camp, Zhang Ba had no doubts about breaking through Ho Qian's lines. His concern now was how to stop. Ho Qian's fate mirrored Fu Yan's. Within a quarter of an hour, his 30,000 yellow turbans were swept away. Ho Qian trampled underfoot and turned to dust. Run, keep running. Zhang Ba led the panicked mob in circles around Qizhou. The yellow turbans were entirely leaderless, running mindlessly wherever Zhang Ba led, while Wu Dun followed, capturing stragglers. After enveloping Ho Qian's forces, the mob grew to nearly 1 million. As they ran ceaselessly from Zhangqiu to Zibo, back to Panang, and then back to Zhangqiu, the yellow turbans dwindled. By the end, they were completely finished. Qin Shi sat in his command tent, waiting for Guan Yu's return. Upon learning that Fu Yan's forces had been scattered, he felt at ease. While such long pursuits might lead to the trampling deaths of thousands or even tens of thousands, the fact that the war could be concluded swiftly with minimal casualties on both sides was a stroke of luck. As for Fa Zhang, who was staring at the military reports in wide-eyed disbelief, Qin Shi didn't bother to explain. Even if Guo Jiao were present, he would be equally stunned by the scale of this rout. This was the so-called defeat like a landslide. As the battle raged on, Taishan soldiers, emboldened by their leaders, chased after the fleeing yellow turbans without fear. Even groups of dozens of Taishan soldiers could drive thousands of yellow turbans, confident that they wouldn't dare to turn and fight. In the end, the Taishan soldiers were venting their frustration through relentless pursuit and slaughter. They didn't even see the yellow turbans as human anymore, just sheep waiting to be butchered. With a mouthful of dried chicken and a sip of salty, sweet cool water, Taishan soldiers would grab their weapons and continue the chase. Despite the harsh conditions, the Taishan soldiers at least had something to eat and no enemies pursuing them. The yellow turbans, on the other hand, were being driven to exhaustion by Zhang Ba and his agents, with Guan Yu and his companions close on their heels. In the face of death, they had no choice but to keep running without food or water, knowing that falling behind meant being captured by the pursuing army. Each time the yellow turbans paused for a brief rest, thousands who were utterly exhausted could not keep up when the order to move came again. The end of April brought a scorching sun, and the heat further sapped the yellow turbans' strength, making their collapse inevitable. As the days passed, more and more yellow turbans fell by the roadside, many dragging down those behind them when they stumbled. Those who fell never stood up again until Wu Dun's forces came to give them a sip of salt water and whipped them back into the march. In the long trek from Zhangqiu to Zibo and back again to Panang, 1 million yellow turbans dwindled. Under the wise and mighty leadership of their new leader, Xiangao, 60,000 managed to break free, while the 40,000 who fell behind were captured by Wu Dun and Sun Guan's troops and herded south of Zhangqiu Liqing. These utterly exhausted yellow turbans had no strength left to resist. During the march from Zibo to Panang, even more fell behind due to hunger and fatigue. However, the wise and mighty Xiangao successfully led the strongest 10,000 across the tributary of the Zishui River. By this time, Zhang Ba had successfully established himself as a wise and mighty leader. His followers had adapted to this nomadic life, seeing a glimmer of hope in their blind flight, believing that their leader Xiangao was leading them to salvation. What on earth is Qin Zituan trying to do? Zhang Ba, now emaciated and sun-darkened, sat on a rock to rest, cursing Qin Shi. There are only 10,000 yellow turbans left. You've played with over 1 million yellow turbans like they were monkeys. Can't you just surround and annihilate these last 10,000? Have some mercy. Despite his complaints, Zhang Ba had to admit he admired Qin Shi's capability. However, due to Qin Shi's youth, it was impossible for Zhang Ba to elevate his feelings to reverence or awe. He could only feel intense envy. Lately, Qinshi's messages had grown increasingly bizarre. The orders directed Zhang Ba to attack newly established farming settlements and a few older ones built the previous year. The grain from these settlements barely sustained the 10,000 yellow turbans, though there was still a significant shortfall. If this continued, their collapse was just a matter of time. Zhang Ba had a gut feeling that Qinshi was planning something, or he wouldn't have ordered him to attack these settlements. The settlements housed many farmers, and in such conditions, Zhang Ba couldn't control his men, leading to the complete massacre of these settlements. General, a spy handed Zhang Ba a bun with a clear paper message inside. Finally, new instructions. Zhang Ba's joy was boundless. Without new instructions, he feared he might inadvertently ruin Qinshi's plans by moving around randomly, even though he had no idea what Qinshi was planning. After reading the message, Zhang Ba's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He admitted that the plan had a 100% success rate. Even if it was seen through, they were already at their wits' end and had to follow Qinshi's script. The path ahead was fixed, but did Qin Zichuan have to go so far as to set up a tombstone for his fake yellow turban leader? Wasn't that over the top? In the end, Zhang Ba accepted Qinshi's proposal with a bitter smile. It provided the yellow turbans with a somewhat dignified conclusion and secured the hearts and minds of the yellow turbans and the populace, ensuring long-term stability for Taishan. The credit for this achievement would be enough for him to be honored significantly in the annals of history. The next morning, Qinshi, basking in the sunlight, stretched lazily and turned to Fa Zheng with a playful smile. "Xiaozhi, don't you think I look dashing?" Fa Zheng remained silent. Since the day Fu Yun's army had been swept away, he had expected this outcome. After Ho Qian's army was scattered, he felt completely deflated. Qinshi's actions had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. His own strategies now seemed laughable in comparison. Qinshi had virtually taken over a third of Qingzhou and captured over 1 million yellow turbans with minimal bloodshed, while also eradicating potential internal threats within the farming regions of Qingzhou. The farming areas had been stabilized, with all the hidden dangers eliminated through the yellow turbans' actions. The new farming areas, mostly controlled by various yellow turban leaders, had all been exterminated by Zhang Ba's yellow turbans. In the end, Zhang Ba, who had led the yellow turbans in a desperate bid for survival, would die heroically. Taishan would accept the yellow turbans' surrender and lift the oppressive military control. This would win over the hearts and minds of the yellow turbans and the populace of Qingzhou. As for the 10,000 elite yellow turbans who had followed Zhang Ba, they were the true elite of this uprising. With a little selection and training under Eugene, they could be reorganized into a formidable army, bypassing the need for a lengthy recruitment process. Qinshi had accomplished everything in one sweeping motion. Once the yellow turbans were defeated, they could all return home to farm. Beta. Strategies are such a hassle. I wonder if Zhang Ba managed to bring my 2 friends back. Qinshi glanced at Fa Zheng, who remained silent. Qinshi chuckled, knowing very well how much this victory would shock the world and elevate his reputation. After this victory, he would stand on par with the likes of Sun Yu and Chen Kun, the sons of noble families. In this era, Qinshi had the lineage, the capability, and the background. The distinction between main and collateral branches in a family wasn't very clear during chaotic times. With his bloodline established, it was all about competence. After April, under Qinshi's planning, Liu Bei would have the power to rival the lords of the realm. Qinshi's status would rise accordingly, allowing him to look down on someone like Chen Kun. "You have 2 other friends." Fa Zheng instantly snapped back to reality. "Who doesn't have 1 or 2 friends? Don't you?" Qinshi gave Fa Zheng a disdainful look. Guofo Xiao, that wanderer, is friends with Ji Kai, Wenrua, Gongda, and Zhengda. So, why can't I have 2 or 3 friends? Fa Zheng knew everyone had 1 or 2 close friends. He was concerned that if Qinshi's friends arrived, his future prospects would dim further. Friends meant comrades with similar abilities and mutual understanding. Those who could befriend Guojia were all of his caliber. Even if they had their shortcomings, they would excel in other areas. Otherwise, they couldn't be in the same league. Now, with Qinshi planning to bring his friends over, Fa Zheng felt his future darkening. There were already too many formidable people above him. How would he ever rise to the top? Judging by Qin Shi's caliber, it was likely his friends would be as capable as Guojia. Guojia's scheme had split the Yellow Turbans into 3 large groups, further divided into smaller factions. These smaller factions formed the foundation for Zhang Ba's snowball tactic. The snowball grew larger, and by the time it encountered the main Yellow Turban forces, it was already unstoppable. Although Guojia hadn't anticipated Qin Shi using such a method to defeat the Yellow Turbans, splitting them up was the right choice. Otherwise, dealing with over 1 million Yellow Turbans gathered together would have been much more challenging. You needn't worry, Xiaoji. Each of us will mentor you for a while. You must learn from us all and then surpass us. We are pretty much set in our ways with little room for growth. You are still young, the future belongs to you. Qin Shi stood bathed in the morning light, placing a solemn hand on Fa Zhang's shoulder. At this moment, Fa Zhang's chest swelled with confidence and his eyes sparkled. Unlike Guojia, who constantly berated him, Qin Shi always comforted his fragile heart. Fa Zhang resolved to absorb the best from each mentor and strive to improve, determined not to waste Qin Shi's efforts. All right, Xiaoji. Keep working hard. I'm off to check if the grain, seeds, and tools delivered by Xiang's men are sufficient. Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang couldn't even manage to turn oxen into plow animals. They need someone to teach them how to fit nose rings. Such a hassle. The South sure is wealthy. They've managed to buy so much grain. Qin Shi patted Fa Zhang's shoulder and then sighed helplessly. From Qin Shi's perspective, Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping were useless. Didn't they know to fit nose rings on the oxen they bought from the north? Bringing back thousands of fat, strong oxen without nose rings, what a hassle. They needed oxen for plowing, not for eating. Without nose rings, how would they plow fields? Trying to lead them by their heads, did they think they were Suchu? If they had that kind of strength, they wouldn't need oxen. In this regard, the Lu family was much more reliable. Previously, when there was no grain transported, as soon as it was needed, the Lu family began shipping grain non-stop, without any delays. The quality was good, and the price was fair, with rice costing just 150 coins per share, the same as Taishan millet. Given this, Qin Shi didn't hesitate to engage in commercial transactions with the Lu family. As for Tao Qian's strategic investment, he used it sparingly, relying on his own efforts as the mainstay. Liu Bei now governed over 2 million people. Relying solely on others was not sustainable. Unlimited grain purchases were made. As many books as needed were exchanged for grain. Liu Bei's generosity pleased the Liu family, who delivered 3,000 books without naming a price, just asking for grain. The Liu family appreciated this trust and reciprocated Liu Bei's generosity by actively procuring grain in Jiangnan, Jing, Yang, and Yuzhou regions. The Jiangdong 5 great families were not just for show. Motivated by the book for grain exchange, southern families brought out their reserves, as grain was something they did not lack. Wait, so you bought cattle not for eating? Fa Zhang asked, snapping back to the topic. Do you think I need to buy cattle for meat? Qin Shi rolled his eyes. I bought them for plowing. Northern oxen can plow fields? Fa Zhang asked, his expression skeptical. If northern cattle could plow fields, their value wouldn't just be around 3,000 coins. An ox in the Central Plains could sell for 20,000 coins. In the borderlands, killing cattle for meat was common, but try that in the Central Plains, and you'd be fighting people to the death. Beta. Put away that look. I'm Qin Zichuan, your Fa Xiaoji. We can question everything, but don't show surprise. Even if you don't know, ask in private. As strategists, if we panic, who will the generals rely on? When necessary, even if you're clueless, act profound. Don't shake the army's morale. Qin Shi glanced at Fa Zhang before turning his head and continuing his lecture. You're Qin Zichuan, Fa Zhang said sternly. That's all you needed to say. Spare me the rest. Let's go. Qin Shi glanced at Fa Zhang, thinking, I'm still too young. Maybe Zhang Ba is cursing me out right now. If I were 30, after this victory, I could rightfully call myself old master. But at that age, I probably wouldn't have the sharpness. Meanwhile, Liu Bei had received the full battle report. At almost the same time, Cao Cao received an identical report. Qin Zichuan led 30,000 Taishan soldiers in the Battle of Zhangqiu against 300,000 Yellow Turbans, utterly defeating them. He pursued them for hundreds of miles, decimating Qinbai, Fu Yun, and Ho Qian's forces, killing 50,000, capturing 1,000,000, with almost no losses on his side. Upon seeing the battle report, Cao Cao was utterly terrified. Unlike Liu Bei, who was elated, Cao Cao was paralyzed with fear. He immediately halted his original plan to attack Taishan. Until he understood how Chen Shi managed to capture over 1,000,000 yellow turbans within a month, Cao Cao wouldn't dare to make any move against Taishan. It was simply too dangerous. Liu Yi, after reading the report, was left speechless. Didn't this guy claim his military strategy was mediocre? If this is mediocre, how should others survive? Over 1,000,000 yellow turbans, despite Guo Fengxiao's arrangements, were handled too smoothly. The battle was over in just over half a month, and it even aligned perfectly with the summer farming season. All strategic goals were achieved, all disobedient elements were eliminated, and new troops were seamlessly selected. By the time Zhongba puts on a performance, all captured yellow turbans will be under control, securing both military and civilian loyalty. Ziyang, what do you think? Liu Bei asked, overly excited. 2,000,000 yellow turbans leaving Qingzhou had made nearby warlords, including Yuan Shao, feel immense pressure. Yet, Chen Shi resolved it in just over half a month, capturing over 1,000,000 yellow turbans almost bloodlessly and securing a third of Qingzhou. Ancient generals and sages could do no better, Liu Yi said with a wry smile. He couldn't find the right words to describe it. This man's performance was simply extraordinary. Haha, I think the same, Liu Bei said proudly. By the way, Zichuan mentioned going to the border of Jizhou to demonstrate our military might and put pressure on Yuan Benchu. What do you think of this plan? It's to show our military prowess and pressure Yuan Benchu into abandoning the Jun family. Given that the Mi family has already started attacking the Jun family, it will soon bear fruit. Zichuan probably wants to expedite the process. Even if he can't attend the wedding, he will try to return as soon as possible. Although Zichuan seems indifferent, he cares deeply for his family. Qinlan and he are close friends from times of hardship, Liu Yi hinted, suggesting the need to formalize Qinlan's status. Liu Bei understood Liu Ye's hint. After some thought, he said, write a letter to the Qin family in Yingchuan, asking them to give Qinlan a proper status. This is the most appropriate course of action. Liu Yi nodded in agreement. This was indeed suitable, and getting the Qin family's acceptance shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Shi's performance had certainly earned their attention. All right, I'll draft a letter to the Qin family. They should be willing to grant Qinlan the status of a concubine's daughter, though becoming a legitimate daughter is impossible, Liu Yi said after some thought. In noble families, legitimate daughters were well documented. Concubines' daughters were often seen as secondary, primarily destined to be dowry attendants. Even if the Qin family wanted to bet on Qin Shi, Qinlan's status couldn't change to that of a legitimate daughter unless the Qin family was willing to offend the Fan family. With the marriage contract already in place, neither the Qin family nor the Fan family could afford to lose face. Has Zichuan's request for supplies been met? Also, he mentioned trying to fit nose rings on the cattle from the north. If successful, we won't lack plow oxen in the future, Liu Bei said with a smile. In his experience, Chen Shi's requests were always well calculated and never trivial. I had already instructed Zheng Shiping and Su Shuang to try fitting nose rings when the first letter arrived. If it works, we'll be informed soon, Liu Yi replied with a smile. In this era, farming was paramount. As long as the land could yield crops, even if the economy collapsed, stability could still be maintained. Meanwhile, Zhongba was earnestly persuading the remaining yellow turbans. Grand Leader, you will definitely lead us to break out successfully. Under your leadership, we have already raided several farming points. We will definitely escape Taishan and return to Qingzhou. A fanatically devoted yellow turban spoke up before Zhongba could finish hinting for the undercover agents to speak. Returning to Qizhou offers no survival. 2,000,000 yellow turbans left Qizhou, and now only over 10,000 of US remain. Over 1,000,000 brothers are gone, starved, fallen behind, killed. Don't we yellow turbans want a better life? Zhongba roared, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at his subordinates. Continuing to flee leads only to death. Commander Qin is dead. I have led you through countless dangers, barely finding a way out, but now we face too many enemies. We cannot break through. Zhongba shouted. Do you know? To return to Qizhou, We must defeat that army, and we cannot. Staying here means death. I don't understand, but Grand Leader, you cannot die. We can die, but not you. You've led us through countless dangers, found food for us. Every time we got food, you ate last. Grand Leader must not die. A yellow turban knelt, banging his head on the ground. Get up. Zongba pulled the yellow turban up by his arm. With bloodshot eyes, Zongba stared at those blocking him. Remember, I lead you to get you food. We are bandits. Once a bandit, always a bandit. No one will forgive us. This time, General of Pacification Lu Xuanda doesn't want more killing, so he gave us a chance. Have you forgotten Chashi? How many brothers were slaughtered after surrendering? We won't get another chance like this. The yellow turbans fell silent. They knew about Zongba's deal with Taishan. Their grand leader, much like the legendary Heavenly General Zheng Jiao, planned to sacrifice his life for the yellow turban's survival. Zheng Jiao had failed, but now a new hero emerged among the yellow turbans, willing to die for 1,000,000 yellow turbans. I am leaving. Stay here. After I die, someone will come to take over the camp. Do not resist. Live well, no more banditry. Marry, farm, raise children. They will treat you as ordinary people, not look down on you. Heavenly General, I have fulfilled your last dream. Allow me, Xiangao, to join you after death. Zongba said, turning desolately to leave the camp. His solitary, emaciated figure stretched long in the sunset. As Zongba stepped out of the camp, a yellow turban leader fell to his knees, weeping. Soon, the entire camp was filled with sobbing. In late April 192 AD, the grand leader of the yellow turbans, disciple of the Heavenly General, Xiangao, sacrificed his life to secure the integration of the yellow turbans into Taishan. Paving the way with his blood, 1,000,000 yellow turbans wept in unison, marking the end of the yellow turbans as they joined Taishan. Alpha-OS well, isn't this the grand leader himself? Qinshi greeted Zongba with a teasing smile as he entered the tent. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others also laughed heartily. Mission accomplished without fail, Zongba said, clasping his hands in salute. Good. I've already had Fazheng prepare a coffin, a body double, and a eulogy. Your substitute will be buried as a hero, Qinshi said with a broad smile. They had been searching for a suitable substitute for half a month. After all, they couldn't actually bury Zongba. The yellow turbans haven't had it easy, Zongba said, tossing the yellow cloth wrapped around his head onto the table and sighing. Rebellion forced by oppression. What we did is a good deed, at least I won't harm them. For now, you should stay out of sight. Let your skin lighten, gain some weight, and grow a beard. Don't show up until you're unrecognizable, Qinshi said with a smile. The new grand leader of the yellow turbans left the camp for Taishan's main camp. Shortly after, Taishan soldiers brought a coffin with the substitute's body, along with a large amount of grain and clean water. They announced that, moved by the grand leader's spirit and loyalty, any yellow turban except those with severe crimes could come to Taishan and be given a fresh start, with their past misdeeds forgiven. It's done. From now on, Xiao is our backyard. Once we free up some resources, Qingzhou will be ours. Let's drink to this. Qinshi poured some alcohol for everyone, filling his own cup with rice wine, and spoke excitedly. This is all thanks to you, Zichuan. Guan Yu praised, drinking the strong liquor, his face unchanged despite the burning sensation in his stomach. Good wine. Zhang Fei downed his cup in one gulp, then looked longingly at the wine jar by Qinshi's feet. All right, that's enough. This kind of wine is okay occasionally, but it's too wasteful of grain to drink regularly. Once we have more food, I'll get you some. For now, don't even think about it, Qinshi said with a laugh, then ordered the wine jar to be taken away. The wine was mainly for disinfecting purposes. I'll wait until then, Zhang Fei said joyfully. The Qingzhou-Yanzhou border is secure. I no longer need to lead these soldiers. Zilong, hear my orders. Qinshi set down his cup and spoke seriously as the others finished their drinks. At your command. Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci stood up and saluted. I order you two to take your respective troops, select 10,000 yellow turbans, and garrison them in Liqing to guard against Yuan Shao. Zilong, you will also continue overseeing the Qingzhou-Yanzhou farming affairs. Qinshi handed them their prepared orders. Understood. Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci responded loudly. Zhongtai, you will lead Butai and Waho to assist Qingzhou's refugees in farming. Accept all refugees, and if you have any questions, consult Silom. You may select up to 50,000 troops for farming, treating local people equally. Qin Shi handed another set of orders to Sun Guan, Sun Kong, and Wu Dun. The internal affairs of Qingzhou would be managed by these three, with no government established until after the summer harvest, as food was the priority. Understood. The three stood and bowed. Yunchang, Ida, lead the troops north with me to pressure Jizhou. Qin Shi's eyes gleamed. Though they couldn't challenge Yuan Shao directly yet, their forces were strong enough to influence the balance of power in the land. With their recent victory, they could pressure Jizhou. Even Yuan Shao would have to reconsider his strategy, as Gongsun Zan was currently on the offensive. Understood. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stood up and responded loudly. Grand Leader, what about me? Zhang Ba stood up and asked, seeing everyone else assign tasks while he had none. Xuanga, return to Feng Gao with 3,000 cavalry. If Cao Cao makes any moves, attack Qinlu directly and show him our strength. We don't need to worry about his feelings now, and he won't be on our side anymore. Warn him not to cause trouble. If Chao Mengda stays put, just keep him under pressure. Qin Shi handed Zhang Ba his final orders. It would be best if Zhang Ba stayed out of Chio for the rest of the year to avoid complications. Nigeria Naira. Understood. Zhang Ba said excitedly, clasping his hands. Suppressing a rival warlord sounded very appealing. After distributing the tasks, Qin Shi patted Fa Jing, signaling for him to bring in the performers. As for the rules against drinking and women in the camp, as long as they kept winning, such regulations could be flexible. The next day, the army split up. Qin Shi led Fa Jing, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shi north. If this lineup were in place during their later fame, Yuan Shao would be terrified. For now, Yuan Shao didn't yet grasp the situation. However, news of Qin Shi's victory over the Yellow Turbans would soon spread throughout the Han. Meanwhile, Hua Xiong had been learning an obscure formation for over 10 days. Despite his efforts and those of his soldiers, Jia Su could arrange ants into an 8 trigrams diagram on the carriage shaft, creating a yin-yang energy shield. Watching this made Hua Xiong want to slit his throat out of frustration. He still hadn't mastered the formation. Sigh, my 2-part yin-yang isn't bad, Jia Su said, arranging the ants into the 8 gates golden lock formation, then switching to the heavenly lock and reverse engineering it into the 5 elements before forming the yin-yang head-tail great kill. What do you think? Jia Su asked Li Ru, who was resting with his eyes closed. Useless. Besides you, who can use it, and who will pass it on? Li Ru said, not even opening his eyes. Pour me some tea. Jia Su poured tea into a white porcelain cup and handed it to Li Ru. These white porcelain cups were tributes originally intended for Emperor Xian. During the chaos in Chang'an, Hua Xiong happened upon the tribute convoy and offered to help, keeping the cups for Li Ru's use. These flawless, white porcelain cups were now a rarity. As for Li Ru, he had completely disregarded the imperial authority. Being near death, he had nothing to lose. He wasn't opposed to offering tributes to Emperor Xian, but for now, he intended to enjoy them first. However, Hua Xiong secretly sent a letter to Qin Shi, asking him to prepare a set for Li Ru. He dared not tell Liu Bei, knowing he would be furious. Qin Shi, however, likely had some stock and could send a set either for Li Ru's use or as a tribute to Emperor Xian, saving face for everyone involved. Qin Shi led an army of 20,000 infantry and cavalry toward the border between Jizhou and Qingzhou. As they approached Jizhou, he realized it was already May, and his wedding would likely need to be postponed. Sigh, ending this chaotic world is truly difficult, Qin Shi mused, gazing at the clouds in the sky. He had been using his mental talent continuously, though he still wasn't entirely clear on its precise nature. However, he had a general understanding. Historically, Taishan had a minor bumper crop in 191, but under his influence, it had become a major bumper crop. Now, he hoped to enhance the good weather of 192 to even better conditions. In Lujiang, a Taoist dressed in rough cloth, known for his knowledge of celestial phenomena, curiously observed the sky. Although it was daytime and stars couldn't be seen, Zhuxiai noticed a change in the celestial signs in the north, particularly around Taishan and Qizhou. Who's crazy enough to alter the celestial phenomena on such a large scale and for so long? Let me see, Zhuxiai wondered aloud. Changing the weather wasn't difficult, but doing so over a large area was challenging. To do it for an extended period essentially meant altering the climate for the year. What's going on? Zhuxiai was stunned as he calculated. The overall timing of rain, sunshine, and wind hadn't changed. Zhuxiai carefully observed the celestial phenomena over Taishan. Finally, he sighed, recognizing the work of a formidable individual. Although he couldn't understand how it was done, this person hadn't changed the overall climate. They had merely adjusted it slightly, making an already good year even better. The minor irregularities in the weather had been smoothed out, turning the conditions ideal for crop growth. This will turn an originally good year in Taishan and Chino into a bumper crop year. How is such a degree of climate modification even possible? Zhuxiai pondered, intrigued by the direction. It's probably some individual's mental talent, but it must have significant limitations. Let me deduce this extraordinary mental talent, Zhuxiai muttered, beginning a detailed calculation to uncover the mental talent of the person altering the climate on such a large scale. A mental talent that naturally enhances favorable weather conditions? Zhuxiai concluded, finding the results surprising. The Han Dynasty has so many people with unusual talents. This ability must be uncontrollable, yet it's a remarkable strategic talent. Meanwhile, heading north, Qinshi continued pondering the effects of his mental talent. Over time, he realized his talent didn't enhance physical objects, but rather influenced the environment subtly. He could broadly alter weather patterns, although he wasn't sure if he merely improved conditions or suppressed adverse weather, leading to a potential future outbreak. Regardless of which it was, Qinshi knew his talent's significant importance. His mental talent operated continuously, passively affecting the environment around him. This made it a passive skill, unlike Lu Su's active skill. Whether his talent improved conditions or suppressed bad weather, it was crucial for Qinshi to stockpile enough grain during these favorable years. Even if catastrophic weather events followed, they would be prepared with enough food reserves to withstand them. Historically, the period was marked by poor harvests, so having stored grain would mitigate the impact of any disasters. With this in mind, Qinshi wasn't overly afraid of his mental talent potentially causing future disasters. After all, the region had already experienced severe droughts leading to failed crops. Additional disasters wouldn't worsen the situation further, they would still need disaster relief efforts. As long as they had grain reserves, they could handle any crises that arose. Phew, Qinshi sighed, looking at the letter from Li Ru. It seemed Li Ru had overstepped by openly using tribute items, but Qinshi knew he had to cover for Li Ru since he was considered a friend. Strategist, is there any bad news? Zhao Yun asked, noticing Qinshi's displeased expression. Zijian is too slow in presenting tributes to the emperor, although it's partly due to dealing with Dongzhuo's remnants, Qinshi replied, giving a convenient explanation. Oh, I haven't seen Zijian since last November. I hope he's doing well. But since the strategist has arranged it, I'm sure there won't be any mistakes, Zhao Yun said, reassuring Qinshi, who seemed agitated since realizing he might miss his wedding date. Forget it. Although I didn't give him clear instructions, with Jia Su and Li Ru around, they should understand my intentions, Qinshi said with a smile. He hadn't given Hua Xiang explicit directions, but Jia Su and Li Ru were sharp enough to grasp his plans. Meanwhile, Hua Xiang had already presented the documents in Chang'an. As the first warlord to offer tribute after the chaos caused by Dongzhuo and a member of the Han imperial clan, this pleased the young Emperor Xian greatly. He saw it as a sign that the Han dynasty was stabilizing again, believing that the empire was returning to normalcy after Dongzhuo's rebellion. Naturally, such an act that displayed the Han dynasty's authority couldn't be overlooked by the emperor. Delighted by the tribute, he decreed that Hua Xiong and his entourage stay at the Chang'an Inn, while the rest were to stay 30 li away. After 9 days of purification rituals, Hua Xiong would be allowed to see the emperor. Noob yes. Strategist, Mr. Jia, please refrain from leaving the inn these days. If you need anything, just let me know, Hua Xiong said, uneasy as he escorted Li Ru and Jia Su to the Chang'an Inn. We know better than you what to do. But as for you, do you even understand why Chen Zichuan sent you to Chang'an? Jia Su scoffed at Hua Xiong. Li Ru, mostly disinterested in conversations, spent most of his time resting with his eyes closed or awaiting death. Fortunately, before Hua Xiong left, Qin Shi, worried about Jia Su and Li Ru's health, sent 10 doctors with them, ensuring Li Ru's survival. You. Hua Xiong was incensed, but took a deep breath to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Li Ru. Please, strategist, enlighten me. After presenting the tributes and grain, request that the Emperor grace Taishan with his presence. Although it's unlikely to be approved, just making the request will suffice. Chen Zichuan simply wants to prevent others from criticizing him, Li Ru said, not even bothering to open his eyes. If you don't understand, just follow orders. Neither Chen Zichuan nor when you would harm you. This move will earn you a favorable position. But once it's done, leave quickly. Although Lu Bu is strong, he can't withstand Li Ke and Guisi for long. Our time is limited, Jia Su said, noticing Hua Xiong's confusion. He provided a brief explanation, ensuring Hua Xiong understood the benefits and urgency. Hua Xiong didn't ask more questions, as he understood the wisdom of these too far surpassed his own. With Li Ru also advising him, he knew he wouldn't be led astray. I will go and pray then. Since we are here, it's best not to challenge the Emperor's authority. Strategist, please rest well. If you need anything, please send someone to inform me. I will not neglect my duties. Seeing Li Ru remain silent, Hua Xiong bowed and slowly exited. I still don't know how you managed to do it. These people respect you immensely, Jia Su remarked, watching Hua Xiong leave. Even though Dong Zhuo was gone, these former generals still followed Li Ru's orders. Li Ru didn't respond, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although he had misjudged Dong Zhuo, the fierce generals he had nurtured from Shiliang were all loyal and righteous men. However, without his guidance, their righteous and generous nature might not last long due to their lowly origins and limited vision. When have someone investigate who offered incense or mourned for Zhongying. Record everyone who did, whether true or not. Although Zhongying promoted many people, anyone who did so should be noted. Li Ru turned to Jia Su. Although he had little hope, since Dong Zhuo's actions in Chang'an had deeply alienated the people, it was worth a try. I already sent someone to investigate when we arrived in Chang'an. I still have some spies here. The report says no one offered incense, and those who mourned have been imprisoned, awaiting execution. Jia Su said calmly. In prison? Kai Boji, I presume. Li Ru reacted immediately. It must be him. Zhongying treated him well. As a great scholar, only his integrity would make him do such a thing. Does he have any children needing care? With his status, Wang Zisher likely won't execute his entire family. Have Hua Xiong see to it and move the Kai family if necessary. He has only one daughter, promised to Wei Zhongdao of the Wei family in Hedong. However, whether mourning for 3 years or sending her to the Wei family now, both are inappropriate. Jia Su detailed the situation to Li Ru. Typically, daughters of noble families married at 18 or 19, and Kai Yan was currently unsuitable for either option. Have Hua Xiong move the Kai family. Promise her a lifetime of glory. Jiao Wenhe, can you do this? Li Ru's eyes shone with determination. I know you're good at self-preservation, but let me ask you this. Zhongying treated you well. Even if you offered no counsel, Zhongying's downfall was his own doing. However, someone mourned him. Since we have time, we must take care of his family. You, Jiao Wenhe, can't shirk this responsibility. Fine, fine. What's a lifetime of glory? It's nothing but a simple task for us. But remember, I will only provide covert protection. Her choices will be her own. I will not interfere. Jia Su reluctantly agreed, making clear he would only provide hidden protection without meddling in her decisions. Understood. Li Ru closed his eyes, uttering one word. With that, Kai Yan's fate was sealed, guaranteed a lifetime of prosperity with these two formidable figures, ensuring her well-being. 10 days later, at Weiyang Palace, Emperor Xian sat high on his throne, gazing down at his bowing ministers and Hua Xiong, who had brought much-needed grain tributes. He was very pleased, ignoring the past incidents at Hulo Pass. Those in the know chose to forget the past, seeing no need to offend a powerful warlord, especially one who was a Han clan member and had just defeated the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans. Hua Xiong's time presenting the tribute was brief. Aside from the shock of the white porcelain cups Qin Shi sent, most of the session was Yang Biao and the newly appointed Wang Yun arguing. Hua Xing's suggestion for the emperor to move to Taishan was ignored. Without the valuable tributes and Liu Bei's loyalty, they might have scolded him outright. Are you disappointed? Jia Su asked with a smile. Very. Is this the Han court? Hua Xiong, having never attended court before his capture at Hulo Pass, found the experience new but ultimately disappointing. Haha, just take the imperial envoy with you. These titles and ranks are what Qin Zichuan really wanted. It's surprising that he, not yet 20, secured a high rank. But sweeping through 1,000,000 yellow turbans is indeed a great achievement for the Han. To the emperor, without the yellow turbans, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Jia Su laughed. Securing a Han title was difficult. If not for Qin Shi's overwhelming success, he wouldn't have earned the rank of a Guanyu. Of course, this was disheartening for Qin Shi, who expected a marquee title. Liu Bei was awarded the title of Tingho, confirming that defeating yellow turbans was something the Han court deeply appreciated. Let's leave tomorrow. The Xiliang army will soon return, casting the Han court into darkness again. The splendor and prosperity of the past are gone, leaving only pain. I wonder who will clean up this mess and who will rule the land. Jia Su sighed. Early the next morning, Hua Xiong paid his respects to the Ministry of Rites and then exited the city. Is this Kai Zhenglong's home? Hua Xiong looked at the dilapidated mansion that everyone avoided, its walls and ground in disarray. Knock on the door. Li Ru frowned. He couldn't be seen in Chang'an, but seeing the state of the Kai residence made him glare at Jia Su, who nonchalantly looked out the window before closing the door again. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Xiong dismounted and knocked firmly on the door, ignoring the surrounding mess. After a long time, a young girl in mourning clothes opened the door slightly and softly said, "The Kai family is in mourning. Only women are left inside, and we cannot invite guests in. Please forgive us. Zijian, help me out of the carriage." Li Ru leaned out and said, "Form a perimeter, maintain vigilance, and seal the entire street." Hua Xiong commanded without hesitation, perplexed by Li Ru's risky move of stepping out of the carriage. Hua Xiong helped Li Ru out of the carriage and then let go. Li Ru walked to the Kai residence door, his aura of authority and years of holding power emanating from him. Tell Zhaoji to take Boji's compiled music classics, his beloved Jiawaikan, and his unfinished manuscripts. She cannot stay in Chang'an. Frightened by Li Ru's imposing manner, the maid hurried back. After a while, Kai Yan, her eyes swollen from crying, came out in mourning clothes and bowed gracefully to Li Ru. Zhaoji greets uncle. With tilde nues, do you know who I am? Li Ru asked in surprise, looking at Kai Yan. I do not know. However, those who dare to come to the Kai family at this time are either my father's close friends or righteous men who once received his kindness. Either way, for me now, they are important aides. Kai Yan, her eyes slightly red, shook her head and replied. Your father, Kai Boji, once said he had a daughter of both talent and beauty. It seems he was right. Would you be willing to come with me to Taishan? Chang'an is no longer safe. War is imminent. As for the Wei family in Hedong, after you complete the 3-year mourning period, I will prepare a dowry for you as your elder. Would you follow me to Taishan? Li Ru spoke gently. Though he wasn't very familiar with Kai Boji, since Kai had mourned for Dong Zhuo, Li felt obligated to look after Kai's family. This was his way of conducting himself. I am willing to follow uncle to Taishan. Kai Yan sighed, realizing that regardless of what she said, the person before her would insist on taking her away from Chang'an. The aura surrounding him already spoke volumes. Given her experiences with the vicissitudes of life and human warmth and coldness, Kai Yan was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing but books. Very well, very well. I am Li Yu from Yongzhou, styled Wenru. You may call me Uncle Li. This person is Hua Xiong, styled Zijian. Once we reach Taishan, if you need anything, you can come to us. When he, come out as well. Li Ru called out and Jia Su, with no choice, stepped out of the carriage, his attire flowing, presenting a scholarly and elegant appearance. I am Jia Wenhe. Jia Su bowed and said no more. If Miss Kai does not mind our rough military men, we can help move anything you need. Seeing that Li Ru had finished speaking, Hua Xiong stepped forward and offered his assistance. No need. As Uncle Li said, I only need to take those 3 items. Kai Yan shook her head and then slowly withdrew. Miss. Upon returning inside, Kai Yan's maid looked at her anxiously, not needing to say more. Kai Yan gently shook her head to signal her maid not to worry. Kai Boji had mourned Dong Zhuo not only out of gratitude, but also to give the Han dynasty a chance to save face. Unfortunately, the common people did not understand, and the court officials like Wang Yun and Yang Biao knew everything but couldn't be bothered with a 17-year-old girl who had no value to them. People leaving and cooling the tea was just the way of the world. Because the common people were ignorant, Kai Yan found herself trapped in Chang'an. If she could leave, her father's reputation would allow her to thrive in any noble family. But the current situation left her confined in Chang'an. Let's go and pack our things. We are heading to Taishan. I heard that place belongs to Lu Xuanda, and many of our lost books from Luoyang have been collected by him. People say Lu Xuanda is benevolent. With this connection, I believe he won't make things difficult for us. On the contrary, we might find some solace. Kai Yan, her eyes still red, spoke to her maid. Soon, Kai Yan emerged carrying the Jiawaikan and the music classics, while her maid brought out Kai Boji's unfinished history of the Han dynasty. They then boarded the carriage Hua Xiang had prepared and slowly left Chang'an. After traveling 30 miles, Hua Xiang reached the camp where his soldiers were stationed. After a brief rest, they resumed their march. With 4,000 soldiers at his command, Hua Xiang felt a surge of confidence. Their presence was his courage. Sitting in the carriage, Kai Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seeing 4,000 well-disciplined soldiers and knowing the commander was that old gentleman's subordinate, she thought, a warlord, perhaps? As for Liu Bei, she didn't consider him much, as the information she had from outside indicated that Liu Bei was still a struggling Han clan member with only Taishan to his name. Meanwhile, on the front line between Jizhou and Yuzhou, Yuan Shao was shocked upon receiving news from the rear. The 100,000 yellow turbans in Jizhou had been swept away by Chen Shi. This Chen Zichuan from Yingchuan was too formidable. Yuan Hao, look at this report. Yuan Shao handed the latest intelligence to his most trusted advisor, Tian Feng. A genius of the age. The yellow turbans were bound to be defeated by him. However, what worries me more is that Lu Xuanda poses a greater threat to us than the yellow turbans. Tian Feng, after reading the report, initially stunned, then sighed repeatedly before furrowing his brows. I worry about the same. If I had known he was a disciple of the Qin family from Yingchuan, I should have recruited him during the alliance of the warlords, especially since he was always following me around then. It's a pity he was taken in by Lu Xuanda. Such talent, what a loss. Yuan Shao reflected, vaguely recalling the name Chen Shi. Then he realized this was the young man who had been following him during the early days of the alliance, looking for meals. What? Tian Feng was surprised. Lord, you've met Chen Zichuan from Yingchuan? I was careless. I should have inquired more back then. During the alliance, I noticed he was quite talented, so I let him join me in the main tent for meals. We chatted a bit, but didn't delve deeper. I only knew his name was Chen Zichuan. It's a pity. Later, Lu Xuanda took him in. Now thinking back, he must have already joined Lu Xuanda then. Yuan Shao was frustrated. If he had known Chen Shi was such a great catch, he wouldn't have let him go, acting as if he was just some small fry. Our Nigeria Naira. This is fate. It's always been like this. In the south, we have Gong Yu, Jun Yi, and Yuan Bo defending. Even if Lu Xuanda has any ill intentions, it shouldn't be a major problem. After all, that area is our home ground, where we have significant advantages. Tian Feng sighed. Fortunately, Chen Zichuan is a capable minister and unlikely to start a war easily. He probably intends to show military might and perhaps seize some resources while we are preoccupied. In that case, our main strategy remains unchanged. If Chen Zichuan only seeks some benefits without causing too much trouble, we should accommodate him. Our primary target remains Gongsun Bogue. Only by defeating him can we hope to conquer the realm. Until then, we must tolerate the existence of other warlords. Yuan Shao calmly concluded after a brief contemplation. Lord, you are wise. Tian Feng bowed, deeply appreciating Yuan Shao's ability to assess situations and make the most beneficial choices under any circumstances. Therefore, I will write to Gong Yu, advising him to avoid conflicts with Chen Zichuan as much as possible. If Chen Zichuan's demands are not excessive, we should comply temporarily. If he deliberately causes trouble then. Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with determination. A capable strategist must be decisive when necessary. Good. We have 2 of Hebei's 4 pillars stationed on the Qingou border, with able ministers like Gongyu. Jizhou is our home turf. Let's see if Chen Zichuan can defy the odds. Yuan Shao nodded, a hint of pride in his voice when mentioning Hebei's 4 pillars, but before Yuan Shao could send out the letter to Juzhou, a second piece of intelligence arrived. If the first report left Yuan Shao merely shocked, the second one made it clear that Liu Bei was now qualified to stand alongside him. Even if there were differences in strength, Liu Xuanda had now become the lord of a state. Yuan Hao, take a look at this report, Yuan Shao said bitterly. He regretted not recognizing that young man's talents earlier. Tianfeng read through the report and then looked up at Yuan Shao, saying each word with emphasis, "My lord, Liu Xuanda will surely become our formidable enemy in the future. Chen Zichuan is a prodigious talent, and the courage of Guan, Zhang, and Zhao is renowned throughout the land. We cannot be unprepared. However, with Gongsun Bogue invading Jizhou from the south, we can only muster enough strength to defend, not to attack." At this point, Tianfeng hesitated and looked at Yuan Shao intently. Yuan Shao, puzzled, asked, "Yuan Hao, speak your mind. Would my lord dare to take a risky move?" Tianfeng asked, steeling himself. "Why not?" Yuan Shao, still in his bold and courageous phase, was not deterred by Tianfeng's suggestion. "We currently have enough strength to defend against Gongsun Bogue, but it is nearly impossible to gain an advantage over him due to the speed of the White Horse Cavalry. I suggest that since we lack offensive power, we should abandon all attacks and instead focus our efforts here." Tianfeng pointed to a location on the map. "If we cannot defeat Gongsun Bogue with the strength of one state, then we should enhance our power to the point where we can face both adversaries without falling behind," Tianfeng said solemnly. "Now, Bingou is overrun by the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes. With our strength, defeating these ragtag forces would be no problem. I propose that we split our forces, one to conquer Bingou and the other to defend the border. Given Gongsun Bogue's arrogance, he will surely be enraged by our provocations and focus all his efforts on attacking our main forces. If we can hold out, once Bingou is taken, the entire situation will change dramatically," Tianfeng explained. Yuan Shao pondered for a long time before making a difficult decision. "Very well, summon Yan Liang and Wen Chou to see me." Soon, Yan Liang and Wen Chou arrived at the main tent, respectfully saluting Yuan Shao and Tianfeng before standing at attention, waiting for orders. Unlike at Hulo Pass, they were now household retainers of Yuan Shao. "Yan Liang, Wen Chou." Yuan Shao sighed. "Here, my lord," they responded loudly. "If only you two, Yuan Hao and I are here, would you have the confidence to force Gongsun Zan to stay beyond the borders of Jizhou and Yuzhou?" Yuan Shao asked. "We will fight to the death." Yan Liang and Wen Chou knelt on one knee without hesitation, speaking with determination. Hearing this, Yuan Shao felt comforted, but then rubbed his forehead in frustration. What a situation! He hadn't said much, and Yan Liang and Wen Chou were already pledging to fight to the death. Was he asking these two fools to die? "Yuan Hao." Yuan Shao looked at Tianfeng. "Yan and Wen are brave and fierce generals, fearless in battle. Leaving them here with us is sufficient." Tianfeng praised Yan Liang and Wen Chou but was inwardly frustrated. Compared to versatile generals like Zheng He and Gao Lan, Yuan Shao clearly trusted and valued Yan Liang and Wen Chou more. "All right, since that's the case, we'll take this gamble." Yuan Shao glanced at Tianfeng, then looked back at Yan Liang and Wen Chou with relief. Yuan Shao knew that Yan Liang and Wen Chou might not be suitable for commanding large armies, but did he need such generals? Hebei had no shortage of strategists. Yuan Shao's influence was not built on nothing. The civil servants Liu Xuanda sought were abundant in Yuan Shao's ranks. Yan Liang and Wen Chou might not be adept at command, but Yuan Shao valued their loyalty. He still had some doubts about others, but these two had proven their loyalty by fighting against Lu Bu to protect him. Such loyalty was what Yuan Shao needed. Talent could be found, but loyal subordinates were rare. Because of this, Yuan Shao planned to train Yan Liang and Wen Chou. Even if they couldn't become great commanders, having them accompanied by strategists as military advisors should suffice. He believed their loyalty would ensure they followed orders. "We will not falter." Yan Liang and Wen Chou, though confused, maintained their composure and responded. They were prepared to sacrifice their lives for Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao, still courageous and decisive, began preparing to split his forces to counter Gongsun Zan. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, marching towards Jizhou, had no idea that his actions had forced Yuan Shao to take a risk. Originally cautious after years of stalemate with Gongsun Zan, Yuan Shao was now compelled to gamble. Set up camp in Liqing. We're here to pressure Jizhou, not to start a war. Ida, if you dare act on your own, don't blame me for being harsh. Qin Shi warned Zhang Fei sternly in the Liqing government office. Along the way, Zhang Fei had been itching for a fight, wanting to challenge the Hebei generals. Several times, he had wanted to march ahead to Jizhou, prompting Qin Shi to warn him. Starting a war now would severely damage Taishan's interests. Nope. Qin Shi knew they didn't have the strength to take Jizhou. At best, they could win a battle, but couldn't defeat Jizhou's local defenses led by Zhu Shou. With no plans to conquer Jizhou, Qin Shi had no intention of fighting. The war between Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao was Liu Bei's opportunity. They were here to showcase their military might, not to provoke a fight. A war with Yuan Shao would only benefit Gongsun Zan. Full-scale attacks on Jizhou might defeat Yuan Shao, but it wouldn't benefit Liu Bei. After the war, how would they divide Jizhou? Gongsun Zan, though a hero, wouldn't listen to reason once power was at stake. Liu Bei, without solidifying Jizhou, would become easy prey. Gongsun Zan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Thus, Qin Shi focused on strategic intimidation rather than direct confrontation, avoiding actions that might start a war they weren't prepared to finish. Hua Xiong led his mounted infantry towards Yanzhou, equipped with the latest intelligence. Chao Mingde had already become the governor of Yanzhou, and Qin Shi, having defeated the Yellow Turbans in Qizhou, had ordered Hua Xiong to pass through Qinlu quickly without causing any trouble. He had also dispatched Zongba as a precaution. If Zongba left Taishan to meet Hua Xiong, it would mean that relations with Chao Mingde were deteriorating. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Shi hoped Hua Xiong wouldn't use Zongba's cavalry, as their entry into Qinlu would signify a complete break with Cao Cao. In this cautious situation, a high-profile approach was meant to prevent others from disrupting their plans, not to provoke a war. With this letter in hand, Hua Xiong became much more careful. He didn't want to be the one to disrupt Qin Shi's grand strategy, even though he had no idea what that strategy was. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Zhen family in Jizhou and the Mi family in Xuzhou had reached a fever pitch. In this battle among the 5 major merchants, the result was shocking. From the outset, the 3-generation-old Mi family easily suppressed the century-old Zhen family, blocking all of its commercial channels. Everyone in Jizhou had a rough idea of the Zhen family's wealth. But facing the Mi family, the Zhen family found themselves easily outmaneuvered. The Mi family's products were better in quality, lower in price, and available sooner. This difference made it difficult for the Zhen family to sell their goods, which piled up unsold. Fortunately, the Zhen family was based in Jizhou, enjoying significant local support and exclusive channels. Initially, they weren't severely affected, with the Mi family's impact limited to mid- and lower-tier sales. Such situations had happened before, so the Zhen family continued focusing on their upper-tier market. The tragedy for merchants in this era was their low status, preventing them from accessing the highest echelons of society. Only noble families could engage with other noble families. Thus, the Zhen family largely dismissed the Mi family's impact. Had the Mi family been alone, they might have been helpless. But they had many allies, and not all noble families in Jizhou favored the Zhen family. Some, like the powerful Cui family and the Geng family, descendants of Liu Xiu's supporters, saw this as an opportunity. With this, the Zhen family's situation worsened. Their top-tier sales were hampered by the Cui and Geng families, while the Mi family began to clear out the mid- and lower-tier markets. If not for the restraint of Jizhou's government, the Mi family might have already expelled the Zhen family from these markets. As it stood, the Zhen family's goods were piling up, costing them heavily every day. Damn that Mi family, what are they trying to do? Jinmi's mother, Madame Zhang, fumed as she reviewed the daily accounts. She never imagined that their century-old noble family could be blocked by a 3-generation-old upstart family. Madam, something terrible has happened. The Zhen family's steward, Jin Luan, rushed to the inner courtyard. Jinluan, what do you think you're doing, shouting like that? Madame Zhang frowned. As the family's steward, Jinluan's behavior was disgraceful. You'll receive 10 lashes for this. Madam, the Mi family has brought officials and our contracts to collect debts, Jinluan said quickly, lowering his head. Madame Zhang was stunned, but quickly pieced together the year's events. Well. I don't know which family dares to scheme against the Zhen family. Let's see. If they want to see officials, then we'll see officials. If the Zhen family in Jizhou falls to a 3-generation-old merchant family, then our end is near. Mi Zijing greets Madame Zhen, Miju said, bowing slightly when he saw Madame Zhang. He disliked playing the villain. You must be Mi Zijing? Madame Zhang nodded slightly at Miju. You do have an air about you. How does it feel to be a pawn? Zhu is unwilling, but a promise is a promise. Madam, please, Miju responded, neither confirming nor denying her words, gesturing politely. Let's go. I want to see who's behind this, trying to defeat the Zhen family in Jizhou. Master Mi, if you find yourself homeless, you're welcome at the Zhen family. I have faith in your talents, Madame Zhang said with a smile, showing no panic, embodying the poise of a noblewoman. Sigh, madam, please. The Zhen family's influence is indeed strong in Jizhou, but it's limited to Jizhou. Madam, you might not even know who you've offended. Sometimes a word or a look can cause great harm. Madam, be prepared, Miju shook his head, responding calmly. When Chen Shi shattered the yellow turbans, accepted 1,000,000 surrendering troops, and incorporated Qingzhou into Taishan, Miju knew the outcome. Even if the Zhen family were in the right, Jizhou would abandon them. No one would risk bringing war to their doorstep for outsiders. The Zhen family was just one noble family in Jizhou, not the largest. This time, they had to face it alone. The Zhen family's strength lay in their connections. Without these connections, their power dropped by 90%. Qin Shi seized this opportunity to subdue the Zhen family, planting a foothold in Hebei. Though this foothold was unstable, it would strengthen as Lu Xuanda's power grew. One day, when Lu Xuanda's power surpassed Yuan Shao's, the Zhen family would see an opportunity. Comparing the family that abandoned them with Liu Bei's growing influence, the Zhen family would naturally make a choice, becoming a crucial factor in destabilizing Hebei. The Zhen family's connections were what Qin Shi needed. This time, the Zhen family lost because Yuan Shao's power was overwhelming. Other families had to abandon them. But as Liu Bei's power rose, surpassing Yuan Shao's, the Zhen family and other noble families in Hebei would have to reconsider their allegiance. In this way, many problems would be resolved. The Zhen family was critical to Qin Shi's plans, essential in many strategies where a noble family in Hebei was needed. When Madame Zhang saw Zhu Shou and the heads of various influential families sitting inside the prefectural office, she had a bad feeling. But her confidence as a member of the Jizhou nobility prevented her from thinking too deeply about it. After receiving Yuan Shao's letter, it didn't take long for a conflict to erupt between the Mi and Zhen families. This gave Zhu Shou pause, prompting him to investigate. Or rather, Miju had intentionally sent signals to the Jizhou authorities. Upon receiving them, Zhu Shou quickly realized that Lu Xuanda, Liu Bei, had his sights set on the Zhen family. What does the Zhen family have to offer? Zhu Shou pondered and concluded that their value lay in their northern connections, trade, and wealth. However, compared to the entirety of Jizhou, these were not particularly significant. Especially after the Yuans from the Huan and Cheng branches had established themselves in Jizhou, both Yuan Benchu, Yuan Shao, and his advisors, including Zhu Gongyu, Zhu Shou, and Tian Yuanhao Tianfeng, understood one thing. The local aristocracy of Jizhou needed to be weakened. There could be only one voice in Jizhou, and that was the Yuan family. However, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The Yuan family might be powerful, but local families like the Gungs, Cuis, Zhangs, and Zhens had centuries of history. They might not rival the Yuan family in influence across central China, but in Jizhou, these 4 families together could challenge the Yuan family. This was why, despite his power, Yuan Shao needed to ally with local forces upon arriving in Jizhou. The local snakes were too strong. The signals sent by the Mi family were actually good news for the Jizhou authorities. Even so, Zhu Shou specifically wrote to Qin Shi, warning him not to push too far. Qin Shi's response reassured Zhu Shou significantly. Qinshi stated that Qizhou was exhausted and burdened by the yellow turbans. He proposed a fair judgment and compensation with 1,000,000 share of grain. After reading the letter, Zhu Shou had it delivered to the front lines. He already knew how to handle the situation. 1,000,000 share of grain wasn't a big issue. Qizhou was prosperous and had harvested abundantly the previous year. The government granaries held over 20,000,000 share, but giving away 1,000,000 for free was out of the question. While negotiating with Qinshi, Zhu Shou advised Mizhu to hold off on suing the Jin family, as he wasn't ready yet. He also secretly contacted the heads of various influential families in Jizhou, clarifying the situation and even presenting the latest battle reports. Jizhou's families varied in size and lacked professional intelligence handlers. Their intelligence systems were often chaotic. While they knew of Taishan's response to the yellow turbans, they lacked detailed information. The best intelligence system, belonging to the Cui family, only knew that Qinshi had defeated the yellow turbans. This news shocked the Cui family head but seemed irrelevant to them, or so they thought. When Zhu Shou presented the latest battle reports to the heads of Jizhou's families, their faces darkened. They realized that while Gongsun Zan posed an external threat, Qinshi was a domestic one. With the power to defeat over 1,000,000 yellow turbans in a month, this figure now threatened their doorstep. Instantly, the family heads turned their focus to Zhu Shou. The Cui family had noticed the absence of the Jin family, suspecting they were being marginalized or that the upcoming discussion concerned them. Other astute family heads also sensed something was off and remained silent, waiting for Zhu Shou to speak. Soon, the room fell silent, all eyes on Zhu Shou. This matter indeed concerns the Jin family, Zhu Shou said with a smile. He wanted them to understand his intentions when the time came to explain. This is a letter from Qinziquan. Please consider it carefully. I will step out for a moment. The fate of Jizhou is in your hands, Zhu Shou said, handing over Qinshi's letter and leaving the room without giving them time to react. Less than half an hour later, Zhu Shou was invited back. The outcome was as he expected. The Zhang family was out. Even the Zhang family, closely aligned with the Jins, said nothing. Faced with their own interests versus the Zhang family's fate, all families chose self-preservation. As the Geng family head put it, dragging all of Jizhou's people into war for the Jin family's sake was not wise, leading to the Zhen family's exclusion. With the backing of all Jizhou families, Zhu Shou calmly calculated the Jin family's assets, finding that their total worth fell short of compensation. He felt reassured. The exclusion of one of the four major families significantly weakened their overall power, giving the Yuan family a chance to intervene. After tallying the Jin family's assets, Zhu Shou sent a letter to Yuan Shao via fast courier. He had a better plan. If Chen Ziquan wanted to play, Zhu Shou was willing to use Chen's move to subdue Hebei's four families in one go. Noble families were opportunistic. If Chen Ziquan could use them, why couldn't Zhu Gongyu? There was no better way to win favor than by supporting someone in their time of need. A Yuan-Jin alliance could potentially unify Jizhou. With this in mind, Zhu Shou began meticulous preparations, using the pretext of defending against Qinshi to mobilize funds. This was an excellent opportunity to consolidate Yuan family control over Jizhou. Seizing this chance, Jizhou, with its large population and grain production, could muster enough power through unified military and political orders to crush Gongsun. Combining the forces of Yu, Bing, and Ji provinces, the entire realm could be within reach. These thoughts excited Zhu Shou, making him feel a thrilling tremor at the prospect of influencing the grand fate of the realm. Misfortune turns to blessing, Zhu Shou felt clearly. Madame Zhang gave a graceful salute, the atmosphere tense. But seeing Zhu Shou at the head, she felt more at ease. With Jizhou's official support, she was reassured. Without this backing, the Mi family alone couldn't defeat the Jin family. It would be laughable. Seat Lady Jin and Mi Zizhong, Zhu Shou said calmly. Seats were quickly brought for both. Mi Zhu frowned slightly, understanding Zhu Shou's gesture of seating Lady Jin, but puzzled at being seated himself. He was just a merchant. Was Zhu Shou aiming for mediation? Mi Zhu couldn't help but wonder. Regardless of Zhu Shou's intentions, the initiative remained with Mi Zhu. Everything was proceeding as Qinshi had predicted. Having reached this point, there was no turning back. The Jin family's downfall was imminent. After the box of deeds and IOUs was brought forward, Mi Zhu spoke calmly. These documents are all genuine. The Jin family's reputation should ensure there is no denial. The clerk quickly verified the documents and reported to Jusho, Lord Governor, these are indeed the Jean family's signed deeds and IOUs. To avoid any mistakes, Jusho had ensured that every official present was his trusted aide, instructing them to handle the matter based solely on evidence, disregarding the other party's status. Madam Jin, do you have any objections? I will not be one-sided. If there are any discrepancies, please inform me now, Jusho said calmly, showing no favoritism. Madame Zhang smiled and responded, these land deeds and IOUs were indeed issued by my Zhen family. Although I am curious how these debts and deeds came to be, this is not the place to discuss that. Please, Zhugong, convert them to silver and cash value. It was clear that Madame Zhang admitted the Zhen family's insufficiency in silver, allowing the government to repurchase at a discounted rate and use the proceeds to pay off the debt. After all, such overdue debts did not violate criminal laws. In the Han Dynasty, they were considered miscellaneous laws. According to the law, as long as the debt was repaid within the time given by the court, the worst punishment was 3 lashes. For this reason, in cases of overdue debts, the repayment methods and deadlines determined by the presiding judge were crucial. Depending on the repayment result, the final punishment could vary significantly. Those who couldn't repay might even be demoted to slavery. As a lady of noble status, Madame Zhang wouldn't face whipping or be demoted to slavery due to inability to pay. So the final punishment would be cancelled, as long as Jusho extended the repayment period, or even dragged it out indefinitely. The Jin family could end up keeping all their properties without spending a penny. However, Madame Zhang clearly didn't want to resort to such measures as they would tarnish the Zhan family's reputation. While they couldn't produce enough cash, they still had goods. By paying off the debt with goods at fair value, the Jin family would only lose face, but not suffer significant financial loss, assuming a fair valuation. In the Han Dynasty, government-imposed debt settlements were rarely fair. A 3/10 valuation was considered generous. However, for a prominent family like the Jins in their home region, a fair valuation was not impossible. If even this couldn't be achieved, could they still claim to be a century-old noble family? Jusho sighed and stood up. Mi Zizhang, would you be willing to show mercy and let the Zhen family off? With these words, those aware of the situation began whispering among themselves. This diverged from their agreed plan to abandon the Zhen family. Now, if Jusho's intervention succeeded, it would complicate matters later. It's not that I'm unwilling. The Mi and Jin families have no enmity and even had business dealings before. But now, the Mi family has no choice but to press forward. I hope Zhugong understands, Miju said with a bitter smile and bowed. He knew that as long as he refused to relent, Jusho would have to adjudicate under the miscellaneous laws and could only apply the harshest 1/10 valuation. The Jin family was cornered. I understand the Mi family's difficulties. Could we negotiate a way to give the Jin family some leniency? Jizho will not forget your favor, Jusho continued to mediate, hinting that regardless of Miju's decision, Jizho would remember this. Showing leniency would earn Jizho's gratitude, while refusing might someday lead to Jizho seeking retribution. Miju maintained his bitter smile but was unfazed. Can you, Zhugong, predict the outcomes for Yuan Benchu and Lu Xuanda? If you could foresee everything, you wouldn't be here. I bet my family's fortune on Lu Xuanda, you bet on Yuan Benchu. Now you're telling me Yuan Benchu is better. Zhugong, Jizho surely knows who backs me. I'm just a pawn. Even if I don't want to fight the Jin family, what can I do? Miju lowered his posture, feigning helplessness. Jusho sighed. Does your backer truly refuse to reconcile with Jizho? We have no direct conflict. Jusho persistently demonstrated his support for the Jin family before Madame Zhang, thinking ahead. I dare not make decisions. Miju continued his act, inwardly despising Jusho for trying to extricate himself. Sigh, Madame Jin. Jusho turned and bowed to Madame Zhang. Thank you for your support, Zhugong. Please calculate the assets. What we bought back then might be worth a lot now, Madame Zhang said firmly, implying that a fair valuation would essentially be selling to the government, which might even yield a profit for the Zhen family. Me family head must have incurred some losses too. Not really. My family has profited a bit from every sale in Jizhou. Not much, but it accumulates, Miju smiled, certain that the government wouldn't offer a fair valuation. 1/10 was the maximum he expected. Soon, the Jin family's assets were tallied. Reporting to the prefect, The Jin family's calculable assets amount to approximately 770 million coins. The shortfall is 1.1 billion coins. The scribe announced, visibly shocked. Even at a 10th valuation, the Jin family's assets were worth 770 million coins. The Jizhou family heads were equally stunned. They knew the Jin family was wealthy, but had never had a chance to calculate it. This was eye-opening. Without the severe discount, the Jin family would be worth 7.7 billion coins, equivalent to 40 million share of grain at Jizhou prices. This wasn't just immense wealth, it was enough to support a warlord's army. For the first time, Hebei's noble families felt the pressure. Even noble blood couldn't withstand the allure of such wealth. Zhu Shou trembled slightly. He had known this figure beforehand, but announcing it publicly made him shake. Now he fully understood why Chen Ziqian insisted on the Zhang family. Lu Xuanda's foundation was unstable, lacking money and grain. Absorbing the Jin family would solidify his base. 1 million yellow turbans was nothing. The Jin family alone could support them without much strain. Plus, Miju stood there, another of the top 5 merchants, likely worth tens of billions of coins. Miju was also shocked. Though his Mi family was among the top 5 merchants, the Jin family's wealth was staggering. His assets totaled around 2 billion coins, a quarter of the Zhen family's. No wonder the Jin family had never been dethroned as the top merchant. The noble family heads eyed Miju with greed. If he absorbed the Jin family, the Mi family would become the top merchant, and they would readily elevate him to their ranks. Arnu. Miju could only smile bitterly under their greedy gazes. He now doubted the wealth of the Qinlu and Hedong Wei families, who had fought the Jin family for a century without faltering. They must have far more assets. Among the top 5 merchants, it seemed only the Mi family was just making up the numbers. Determined, Miju resolved to transform his family into a noble household. What? Madame Zhang slammed her hand on the table when she heard that her family's assets were valued at 770 million. She angrily scanned the gathered family heads and glared at Zhu Shou, her chest heaving in fury as she recalled the recent events. Fine. Well done, Hebei aristocrats and Yuan family of Yuzhou. The Jin family concedes defeat. Mi Zizheng, grant us a 10-day grace period. Our Jin family can still come up with a mere 2 billion coins. Madame Zhang shouted, her eyes burning with anger, and ordered her servants, "We're leaving." As Madame Zhang turned to leave, no one dared to stop her. The heads of Hebei's aristocratic families exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Miju, who now stood as the new top merchant. Congratulations, Zizheng. The head of the Geng family rose and bowed to Miju. You must visit the Geng family estate someday. Then, a chorus of congratulatory voices filled the hall. Every aristocratic family present wanted to forge ties with the new top merchant, recognizing Miju's immense wealth and connections as an asset in these turbulent times, especially since he posed no threat to their power. Miju reciprocated with polite bows, showing no arrogance despite his newfound status. Thank you, Zhugong. After everyone left, Miju bowed to Zhu Shou. No need to be so formal. We are merely upholding the law. When you return, inform Chen Ziqian that Jizhou is willing to form an alliance with Qingzhou. And as for you, Zizhong, Jizhou's doors are always open to you. Zhu Shou smiled, viewing Miju as a lucrative and non-threatening ally. Miju's eyes gleamed with joy, and he replied, Thank you, Zhugong. I will surely return to Jizhou. I assure you, the Mi family's wealth is not inferior to the Jin family's. Good to hear. Zhu Shou laughed heartily, thinking of the benefits of having such a wealthy ally in Jizhou. Though Jizhou was rich in resources, having a wealthy partner like Miju meant that the treasury would always have a backup. When Madame Zhang returned to the Jin residence, she immediately locked down the inner courtyard, allowing only the direct family members inside. The situation is as follows. The entire Hebei aristocracy has excluded our Jin family. Madame Zhang calmly explained the current predicament. Mother, should we relocate? Jinmi asked calmly, showing no trace of panic. Yes, we will relocate. Until our departure, no one except Zhu Gong or Mi Zizheng will be allowed an audience. Madame Zhang commanded with the authority of the family matriarch, quelling any opposition from the household and branch families. We still don't know what we're up against. Not a single piece of information has returned from our covert operatives, and our family has been reduced to this state. Madam, Our covert operatives were cut off by various families immediately. We have no information channels left. The power of Hebei's aristocracy has far surpassed our Jin family, one of the Jin family stewards reported. Abandon all current operations and reorganize. If we have failed, then we must minimize our losses, Madame Zhang instructed calmly. Order the family members to evacuate Hebei in batches. Sever all business connections. Even without Jizhou, we are still one of the most prominent families in the land. Mir, stay, she added as Jinmi prepared to leave. Your father left a dowry for you before he passed. I will use it to resolve this crisis, and once the family stabilizes, I will prepare another dowry for you, Madame Zhang explained to her 9-year-old daughter. Mother, you may handle it as you see fit, Jinmi replied calmly. Before he died, Jin Yi had prepared a dowry for Jinmi worth 2 billion coins, as prophesied by Lu Liang, a fortune-teller who claimed she was destined for great things. The top merchants of this era, like Mi Zhu, who prepared a 2 billion coin dowry for his sister Mi Jin, were known for their immense wealth and protective nature toward their sisters. Meanwhile, Chen Zixuan received a letter from the north and felt reassured. He was currently patrolling the Jizhou border, able to receive Mi Zhu's messages in half a day thanks to the swift horses. Accompanying him was the White Horse General, Zhao Yun, while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei remained in Liqing with their troops. Let's go. We'll visit the Zhan family ourselves. Now, what identity should I assume? Chen Zixuan wondered aloud as he boarded the carriage. Hurry, the Jin family isn't an ordinary aristocratic family. If we're late, they might relocate. Understood, Zixuan. Leave it to me, Zhao Yun responded with a hearty laugh. Raising 12 billion coins wasn't easy. Although Zhu Shou had prepared in advance, gathering such a large sum discreetly was challenging. He had only managed to accumulate half of it so far. It seems I need to visit the Zhan family earlier than planned. Raising this much money isn't easy. Madame Zhang spoke confidently, so the Jin family must have other avenues. With the 6 billion I have now, it should be enough. Zhu Shou calculated the current situation and sighed, realizing the financial burden of the war against Gongsun. If Qingzhou launched another attack, Jizhou would struggle to handle a two-front war. Mi Zhu escorted Chen Zixuan to the Jin residence. Despite their recent defeat, the Jin family's estate showed no signs of decline. The stone bricks at the entrance were meticulously cleaned, and the guards remained as vigilant and imposing as ever. With grave new. Mr. Zizhong. The two guards at the gate glared at Mi Zhu but refrained from any rude actions. Madam has instructed us not to obstruct you. Someone inside will guide you to her. Thank you, Mi Zhu said, bowing. After Mi Zhu entered, the guards immediately drew their swords to block Chen Zixuan and Zhao Yun. They knew these two were with Mi Zhu, but their orders were clear. They could not harm Mi Zhu but could act against his companions. Before Chen Zixuan could speak, Zhao Yun effortlessly tossed the two guards aside, their strength incomparable to his. Let's go. Even in defeat, a century-old aristocratic family's dignity won't waver, Chen Zixuan commented as he admired the surroundings. The depth of an aristocratic family's heritage was evident in every meticulous detail. Chen Shi and Zhao Yun entered the mansion, and soon the servants of the Zhen family surrounded them. However, the skill difference was vast, and within moments, Zhao Yun had subdued them all. Madam, this is no way to treat guests. Mi Zhu called out loudly, knowing full well that the Jin family couldn't be unaware of the commotion in the front hall. Why shouldn't we treat uninvited guests like this? Zhang Shi's voice came from the central hall. Zhang Shi, if you don't want to provoke a war between the Qin family of Yingchuan and the Jin family of Jizhou, stop now. Otherwise, I don't mind showing you some harsh lessons. The connections your Jin family boasts about are nothing to me. I won't hesitate to ensure you can't leave Jizhou. Chen Shi's icy voice reached Zhang Shi's ears. Yingchuan Qin family, well. Zhang Shi's voice, filled with anger, echoed back. Chen Shi remained unfazed by Zhang Shi's anger. As for using the name of the Yingchuan Qin family, he had done it many times, and the Qin family had never objected. After quelling the yellow turbans, he felt even more justified in wielding this intimidating title. Zhang Shi did not doubt Chen Shi's words. Among the prominent families in the Central Plains, only 3 had the capability to suppress the Jin family across provinces. With the Lu family preoccupied, the Yuan family too busy, and the Yang family in chaos, only the Qin and Sun families could manage such a feat. Zilong, make sure none of them can fight anymore. Qinshi commanded Zhao Yun, seeing that the Zhan family's servants were still resisting. Sounds of spears striking filled the air. Well, now we can talk. Qinshi's expression turned gentle as he walked towards the central hall. You must be Madame Jin, Qinshi greeted the woman sitting at the head, bowing slightly. Qin Zikyuan greets you, madam. This general is quite impressive. Zhang Shi ignored Qinshi and instead focused on Zhao Yun. Haha, the second best warrior in the world, Zhao Zilong, is merely impressive to the Zhen family? Should I say it's arrogance or just small-mindedness? Qinshi's warm expression turned mocking, infuriating Zhang Shi. He was clearly implying the Zhen family had no discernment. With a clap, Qinshi had Miju's men bring a heavy wooden chair and place it opposite Zhang Shi in the central hall. Qinshi sat down, his seat higher than Zhang Shi's, casting a shadow over her. Let's talk. Qinshi propped his head on his hand, staring at Zhang Shi. What is there to discuss with your Qin family? Zhang Shi fumed, barely containing her rage. Qinshi's indifferent demeanor was intolerable, but the imposing presence of Zhao Yun kept her in check. Two people alone had subdued the entire Jin family. I have many things to discuss, such as this incident or anything Madam wishes. I am here to talk, and I doubt Madam wants me to leave empty-handed. Qinshi spoke leisurely, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Shi as if she were a commodity, making her shudder. A mere 2 billion coins is something our Jin family can afford. Zhang Shi retorted defiantly. Qinshi paused, his expression hidden as he surveyed the hall, preventing Zhang Shi from noticing his reaction. Honestly, how many times can your Jin family endure this? Qinshi adjusted his posture, now sitting upright and staring coldly at Zhang Shi. In this world, when status is equal, it's a battle of wits. I believe my wit is not inferior. The plight of the Jin family was orchestrated by me alone, without any support from my family. Even if your Jin family moves to Bingzhou next to the Wang family, trust me, the outcome won't differ. Qinshi's confidence was palpable, intimidating Zhang Shi. With Tilda. Is the Qin family also entering this grand scheme, choosing to fight rather than just bet? Zhang Shi finally spoke after a long silence, seemingly mesmerized by Qinshi's presence. Not really. I'm just preparing a gift for someone I favor, and among all the choices, only the Jin family fits. What does Madam think? Does the Jin family wish to advance further? Qinshi asked pointedly. Zhang Shi remained silent. The situation was indeed dire. The Zhen family's influence and connections had been severed, making them incapable of resisting this man. Your silence implies consent. I need your Jin family. Give me the 2 billion coins, and we can make a deal, Qinshi said coolly. Perhaps your Jin family has other options, but I believe Jizhou's land is the most suitable for your survival. This time, I'm merely showcasing my capabilities. The properties and lands your Jin family acquired will be considered a gift. Future transactions will not exceed the prices you initially paid. Qinshi's casual attitude shocked Zhang Shi. There was no arrogance, just a calm and undeniable confidence that left her unable to maintain her composure. Can you mobilize the merchants of the world? Zhang Shi asked with difficulty. If that were the case, the Qin family might have already accumulated enough wealth to buy an entire province. The thought of the Qin family's history was alarming. They had once used wealth to buy one of the 5 hegemons, Qi, leading to the end of the spring and autumn period and the rise of the warring states. Though they bore the surname Tian then, their experience in such matters was evident. Just leveraging benefits, Qinshi replied nonchalantly. What does Madam think? The Yuan family is not easy to deal with. Zhang Shi pondered for a long time. This man's proposal might not be a bad plan. With the previously mentioned resources, the Jin family could firmly establish itself in Jizhou. Even if unexpected events occurred, they wouldn't be as powerless as they are now. Given this man's demeanor, his chosen ally might be just as capable as Yuan Shao, if not more. Please wait a moment, Sir Qin. Such a significant matter requires further deliberation, Zhang Shi said, rising and bowing gracefully. We will give you an answer shortly. I'll wait here, but my time is limited, Qinshi smiled. As Qinshi waited in the hall, a feast was laid out, and the maids attended to him calmly, showing no fear despite Zhao Yun's earlier actions. Qinshi remained relaxed, eating and observing. He knew that his actions were being reported to Zhang Shi, and soon she would understand the scale of the Yellow Turban campaign and why all of Jizhou had made their choice. As Chinshi continued his casual inspection, a young girl with a determined yet fearful expression approached, carrying a tea tray. Chinshi paused, extending his hand toward her, captivated by her resolve despite her fear. As Chinshi came to his senses, his right hand was already touching the little girl's cheek, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. However, he quickly regained his composure. When had he ever been so infatuated with a woman? Since he had already touched her, Chinshi didn't want to show whether it was intentional or accidental. Trying to remain calm, he said, "Jinmi, you indeed have a good face." Jinmi blushed. Though young, she understood that her appearance shouldn't be touched by others. She was a noble daughter of the Jin family, and the most favored one of her generation. Being so lightly taken advantage of by Qin, she naturally angered the other members of the Jin family, who immediately rushed forward, no longer as composed as before. "Zilong, go easy on them," Qin said without turning his head, hearing the footsteps behind him. With such a gap in strength, capturing Zhao Yun was simply a joke. "Do that expression again," Qin said, staring at Jinmi. "Huh?" Jinmi looked at Qin, puzzled. "Do that expression again," Qin repeated, ignoring Jinmi's confused look. Jinmi had no idea what Qin was talking about. "Do I need to say it again?" Qin asked, somewhat impatiently. "Hurry up, do it again." Jinmi was frightened by Qin's agitated demeanor. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she held them back, not letting them fall. Qin slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see this other side of him. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his calm. He took out a white silk handkerchief and tossed it to Zhenmi. "Luck and misfortune are intertwined. Zizhong, get a chair and let her sit." Soon, Mijou had someone bring a chair and place it beside Qinshi, then invited Zhenmi to sit. "My mother said that sitting should have proper posture." "Qin Gongzi, your current posture doesn't resemble that of a noble young master," Jinmi said calmly, looking at the chair Mijou had brought without moving towards it. She spoke with a natural grace, completely lacking the previous fear. She could clearly sense that the man before her harbored no malice towards her. "Get a sitting mat and take away the chair," Qin said calmly, then stood up to let the servants remove the chair. Soon, a sitting mat was brought in, and Qin ceremoniously kneeled on it in the center of the Zhen family's hall. "Separating guest and host isn't proper etiquette," Jinmi remarked as she looked at Qin. Although he now appeared elegant and polite with the wooden folding fan placed on his right side, kneeling in the center of the hall was improper. Such a similar temperament and actions. Qinshi's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia as he looked at Jinmi. It was as if he didn't hear her, and soon the nostalgic look faded, leaving only clarity. Sighing, he said, "Tell your mother, in consideration of you, the Zhen family will avoid this calamity. This matter is over. Zizhong, leave that box of deeds and IOUs. We're leaving." With that, Qinshi stood up and prepared to leave with Zhao Yun and Mijou. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back at Jinmi, but he didn't see the expression he hoped for, only a look of confusion. He sighed and strode out of the Zhen family mansion. "Zichuan, what are you doing?" Mijou asked frantically once they were outside. He had held back his questions while inside the Zhen family home, but now felt completely bewildered. "We finally had this opportunity in our grasp. Just as we were about to close the net, why did you suddenly let go? This won't make the Zhen family grateful. They'll just think you're foolish." Zhao Yun also looked at Qinshi with confusion but remained silent. He had witnessed Qinshi's miraculous decisions too many times. "It's nothing. We've done what we needed to do, and the rest doesn't matter," Qinshi said indifferently. "Regarding the situation, everything necessary has been done. The final step is inconsequential." "I mean you. You've let yourself be blinded by infatuation," Mijou said angrily. Although Qinshi had orchestrated this, Mijou had put in a lot of effort. Now, with Qinshi saying they should give up, all of Mijou's hard work seemed wasted. "Blinded by an 8 or 9-year-old girl?" Qinshi retorted disdainfully. "I've seen your sister, Mijin. Did you see me show any interest?" The important thing is not Jinmi herself, but her demeanor and expression. In terms of beauty, Jinmi is only on par with your sister. Speaking of which, Mijou frowned, recalling that Qinshi had shown no interest in beauties before. During the New Year banquet at the Mi family home, even when Mijou's sister served tea, Qinshi had remained indifferent, not even offering a comment. "It's not what you think." This matter is settled, Qinshi said, shaking his head. He had no desire to return to Jizhou or see Jinmi again. The memory of that expression was too hard to forget. Madam, a servant approached Zhang Shi as she was about to return Jinmi's dowry. Lord Zhu requests an audience. Zhu Gong. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Shi's eyes. Compared to Qinshi, the actions of the Yuan family and the Hebei nobility filled her with disgust. But now that the crisis had passed, Zhang Shi didn't mind settling accounts with all the families in Jizhou. This time, the Jin family was not at fault. Seeing someone he shouldn't have seen, Qinshi's mood was extremely bad. If it weren't for needing to stay in Jizhou for a few more days to wait for news from Madame Zhang, he would have already returned to Taishan. Since meeting Jinmi, both Zhao Yun and Mi Zhu noticed the gloomy expression on Qinshi's face. Though neither asked, they were both curious. Despite Qinshi's previous explanations, they found them hard to believe. They couldn't understand why Qinshi, who normally showed no interest in beauties, reacted so strongly to Zhenmi. No matter how they looked at it, this was a big piece of gossip. Military advisor, Madame Zhen and Zhenmi have come to visit. A soldier came running to inform Qinshi as he sat in his room, lost in thought. Let them in, Qinshi said, dressed in white, lounging lazily on his chair. Hearing that Madame Zhang and Zhenmi were visiting, a complex expression flashed across his eyes. Advisor, this isn't appropriate, the soldier hesitated. Most of the soldiers following Qinshi to Jizhou were Zhao Yun's personal guards and were well educated. They knew that meeting guests in a bedroom, especially female guests, was highly inappropriate. They will come, Qinshi said, his gaze fixed on a potted plant nearby. Deep down, he vaguely hoped that his poor hospitality would cause Madame Zhang to take Jinmi and leave, never to appear before him again. Understood. The soldier saluted, accepting Qinshi's decision. Governor of Taishan County, military advisor to Lu Xuanda, Qin Zichuan, you truly have a grand demeanor. Zhang's voice came before she even arrived. Now having secured the situation in Jizhou, she was vastly different from a few days ago. Have a seat, Qinshi didn't even lift his head. Qinshi's attitude nearly made Zhang leave in a huff. As the actual ruler of the Jin family, she had never been treated this way before. Suppressing her anger, Zhang smiled lightly and said, I've heard that Qin Zichuan is full of resourcefulness and never misses a target, always planning ahead. So why did you let go this time? Aren't you here? Qinshi straightened up, his gaze sweeping over Zhang before finally resting on Jinmi. Just because I am here doesn't mean things will go as you planned, Zhang retorted coldly. Perhaps Yuan Shao said he would give you a hand. If I hadn't let go, in such a situation, you wouldn't have chosen that path. Your Jin family isn't at the end of its rope. As a local family in Jizhou, choosing Yuan Shao is merely choosing your fate in the world. Qinshi's eyes were cold as he spoke. It's just a case of lending away to extinguish a kingdom. Until absolutely necessary, would your Jin family rely on Yuan Shao? Who in your Jin family can serve as a pillar? You'd merely be a target for annexation. Aren't you trying to annex the Jin family too? Zhang sneered. There's no essential difference. You can choose Yuan Shao. Qinshi's gaze didn't waver. He had already seen some familiar expressions on Zhenmi's face. You. Zhang was furious. Aren't you afraid I'll turn to Yuan Shao? Qinshi didn't respond, simply glancing at Zhang before turning his attention back to Zhenmi. However, the disdain in his eyes deeply stung Zhang. What does Lu Xuanda want? Zhang composed herself, using her authority as the head of the Zhen family to face Qinshi. Qinshi withdrew his gaze from Zhenmi and focused on Zhang. We want to do business with you. We don't want Yuan Shao to quickly gain full control of Jizhou, so we need a spokesperson, and the Jin family is suitable. Zhang stared at Qinshi without speaking. She didn't believe this reason. Don't underestimate Yuan Benchu. The combined strength of the Hebei families is no match for Yuan Shao alone. Where are Siyu, Shinpei, and Fengji now? The defense along the northern front relies mainly on Tianfeng, and the southern defense on Jusho. Where are those confidants who took Jizhou? Qinshi might not have been fully focused on this matter now, but he had done a lot of preparation beforehand. Jizhou belongs to Yuan Benchu. It's just a matter of time. No matter how the Jizhou family struggle, they can't escape this fate. Qinshi spoke slowly. I only hope you families can hold out a little longer. As for the rest, I have no expectations. My actions this time are merely a wake-up call. There are too many ways to bring you down in this world. Is the Yuan family's power really at that level? Zhang didn't entirely believe Qinshi, but she couldn't help but have doubts. Thinking for her family's sake was an instinct for every member of a noble family. It's not the Yuan family, it's Yuan Benchu. In times of chaos, the strength of a noble family sometimes can't compare to an individual. The Yang family, with its 5 generations of high-ranking officials, was played by Dong Zhuo. The world no longer adheres to the rules of the noble families. For example, when I pressed my troops on Jizhou, if I had written to Yuan Shao to take the lives of over 100 people in the Jun family, Yuan Shao would have had to consider it. Qinshi's calm words sent chills down Zhang's spine. After a long period of contemplation, Zhang finally made her decision. Indeed, this was no longer a time for adhering to old rules. Fine, I agree, for the sake of my Jin family and all the noble families in Jizhou. Zhang's eyes showed clear resentment as she spoke about the noble families in Jizhou. The Jin family still needed the strength of the entire Jizhou aristocracy. Madam, you are indeed a heroine among women, Qinshi said absent-mindedly. Don't be so perfunctory, Zhang said discontentedly. Now let's talk about the alliance between my Jin family and Taishan. At this, Zhang's eyes glimmered. Over the past 10 days, with extensive investigations, she had obtained the information she wanted. Whether it was white paper, white porcelain, or white wine, Zhang was very interested. Alliance. Qinshi glanced at Zhang, then turned his head back to admire Jinmi. After watching her for a while, he noticed that Jinmi had started to exhibit a slight resemblance to a familiar demeanor. My Jin family is the top merchant family in the world, Zhang said with a trace of pride. Merchants were often looked down upon, but when wealth reached a certain level, perspectives had to change. Zhang would disagree, Qinshi said without lifting his head from watching Jinmi, who was becoming increasingly shy under his gaze. Zhang was left speechless. The wealth of the Mi family had to be reassessed, as all the noble families believed. This upstart merchant family had gained everyone's attention after the battle with the Jun family, and its wealth was no joke. You surely don't want my Jin family to become a vassal of Taishan like the Mi family, Zhang said angrily. It's just not necessary. The Jin family can establish a branch in Taishan, Qinshi said firmly, unaffected by Zhan Mi's presence. Zhang looked at Qinshi, then at her daughter. Fine, it's settled. When Madame Zhang left with Jinmi, Qinshi covered his forehead and took a long breath before perking up. This matter is settled, and all things are in place. I should return to Taishan. I never want to come to Jizhou again. Zhang, we are returning to Taishan. Qinshi called out loudly as he stepped out of his room. Understood. Miju's voice came from afar. When Madame Zhang personally came to visit earlier, Miju had already understood that the matter in Jizhou was settled. Although sometimes he found Qinshi unreliable, he had great confidence in Qinshi's abilities. Sitting in the carriage, Qinshi silently pondered the events in Jizhou, finally confirming there were no significant loopholes. What remained was the contest between the strengths of the Yuan family and Liu Bei. Ultimately, it would come down to a real battle where only Liu Bei's victory would grant the right to use the Jin family as a strategic piece. Zhang, did I seem somewhat ill earlier? Qinshi, dressed in a white brocade robe, leaned against the carriage wall with no semblance of dignity, resting with his eyes closed. Zichuan, if you fancy Jinmi, you don't have to act this way. With your status, proposing marriage to the Jun family is unlikely to be refused. Miju did not directly call Qinshi ill, but suggested that he should propose to Jinmi. It wouldn't be appropriate. Even if I married her, she would be nothing more than a vase. Qinshi smiled bitterly. Her demeanor is too similar to someone in my memory, incredibly alike. A vase? Miju repeated, confused. Even if I married her, she would only serve as a substitute for someone else, which is unnecessary. In the future, unless necessary, do not let me come to Jizhou again. Qinshi slowly opened his eyes. Using a woman as a stand-in for someone else is not what I want. Qinshi's cold eyes made Miju feel a piercing pain, making him understand why Qinshi had lost composure upon seeing Jinmi. Military advisor, the south gate of Nanpi is closed. Zhao Yun rode back to the carriage and reported quietly. Oh, it seems Zhu Gongyu has discovered me. Forget it, I'll go meet him. If the situation turns unfavorable, remember to follow the plan I laid out when we came. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Qin Shi's previously bitter expression straightened, revealing a mocking smile. Zhu Shou, you're quite cooperative. Where is Zhu Gong? Come out and meet me. Qin Shi stepped out of the carriage, standing on the shaft, looking towards the city gate. Since Hulao Pass, it has been a year since we last met. I did not expect the young man of that time to now be renowned throughout the land, having defeated 1,000,000 yellow turbans. Would you care to stay in Bohai for a while? As soon as Qin Shi spoke, the previously closed city gates parted, and Zhu Gongyu appeared, smiling at Qin Shi. It has indeed been a year. Qin Shi casually jumped off the carriage, walking towards Zhu Shou without any escort. What teachings does Zhu Gong have for me? Seeing Qin Shi walking towards him, Zhu Shou also smiled in welcome. Nampi City was already sealed. With just these few men, it was impossible for Qin Zichuan to break out. Even if Zhao Zilong was here, he would only meet his end under the onslaught of a properly organized force. Since Zichuan has come, it would be unbecoming of a guest not to see the host, Zhu Shou laughed. He believed in Qin Zichuan's intelligence. Anyone who could defeat 1,000,000 yellow turbans in a month must be smart. Within a year, he had transformed the desolate Taishan into a prosperous place comparable to Jizhou's Wei Commandery. Such a talent could be called extraordinary anywhere. But after all, he was still young and could not change his youthful arrogance. Now that I've met the host, Zhu Gong, may I leave? Qin Shi chuckled, standing just a step away from Zhu Shou. Wouldn't Zichuan like to stay a few more days so I can show you proper hospitality? Zhu Shou replied, not giving any ground. It seems Zhu Gong intends to detain me. You must have already investigated Taishan. My reputation for planning ahead is no joke, Qin Shi mocked, his left hand already holding a dagger to Zhu Shou's throat. An assassin's means will ensure you can't leave Bohai City alive. If I die here, you, Qin Zichuan, will also not leave Bohai. Besides, Lu Xuanda's foundation is weak. Losing you would be far more devastating than my master losing me. It might even provoke an all-out war, jeopardizing Liu Bei's entire base. I hear Lu Xuanda is a benevolent lord and likely wouldn't bear the loss of his right-hand man. Zhu Shou, ignoring the dagger at his neck, maintained a calm demeanor. If I didn't know this, I wouldn't be called Qin Zichuan. Those two should be Zhang Yun and Gao Lan, correct? Qin Shi mockingly glanced at the calm Zhang Yun and Gao Lan, knowing Zhu Shou had likely briefed them on all possible scenarios. Zilong, Qin Shi called out, glancing back at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun took out a treasured bow from his saddle, causing Zhang Yun, Gao Lan, and their lieutenants to immediately become alert. Ignoring them, Zhao Yun drew his bow and shot an arrow into the sky. The silver-blue arrow shot into the heavens and exploded in midair. This isn't good. Zhu Shou reacted immediately, urgently shouting to Zhang Yun and Gao Lan, Zhang Yun, Gao Lan, order your men to guard the 4 gates and defend Nanpi. You too. Return to the camp and bring in reinforcements. Qin Zichuan, do you really want to provoke a war between Qingzhou and Jizhou? The one provoking war between Qingzhou and Jizhou is not me, but you, Zhu Gong. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I won't risk myself for a piece of land. Remember, I'm still a guest here, Qin Shi replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Zhu Shou's threat. Qin Shi neither dared nor would provoke a war between Qingzhou and Jizhou, and Zhu Shou likewise would not. Both were cautious, which was why Qin Zichuan dared to come to Bohai alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk himself for any plan. What do you want, Qin Zichuan? Zhu Shou asked coldly. Jizhou is prosperous, Bohai is rich. Since you scared me half to death, I'll take half of Nanpi as compensation. By the way, when Zhang Yun and Gao Lan gather their troops, Nampi's city gates will be broken. The gates can't withstand the vanguard of my army without a proper defense, Qin Shi said carelessly. Zhu Gong should have let me leave earlier. Now, look at the trouble. Just then, an explosion sounded from Bohai County's east gate. Yanren Zhang Ida is here. See, I knew it, Qin Shi said, grinning. Zhang Yun and Gao Lan are great generals, but you brought them as escorts, leaving their lieutenants to follow. This disrupted the command structure of your army. An army without a commander is just a rabble. Zhu Shou fully understood Qin Shi's plan now. If he hadn't tried to detain Qin Shi, the latter would have just left. But to ensure safety, he brought Zhang Yun and Gao Lan, leading to their lieutenants following, thus disrupting the army's command structure. So, how about it? With just 1,000 men, I can take down a city, capture its highest commander, and send its defense into disarray. I believe Zhugong knows well what it means for the city's gates to be breached, Qin Shi taunted, his face full of mockery. At this moment, Zhang Fei had only 500 men, but 500 soldiers who didn't aim to kill but to disrupt. With the command structure in chaos and the gates breached, their destructive power was immense. Qin Zichuan, I admit your courage and strategy, but you've underestimated the Hebei generals. Just because you temporarily have the upper hand doesn't mean Zhang Yun and Gao Lan won't turn the tide once they regroup and return. Zhu Shou coldly replied, feeling heartache as he noticed several fires already starting. Relax, relax, Ida won't cause too much damage. After all, Nampi City is also a symbol of Jizhou's dignity, Qin Shi chuckled, causing Zhu Shou to relax a bit. If Zhang Fei continued, the losses in Nampi would be significant. However, Zhugong's hope that Zhang Yun and Gao Lan can accomplish what you wish for is quite naive. Qin Shi opened his wooden folding fan, hiding his playful expression. Nampi's military camp is so prominently built. Perfect. As he spoke, a massive green light streaked across the sky from the western part of the city, followed by a slight tremor. Qin Shi covered his mouth with his fan, his eyes mocking Zhu Shou. So, what do you think? But Zhugong, please abandon the idea of taking me hostage. Unlike you, I don't have much confidence in survival here. Zhao Zilong has been watching, and the moment you pull out your knife, he'll split it in two, Qin Shi finished, retracting his dagger. Zhao Yun would handle guarding Zhu Shou. Soon, Guan Yu arrived with his 500 swordsmen, escorting Zhang Yun and Gao Lan. He bowed to Qin Shi, mission accomplished. Yun Chang, go stop Ida. Don't let him continue the destruction. We need to hold Nampi. It doesn't have to be for long, just one day. Even if Jizhou's other forces respond, they won't make it in time. The top commanders responsible for local defense are all here, and the command structure has collapsed. I hope Zi can hurry, Qin Shi calmly instructed Guan Yu, his tone indifferent. Qin Zichuan. Zhu Shou shouted angrily. Zhugong, please calm down. Once you've made a choice, you must bear the consequences. It's always been this way. I believe Zhugong is not someone who shirks responsibility, Qin Shi replied calmly. As for Zhang Yun and Gao Lan, who were sealed by Guan Yu and thrown aside for Zhao Yun to guard, Qin Shi showed great interest. After all, they were significant catches. Communication methods are really terrible. Zi probably hasn't received our message yet. Though I had him prepare, he's likely still at the Qingji border. Truly a waste of time, Qin Shi stretched lazily. What exactly do you want, Qin Zichuan? Zhu Shou demanded angrily, sensing the situation spiraling out of his control. If Taisher Ci really marched from Qingzhou, Jizhou's army, without its top commanders, would be crushed, leading to Bohai County's fall and potentially altering the entire Yuji war. I could ask you the same thing, Zhu Gongyu, Qin Shi sneered. What benefit do you gain if Gongsun takes Jizhou? Zhu Shou questioned furiously. It's better than Yuan Venchu. Gongsun and Xuanda share mutual respect and can be trusted as neighbors, Qin Shi mocked. Hearing this, Zhu Shou finally exhaled a breath of relief. Qin Shi was also wary of Gongsun, which meant there was room for negotiation. What do you want? Zhu Shou asked, regaining his composure. I'll take Nampi City with me, Qin Shi stated bluntly. Zhu Shou shuddered. This city had taken so much effort to build since Han Fu's time, and now it was fully established. That's settled then, Qin Shi smiled, turning around. The current situation favored him, and negotiations were unnecessary. He dictated terms, knowing taking too much could trigger Zhu Shou's defense and collapse Yuan Shao's already strained defense. With Kyoto. Yunchang and Zilong guard the 4 gates. Nampi City is quite large, and it's tough to defend with just 1,000 men. Hold out for a day. Zi must be rushing here under strict orders. As for other places in Bohai County, they can only stick to their defenses without orders, Qin Shi sighed. To Zhaoyan, though, his words were full of ridicule towards Jizhou. Understood. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun responded in unison. All the Jizhou families silently observed, making no moves. As long as Qin Shi didn't threaten their interests, they wouldn't intervene. Especially now, it was clear Qin Shi held the advantage. They had no deep ties with the Yuan family, and any disaster Yuan Shao faced didn't concern them. They could even mock the Yuan family later. Madame Zhang, seeing the situation, was thrilled. Zhu Gongyu was a well-known figure in Jizhou, and his ability was evident from Nanfi City's construction. Yet, here he was, outmaneuvered by Chen Shi. Hearing about Chen Shi defeating 1,000,000 yellow turbans had been shocking. But seeing this situation firsthand made Madame Zhang fully understand Chen Shi's capabilities. Mir, let's go home. Chen Zichuan might be a good choice after all. Rather than betting on others, I trust him more, Madame Zhang smiled, stroking Jinmi's head. Mir, would you like to visit Taishan? How about we establish a branch there? Taishan? Jinmi nodded, having heard it was a place where emperors offered sacrifices. Mir, grow up quickly, Madame Zhang said, smiling. You're so young, yet already have someone interested in you. Jinmi shyly lowered her head, then hugged her mother, nestling close. Mother, since Chen Zichuan left, it feels like home is as it was when father was alive. Madame Zhang remained silent. Through this ordeal, she realized her late husband's decisions were the wisest. The Zhen family had surpassed the stage of rapid accumulation and now needed stability. Their wealth was beyond ordinary imagination, and there was no need for the previous frantic pace. Qinshi was unaware that the Zhen family, after witnessing the scene, had decided to fully support Lu Xuanda. His efforts in Jizhou no longer required years of cultivation. At this moment, the seed he planted had sprouted, growing stronger, fueled by the Zhen family's resentment towards the Yuan family and Jizhou nobility. After seeing the silver-blue light, Guan Yu immediately ordered a messenger to rush to the Qingzhou border and urged Taisher Ci to come quickly. This was an arrangement Chen Shi had made as a precaution. In all honesty, it wasn't that Chen Shi didn't want to secretly transport 20,000 troops to Jizhou, but it was simply not feasible. Even the 1,000 personal guards of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were brought in separately, disguised as merchants. Transporting 20,000 troops unnoticed was a joke. The commotion would be too significant, even in fog or rain. The commotion from the breach of Nanfi City was loud enough for the entire Nanfi camp to hear, but no soldiers dared leave their posts. The reason was simple. Without a military order, mid to low-ranking officers had no authority to mobilize the troops. The practice from the Han Dynasty still prevailed. They recognized seals, not people. Moreover, if Nanfi City was lost, it was the responsibility of the city's commander. However, if the Nanfi camp fell, it would be a significant issue for the entire southern Jizhou. Because of this, a strange calm settled over Nanfi City and the Nanfi camp. Despite the camp having 30,000 elite veteran soldiers and Nanfi City only having 1,000 of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun's personal guards, both sides maintained a strict defense, not daring to engage. Haha, Zichuan, look at the Nanfi camp, with its 30,000 elite veterans, now strictly defending and not daring to fight, Zhang Fei joked. Zhu Gong, your Jizhou soldiers are quite disciplined. In an uncertain situation, they still adhere to previous orders. Although rigid, they are difficult to break, Qin Shi commented, ignoring Zhang Fei and addressing Zhu Shou. We are your captives. In an uncertain situation, the army can only adhere to military regulations to avoid war. Even without our command, our Jizhou soldiers would still cause significant losses to you, Zhu Shou coldly replied. Zhang Fei's comment was good news for Zhu Shou. As long as the 30,000 elite veterans in the camp adhered to the formation and strict defense under mid to low-ranking officers, it posed a considerable threat to Jizhou, ensuring heavy losses if attacked. Zhu Gong can rest assured. If it were an easy prey, Jizhou would have taken it. But for a tough bone, it's not worth the effort, Qinshi said, fanning himself. Zhu Gong, please stay for a day. Once Zi arrives, I will naturally let you go. Meanwhile, Guan Yu's messenger rushed to the Qingzhou border, where Taisher Ci eagerly awaited. Seeing the messenger, he was overjoyed. What's the situation? Taisher Ci asked loudly, galloping forward before the messenger could dismount. March to Qizhou and seize Nanpi, the messenger shouted. Mobilize the troops. March at full speed, no rest tonight, forced march. Taisher Ci ordered. The previously prepared soldiers grabbed their rations and followed their leaders towards Jizhou. As for the defensive troops under Zhu Shou's orders, they strictly guarded their posts, not leaving to intercept. Their task was to defend their respective cities unless ordered otherwise. The defense of Bohai's heartland was the responsibility of the Nanfi camp. Zhu Shou's approach was correct. Every county had limited defensive forces, and instead of risking them in intercepting, it was better to rely on the city walls for defense, buying more time. Moreover, if Qingzhou really aimed to conquer Jizhou, it would have to take each city one by one, securing a stable retreat path. Otherwise, any setback could lead to a complete collapse of the army. However, Taisher Ci knew they weren't there to conquer, but to loot Nanpi. With the messenger's signal indicating Nanpi was already attacked, he just needed to march in. Whether they could retreat was secondary. Qin Shi had planned for a worst-case scenario, leaving Fa Zheng and Li Qing to notify Liu Bei if necessary. Liu Bei could then use the pretext of an alliance to pressure Jizhou, though that was the last resort. Fortunately, everything went as Qin Shi predicted. Zhu Shou, consistent with his historical caution and emphasis on the bigger picture, was outmaneuvered. Qin Zichuan's youthful appearance made it easy to be underestimated. Qin Shi exploited Zhu Shou's cautious nature to outmaneuver him, showing his youth and audacity, forcing Zhu Shou into a defensive stance. Zhu Shou, seeing Qin Shi's evident pride, felt reassured. As long as Qin Shi remained youthful and proud, his ego would be his downfall. Zhu Shou planned to inflate Qin Shi's reputation, ensuring Liu Bei would eventually see him as a threat. Zhu Shou didn't believe Qin Shi could maintain his composure under immense praise and popularity. With widespread acclaim, Qin Zichuan's youthful arrogance would surely lead to his downfall. Zhu Shou intended to make Qin Shi a stepping stone, inflating his reputation until it became a burden. Unaware of Zhu Shou's calculations, Qin Shi continued to strategize. In these chaotic times, scheming was the norm, and every outcome was shaped by such plots. As obstacles arose, they would be met head-on. "Zhu Gong, why not join us?" "I think you're a decent person," Qin Shi suggested, eating a bowl of fried rice. Zhu Shou, savoring the delicious fried rice, felt his previous meals had been lacking. Hearing Qin Shi's words, he replied, "You don't genuinely want to recruit me, do you? Just making small talk while eating." "I wouldn't seriously ask," Qin Shi said nonchalantly. "Then why bother?" Zhu Shou frowned, puzzled. "Just casual chat." "We're not familiar, so it's a way to pass the time," Qin Shi replied, his words almost infuriating Zhu Shou. Afterwards, Qin Shi and Zhu Shou casually chatted about non-military matters. Zhu Shou couldn't quite understand Qin Shi's confidence, but he eventually chalked it up to youthful arrogance. As the sun was setting, Qin Shi looked at the clouds on the horizon and smiled. The Taishan soldiers had the protection of the city, whereas the camp outside, no matter how well fortified, would inevitably have its vulnerabilities, like right now. Boom! A huge thunderclap echoed, lightning coiling around the dark clouds. Qin Shi used one dark cloud to push a rain cloud towards them. However, as he pushed, it started discharging electricity, and it looked like it would start pouring before reaching its destination. Fortunately, Qin Shi's actions were fast enough. Just before the torrential rain fell, he dragged the cloud over, resulting in the classic scene of half the sky sunny and half rainy. The massive camp to the west of Nanpi City was drenched in a downpour, while only a few stray raindrops made it into the city, carried by the wind. "Well, this should make it difficult for you to launch a sneak attack. If you can still storm the city in this rain, I'll be impressed." Qin Shi clapped his hands with a smug look, mockingly eyeing the panicking Jizhou soldiers in the rain. As expected, the camp had no strategist capable of dispelling the rain clouds. Qin Shi kept the cloud there, and it rained heavily all night. By morning, the western part of Nanpi had turned into a swamp. Qin Shi figured that even he couldn't mount an attack in such muddy conditions. Taisher Ci arrived just as dawn broke, having marched through the night. Though they lost a few dozen men along the way, considering the 2,000 troops, Qin Shi was quite satisfied. Given this was the Three Kingdoms period, these soldiers could be considered tough veterans by Republic standards. "Seems like I had good luck. Nothing went wrong on the way here." "Ha ha ha, Zhu Gong is indeed cautious," Qin Shi said, standing at Nanpi's south gate with Zhu Shou, a smile on his face. Hearing Qin Shi's words, Zhu Shou's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If he didn't know by now that he had fallen into Qin Shi's trap, he would be a fool. Well, as expected of Qin Zichuan, a strategist unparalleled, planning everything against my mindset. Zhu Shou suppressed his anger and looked at Qin Shi with resentment. He had not anticipated that Qin Shi, whom he knew little about, would have such a deep understanding of his own character. Slipped my tongue, Qinshi said, covering his mouth with his folding fan, a look of helplessness on his face. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the guard behind him and said, "Keep an eye on Zhu Gong. Make sure nothing happens to him." After that, Qinshi walked down the city wall, as he didn't have the combat ability of Lu Bu to jump down directly. Zi's arrival is timely. Let the soldiers rest and have a good meal before we proceed with the relocation. Jizhou is good at following rules. By now, the request for instructions from Yuan Benchu has probably reached his hands, but by the time he issues new orders and they reach the Taisho of Hejian, we'll almost be out of the border. Not having the power to make decisions on the spot is really tragic. Qinshi disparaged Yuan Shao as he spread his thoughts. This incident would surely shock Liu Bei, emphasizing the necessity of having the authority to make on-the-spot decisions. The quality of Taishan soldiers was average. Several of them, despite having access to the treasury, went to loot from civilians' homes, which was frustrating. Zilong, keep an eye on these men. If any of them dare to sneak into people's homes again, don't be polite. 10 lashes to teach them a lesson. However, if a soldier wishes to marry a widow, that's fine. Qinshi instructed Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci, signaling them to be lenient as long as the men didn't go too far. After all, they were there to seize grain and money. The victors couldn't avoid doing some bad deeds. Qinshi set up a tea table on the south gate tower of Nampi City and, enjoying the cool northern breeze and cold tea, tried to soothe his mood. A true nobleman maintains composure amidst the chaos of war. Qin Zichuan, isn't this enough? You've emptied the treasury and looted the homes of commoners and nobility alike. What more do you want? Zhu Shou demanded angrily, though he couldn't part with the white porcelain cup in his hand. Well, if I had more time, I'd surely gather the people, distribute land, and exempt taxes for 3 years. Wouldn't that be great? Qinshi said nonchalantly, sending cold sweat down Zhu Shou's spine. Such a method was a sure way to destroy any opposition. In ancient China, land was everything to the people. Once they had land, they wouldn't let go. For a peasant, land was life itself. If Qinshi did this, Nampi would never be peaceful again. All right, Zhu Gong, let's go for a walk. We'll release you once we reach our destination. Nampi is yours, and on behalf of Lord Xuanda, I sincerely apologize. We have no intention of interfering in Jizhou. Please give us a way out, Qinshi said with a gentle smile that lacked any sincerity. A coachman drove the carriage with Qinshi and Zhu Shou. Zheng He, who had been knocked out by Zhang Fei when he tried to escape, was carried along to be released along with Zhu Shou. Gao Lan, also knocked out, was left in the dungeon, likely unconscious for half a day. In truth, Qinshi had considered persuading the three to switch sides, but during Yuan Shao's ascendancy, they would never surrender. Nor could he kill or imprison them, as that would mean formally intervening in the conflict between Yuan Shao and Gongsun, contrary to his goal of stable development and stockpiling grain and troops. With locust plagues and droughts looming, it was unwise to ignite a major conflict now. Intervening in the Yuan-Gongsun War could lead to Yuan Shao mobilizing allies, turning it into a major war in the Central Plains. This would not benefit the fledgling forces of Liu Bei. Even if victorious, they'd be weakened, with the benefits likely snatched by the major players. It was better to control the scale of the war for everyone's benefit, for the sake of the people. Watching the slow-moving Taishan army, Qinshi felt pleased. War was not his forte. He preferred a leisurely life at home. With so much grain and Lu's family exchanging books for grain everywhere, they could sustain 1 million yellow turbans for 3 months, enough to reach the summer planting season. Thinking of the promising future, a smile spread across Qinshi's face. Returning home, it was time to get married. He had a concubine, Lan Qin. After all as expected, no one obstructed their journey, and Zhu Shou's already dark face turned even graver. Upon reaching the Jizhou border, Qinshi invited Zhu Shou off the carriage. Please forgive me, Zhu Gong, for the necessity of ensuring my safety. I believe Gao Yuanbo will arrive shortly, so please wait here. Ida, release General Zhang. Ever since Zhang he was carried out under Zhang Fei's arm that day. Despite knowing he couldn't defeat Zhang Fei, his gaze towards him was filled with resentment. Zhang Ida, remember this. One day I will repay you. Zhang He said angrily. You've said that many times. Don't you feel embarrassed repeating the same line over and over? Zheng Fei mocked while digging his ears, showing no respect for his ancestor from centuries past. Zhang He said nothing, merely glaring at Zhang Fei. For the first time, he felt that besides commanding troops, personal martial strength was equally important. He desired to reach the level of internal energy projection, to never again feel as powerless as he did now. Guan Yu coldly glanced at Zhang He, making him shiver. The divine blade light from that day still haunted his mind. In Zhang He's eyes, the silent Guan Yu was far more intimidating than Zhang Fei. Zilong, cover the rear. Ignoring the looks from Zhu Shou and Zhang He, Qin Shi gave orders to Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci. He didn't want to be ambushed. The soldiers of this era could collapse with just 10% casualties, providing Qin Shi with little sense of security. Yes! Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci shouted loudly, disregarding Zhu Shou and Zhang He. To Zhu Shou, it seemed as though the command was meant for him. It was clear that both Qin Shi and Zhu Shou wanted to avoid war at this time, though the key difference was that Qin Shi, being younger, was bolder. Zichuan, you won this time. I won't forget this. But next time we face each other, I won't show mercy just because you spared me today. Zhu Shou saluted with a stern expression. Heh, you won't encounter me then. I won't return to Jizhou. Qin Shi smiled and turned to leave. Watching Taishan's forces retreat from Jizhou, Zhang He fumed, Governor, shouldn't we pursue them? No, those supplies are worth the lesson learned. This incident revealed significant hidden dangers in Jizhou. Qin Zichuan leveraged these weaknesses to achieve an incredible feat with just 1,000 men. Shouldn't this make us reflect? Zhu Shou addressed Zhang He, having recognized the issues within Jizhou's military during this event. These issues were far more crucial than the lost supplies. The military and government of Jizhou must be reformed. We can't continue like this. We need the ability to make decisive decisions when necessary, or we'll end up as helpless as we were this time. Zhu Shou declared forcefully. Without this authority, such situations could recur. He believed Yuan Shao would agree for the sake of Jizhou's future, not personal gain. Qin Shi, on his way back to Taishan, also pondered the problems in Jizhou, knowing Taishan likely faced similar issues. Even if these were suppressed due to their smaller territory and strong generals, they would eventually surface like in Jizhou. Military and governmental reforms were necessary to avoid being toyed with. The thought of Taishan experiencing what happened in Jizhou was humiliating to Qin Shi. He contemplated solutions to present to Liu Bei, knowing Taishan's situation was slightly better than Jizhou's. Achieving balance throughout the ages is difficult. Qin Shi sighed. Even temporary autocracy could foster significant issues, as it always nurtured ambition. Qin Shi couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be corrupted by holding absolute power indefinitely. In this regard, Qin Shi admired Zhuge Liang. For thousands of years, only he maintained autocracy and control over military and government while remaining respectful to the emperor. Qin Shi doubted his own ability to do the same. The allure of power was undeniable, a trap that ensnared even the most resolute. Understanding this early on, Qin Shi avoided assuming control in Fengao, passing on power to prevent giving himself any reason to fall into this trap. Current circumstances, however, necessitated granting certain individuals the power to act decisively under specific conditions. This was the best way to foster ambition, yet avoiding this led to situations like Jizhou's monkey business. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it now. After this incident, Lu Xiying and Lu Zijing will surely notice the issue. I'll leave it to them to handle. Qin Shi looked up at the carriage roof, knowing he'd done his part by identifying the danger. Now, it was up to others to resolve it. Zijing. Qin Shi opened the carriage window, calling out to Mi Zhu riding beside. What is it? Mi Zhu replied. Have your intelligence network closely monitored Zhu Gong's actions and Yuan Shao's response? Qin Shi whispered. Zichuan, you could use Taishan's intelligence network. Why rely on the Mi family? Mizu asked, puzzled. Taishan's network is currently focused on investigating Yenzhou and Yuzhou. I don't want to overburden them. I only need the results for Jizhou. Qin Shi shook his head. Reflecting on the hidden dangers and Zhu Shou's intelligence, along with Yuan Shao's disposition, Qin Shi believed he understood why Yuan Shao had entrusted each of his 3 sons and his favorite nephew Gao Gan with a province during his prime. It wasn't that Yuan Shao was foolish, but he realized the threat posed by assigning territories to his sons and Gaogan was far less than that posed by other commanders holding both military and governmental power. Thinking further, by the time of Cao Wei, border territories were primarily controlled by members of the Chao and Xiahou families, with other commanders, regardless of their capabilities, sidelined. This indicated that by then, all lords understood the necessity of temporary autocracy in specific situations, but were also acutely aware of its dangers. With acute, yes. Thinking about this, Qin Shi couldn't help but think of Guan Yu, who governed Jingzhou during the Three Kingdoms period. This also fell under the category of military and governmental power in one hand. Liu Bei didn't have many sons or relatives, just two sworn brothers, so Guan and Zhang were the obvious choices. From this perspective, everyone seemed harmonious, except for the tragic case of Yuan Shao. But Qin Shi also remembered Li Yan from the Shuhan period. As a regent minister, he held both military and governmental power and proposed creating 5 counties as Baz-Ho instead of attacking Wei and Hanzhong. What was he trying to achieve? For this reason, such matters required careful consideration. Qin Shi felt he had done enough by bringing up this issue in advance. From now on, he wouldn't need to speak further and would watch how Lu Su and the others would address it. Such dangerous matters were better left unspoken, as Qin Shi felt he wasn't adept at politics. 3 days later, Qin Shi's carriage finally reached Liqing. The rest of the matters didn't require his arrangement. Stepping onto this land, Qin Shi felt a great sense of security. Jizhou, almost an enemy territory, had always made him feel uneasy, no matter how cautious he was. Finally back. Qin Shi's carriage passed through the gates of Liqing, and after the troops returned to the barracks, the war was truly over. Congratulations, Zichuan, on your victory, Fa Zheng said sourly. Seeing the numerous supply wagons, Fa Zheng knew Qin Shi had won a great victory this time. The Napi treasury was likely emptied. It was a necessary move. I gambled on Zhu Gongyu's mindset and fortunately won. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I suppose you also noticed the biggest issue in our military system, Qin Shi said with a bitter smile. Stop pretending. If you hadn't guessed Zhu Gongyu's thoughts, you wouldn't have taken such risks. Although the Jin family is crucial for future plans, it's not worth risking your life. By the way, is Jinmi really that beautiful? Fa Zheng first mocked, then asked curiously. Very beautiful, but there are countless beauties in the world. Jinmi may not be the most outstanding. When we return to Taishan, I'll take you to meet Mijin and you'll understand. Qin Shi paused and then spoke, remembering Jinmi's face. To Qin Shi, her demeanor was more important than her beauty. Mijin? Fa Zheng was taken aback. Don't mess around. I'm a married man. I can't afford to marry Miju's sister, the sister of the world's wealthiest merchant. Fa Zheng said, drawing out his words, clearly still influenced by his family's teachings. To him, merchants were still a lowly occupation. Put away that look. Your vision still has problems. It seems you need considerable education. Qin Shi glanced at Fa Zheng, then turned away, saying indifferently, until you understand where you're wrong, I won't appoint you to an official position. Qin Zichuan never intended to overturn centuries-old thinking. How commoners thought was their business, but as an official, you shouldn't think in terms of who's lowly or what occupation is inferior. You should focus on how to make the people prosperous. Whether through educating or keeping people ignorant, the goal was to ensure the people lived harmoniously, with enough to eat and wear, ideally becoming simple and kind-hearted. In an era where giving a meal was a kindness, Qin Shi believed that officials' personal conduct was less important than their governance. Whether vengeful, greedy, or lecherous, these were secondary. What mattered was their ability to govern effectively. Qin Shi never saw himself as a paragon of virtue. Imagine that taking concubines wasn't harming people but saving them. Imagine a landlord marrying 10 concubines just to save 10 lives. Such seemingly unreasonable actions happened during the Three Kingdoms period. In 193, Qizhou was devastated by disasters and war to the point where no one was left and no grass grew. The survivors were those who ate corpses and plundered others. When Cao Cao later imposed harsh laws in Qingzhou, not a single commoner opposed him because, despite the harshness, there was at least a way to survive. To the starving people of Qizhou, a 60% tax rate was not exploitation but a blessing. For this reason, when drafting the talent recruitment order, Qin Shi nearly had Liu Bei write a point solely based on talent, but given the situation, he had Liu Bei write a point based on merit, regardless of background. For Chen Zichuan, as long as officials could ensure the people were fed and clothed, minor transgressions like bullying or taking concubines would be overlooked. However, if an official allowed famine while committing such acts, Qin Shi wouldn't hesitate to have Man Chong deal with them harshly. In the current state of Taishan and Qizhou, as long as local officials governed well, they wouldn't need to forcibly take concubines. For example, if Zhao Yun wandered around Taishan, any household he visited for water would offer their daughters to serve tea. If Zhao Yun showed interest, the families would readily consent, making force unnecessary. Now, if Zhao Yun wanted to marry, any family would consider it an honor. Being an official to such an extent would be worth it, though Zhao Yun's appeal also came from being a handsome, single noble. Fa Zheng was stunned. How had he gone from being favored by Qin Shi to this? Was it just because he expressed no interest in Mijin? Keep trying. Once you understand, I'll recommend you for the position of Chancellor of Qi. Qin Shi patted Fa Zheng's shoulder and walked away. If Fa Zheng couldn't change his perspective, he'd always be just a strategist. While this role was valuable in chaotic times, without military power, it meant nothing in peaceful times. Sudden shifts in power would leave someone like Fa Zheng, who was vindictive, unable to cope. Retirement would make him resentful, but letting him handle other matters without understanding fundamental principles would lead to trouble. Our Nigeria Naira. Fa Zheng was initially pleased, then puzzled, scratching his head. He had no idea what he'd said wrong. Oh well, I'll consult others. I'll definitely get the position of Chancellor of Qi. Hua Xiong was currently very irritated. Quite a few people had been eyeing his horses, and the most shameless of them was a county magistrate who tried to accuse Hua Xiong of stealing horses and attempted to arrest him. How could Hua Xiong tolerate this? In the end, he beat the magistrate half to death and left. Li Ru had warned him to avoid killing officials in Yeno as much as possible to maintain some semblance of civility. Hua Xiong generally didn't listen to others. He was straightforward and usually just charged into battle. But fortunately, this time, he had Li Ru with him, who managed to curb his temper and prevent him from killing all those who eyed his horses. Had it been the old Hua Xiong, he would have already drawn his sword. Chu Hanmo, I warn you, if you keep running around, I'll tie you up. Hua Xiong grabbed Chu Qi by the collar, lifting him like a chick, and threw him into the carriage. Hey, Zijian, that was a huge ear of rice. Let me pick it. Chu Qi protested as he tried to rush out again. Unfortunately for him, Hua Xiong sat firmly on the carriage, forcing him back inside. This guy had already collected quite a few so-called excellent seeds along the way and nearly got into a fight over a ripe ear of rice once. Are you done yet? You've collected plenty already. Half of our conflicts with the people in Yeno are because of you picking rice ears. Hua Xiong glared angrily at the young man. Who told you to stuff me into a sack and bring me here? I was farming happily in Shanglingyuan. You asked if I knew how to grow cotton, I said yes, and then you stuffed me into a sack. Do you know that this is threatening an official? Chu Qi retorted swiftly, leaving Hua Xiong at a loss for words. You say I threatened an official? You were farming in Shanglingyuan, a royal garden. Private farming there is punishable by death. Hua Xiong stubbornly replied. Chu Qi sighed, his disdainful expression deeply wounding Hua Xiong. This guy's expressions and tone were always enough to deal a heavy blow. Go, bring me that big ear of rice from earlier. I need to study it. Hua Xiong suppressed his anger. He had been tormented by this guy whom he had stuffed into a sack. He ordered his soldiers, give that person some money and uproot the rice stalk. Despite being a brute, Hua Xiong had received decent education from Li Ru. He treated capable scholars fairly well, especially Chu Qi, who claimed to be an expert in agriculture and had already produced results in Shanglingyuan. When Hua Xiong sneaked into Shanglingyuan to get what Qin Shi had requested, he soon stumbled upon a piece of farmland. The crops were indeed growing well, estimated to yield an extra dan per mu. Even though the land was well irrigated, this was still impressive. Hua Xiong approached Chu Qi, who was working in the field, with a smile. Sir, do you know which one is cotton? And where are the seeds? I heard Shanglingyuan grows exotic plants, so why is there wheat here? Chu Qi glanced at Hua Xiong disdainfully. Shanglinyuan is indeed for exotic plants. That one is cotton, and the seeds are in that house. As for the wheat, do you not think that a mu yielding over 5 dan is exotic? Hua Xiong was taken aback. He had farmed before and understood what 5 dan per mu meant. Even with perfect conditions, 5 dan was shocking. This man must be extraordinary. With this realization, Hua Xiong didn't hesitate. He shamelessly asked, "Sir, may I know your name?" "I am Hua Xiong, Hua Zijian." Household officer Chu Hanmo. Chu responded arrogantly. Hua Xiong didn't mind the arrogance. He believed capable people deserved to be proud. He continued, "Sir Chu, do you have any of these wheat seeds left? Could you spare some? They're all over there." "Take as many as you want," Chu replied, satisfied with Hua Xiong's humble attitude. "Shouldn't I leave some for you as seeds?" Hua Xiong asked. "As long as I'm here, seeds are never a problem," Chu said confidently. Hua Xiong then took advantage of Chu complacency, stuffed him into a sack, and carried him off. After all, such a versatile agricultural scholar was rare and valuable, just as Shi had instructed. Thus, Chu felt justified in tormenting Hua Xiong along the way. Of course, Hua Xiong couldn't catch him in the act. As a household officer specializing in agriculture, Chu so-called troublemaking often involved picking the best seeds or analyzing soil fertility, things Hua Xiong didn't understand but felt were impressive. So, he could only endure the headache and clean up Chu messes. Despite his difficult personality, Chu was genuinely skilled. Though he didn't know much about military or civilian farming, he had his own insights on increasing crop yields. For instance, he discovered that planting soybeans for a year, then burning the stalks and mixing them into the soil, increased the next year's grain yield. In summary, despite his abrasive personality, Chu was valuable, which is why even Jiasu and Li Ru tolerated his daily nuisances. Increasing yield by just 1 do per mu could save lives. Chu claimed he could increase it by 3 to 5 do, making him indispensable. With grave yes. While enduring the constant headaches caused by Chu Hua Xiong soothed him, advising him to stay in the carriage. Ever since he felt the prying eyes, Hua Xiong had been on high alert. Though he doubted Cao would dare to ambush him, it was better to be safe than sorry. As he calmed Chu his warrior instincts sensed danger. Discreetly signaling, Hua Xiong's troops formed a defensive circular formation. This was the only defensive formation Hua Xiong had learned from Li Ru and could use proficiently. "General, should we attack?" one of Cao Hong's guards asked. "For 1,000 horses right in front of us. Not taking them would be unbearable," said Cao Hong, known for his stinginess, as he eyed Hua Xiong's horses. To pull off this heist, he borrowed hundreds of men from Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Chao Ren, Li Dian, and Eugene, training them for a few days until they moved in unison. Now, Cao Hong was ready to ambush Hua Xiong. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Chao Ren, and the others all knew what Cao Hong intended. Even Cao was aware but turned a blind eye. Cao even prepared a backup plan to deny involvement if things went south. For 1,000 war horses without any mules, such a bounty was invaluable for Cao, who currently had no cavalry. Hua Xiong cautiously drove the carriage in the middle of the formation. Li Ru, Jiasu, Cayenne, and Chu carriages were all surrounded by Hua Xiong's guards. He could feel the constant surveillance from unknown forces. Carefully, he directed his subordinates to solidify their formation. He knew that unless absolutely necessary, neither Li Ru nor Jiasu would make a move here, as Cao Mengde knew both of them. After ensuring all identifying marks were removed, Cao Hong grabbed a handful of mud, smeared it on his face, and charged down the hill with a howl. Hua Xiong was dumbfounded. He had been worrying about which direction the ambush would come from, but now a fool had charged down. What was all their previous preparation for? "Hey thief!" Cao Hong called out in an awkward Bingo accent, addressing Hua Xiong. "This road is opened by me, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass, leave a toll." Hua Xiong was stunned again. Before he could respond, Chu couldn't hold back any longer. "What kind of bandit are you? Claiming this road is opened by you and this tree is planted by you. This is an official road. Did you open an official road? Which dynasty's emperor are you? The Han Emperor is still in Chang'an. Are you rebelling? This tree is planted by you? This tree is 400 years old. Are you a person from the previous Han dynasty? An otherworldly person? Do you have the elixir of life? Shu Qi's rapid-fire questions left Chao Hong dumbfounded, unable to come up with a coherent answer. Shu Qi looked at him with disdain, never seen such a stupid bandit. What's the point of talking before robbing? Just compare who has the bigger fists. Now you're dumbfounded. Hua Xiong helplessly pushed Shu Qi back into the carriage. This guy had a sharp tongue, but some words didn't need to be said. Saying them now was just asking for trouble. Charge! Hua Xiong shouted. The formation burst open into 8 parts. Meanwhile, Jia Su and Li Ru, sitting inside the carriage, simultaneously acted. Jia Su rarely used his mental prowess, but now his eyes seemed to see the next moment. Using Li Ru's spiritual power, he adjusted the trajectory, forcefully manifesting the 8 gates formation. A sound like the clashing of iron and the grand scene of iron horses filled the air, pouring into the army formation. The soldiers' morale soared, and the previously slow-moving cloud energy started spinning rapidly. In an instant, what seemed like a loose formation turned fiercely imposing. Each soldier radiated a layer of light. Although the colors varied over time, the 8 colors blended into a gray mist that enveloped the entire formation. Seeing this, Chao Hong was terrified. Any general would recognize what was happening. The next moment, Chao Hong scrambled up the hill to hide. Fighting against such a divine force would only end badly. Though he had prepared 10,000 soldiers, they weren't meant to fill this bottomless pit. As the gray mist rose, the soldiers inside the formation had no trouble seeing, but from outside, even someone with Lu Bu's vision couldn't see through it. This purely defensive, ambush-type formation had no physical defense against material objects. In other words, if someone launched a barrage of crossbow bolts, they would still hit. Seeing this for the first time, Chao Hong was frightened. Without a word, he turned and ran. The 4,000 war horses were tempting, but with such divine protection, his 10,000 soldiers would be crushed. He was here to rob, not to die. Hua Xiong held his sword, glaring in the direction of the hill, cursing inwardly at how fast the opponent ran. But because of this, Hua Xiong didn't suspect Chao Hong's identity. Only bandits and robbers would act so shamelessly, running at the first sign of trouble. He never considered that someone from the Chao family, despite being a member of a noble family, would be so stingy, calculating every penny. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, Hua Xiong decided to use these bandits to establish his authority. You there, thief. Listen well. I am General Hua Zijian of Taishan. Today, I will show you my might. With that, Hua Xiong's blade burst out from the mist. Unlike the previous chaotic slashes in Yongzhou, this time the aura harmonized perfectly with his power. A nearly 300-meter-long fiery blade, radiating intense heat, cleaved the hillside in 2. The split even showed signs of scorching. Glory to the general. Hua Xiong's soldiers cheered. Having a fierce general leading boosted their morale, and the higher the morale, the faster they could draw upon the surrounding energy, speeding up the flow of cloud energy. This was why a fierce general could tip the scales in battle even with equal forces. With one slash, Hua Xiong split the hill. He didn't linger. The enemy's life didn't matter. What mattered was intimidation. Today's display would be enough to deter any would-be troublemakers in Yenzhou. Increase speed. March without rest. Avoid cities and march in force. We must reach Taishan within a day. Hua Xiong estimated the distance and decided that with their current pace, they could make it to Taishan in one go. No more hiding. He believed Zhongba would come to meet them at the border. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded loudly, then started running at a steady pace. This was no challenge for them. Hua Xiong never skimped on food. Any rewards or loot were shared with his soldiers. After all, this was a habit cultivated in the harsh environment of Xiliang. To earn loyalty, aside from leading by example, sharing the spoils was essential. As long as the general got a big share, the soldiers had to get something too. This practice made Hua Xiong very popular among his troops. Because they were well-fed, Hua Xiong's soldiers each developed their first trace of internal energy. While it wasn't much use in a fight, it greatly improved their endurance. Bees. Chao Hong, hiding in the dirt, had resisted the urge to use his internal energy during Hua Xiong's attack. Rolling on the ground, he narrowly avoided the slash. He knew using his internal energy would make him a target, and his 10,000 soldiers would be crushed. This would be a huge blow to his elder brother Cao Cao, who had just become governor of Yanzhou. So, even if it meant his death, he couldn't reveal himself. Fortunately, Hua Xiong saw him as insignificant, attacking casually without targeting him specifically. This oversight spared Cao Hong's life. Now, he had no time for fear. He had to warn Cao Cao. No one should attempt to intercept this group. The person escorting the horses wasn't just any nobody. It was Hua Xiong, the fierce general from Hulo Pass, who slaughtered experts like chopping vegetables. And the scene he witnessed had to be reported to Cao Cao. It was terrifying. The near 1,000 support troops that Cao Hong had arranged not far from the front were scattered by Hua Xiong's single strike. No one was foolish enough to stay and fight against such an unbeatable force. They all ran faster than rabbits, knowing it was wiser to flee than to stand their ground. Although Hua Xiong's march was swift, moving several thousand people together couldn't compare to the speed of a few riders delivering a message. When Hua Xiong and his troops reached Dongping, Cao Cao, stationed in Shanong, had already received the latest intelligence. How many talented ministers and fierce generals does Lu Xuanda have? I didn't expect that, even for such a significant task as delivering tribute, he would send Hua Xiong, using this opportunity to clear Hua Xiong's name by meeting with the emperor. I thought it would just be a ceremonial official handling this. It seems this man has his eyes set on the world. Cao Cao sighed deeply after reading the report. Since Chen Shi's great victory over the Yellow Turbans and his subsequent consolidation of their forces, Cao Mengde had been staying in Shanong, trying to understand Lu Xuanda better. According to him, the situation in Taishan shouldn't be any better than in Chenlu. Lu Xuanda had the support of Tao Qian, just as he had Zhang Miao providing grain. Yet, the more he studied, the more significant the disparities seemed. Thus, Cao Mengde put aside his plans to attack Taishan and began a detailed study. The more he delved into it, the more he found Chen Shi's methods promising. However, those methods seemed only suited to Taishan because it lacked powerful clans. Standing like a wall beside him, Dian Wei hummed and hawed, indicating his dissatisfaction. "What's on your mind, evil eye?" Cao Cao asked, smiling at Dian Wei's grumbling. "I don't believe I'm weaker than Hua Xiong. Please, my lord, give me a chance to fight him," Dian Wei said, his voice resonating like a drum, his muscular frame straining his armor. "Ha ha," Cao Mengde laughed heartily. "Lu Xuanda has his Guan and Zhang, and I have fierce generals like you. Let's go and intercept Hua Xiong. I also want to see this formation that Zilian described." Just as Cao Cao was preparing to take his guard, Dian Wei, to intercept Hua Xiong, Sun appeared. "My lord, Zhang Yao from Yongzhou reports that Li Ju and Guosi have defeated Lu Bu with an army of 300,000, and Wang Yun was killed outside Chang'an." Sun Yu handed the dispatch to Cao Cao, who read it with a deepening frown. How dare those traitors? He rose in anger and slammed the letter onto the table. "My lord, please calm your anger. Fortunately, the emperor is unharmed. We still have time to gather our strength and rescue him," Sun Yu said calmly, though the emperor's plight was unacceptable to him. Cao Cao sighed, abandoning his plans to intercept Hua Xiong. "Wenrua, do we have enough grain?" "We have enough for only a month. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has ruined most of the fields we cultivated last year. We lack seeds and farming tools for the summer planting. Even if we plant on time, it will be 4 months until the harvest. Moreover, we have over 500,000 refugees," Sun Yu said, his tone full of helplessness. Cao Cao barely heard Sun Yu's words, having asked only to keep Sun Yu from noticing his mood. His mind was still on the previous report. Minister Wang Yun had jumped from the walls of Chang'an, and Lu Xia, under the threat of Li Ju and Guosi, had not uttered a single word in Wang Yun's defense, just bowing his head as Wang Yun, despondent, leaped to his death. Lu Xia then issued an edict to execute Wang Yun's family and abandon their bodies in the wild. Cao Cao didn't know how to feel, disappointed or disheartened. If Lu Xia had said even one word in defense, Wang Yun probably wouldn't have regretted his decision. Even if he jumped from the walls, he would have cursed Li Ju and Guosi as traitors. Afterward, countless righteous men would have rallied to defend the nation. But Lu Xia had yielded, saying nothing in his defense out of fear. If the sovereign treats his ministers like dirt, they will treat him as a bandit. This thought emerged in Chao Mengda's mind, suddenly liberating him, his aura becoming majestic. If the sovereign treats his ministers like dirt, Chao Mengda sighed, a seed of rebellion taking root in his heart. My lord, Sinyu said, frowning slightly. Haha, Wenrua, don't mind me. I was just moved by the report. Let's get back to business. How large is our grain shortfall? Cao Cao apologized to Sunyu, smiling without a trace of his previous demeanor. The shortfall is significant. Even with assistance from the local families, it's not enough. We lack both funds and grain in the treasury. Ordinary means won't cover the deficit. We'll have to find another way, Sunyu said, a hint of gratitude in his eyes, which then calmed. Sometimes, maintaining composure was essential for planning. What do you propose? Cao Cao asked excitedly. Grain had always been a major worry for him. If Sunyu had a solution, it would be a relief. If we lack grain in Yenzhou, we should take it from our enemies. While we don't have enough, Taishan, Shuzhou, and Yuzhou do, Sunyu said, his eyes gleaming coldly. After the coalition against Dongzhuo, the forces in the land divided into Dongzhuos in the west and the Eastern Coalition. However, the Eastern Coalition split further into two factions centered around Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. The rise of the White Horse General further complicated matters. This is why Chen Zichuan could pressure Yuan Shao despite being at a disadvantage. By aligning himself with Yuan Shu's faction, he secured substantial support and time to recuperate, Sunyu explained. And now we must also choose a faction. Although we've been aligned with Yuan Shao, we haven't formed an official alliance. It's time to strengthen our ties with Yuan Shao. We're not the only ones who can receive support. Others want to support us too. Sunyu's face softened into a gentle smile. Seeing Sunyu smile, Cao Cao was reassured. Whenever Sunyu smiled, it meant the situation was under control. If Sunyu said so, it couldn't be a joke. Shuzhou's Taoqian would be the best choice, but since Taishan County, the gateway to Shuzhou, is in Lu Xuanda's hands, we can't border them directly. Thus, borrowing grain is out of the question, Sunyu said calmly. So, like Lu Xuanda, we must use weakness to pressure strength. We'll target here. Cao Cao stared at the spot on the map where Sunyu pointed. Yuan Shu is indeed a good choice, but I fear I can't handle it alone. Lu Xuanda borrowed Gongsun's strength. Why can't we rely on Lu Biao? You must know that Nanyang, a wealthy region, is under Jingzhou's control, and Lu Biao has consolidated his rule there, Sunyu said with a smile. Really? Cao Cao asked in surprise. Even if it's not true, Jitsai will make it so. I've heard Yuan Shu plans to adopt Sun Jian's eldest son as his godson. Given Yuan Shu's loyalty and Sun Si's fierceness, a conflict with Lu Biao is inevitable. Sunyu explained the current situation with a calm demeanor, intending to open a route to Lu Biao while simultaneously making Runan a detached territory of Yuzhou. Then, he would seize the opportunity to plunder resources, taking all the money, grain, and people. Cao Cao's gaze followed Sunyu's finger to Fan County. He estimated that only 3,000 men would be needed to capture the city, which would effectively eliminate 90% of Yuzhou's Runan. Sliding his gaze along Sunyu's finger, Cao Cao saw the ultimate target, Shuzhou. Taking Runan would directly border the wealthy Shuzhou. He acknowledged that Taishan's soldiers were tough, but those from Danyan, weakened under Cao Bao's command, were experienced soldiers. A campaign from here could strike Yixi and Pengcheng, putting Taoqian directly under Cao Cao's blade. However, challenging both Shuzhou and Yuzhou simultaneously is somewhat. Cao Cao pondered for a long time, almost agreeing with Sunyu's strategy, but hesitating because, despite its weaknesses, Shuzhou still had soldiers and grain. Moreover, since Dongzhuo's fall, Yuan Shu had become one of the top powers in the land. There's no need to worry. Nanyang is the richest place in the realm. As long as Lu Biao shows the slightest hint of ambition, Yuan Shu won't tolerate it, even if that region is technically part of Jingzhou. Sunyu smiled. As for Tao Qian, if it were 10 years ago, I wouldn't dare underestimate him. But now he's like the setting sun, devoid of his former sharpness, merely a pushover. With Sunyu's assurances, Cao Cao no longer worried. He desperately needed a fertile region. Without such a place, he would never feel secure. Borrowing grain from others was not a long-term solution. No warlord aiming for the realm would put their lifeline in another's hands. While Cao Cao began scheming against Yuan Shu, Qin Shi, returning to Fengao, was already worried about what to do next. The shortage of officials was severe. With about 1.4 million yellow turbans, according to Han Dynasty standards, they needed about 1,400 officials and at least 7,000 clerks. However, even 7,000 clerks wouldn't suffice. According to Qin Shi's calculations, 7,000 clerks would barely manage Qingzhou's agricultural affairs. As long as no significant issues arose, the administrative framework could function. This was the downside of lacking local noble families. With local gentry, you could simply hand over people to them, and they would handle everything, as the gentry had an inherent system for managing large populations. For instance, if you threw 300,000 refugees into the Zhang family's territory, they'd automatically organize everything. Of course, if you dumped 1,000,000, even the Jin family would be overwhelmed. When Chen Shi returned with the troops, he was welcomed by Liu Bei himself, along with other civil and military officials, giving him the full honors. Normally, Chen Shi didn't care much about such formalities. The latest news was that Guan Yu's wife, who had come from Hedong with their son, Guan Ping, after hearing about Guan Yu. However, the young man, who resembled his father greatly, seemed intimidated by Guan Yu's imposing presence and didn't dare approach him. Guan Yu, on the other hand, inadvertently pressured his son with his silence. Seeing the 14-year-old Guan Ping already at the refining qi into gang level, Chen Shi could only marvel at the genetics. In the future, with more training, Guan Ping might not match his father but could still rival Hua Xiong. His physique and muscles were impressive. Who said Liu Bei had no successors? Guan Ping alone, with his high martial prowess, was enough to rival two members of the Chao and Xiahou families. To Chen Shi, physical strength and combatability were innate traits. To excel further, one needed reformation. However, leading troops, strategizing, and planning could be developed later. While not everyone could become a genius, competent middle-level talents could be trained, and Chen Shi was confident in this. Just like universities in later times could produce batches of mid-level talents, but training a genius was less reliable. With a height of about 1.8 meters, robust muscles, and a single garment, calling Chen Shi, Zhang Fei, and others uncles created a strong sense of dissonance. Guan Ping seemed around 14. According to Zhang Fei's boasting, he should be ready for battle by 16. Having killed people, Guan Yu had been a fugitive for 14 years. Seeing his son, Guan Ping, made him quite excited. Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirzi were equally enthusiastic. These bachelors were thrilled to have a nephew. Back in Fengao, after handing over command and returning to camp, Chen Shi felt a great sense of relief. Without a word, he ordered his carriage to take him home. If he could ride a horse, he wouldn't mind galloping home. As for the prohibition against galloping in the city, Chen Shi could ensure it didn't apply to him. Secretly observing a few times, he found that causing injury while galloping was unlikely unless the city was overcrowded during festivals. But even then, a sane person wouldn't gallop. However, just before reaching home, his carriage was stopped by Lu Su. Seeing the short distance remaining, Chen Shi ignored Lu Su. Passing by one's home without entering was something Daiyu did. Chen Shi couldn't do that. A few words of affection with his wife were worth more. The lack of such words once led to an extra son 8 years later. Alas, now that Lu Su was the governor of Taishan, Chen Shi was essentially unemployed. Any issues were Lu Su's problem, not his. With Guo Jia, Lu Yi, Lu Su, and Man Cheng in Fengao, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. With such reassurance, Chen Shi ignored Lu Su's antics. Covering his ears, he pretended not to hear. He'd have a good time with his wife, take a bath, sleep, eat some buns and porridge in the morning, then leisurely go to the government office to handle affairs. That was the way to go. Listening now meant no rest. Out of sight, out of mind. With grave OS Lu Su felt helpless. Although it wasn't appropriate to bother Chen Shi with governmental affairs immediately after his victory, seeing Chen Shi act so stubbornly, Lu Su knew there was no chance of getting help today. Today was just a reminder. Chen Shi would likely take over the current troublesome affairs of Qizhou at the government office tomorrow. During dinner, Chen Shi observed Fan Jian and Chen Lan's expressions under the lamp. He concluded that it wasn't a matter of him not noticing before. They genuinely didn't resemble each other. Smiling wryly, he resumed eating, realizing that it wasn't a matter of similar looks. Why do you think our husband keeps staring at us? Fan Jian asked curiously after Qin Shi left the table. I don't know, Qinlan replied, shaking her head in confusion, still lost in the sudden change of becoming a lady of the Qin family. You're not paying attention to our husband's changes, Fan Jian sighed. Lana, remember, no matter how your status changes, you still depend on our husband. Without him, you're nothing. Seeing Qinlan's mind wasn't on Qin Shi, Fan Jian frowned and decided to give her a piece of advice. Whether she listened or not was up to her. Qin Shi didn't intentionally eavesdrop on his wife's conversation, but he did notice that his home now had many songstresses. While it looked pleasant, it felt a bit unusual to him. Among them were two literate girls of about 13 or 14, rare in those times. Where did they come from? Did the yellow turbans produce such talents? Qin Shi didn't delve into it further. He figured it came about through one of several means, and asking the maids would only open old wounds. Since Liu Bei sent them, accepting it without overthinking was the best approach. The next day, Qin Shi arrived at the government office around noon, where Lu Su, Lu Yi, a drunken Guojia, Man Chong, Jian Yong, Sun Qian, and Lu Yan were all waiting for him. Hey, everyone's here early, Qin Shi greeted, raising his hand. What's the occasion? We were waiting for you, Guojia said, reeking of alcohol. I've been looking for you. Yesterday, Xuanda personally came to receive me, and you sent word that you were drunk and didn't show up. How shameless. Qin Shi scolded Guojia, who had been indulging excessively lately. Good wine. Try some. Guojia grinned, pushing Qin Shi's hand away and sliding back into his chair, continuing to drink from his jug. Qin Shi was speechless. At least Guojia knew to mix something into the potent liquor, making it safer to drink. Zishu, please take the main seat. Xuanda was here earlier but left due to other matters, Lu Su said, pointing to the main chair and indicating Qin Shi should sit there. For these people, sitting on chairs wasn't a breach of etiquette, it was just about comfort, and these elevated couches were better for their legs. Qin Shi didn't dwell on Guojia's issue. Since Guojia was here drunk, it meant the matter wasn't military, but purely administrative. However, what kind of administrative matter required such serious attention from everyone? Casually sitting in the main chair, Qin Shi retrieved the governor's seal and read the document Lu Su handed over. Sure enough, there was trouble. After defeating the yellow turbans, with no officials to manage them, the situation had turned chaotic. Recruit clerks. Qin Shi placed the stack of papers on the newly crafted desk. We don't have enough literate people, let alone scholars willing to manage yellow turbans, Liu Yu said bitterly. Your Taishan Academy barely has enough students, let alone enough to recruit. How do we recruit clerks? Even if we had literate 12 or 13-year-olds with capability, can they handle this? Man Chong said, his face darkening. Even if we send all the students from Taishan Academy to Qingzhou, including the literate scholars Wei Shuo recruited, we're still short by over 1,000. Each person would have to handle multiple positions, and they can only manage 1,000 people each at most, Lu Su said helplessly. No matter how talented you were, you needed subordinates to execute tasks. When Qin Shi governed Taishan, he relied on nearly 100 scholars from Yingchuan to build the framework. The scholars recruited by Liu Bei were then distributed throughout Taishan, allowing it to develop steadily. Without these people, despite their talents, the individuals here couldn't manage the administrative burden alone. Military control is the best option, Lu Yan eagerly suggested, recalling how effective it was in controlling internal chaos. Everyone glared at him, and Jian Yong said bluntly, you better focus on promoting Taishan's achievements. Just listen to this discussion. Lu Yan didn't get angry. He just opened his fan, fanned himself, and struck a handsome pose. Qin Shi smiled at Lu Yan. He was a scholar recruited by Liu Bei, noted in history for being poor at governance and strategy, but Liu Bei liked him, and he liked Liu Bei, so he stayed. NOES. Lu Su and the others thought of him as someone just to keep around, but Qin Shi believed Lu Yan's loyalty was invaluable. In history, he was one of the 4 scholars who followed Liu Bei through hardships without leaving. Although his capabilities were weak, his loyalty was exceptional. This kind of loyalty, even as mundane as toilet paper, had its uses. So, Qin Shi gave Lu Yan the task of promoting Taishan's image, using a generous budget for activities. He traveled around, making connections, enjoying music, and writing poetry, all while promoting Liu Bei's virtues. The results were astonishing, even shocking Lu Su. A prominent scholar promoting Taishan's virtues quickly led to widespread acclaim. After Qin Shi's confrontation with Jizhou, Liu Bei was lauded as the foremost candidate for restoring the Han dynasty. Liu Bei's reputation soared, almost to the point of embarrassment, though he couldn't help but feel proud. Though not yet renowned throughout the realm, Taishan's Liu Bei was now a well-known figure in Central Plains. That's why Lu Yan, this idle talker, could mingle with Lu Su and the others. Even Lu Su and Lu Yi now had a high opinion of his abilities. Building a reputation isn't as easy as it sounds, but Lu Yan seemed to do it effortlessly, as if he were cheating in a game. Of course, this was partly due to Lu Yan's good nature. Apart from being somewhat romantic and fond of literary contests, he was otherwise similar to Jian Yong and extremely self-aware. Not knowledgeable about governance, he refrained from giving random advice even when in a high position. Instances like this, where he blurted out about military governance, were rare and likely due to a moment of hot-headedness. Normally, Lu Yan was the type who would just watch and not speak, letting others do their thing. Thus, bringing him along was Lu Su's way of showing that everyone valued him and hoping he'd help boost their reputations. After Lu Yan quieted down, everyone turned to Qin Shi, hoping he had a solution. To them, the situation seemed very troublesome, but based on Qin Shi's past clever solutions, they hoped he could resolve it. Select minor officials, Qin Shi said after some thought. Promote all officials currently stationed in Qi-O by one level and make them formal officials. Then, select new minor officials. But where do we recruit them from? Even if we send all the literate people from Taishan to Qizhou, it won't be enough, Lu Su said, half laughing, half crying. If it were that easy, they wouldn't need Qin Shi. Why do they need to be literate? We're just selecting minor officials. Xiang, you've been dealing with Qingzhou affairs. Explain the current situation in Qizhou, Qin Shi said casually, then asked Lu Yi directly. He might not have a perfect solution, but with a perspective 2,000 years ahead of the times, he had methods. The main problem is a lack of officials, Lu Yi replied honestly, a bit flustered by the simplistic nature of his answer. Qin Shi covered his face, then turned to look at Lu Su, his eyes almost saying, I gave you a great strategist, and you've reduced him to this? Ahem, Xiang, Qin Shi is asking you to explain why the people in Qingzhou are causing the current situation, Lu Su said, embarrassed, quickly clarifying for Lu Yi. Oh, most of the problems in Qingzhou arise from land disputes, customs, and old feuds. Each of these issues has 3 to 5 causes and 3 to 5 scenarios. It's very complicated, Lu Yi said, rubbing his head. He was overwhelmed by these complexities, which explained his earlier simplistic answer. There you go. Break it down, and it's just about 30 scenarios. Each one can be handled, right? Qin Shi asked, exasperated. How could they let it get so complicated? That's not the problem. I can come up with 50 ways to handle each situation. The issue is the lack of people to implement these solutions. Wait, you mean this could work? Lu Yi was initially frustrated, but then realized what Qin Shi was implying, looking at him in surprise. Exactly. It's that simple. The yellow turban refugees have few demands. Just find some people to implement the solutions. You've been struggling with this for so long. You, Lu Xiang, have plenty of strategies. Why not create people who can handle these tasks? Explain the methods to them and have them follow the steps, Qin Shi said, feeling exasperated. Lu Yi and Lu Su exchanged glances, realizing this novel approach could work. The yellow turban refugees had straightforward demands. Lu Yu could easily resolve these issues, spending a day drafting solutions for various scenarios and then distributing them. The problems could be managed with just about anyone implementing the strategies. All right, let's recruit minor officials. Officials need both virtue and talent, but minor officials just need to manage their tasks. Zijing, write a manual detailing all possible administrative scenarios in Qizhou and the corresponding solutions. Print it out and give each of the 100 or so officials a copy. Qin Shi casually assigned the task, confident that Lu Ye's mind would make quick work of it. All right. Lu Yi and Lu Su nodded, recognizing the merit in the plan. As for the minor officials, recruit them locally in Qizhou. It doesn't matter if they're literate or not. As long as they claim they can do the job, let them take it. After a month, evaluate their performance. If they're competent, keep them. If not, replace them. For severe cases, execute them. And make sure officials teach them how to handle various scenarios, Qinshi said coldly. Recent events had made him more inclined toward harsh measures when necessary. Understood. Ziying and I will start working on it immediately. We'll have it ready in 3 days. Have the craftsman print it within 2 days, and we'll solve this within 10 days, Lu Su said decisively. He was efficient and recognized this task wasn't too daunting, especially with Lu Yi doing the heavy thinking. His job was to match strategies to situations, his forte. No problem, Qinshi said nonchalantly. The craftsmen aren't too busy. If needed, they can work an extra shift. No big deal. He just had to give the orders. The actual work was for others to handle. Sending Lu Su and Lu Yi off to their tasks, Qinshi planned to take the administrative duties home. Meanwhile, Lu Yan, on public expense, was planning to meet scholars Lu Shi, Wu Fan, and Zhao De to drink wine, play music, and climb Taishan. He even reported his budget for the day's activities. What a life! However, according to Hua Xiong's latest report, a notable figure would soon arrive at Taishan. Handling the renowned Cayenne, who they had conveniently brought along, would be tricky. Her father's reputation alone made it difficult to deal with her. Bringing her to Taishan could cause trouble, and Liu Bei might even need to formally welcome her due to the previous acquisition of the Kai family's books. As Qinshi walked out, carrying the administrative documents, he pondered whether he should also craft himself a reputation as a scholar. After all, only scholars could freely roam the territories of various lords and receive excellent treatment. Aside from renegade figures like Mi Heng, scholars generally enjoyed great respect. With a cute Betachin, she carried a stack of manuscripts, planning to head back and deal with them. Although his administrative duties were almost non-existent, to promote harmony among the civil officials, Qinshi decided to take a stack of manuscripts home. Being envied for no reason wasn't pleasant. Even someone as carefree as Liu Yan, who drank and lazed around on public funds, was often extorted by Guojia. After all, brothels also cost money. Qinshi had only taken a couple of steps when he was blocked by a wall of a man. He moved left, then right, but couldn't get around him. He jumped back and glared at Su Chu. Zhangkong, what are you doing? Don't block my way if you have nothing to do. The Lord invites the military advisor to his residence, Su Chu said in his gruff voice. What's it about? Qinshi asked curiously, though he quickly remembered that Su Chu would never tell him. I don't know, Su Chu replied honestly. Oh, Wan Yuliang, come here, Qinshi called out to a familiar face. Take these manuscripts to Feng Shao. I remember you're his captain of personal guards. Tell him to drink less, and if he goes to the brothel, don't let him stay the night. Just carry him back. Yes, sir. Wan Yuliang replied loudly, surprised that Qinshi knew his name. Taking the manuscripts, he quickly went to find Guojia, who was likely already lying in Guo's mansion. As captain of Guojia's guards, Ruan's fate was tied to his superior. If Guojia did well, so would he. So he was happy to find Guojia more work. Let's go and see, Qinshi said, waving as he followed Su Chu, wondering what Liu Bei wanted. It was strange Liu Bei didn't attend the recent important meeting about Qizhou. Could he be eating barbecue with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? Su Chu stopped at the main gate and stood to the side. Qinshi walked to the inner courtyard, hesitating at Liu Bei's door. He could sense the oppressive atmosphere inside before he even entered. Zichuan, come in. Liu Bei called in a low voice, probably hearing Qinshi's footsteps. Qinshi pushed the door open to find the room in disarray. The bookshelves and furniture were overturned, ink and paper scattered everywhere. Liu Bei's favorite white porcelain cup lay shattered, and his sword was broken, half embedded in a pillar and half on the floor. Sit anywhere, Zichuan. Look at this. Liu Bei said, slumped against the wall, sitting on the floor. Qinshi saw Liu Bei's despondent expression and was stunned. When had the usually resilient Liu Bei ever been like this? Had someone stolen his woman? Glancing at the bamboo slip, Qinshi covered his forehead. Lucia, could you be any more disappointing? This was a devastating blow to those loyal to the Han dynasty. It was like self-destruction. While Cao Cao had senior informant Zhang Yao reporting, the merchants under Mi Zhu weren't idle either. Although the distance was greater, they had only received the news a few hours later than Liu Bei. Qinshi remained silent, tossing the bamboo slip aside and sitting on the floor. He knew Liu Bei had something to say. The Han Emperor, this is the Han Emperor? Has he forgotten the dignity of the Emperor? Has he forgotten that his every word and action sets an example for the world? Does he not realize how much damage his actions cause us? Liu Bei roared, "How can a Liu of our lineage be such a heartless, ungrateful ruler? Would it have killed him to say one word? Li Ju and Guosi wouldn't dare harm him. I, Lu Xuanda, would be the first to raise an army." Unlike Cao Cao, who dared not speak his thoughts openly, Liu Bei, verified as a royal clan member by the court of the imperial clan, faced no such constraints. Criticizing the emperor wasn't a big deal, especially when the emperor was at fault. Qinshi didn't respond, letting Liu Bei vent. In this era, any member of the Liu clan had the potential to become emperor. Protecting the Han dynasty's legitimacy and those loyal to it was, in essence, self-preservation. In simple terms, Liu Xie's actions had infuriated Liu Bei. Liu Bei had ambitions, but he was also a recognized member of the Han royal family. His status had elevated him from a nobody to a warlord. After conquering Qizhou, he became a major power. While his own efforts and the support of his followers played significant roles, so did the legacy of the Han dynasty. This is why Liu Bei remembered to make offerings to the emperor first when he became successful. When white porcelain appeared, he chose the best pieces to send to the emperor. It wasn't that he lacked ambition, but Liu Bei felt he had already received great imperial favor. To ask for more would trouble his conscience. Besides, he had heard the emperor was wise. When Dong Zhuo was defeated, Liu Bei couldn't sleep from excitement, feeling the Han dynasty's restoration was imminent. Working hard to become the new Duke of Zhou seemed more feasible than anything else. But just as Liu Bei solidified his image as a loyal Han clan member, the Han emperor's actions were like a direct attack on his nascent loyalty. This wasn't just a blow, it was a fatal strike to Liu Bei's ideals. Liu Bei was disoriented. His dreams shattered, he felt unworthy and deeply hurt by Liu Xie's actions. He didn't know what to do anymore. Restore the Han dynasty? Did Liu Xie still deserve his efforts? Liu Bei, having just transformed into a loyalist, couldn't recover from the shock. "Zichuan, tell me, what should I do?" What's the big deal? Your goal is to restore the Han dynasty, and my goal is to make China strong and respected. Do we need to care about such things? Let's just do what we need to do. The emperor doesn't necessarily represent the Han dynasty or China. We should focus on our tasks, which are to stabilize the central plains and bring peace to the land, Qinshi said, glancing at Liu Bei, unfazed by the situation. Even if the emperor were incompetent, people still needed to live their lives. Liu Bei stared at Qinshi, then slumped back down. "Zichuan, you don't understand. You don't understand how I feel. Do you know, I once fantasized about becoming emperor? I am a descendant of the Han dynasty, I have the right. But as I climbed to this position, the imperial favor I received made me feel unworthy of coveting the throne." Yes. Qinshi was dumbfounded. What was Liu Bei talking about, saying such things? Deeply indebted to the imperial grace, I cannot harbor any ambition for the throne. You're not that kind of person. In history, you ascended to the throne. Now you say you have no ambition for it, is this a joke? Seeing Qinshi's astonished expression, Liu Bei sighed and explained, "Whether it is ambition or desire, I have both. But since I've stepped into this position step by step, I've encountered no obstacles. Tao Gongzu, Kong Wenju, they all helped me. The might of the Han dynasty still protects me. Even if I had any dissatisfaction, it still gave me opportunities." "Zichuan, have I ever fought for anything?" Liu Bei asked. "No," Qinshi thought for a moment and replied. "Exactly. I haven't fought for anything, yet because of my surname and bloodline, I've gained so much. Maybe before the incident with the postal inspector, I thought these were all deserved. But after that, I understood that in this world, besides ability, one also needs the lingering favor of ancestors." Liu Bei's face showed bitterness, his words almost incoherent, but Qinshi understood the underlying meaning. This was Liu Bei's greatest pain. Despite his efforts, he still couldn't escape the need to rely on his ancestors. And now, even more painfully, he relied on his ancestors yet still desired to covet the legitimate line they left behind. Even if the other party was at fault, Liu Bei felt that others had the right, but he did not. He believed that as a collateral family member, the main family had given him a chance to thrive. Now, should he strike down the legitimate heir and take his place? His conscience wouldn't allow it. Qinshi smiled bitterly, finally understanding the situation. Unlike the historical Liu Bei, This Liu Bei had not experienced hardship. In the previous life, besides the title of imperial uncle, Liu Bei enjoyed no benefits from the royal family. Even with the help of some loyal Han officials, those resources had long been exhausted over time. Except for an empty title, Liu Bei started almost from scratch and owed nothing to the Han dynasty, so he felt no pressure to ascend the throne as the last remaining royal member, Liu Xuanda. In this life, Liu Bei had royal documentation and benefits, quickly rising from a nobody to a great lord ruling over a populous region. He even gained a title. Though he fought for some of it and had Qin Shi strategies, without loyal Han officials like Tao Qian, Liu Bei wouldn't have risen so quickly. Because of this, Liu Bei felt deeply indebted to the Han dynasty. The situation wasn't too dire yet, there was still hope for salvation if efforts were made. Hence, his conscience easily suppressed his ambition, and he aspired to be like Duke of Zhou, not aiming to become emperor. His dream was to bring peace to the world and restore the Han dynasty, not to claim the throne. This was why he was so hurt by Emperor Xian's actions. Otherwise, Liu Xia doing such things would have been a favorable situation for Liu Bei. If Liu Xia disappointed the loyal officials, following the principle that any royal member could ascend, wouldn't Liu Bei, hailed as a great hero by Liu Yan, be the best choice? Understanding all this, Qin Shi knew how to respond. Xuanda, may I say something? Qin Shi said with a smile. Please speak, Zichuan, Liu Bei said calmly. After venting for a while, Liu Bei felt a bit regretful for saying things he shouldn't have, but he was much calmer now. Xuanda, how did the ancestors' favor come about? Qin Shi asked, his eyes twinkling with a hint of a smile. It was the result of Emperor Gaozu cutting through thorns and overthrowing Qin's tyranny, competing with Xiang Yu and leaving blessings for us descendants, Liu Bei said fervently. To Emperor Gaozu, there's no distinction between close and distant descendants, right? Qin Shi asked with a smile. You can't say that, Liu Bei frowned. All right, then let's change the topic. What kind of Han dynasty did Emperor Gaozu hope for? Qin Shi continued to ask. Enduring, passed down through generations, Liu Bei paused, knowing this wasn't realistic. And for each generation's hope? Qin Shi asked with a smile. Liu Bei didn't answer, but his eyes flashed with a light. Did the ancestors hope their descendants would rely solely on their glory, or did they want their descendants to surpass them? Qin Shi's smile grew clearer. Liu Bei didn't answer, but his whole demeanor changed, shedding his earlier despondency. Xuanda, no ancestor wants their descendants to live solely off their glory. The glory they created and the solid foundation they laid were meant to support their descendants during tough times until they could rise again, Qin Shi said slowly. Liu Bei stood up and extended his hand toward Qin Shi. Let's create more glory for our descendants, lay a stronger foundation, and surpass our ancestors. Liu Bei's last words were almost squeezed out through clenched teeth, but once spoken, he seemed filled with strength, radiating energy. With a Q noob yes. Ancestors, forgive your descendants' disrespect. Today I, Liu Xuanda, swear to the heavens, if I cannot surpass the past generations, I will never covet the throne. Let the ancestors witness this. Liu Bei passionately declared to the sky, his eyes filled with determination, giving Qin Shi the feeling that Liu Bei was serious this time. Zichuan. At this moment, Liu Bei seemed shrouded in a layer of solemnity. He extended his hand again. Tell me your ideal. Don't give me that lie about wanting to be the head of the Qin family. With your ability, that position is like picking something out of a bag. Speak your ideal, Zichuan. Qin Shi paused, then put away his playful expression. For the first time, he showed no sign of dislike and placed his hand on Liu Bei's. My ideal. Through the ages, let China always stand at the pinnacle of the world. Whether in the past or the future, let others only look up to us. Let the people be well-fed and clothed, with paths for advancement, the wealth, wisdom, and talent of the world not monopolized by noble families, and everyone able to earn a fair return for their contributions. Good. That's the Qin Zichuan I know. Liu Bei laughed heartily, then turned to Qin Shi. Zichuan, make a vow. One day, I will inscribe your vow today in the Liu family's ancestral teachings. I, Liu Xuanda, will surpass my ancestors. My loyalty lies with the Han dynasty, not any single person. Qin Shi left Liu Bei's house feeling utterly disoriented. When did he become so melodramatic? Is it true that if you aren't dramatic, you aren't young? What a joke. Qin Shi was depressed. Damn it, Liu Bei, you lunatic. You dragged me into your madness and infected me with it. You bastard. Qinxi's face was dark, emitting an aura that kept people at bay as he cursed Liu Bei furiously in his heart. On the other side, Liu Bei felt rather good about himself. He thought his earlier display of grandeur was enough to make his current self tremble. Saying he would surpass his ancestors, heroes truly needed to have moments of hot-headedness to achieve greatness. Indeed, Zichuan is not a man to be underestimated. How could a genius settle for just being the head of a family? If his ambition were so small, wouldn't it waste his talents? Like-minded. Truly like-minded. Liu Bei laughed heartily. Bringing Qinxi into his madness today was a pleasant surprise. No matter how lazy Qinxi appeared, his ambition, his vision, and his scale of thinking were unparalleled. Even the idea of surpassing their ancestors was something Qinxi could shoulder. Qinxi had no idea about Liu Bei's expectations for him. Even if he did, he'd feel conflicted. Right now, he still felt uncomfortable. Every time he recalled Liu Bei holding his hand, enveloped in a dramatic aura, he thought he should just rest and recover. Qin Zichuan fell ill. Although the exact illness was unknown, he stayed home every day, lying in bed motionless, even when Fan Jian came over. He would just cover his head and continue lying there, mumbling that his laziness was acting up. Husband, get up. You've been lying in bed for many days, Fan Jian, this middle schooler, pulled on Qinxi's arm, trying to drag him out, but to no avail. Qinxi remained motionless, stubbornly clinging to the bed. Zichuan, Big Brother ordered me to take you out of the city. Zhang Fei's loud voice shook the dust off the beams. I'm so tired. If third brother needs something, find Zijing. Qinxi's weak voice emerged from under the blanket. Initially, he felt embarrassed, but now he simply felt that resting was comfortable. Lazing in bed all day was also a way of life, a very good one. Madam, Zhang Fei said, bowing to Fan Jian, please excuse me. There is an important matter today, so I must ask Zichuan to come with me. I hope you understand. General, there's no need for such courtesy. I've been trying to get my husband to go out more as well, but... Fan Jian sighed as she spoke. Leave it to me, old Zhang. It's just some sunbathing, right? I'll make sure to take Zichuan out every day from now on. Zhang Fei pounded his chest like a drum. Thank you, General Zhang. Oh, by the way, I have some wine at home. I'll fetch it for you. Fan Jian smiled and turned to leave, giving Zhang Fei the chance to take Qinxi away. Hey, third brother, what's the matter? I was sleeping. Disturbing someone's dream is not a good thing. Qinxi pulled off the covers and poked his head out. He wouldn't give Zhang Fei the excuse to roll him up in his bedding and carry him off, nor would he give him the chance to carry both the bed and him. He'd been caught off guard before when Zhang Fei carried him and the bed out together, still moving swiftly. Zijing is back, Zhang Fei said excitedly. Hua Xiong, a guy he liked to spar with, had returned, giving him another opponent. Oh, he arrived at the Taishan border 10 days ago. The ceremony seems off, Qinxi said, getting up. Qinxi knew what was going on. Liu Bei had been fuming recently. Though Qinxi had calmed him down, Liu Bei had heard about the imperial envoy's arrival, which reignited his anger. He declared that he and his officials would fast for 9 days to honor the imperial decree. Liu Bei felt he couldn't control his anger with the envoy's arrival. He hadn't faced many hardships and was far from hiding his emotions. Rather than letting the world see his displeasure with Liu Xia, he chose to stall, hoping to calm down before meeting the envoy. This fasting was just for show. Lu Yi, a Han clan member, understood Liu Bei's feelings after hearing about Wang Yun's situation. The angrier a person was, the more loyal they were. Those who remained silent were either disillusioned or had turned rebellious. Zhang Fei patted Qinxi's shoulder. Sometimes he was careless, but other times he was incredibly perceptive. He knew what was going on but didn't question Liu Bei because Liu Bei's choices always represented him. Let's go. Since Zijing is back, let's welcome him. Have the accommodations for Miss Kai and those 2 friends been prepared? Are the furniture and decorations all set? Qinxi asked as he got dressed. Everything is ready, Zhang Fei nodded. Good. Inform the others. I'll fix my hair and join you. As for the strong wine, drink less of it. I'm not joking. Too much could be deadly, Qinxi said, signaling Zhang Fei to leave, assuring him he'd be ready soon. After Zhang Fei left, Qinlan helped Qinxi with his hair. Qinshi then took a carriage to the city gates to welcome Hua Xiong and his party. He already knew his official position and title. He just needed to make an appearance and receive his seal. The announcement of the imperial decree was brief. Everyone's thoughts were elsewhere. The Han dynasty was unstable, unable to pay salaries. Official positions meant nothing if you couldn't assume office. Beta. Liu Bei showed respect for the decree, but his true feelings were unknown. Qinshi knew Liu Bei's loyalty to the Han dynasty was genuine, but his loyalty to the current emperor was unreliable. Liu Bei's recent dramatic declarations revealed his dissatisfaction with the emperor. The hurt was too deep. This time, Liu Bei wasn't here to welcome the envoy or Miss Kai, but to meet Qinshi's friends. Liu Bei had realized that to achieve his grand vision, he needed talented people. The higher their caliber, the better. Each additional talent brought him closer to his goal. Qinshi was already extraordinary, so his friends couldn't be weak. Welcoming them was a duty for a hero like Liu Xuanda. So, he understood now. To fulfill his lofty ambitions, Liu Bei needed the best people, and Qinshi's friends fit that bill. Qinshi had no idea what was going through Liu Bei's mind. If he knew, considering Liu Bei's previous actions, he would probably give him the title of a melodramatic hero. But speaking with such grandiose words, even Qinshi found himself extending his hand in confusion. If it were anyone else, they might have been moved to tears and knelt in reverence. This shows that a melodramatic aura is almost equivalent to a kingly aura. Liu Bei personally helped Jia Su and Li Yu off the carriage. As someone who rose from the lower ranks without the education of noble families but reached a high position, Liu Bei lacked the sense of distance that noble families maintained. In simple terms, Liu Bei could casually leave Qinshi on the carriage and drive himself, something Yuan Shao would never do, regardless of the talent of the person. Comparing the current statuses of Yuan Shao and Liu Bei, they weren't too different. Thus, Liu Bei's conduct seemed exceedingly gracious to many scholars. Although Lu Su often felt it was unnecessary, he still appreciated Liu Bei's actions. Liu Bei was likely aware of his changing status, but the rapid change left him no time to adjust. He had become a central figure among the Central Plains warlords. His habit of respecting scholars and treating people kindly had not changed, even though he now held a high position where most had to look up to him. Liu Bei never changed his habits over the years, leaving a legacy of the style of Gaozu in history, regardless of whether it was good or bad. This shows that it's hard to change one's nature. Liu Bei was in a similar situation, habitually welcoming scholars personally and sharing unfinished food with his officials. Liu Bei might not realize how his habits appeared to others, how gracious it seemed for a high-ranking lord to be so humble. The Yellow Turbans raiding Qingzhou primarily targeted Taishan, yet no scholar fled their posts. This was largely due to Liu Bei's past gestures of hosting banquets, escorting scholars out of the city, and bowing deeply. Such actions deeply moved scholars from humble backgrounds, inspiring them to serve him loyally. It didn't matter that the Yellow Turbans hadn't attacked the city. These scholars would have fought to the death rather than surrender, showing their unwavering loyalty to Liu Bei. Li Wenru from Yongzhou, Jia Wenhe from Liangzhou, great Lord Xuanda, Li Yu and Jia Su bowed to Liu Bei. Such a gracious demeanor, even previously unknown scholars are treated with respect. The Central Plains warlord? It's not impossible, thought Li Yu as he watched Liu Bei from a distance. Using some esoteric methods, he observed auras of purple energy and faint multicolored insignias around Liu Bei, though lacking the form of a dragon or tiger, just floating scattered around him. Please rise. Zichuan has mentioned both of you many times. Would you be willing to join me? Liu Bei asked directly, somewhat stunned. If they refused, he would be humiliated in front of so many people. Are you so confident, Lord Xuanda? Li Yu asked curiously. No, because I'm not afraid of being refused. I've been refused many times but still reached this point. I, Liu Xuanda, will not rest until I achieve my goals. Liu Bei declared firmly. Honored by your confidence, I, Wenru, am willing to assist in correcting any shortcomings, Li Yu nodded, acknowledging Liu Bei's determination. And you, Wenhe? Liu Bei asked Jia Su. I have a question, Jia Su pondered. Since Li Yu had already leaned towards Liu Bei, he had to make a choice today. Though he admired Liu Bei, admiration didn't equate to joining. Jia Su's primary concern was his personal safety. Please ask, Wenhe. Liu Bei quickly understood that Jia Su favored him but had reservations. This question was crucial and might be what Qin Shi referred to as the last straw that breaks the camel's back, so Liu Bei had to be cautious. Who is responsible for the current chaos in the world? Jia Su asked calmly. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Yi angrily retorted, "How dare you speak like that, old man? Ziying, stand down." Liu Bei, though displeased, reprimanded Lu Yi. He knew the question, but was unwilling to answer. Too many were at fault: the royal family, eunuchs, scholars, consort clans, ministers, and noble families. Who could claim innocence? How to answer? Reino Thailand Bades. Lord Xuanda, let me answer this. Jia Wenhe's question is difficult, but I know the answer the world will want in the future. Qin Shi saw Liu Bei's dilemma and stepped forward, unable to let Liu Bei handle it alone. Wenhe, may Zituan answer for me? Liu Bei asked, delighted, but then turned to Jia Su. All right, I'd like to hear Qin Zituan's answer. Jia Su nodded. Zituan, it's up to you. Liu Bei patted Qin Shi's shoulder. The answer is simple. It's Lord Xuanda's fault, Qin Shi said without pressure. What? All the chaos is Liu Xuanda's fault. Liu Bei was dumbfounded, as were the others who heard. How could everything be Liu Bei's fault? Explain, Jia Su asked expressionlessly. Lord Xuanda was born too late and not strong enough. Otherwise, the world would already be at peace. So, it's his fault for not having the ability to pacify the world and ensure the people's well-being. Does this answer satisfy you? If not, ask the world in 20 years. They will tell you the same, Qin Shi said calmly, looking at Jia Su. As expected of Qin Zituan. I'm not satisfied with this answer, but I plan to ask the world in 20 years. Jia Su smiled slightly, nodded to Liu Bei, and saluted, "Greetings, my lord." Good, today we have gained 2 great advisors. Liu Bei laughed. Thanks to Zituan, I couldn't have answered without you. No need for thanks, Lord Xuanda. Just remember, the fault of the world lies with you, Qin Shi warned. Qin Shi wouldn't admit that he answered this way on purpose. Jia Su didn't want the answer he gave, but the meaning behind it was enough for everyone to ponder. If Liu Xuanda dared to take on all the past faults, how high would his ambition and vision be? This was worth considering. Surpassing one's ancestors is not easy. First, you must dare to take on all their faults. Only then will the world acknowledge you. Qin Shi thought silently. Qin Shi was sure Liu Bei hadn't considered these issues. Most of Liu Bei's grand statements were made in a feverish state, without a complete plan or even knowing where to start. Since Liu Bei had made such claims, it was up to him to push Liu Bei onto the path he desired. Liu Bei, unaware of Qin Zituan's intentions, continued to greet Chu Qi with a smile. Hua Xiong's letter had already reached Liu Bei's hands, and naturally Liu Xuanda, who came from a humble background, understood the importance of grain to the people of the world. Reaching out to help Chu Qi down from the carriage, Liu Bei treated him with almost the same respect he showed to Jia Su and Li Ru. What was surprising was that Chu Qi's demeanor was almost identical to theirs. He bowed respectfully, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor without showing any trace of excitement. Xu Hanma greets Lord Xuanda. Although Chu Qi lacked the kind of calm that came from holding a high position, as Jia Su and Li Ru did, his composure as an aristocrat was fully evident in this moment. It was clear that Chu Qi was a direct descendant of a well-established family. Qin Shi frowned slightly, not because of Chu Qi, but because of Liu Bei's behavior. While being warm and kind-hearted could be a good thing, it was clear that this should depend on the person being addressed. Chu Qi was evidently a member of a noble family, and a prestigious one at that. The thorough aristocratic education Chu Qi had received was displayed fully in his exchange with Liu Bei, making it clear that Chu Qi was undoubtedly from the direct line of his family. Is he from the Chu family of Zhou? Qin Shi mused silently. With his enhanced mental acuity, he could recall many details, and soon, combining historical records from his previous life and current circumstances, he speculated that this Chu family might very well be the predecessor of the Chu family that would establish a regime a few centuries later, a low-profile family that had inherited the lineage of the 100 schools of thought from the Qin dynasty. This guy might actually be the head of the Chu family and possibly the one who is often referred to as the contemporary Shen Nong, a figure who experimented with new crop varieties in Chang'an without leaving a name. Qin Shi thought with a frown. It seemed they had caught a big fish this time. Even if some aristocrats were testing the waters with Liu Bei, it was unlikely that any family would send out their family head directly. Such a move would be ridiculous. Of course, someone like Gan Ning was an exception. He was just there for amusement. Liu Bei asked Chu Qi a few questions, and to his surprise, Chu Qi, who had been quite brash earlier, responded in a composed and measured manner. This shocked Hua Xiong, who had been tormented by Chu Qi's antics during the journey. He had been worried that Chu Qi might act foolishly, but the calm and steady responses now made him wonder if Chu Qi had been toying with him all along. However, when Liu Bei subtly hinted at wanting him to join their cause, Chu Qi simply responded, "My ambition lies with the common people of the world. I only hope for a day when every household has full granaries. Instead of hoping for a saint to descend from the heavens to teach the people, I would rather rely on myself to instill in them the knowledge of etiquette and the sense of honor and shame. Therefore, I wish to travel across the land to spread my knowledge and ideals." Liu Bei was left speechless. Was this man feverish? How could it be possible to teach every commoner in the world to know proper etiquette? Throughout history, countless sages had pursued this goal, yet who among them had succeeded? So that's what it is. Qin Shi finally understood why such a figure was remembered only in a small region. Most likely, he died before he could spread his wisdom. But thinking about it, this made sense. There were very few people in ancient times who could travel extensively and not end up dead. In this era, there were probably more wolves than humans. Such grand ambitions could not go unsupported. Liu Bei immediately expressed his willingness to support Chu Qi's research, providing funds, land, and whatever else was needed. He suggested that Chu Qi could start with a pilot project and then gradually expand. As for further attempts to recruit him, Liu Bei refrained from pressing the issue. He had shown enough sincerity, and now it was up to Chu Qi to make his choice. Having impulsively made such bold statements not long ago, Liu Bei was well aware that anyone who could calmly state such world-shaking ambitions would not be easily swayed by words alone. Only reality could teach him otherwise, and in all likelihood, even hitting a wall would not make him turn back. When it was Kai Yan's turn to meet Liu Bei, he was much calmer. Compared to those whose influence could sway the entire world, a woman like Kai Yan, who was more suited to the realm of poetry and romance, held less attraction for Liu Bei. However, since they had taken the Kai family's collection of books from Luoyang, Liu Bei still invited Kai Wenji down with respect. "Lady Kai, please," Liu Bei said as calmly as possible. Kai Yan's beauty was indeed stunning, and coupled with her scholarly aura, Liu Bei, who had seen few such beauties, found himself momentarily tempted. "Greetings, Marquis of Fanon." Kai Yan curtsied gracefully, her refined demeanor further endearing her to Liu Bei. "Lord Xuanda," Qin Shi quickly intervened when he saw Liu Bei becoming infatuated. "Please host a banquet to entertain our guests." Damn, I forgot that Liu Bei has never experienced luxury before. Qin Shi cursed inwardly. Fortunately, Liu Bei was a man of strong will, and after being snapped out of his daze by Qin Shi, he quickly regained his composure and no longer fixated on Kai Yan. "Everyone, please follow me." "The banquet has already been prepared," Liu Bei said, smiling warmly. Naturally, Kai Yan was left in the care of Qin Shi's wife, Fan Jian. After all, in the entire Fengao, only Fan Jian had the status to host her. The others were either concubines or of humble origin, and thus not qualified. As for the banquet, Qin Shi was now somewhat distracted. He had only considered Liu Bei's ambitions, but had overlooked an important point. Liu Bei was different from him. Liu Bei had risen from humble beginnings and had never experienced wealth or luxury, nor had he ever encountered truly stunning beauties. Thus, someone like Kai Yan, renowned for her talent and beauty, had a particularly strong allure for someone like Liu Bei. Sigh, he might even let beauty lead him astray. "I was too careless. I'll need to discuss this with Liu Yi and the others later. I'll have to resort to some unconventional methods." Qin Shi thought as he sipped his wine, uninterested in the dishes before him. The best course of action was to eliminate potential problems early. Qin Shi himself had no concept of being led astray by beauty or indulging in luxury. The reason was simple: such temptations held no sway over him, or rather, they did not exist for any properly educated scion of an aristocratic family. Think about it, when have top-tier aristocrats like Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Sun Yu, or Chen Kun ever been bewitched by women to the point of losing their minds? Ever since the story of King Yu of Zhou lighting warning beacons for a smile from Bao Si, all the great families had intensified the education of their heirs in this regard. Though this comprehensive education was costly, it was well worth it. After such training, most of the world's temptations were nothing. Qin Shi himself had received this education in his previous life. Though he had to interrupt it due to certain circumstances, he had completed a significant portion of it. This life's Qin Shi had also received parts of this education when his family became wealthy, and together, the two lifetimes had provided him with almost a complete aristocratic education. As for the next level of training intended for grooming certain individuals, Qin Shi had undergone it before being sidelined in his previous life. Later, he had to settle for the standard aristocratic education before forcibly ending that as well, because it was no longer necessary. What he had once considered unnecessary, Qin Shi now realized was actually quite useful. In his opinion, Liu Bei was in dire need of some of this education. Splendid mansions, luxurious carriages, stunning beauties, gold and silver treasures, Liu Bei needed to have these until he could remain indifferent to them. Thailand bot. After the banquet, Qin Shi personally escorted his two friends to the residences he had prepared for them. Meanwhile, Fan Jian took Kai Yan to the temporary residence prepared for her. As for Hua Xiong, he was kept behind by Liu Bei, who wanted to inquire about the events that had occurred during his extended stay in Chang'an, as Hua Xiong had spent an unusually long time in Yongzhou. Wenhe, Wenru, please. Qin Shi smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Without any hesitation, Jia Su and Li Yu casually walked in, as if the three were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. After sitting in the living room, the three men casually chatted about the affairs in Yongzhou, and after some time, Qin Shi excused himself and left. The next morning at dawn, Li Yu and Jia Su appeared together at Qin Shi's doorstep. At Qin Shi's invitation, they entered his home. "How is it?" Qin Shi asked with a smile. "It's indeed not bad. There are no spies placed in our residences. Lu Xuanda is truly a man of virtue." Li Yu stiffly smiled as he spoke. "If that weren't the case, I would rather remain hidden than expose myself to the light." Qin Shi looked at Li Yu with a slight sense of pride. "Let's be honest, why did you think of having me and him join? You should know that if his identity is exposed, it could cause significant trouble." "I don't like putting my life in someone else's hands," Jiasu said, frowning slightly. "This is far too dangerous. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have asked that question before. Because both I and Lord Xuanda need you. As for your identities, you are now Li Wenru and Jia Wenhe, and you've already washed away your past. With your abilities, maintaining this won't take long before you become indispensable to us. Lord Xuanda's ambitions are vast. I believe that once we reach a certain level, even if your identities are exposed, it won't matter to him." Qin Shi shook his head, rejecting Jiasu's concerns. "Lord Xuanda's ambitions are vast," Liu suddenly exclaimed, eyes wide. "Indeed. From the tone of his responses earlier, I could almost feel that ambition to unify the world, a spirit that truly befits the title of a heroic leader. However, it's a pity his background is too humble, and his scope is too narrow," Jia Su first praised, then sighed as he recalled Liu Bei's behavior in front of Kai Yan. "You two are the only ones I dare speak so frankly with," Qin Shi sighed. "Lord Xuanda's goal is to surpass the glory of his ancestors in every way. If he cannot achieve that, he will never covet the throne. This is his vow." Both Jiasu and Li Yu were taken aback by Liu Bei's ambition. They exchanged glances and then shook their heads slightly before Jiasu spoke. "Ambition and resolve are not the problem, but did you not notice his earlier behavior? A humble background, never having enjoyed wealth, and never having seen a truly beautiful woman, these are things I will address. It's simply a matter of using poison to cure poison. I can handle it. As for why I had to bring you both to Taishan, one reason is that you are too dangerous elsewhere, and the other is that Lord Xuanda needs you." Qin Shi waved his hand, indicating that these concerns were not problems. "No need to explain the danger. If you weren't involved in the events in Yongzhou, I'd be surprised. As for Lord Xuanda needing us, that's true. To achieve Lord Xuanda's goals, 1 or 2 advisors alone wouldn't be enough. You two, who have already proven your abilities to the world, are the best candidates," Qin Shi continued. "If those issues are settled, let's discuss other matters. What's your view on the current situation?" Jiasu, satisfied with Chen Shi's answers, asked this next question. Liu, having learned what he needed, closed his eyes and rested. I don't have much of an opinion. I'll continue developing my own territory while they handle their affairs, Chen Shi replied with a shake of his head. He had no plans to interfere with other warlords for the time being, except for perhaps causing some trouble for Chao Mengde when he had the chance. But it was clear that he hadn't found the time yet. If I didn't know that you crushed the yellow turbans and pressed down on Ji province at just the right time, managing to govern a poor region like Taishan into such prosperity, I'd suspect you, Qin Zichuan, of being a charlatan, Jia Su remarked calmly. I have limited resources, so I must prioritize. I believe if I governed Qing province, the results would be even better. Steadily widening the gap between us and others, safely and effectively, why would I choose any other approach? Qin Shi responded, unfazed. Indeed. Given the speed of Taishan's development, your choice of strategy is likely the best. However, it's a bit of a pity to abandon external affairs entirely, Jiasu said, clicking his tongue in amazement, as Qin Shi's administrative abilities were truly impressive. Qin Shi silently noted that he had left this very task to Jiasu. Although Guo Jia was also suitable, his current primary role was to educate Fa Zheng, which meant that other tasks had to be delayed. If Guo Jia were simultaneously mentoring Fa Zheng and harassing the surrounding warlords, it was likely that Cao Cao would find an opening. By assigning this task to Jiasu and allowing Guo Jia to assist occasionally, the two could work together to ensure that even if they couldn't suppress Cao Cao, they could at least make it difficult for him to exploit any weaknesses. Wenhe, rest assured. Since I've invited you here, I've already made arrangements. When you visit the administrative office today, you'll learn about your duties. But please, Wenhe, do your best. Don't let Chao Mengde find an opening, Qin Shi said, fixing his gaze on Jiasu. His greatest fear was that Jiasu wouldn't put in the effort. Given Jiasu's abilities, as long as he worked diligently, it would be very difficult for Chao Mengde to find any weaknesses to exploit. Ha ha, Jiasu laughed heartily but didn't respond. It was unlikely he would give his all, but Qin Zichuan's recognition of Chao Mengde's threat reassured him somewhat. As for Wenru, please continue as we discussed earlier, helping Lord Xuande address any oversights. Your health is clearly an issue, so I won't trouble you with other matters. Your experience is something we urgently need. Right now, everyone in Taishan is exceptionally talented, but they are still too young. If they act too rashly, please point it out, Qin Shi bowed to Liu. He had brought Liu out of Chang'an precisely for his experience. As for Liu's abilities, to be honest, they might be top tier, but compared to his experience, they were lacking. At this time, Liu was one of the few who had encountered various situations, from large-scale military campaigns to elite small-unit operations, cross-province campaigns, and even nationwide strategic planning. In this era, there were few who could match his experience. As for others, they had never held positions as powerful as Liu's at his peak. Thus, during this period, even if Liu were to face anyone in the world, he wouldn't lose. While others might be brilliant, how much more brilliant could they be? This was the difference between experience and inexperience. Reino Thailand bought us that administrative affairs in Taishan were relatively leisurely. For instance, Qin Shi was currently napping in the administrative hall. With the warmer weather, he spent less time lounging at home. Of course, this also served as an example for the newly arrived Jiasu and Liu. If he didn't show up every day, those two might not bother coming either, and one day, if he needed extra hands, there would be no one to recruit. Naturally, this situation was somewhat pathetic. While some had leisure time, others were quite busy, like Lu Yi, who was furiously writing at his desk, and Lu Su, who was meticulously reviewing and correcting government documents. These two unfortunate souls had been at it for over 10 days, and what seemed like simple tasks had driven them mad. It was far from easy. How are things going, Xianhe? Qin Shi didn't dare ask Lu Yi or Lu Su directly, so he softly inquired of Jian Yong, who was leisurely reviewing documents related to the division of Qing province's land. If he had asked the other two, they would have glared at him. It'll probably take a few more days. Jian Yong shook his head slightly, clearly impressed by how it seemed like straightforward administrative work had become so overwhelming. Oh, that's good. If this continues, I might need to lend a hand. Ziyang's planning is too meticulous. Qin Shi shook his head slightly. Since it was only a matter of days, he wasn't too worried. The main issues in Qing province were handed over to Qin Shi for printing after Lu Yi came up with a solution, so there was no rush. As for selecting the minor officials in Qing province, Qin Shi distributed the printed books to over 100 officials, leaving the selection entirely to them. Given the principle of shared honor and disgrace, these officials naturally made careful choices. Liu coughed lightly as he walked in with a document bag, expressionless as he handed it to Qin Shi. Jia Wenhe passed this to Lord Xuanda, who asked me to bring it to you for handling. Qin Shi opened the document bag and pulled out the intelligence report, frowning slightly. There's tea for you. Help yourself, I'm not moving. He casually handed the teapot to Liu. Did Wenhe mention how to handle this? I recall he has the authority to deal with it. Qin Shi thought for a moment and felt it best to leave it to experts like Jia Su and Guo Jia. As for the still training Fa Zheng, it was time for him to gain some experience. Wenhe didn't say, Liu replied flatly, simply stating the facts with no further commentary. All right, then send someone to notify Yuan Gonglu. Since Cao Cao has set his sights on Yuzhou, it would be a shame not to cause some trouble for him. Qin Shi squinted slightly. Xianhe, do you mind traveling to Jingzhou as an envoy? As kin, it's appropriate to congratulate Lu Jingyan. I've long wanted to meet Lu Jingyan, one of the 8 stallions, Jian Yong said with a hint of excitement. Jian Yong was known for his straightforward and easygoing nature. If he were an envoy of a minor warlord, someone like Lu Biao might consider him beneath notice. But draped in the prestige of Lord Xuanda, even as an envoy, he would be a respectable figure. There's no need to do much on this trip. Participate in the banquets and dances if you can. Oh, and take Wei Shua with you. He'll help you appear more like a man of letters. Remember, you're visiting a friend, not discussing state affairs. Your presence in Jingzhou is Lord Xuanda's grandest gesture. After all, the world still belongs to the Han dynasty. Qin Shi thought for a moment and decided it would be beneficial to send Lu Yan as well. Let the world recognize that the so-called mighty lords of the Central Plains were nothing in comparison. Enhancing one's reputation across the land was always a good thing. This is quite an enjoyable task, Jian Yong chuckled, abandoning his earlier worries about how to meet Lu Biao and persuade the officials of Jingzhou. This is probably what you often refer to as a business trip on public funds. That's about right. Anyway, once you arrive, Lu Jingxian will have to think things over. Whether or not he sends troops, it will significantly impact Cao Cao. After all, just by being there, even as private citizens, he'll have to receive you properly. After all, you're men of letters. Qin Shi's smile deepened as if he had just thought of something amusing. Oh, I heard Lu Biao has 3 cups named Boya, Zhangya, and Xiaoya. Don't hold back, drink him under the table, and, if possible, knock out Lu Jingxian too. Jian Yong was speechless for a moment, then burst into laughter. Zichuan, make sure to give me some of your strong liquor. With fine wine and a refined demeanor, a man of letters has all he needs. I may lack the demeanor, but the wine will suffice. I won't forget. But don't actually make Lu Jingyan drink 3 full cups. It could be deadly. Qin Shi nodded but cautioned. He didn't want Lu Yan and Jian Yong to get too carried away and fill all 3 of Lu Biao's cups. Given Lu Biao's habit of not considering himself a true man of letters until he had drunk 3 full cups, he might actually drink himself to death. Wenru, please convey my arrangements to Jia Wenhe. I'll leave the rest to them. Meanwhile, I'm still pondering how to build a grand residence for Lord Xuanda and select beautiful concubines. Do you have any suggestions? Qin Shi turned to Liu. Recently, this had been his primary focus. Kai Zhaoji is a good choice. Liu replied expressionlessly. Don't tell me you don't know Kai Zhaoji is already betrothed. Although the marriage hasn't been finalized, the wedding contract is set, and she's still in mourning. She might even observe a 3-year mourning period. Qin Shi glanced at Liu. Kai Zhaoji won't get married. Wei Zhongdao is doomed. Her fate includes losing her mother in childhood, her father in her youth, and her husband. Her life will be full of hardship. If I promise her a lifetime of wealth and honor, it will require someone's life to offset those misfortunes. Liu candidly shared his thoughts with Qin Shi. The 3 of them were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. You're not seriously considering Lord Xuanda, are you? If not for Kaiyang's incident in Chang'an, she would indeed be the best choice, but as things stand, She didn't elaborate, confident that Liu would understand. Are an empty set. So, I'm just mentioning it, Liu replied calmly. Shi nearly choked on Liu's nonchalant tone. After regaining his composure, he looked at Liu and asked, "How do we proceed? Give me a plan, you're good at this. Just let the various warlords know. They have no shortage of beauties, so it's only appropriate to foster alliances. As for the internal matters, leave them to the merchants," Liu said, his expression unchanged. He had handled such matters countless times before. "All right, then this task is yours. I'll focus on building the house. I'll show the world what it means to be truly magnificent." Shi habitually tried to pass the burden to Liu. "I'm leaving. You continue with your work." Liu turned and left without paying Shi any attention. Huh? Shi was dumbfounded, encountering someone who didn't fall for his tricks for the first time. Upon further reflection, he realized, it seemed, perhaps Jiasu had used Liu Bei's hand to push the task he should have handled onto him. After walking the night road too often, he had finally encountered a ghost. Those two bastards are old foxes. How did I fall for their trick? Could Jiasu really not handle this? I'm doomed. Sure enough, not long after, Liu Bei's order came down, instructing Shi to consider the situation in Yenzhou during his administrative duties and to pay close attention to the circumstances in Qingzhou and Jizhou. After all, Zhao Yun and Taisher Xian Liqing were already in a standoff with Zhang He and Galan. Shi's previous actions had already caused the border between Jizhou and Qingzhou to go on high alert. Shi was far too idle. Many who saw Shi leisurely going about his daily routine couldn't help but feel this way. Thus, Liu Bei, in an effort to maintain harmony among his ministers, had to suppress Shi a bit, not wanting him to be too laid back. After all, hadn't Lu Su and Liu been working frantically, day and night, for over 10 days now? Meanwhile, Shi sat across from them, sipping tea every day. Wasn't this just sowing discord? "Wenru, why do you think Zichuan is so lazy?" Liu Bei asked Liu with a hint of frustration. "It's human nature," Liu responded in his usual calm tone. "Then why are Zijing and Ziying so diligent?" Liu Bei continued, peeking into the administrative hall from outside. "Because they haven't finished their work," Liu replied, his flat tone only increasing Liu Bei's frustration. "Then why does Zichuan always finish his work?" Liu Bei grew even more curious. Standing behind Liu Bei, Liu calmly said, "Because for most matters, Zichuan has already thought them through, even before they arise. So when the issues come to him, he can deal with them immediately." Liu's gaze remained straight ahead, paying no mind to Liu Bei's cautious peeking into the hall. The phrase appearing unfit to be a ruler seemed apt for Liu Bei's current behavior. However, such words had little effect on someone like Liu, who had seen through the ways of the world and could almost achieve enlightenment. What does it matter what a ruler should look like? Who could define it? The notion of a ruler's appearance was often based on exaggerated tales. Take Lu Xuanda, who was currently peeking over the wall. He was the famed heroic lord of the Central Plains. Would anyone believe that? That makes sense. Zichuan does like to plan ahead, Liu Bei muttered without lifting his head. "Wenru, let's take a walk around Fenggao and see if there are any problems." Liu nodded to Su Chu, who followed closely behind them. Su Chu was a straightforward and loyal warrior, beloved by all the ministers, especially after it became clear that his intelligence was somewhat lacking. Liu, in particular, enjoyed having him around. Su Chu scratched his head and followed them, sensing a slight hint of danger from Liu from time to time. Back in the administrative hall, Shi was growing increasingly frustrated as he tried to figure out how to obtain the most accurate information on the situations in Jizhou, Yenzhou, and Yuzhou with the least amount of time. He wasn't fond of current affairs, as they required constant attention to the ever-changing political landscape, a task he found exceedingly time-consuming. Arg! Shi slumped onto his desk with a loud thud, drawing the attention of Lu Su and Lu Yi, who rarely concerned themselves with anything outside their work. "Zichuan, what's wrong?" Lu Su hesitated for a moment before asking. Despite being teased by Shi many times, Lu Su was, at heart, a gentleman. He couldn't help but offer assistance when necessary, even though he had fallen into Shi's traps more times than he could count. "Zijing, how about we switch jobs? I'll help you with Qing province's administrative work, and you help me monitor the situations in Jizhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou, Chen Shi suggested, looking at Lu Su with hopeful eyes. Ziying, let's continue, Lu Su said, lowering his head back to his work. No matter how much noise Chen Shi made afterward, Lu Su and Lu Yi pretended not to hear him. Left with no choice, Chen Shi began kicking the desk, disrupting their work like a mischievous child. Zichuan, what exactly do you want? Lu Su and Lu Yi gritted their teeth, clearly irritated by the interruption. Chen Shi dropped his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious. Let's make a bet. If I lose, you two will help me monitor the situations in Jizhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou, and I'll take care of your administrative tasks. The way you're handling things now, you'll never finish. To be precise, you won't achieve the level you're aiming for in your entire lifetime. So, how about it? Will you bet? Are you saying we'll never finish in our entire lives? Lu Su asked, taken aback as he stared at Chen Shi. The combined population of Qing province and Taishan under Lord Xuanda's rule has surpassed 2 million. The potential disputes and situations that could arise are far beyond what two people can manage. Although your intelligence is indeed extraordinary, the length of your lives won't be enough to complete such a monumental task. Moreover, disputes will change over time. This is the nature of things, Chen Shi explained with a smile. He had looked over the administrative work that Lu Su and Lu Yi were managing, and it was clear to him that the issue wasn't that they hadn't completed their tasks, but rather that their ambitions were simply too grand. We're just gathering and organizing common disputes, not cataloging every possible conflict, Lu Yi shook his head, somewhat unconvinced. Fine, I won't argue with you. I'll just ask if you're willing to bet. Regardless of the outcome, I'll help you finish this task, and it will be even more thorough than what you have now. How about that? Chen Shi was tired of explaining and pressed them to answer. Anoi. Since Zichuan is so interested, it would be ungracious not to oblige. What are we betting on? Lu Su asked after a brief consideration. Lu Yi, though still pondering, quickly followed suit after Lu Su spoke. When do you think Yuan Shao will go on the offensive? Let's bet on that, Chen Shi suggested with a grin. And how do we bet on that? Lu Su asked, frowning. At this point, the war between Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao had only just begun, with Gongsun Zan holding a significant advantage. The fearsome reputation of his white horse volunteers was still unmatched, making any guess seem impossible. What about you, Ziying? Chen Shi turned to Lu Yi, who also shook his head repeatedly. In that case, I'll make my prediction, and you can judge whether it's right or wrong, Chen Shi said confidently. Though he had only recently started reviewing the intelligence on Jizhou and Yuzhou, he had just read about the Battle of Jieqiao. The fact that it had been delayed until now surprised him, but after analyzing other pieces of intelligence, he understood the situation. Originally, the battle should have taken place earlier, but the disparity in forces between Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan had prevented it. The armies couldn't even properly deploy at Jieqiao. It wasn't until recently when Yuan Shao, feeling the pressure from Liu Bei, took the risky step of dividing his forces to attack Bingzhou. With fewer troops, Yuan Shao naturally had to pull back his front lines, leading to a standoff at Jieqiao. The terrain there wasn't very open, favoring Yuan Shao's defensive strategy. However, considering Gongsun Zan's arrogance at this time, he likely wouldn't care about such strategic details. Gongsun Zan would never have imagined that while he was fighting tooth and nail at the front lines, his supposed subordinate was already betting his future on some trivial matter. One can only wonder what Gongsun Zan would think if he knew. But even if Gongsun Zan did know, he might have just laughed it off. After all, during the spring and autumn period, people bet on the fate of the world over a cup of wine. What was this in comparison? Besides, he never considered the possibility of his own defeat, just as Yuan Shao never truly believed he would win. Very well, Lu Su said after a moment of thought. He couldn't pinpoint when Gongsun Zan would switch from offense to defense, so he decided to rope Chen Shi into helping with their administrative tasks. As for everything else, he could leave it to Chen Shi. After all, knowing Chen Shi's usual tendencies, tasks that were time-consuming but not particularly difficult would eventually fall on his shoulders anyway. It's clear that none of these ministers were easy to deal with. Lu Su had his own cunning plans in mind. Lu Su had done his homework on Gongsun Zan while gathering intelligence and had come to a rather grim conclusion. Gongsun Zan was a classic example of Zhao Wuling Wang, a fierce, aggressive warrior who, despite his early successes, was destined to face countless unforeseen challenges, especially against someone like Yuan Shao. Gongsun Zan's military background made him ill-suited for political maneuvers, and his stubborn nature only added to his eventual downfall. Lu Su could already foresee Gongsun Zan's failure. In that case, I bet that General Gongsun will be defeated at Jieqiao, and the White Horse volunteers will be completely annihilated, Qin Shi stated coldly. That's impossible. Lu Yu and Lu Su exchanged glances, both showing disbelief. There's nothing impossible about it, Qin Shi shook his head. After spending so much time in this world, Qin Shi had noticed a pattern. The world's events unfolded like a strategy game, with him as the player able to control the pace and direction of the story. He could prevent certain things from happening and could influence the overall course of events, but once a key historical event was triggered, unless he intervened decisively, history would tend to follow its known course. By known, he meant the outcome, even if the process differed slightly. It was similar to playing a game like Romance of the Three Kingdoms. For example, in the infamous Battle of Wanqing, where Dian Wei was destined to die, if the player avoided triggering the event, Dian Wei could survive. However, if you merely delayed his fate by moving him elsewhere, the script would eventually catch up to him. The overarching trend was for Dian Wei to die, but as long as you kept him in the right place, you could avoid that outcome. Qin Shi had roughly figured out some ways to strongly intervene in such events, but unfortunately, his influence on Yuzhou and Jizhou was minimal. Although he had delayed things by a few months, events still culminated at Jieqiao. The moment he saw this name, Qin Shi knew Gongsun Zan was in trouble. Even if General Gongsun is defeated, he won't be beaten so badly that he can't retaliate. Li quickly assessed the situation and voiced his doubts. Haha, General Gongsun's biggest problem isn't Yuan Benchu, it's Lu Yuzhou, Qin Shi said ominously. The two were silent. With their insight, they couldn't overlook this point. Between Gongsun Bogue and Lu Yu, one had to fall. Given Gongsun Zan's rigid nature, if Lu Yu lost, his only outcome was death. After that, it was inevitable that Gongsun Zan would be defeated by Yuan Benchu, who would capitalize on Lu Yu's reputation. So, if General Gongsun loses the White Horse volunteers, it would be a huge setback. But if he loses them, and then has to deal with Lu Yu's provocations, he's doomed. My suggestion is to send Lu Yu to Chang'an. Do you have any better ideas? By the way, I'm also planning to send Taisher Ci to assist Gongsun Zan from a distance, at least to prevent the complete loss of the White Horse volunteers, Qin Shi said, tapping his fingers on the table. Even the Emperor's edict is useless in this case. The governor of Yuzhou wouldn't want to create trouble for himself. Even if an envoy is sent to Yuzhou, Li would likely feign illness and not appear. Chang'an is just a quagmire, Lu Su shook his head. We're saving his life, after all, Lu Yu said with a wicked grin, completely unconcerned that Lu Yu was of this same imperial lineage. No one else can restrain Gongsun Bogue, but I'm sure our lord's reputation will compel him. So, we'll just forcibly send Lu Yu to Chang'an. As for the slander he might spread, I doubt it would be worse than killing him outright. All right, it's settled then. Ziying, you'll go to Yuo and help settle this matter, Qin Shi said, glancing at Lu Yi. Fine, now get started on our administrative tasks. The bet is on, Lu Yi said, throwing his papers and pens towards Qin Shi with a laugh. Good, looks like I won't have anything to do from now on. You there, chief clerk, come over here. Qin Shi called out, finally noticing his chief clerk. Yes, my lord. What would you have me do? The chief clerk responded respectfully. Send orders to all the county magistrates to gather and submit records of all past dispute resolutions to the assistant prefect Lu Zijing. Qin Shi laughed heartily. Farewell, my task is done. The rest is up to you. Lu Su and Lu Yu exchanged glances, instantly realizing they had been working in vain all this time. While Qin Shi's method might start off slow, over time, they would have records of most disputes. The saying that circumstances change with time was true, but it didn't negate the fact that every situation followed an underlying pattern. Meanwhile, Fa Zhang's young heart had been thoroughly shaken, and even Guojia had nearly been bested. To be fair, Guojia was half-drunk and not in the best condition to deal with Fa Zhang, who already had some psychological issues. But when it came to facing Jia Su, who was clear-headed and sharp, Guojia was far outmatched. Alpha. Wenhe, you're truly a genius. Guojia wiped the sweat from his brow, vowing never to drink before meeting newcomers again. He hadn't faced such a dangerous situation in years. He had barely managed to hold his ground. Let's focus on dealing with Chaomengde. I've heard that Lu Fengxian has taken his troops to join Yuan Shu. Who do you think we should weaken? Jia Su asked calmly, though a cold sweat was also forming on the back of his neck. He had nearly been outmaneuvered by the drunken Guojia. Jia Su's cold gaze swept over Fa Zhang, thinking this young man had potential and was worth cultivating. Fa Zhang felt as if two cold beams had pierced through his chest, making him shiver involuntarily. He instinctively moved behind Guojia, sensing malice in Jia Su's eyes. We should weaken Lu Jingxian and elevate Yuan Gonglu. Guojia straightened up, exuding an aura that rivaled Jia Su's. He resolved never to drink before facing this man again. The one in front of him was definitely no good. Jia Su glanced sideways at Guojia, who turned to look back at him. The two nodded at each other and grabbed Fa Zhang. Xiaozhi, here's your chance to put what we've discussed into practice. Do you understand what we were talking about earlier? Fa Zhang gulped and nodded. Guojia laughed heartily. Good, my dear disciple, this task is yours. Huh? Fa Zhang looked at Guojia in confusion. Jia Su glared at the smug Guojia, while Fa Zhang scratched his head and asked, "When did I become your disciple?" This time, it was Guojia's turn to look annoyed at Fa Zhang. After skipping work, Qinshi unusually didn't go home. Instead, he wandered aimlessly around Fongo City. The library at the recruitment pavilion had already begun construction, a library built to fortress standards. Alongside it, Taishan Academy was also under construction. Although classes had already begun with makeshift classrooms and the students were diligent, Qinshi believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing well. In Qinshi's view, when it came to building an academy, it should either be done properly or not at all. Unlike the makeshift thatched huts in Jingzhou, which he found unsightly, the academy should reflect the city's dignity. Dignity? Qinshi glanced at the bustling commercial streets on either side, free from the filthy garbage and stagnant water that marred other cities. Aside from a few street vendors setting up stalls, the entire Fongo city exuded an unusual harmony. Qinshi thought for a moment and decided that the legendary elite troops could continue to lay low for now. After all, it wasn't time yet. In this era, as long as the city streets weren't garbage dumps, that was considered pretty good. Bang! As Qinshi was surveying his surroundings, he suddenly felt a heavy thud against his chest. Looking down, he saw a raggedly dressed child of about 8 or 9 years old who had fallen to the ground. Hey, are you okay? Qinshi bent down slightly, resting his hands on his knees as he asked, "Where are your parents?" "None of your business." The child scrambled to his feet and ran off without looking back. "Whose kid is this?" "So rude," Qinshi muttered, feeling slightly annoyed. Even though his silk robe was dirted from the collision, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was more baffled by the child's abrupt departure, feeling a bit sorry for him. Qinshi dusted off his chest, slightly irked. White clothes had the downside of showing dirt too clearly, but as a lazy person, there was no way he was going back home to change. Well, isn't it Tanji? Qinshi reached out and patted a boy about his height on the shoulder. "Greetings, Uncle Qin," Guanping responded respectfully, bowing slightly. Good, Qinshi replied with a strained smile. He wanted to tell Guanping to drop the formalities, but in this era, where seniority and filial piety were paramount, Guanping would never agree. Instead, he'd probably think there was something wrong with Qinshi's head. "What are you up to, Tanji?" Guanping hesitated for a moment, which made Qinshi sigh inwardly. He peered into the alley and immediately understood the situation. It's just a brothel. Come on, Uncle will treat you today." Qinshi didn't care anymore. With Fingao's environment improving, even the quality of the brothels in these alleys had risen. The courtesans were becoming increasingly beautiful, and some were clearly the daughters of fallen officials. However, this was the reality of chaotic times. So, Qinshi resigned himself to listening to the music and watching the dances, ignoring the tales of fallen princesses and princes. It had nothing to do with him. Unless he took a liking to someone, he wouldn't meddle in such affairs. "Uncle," Guanping stammered, feeling embarrassed. "Come on, what's there to be shy about?" You're a grown man. There's nothing wrong with spending time with women. Just tell me which one you like, and Uncle will take care of it, Chinchi said nonchalantly. His sense of propriety had flown out the window. Every time he entered a place like this, his sense of shame seemed to drop by the pound. Uncle, Guanping was stunned as Chinchi nonchalantly walked inside. Left with no other choice, Guanping reluctantly followed. Holding his intricately carved sandalwood fan, Chinchi exuded the aura of a typical playboy. Since he rarely left his house, few people in Taishan had actually seen him, though everyone had heard of Qin Zichuan. Would the young master prefer to listen to music or watch a dance? As soon as Chinchi stepped inside, a madam approached him with a fawning smile. Despite the stain on his chest, everything about Chinchi's attire and accessories screamed wealth and nobility. Even in a place like Taishan, someone of Chinchi's standing wouldn't be dressed like a beggar. And as they say, even a marquis's face must be respected. Tanji, just pick the one you like. Uncle's got this, Chinchi called back to Guanping, who was hesitating at the entrance, with a mischievous grin. Seeing that Guanping didn't dare enter, Chinchi burst out laughing and dragged him inside. Guanping didn't resist, partly because Chinchi was his elder and partly because he had a reason for being there. The decor is pretty nice, but what's upstairs? Chinchi asked the madam, having noticed Guanping's wandering gaze. Young master, your praise is undeserved, the madam giggled, covering her face with her sleeve. Is there something in particular the young master is looking for? We have everything you could desire, with circumflex and beta. Chinchi frowned slightly. Tanji, do you want to go upstairs? Yes. Guanping snapped out of his daze and quickly answered, though his embarrassment was evident as he lowered his head. I want to take a look upstairs, Chinchi declared. Given his experience as a military commander, his commanding presence left the madam with no room to refuse. As Chinchi began ascending the stairs, the madam finally regained her composure and rushed to stop him. Young master, please forgive me, but the upstairs is reserved today. I must ask for your understanding. You're looking for a girl, aren't you? Is she upstairs? Chinchi asked, turning to Guanping. Guanping was momentarily stunned. If you don't speak up, I'm not helping you, Chinchi said, turning away. Uncle, Guanping exclaimed, now visibly agitated. There's something off about this situation. Courtesans are easy for someone like me to secure, but if someone upstairs has taken an interest in her, things could get complicated, Chinchi said calmly. To Chinchi, Guanping's predicament was perplexing. It was just a courtesan. If you liked her, just take her. You're the son of Guan Yu. Forget paying for her, just hint at your interest, and she'll be in your bed the next morning. It was ridiculous how much people would go to just to curry favor in these times. Hearing this, Guanping immediately understood. Sometimes, a man just has to stand up for himself. Please, uncle, help me. Guanping bowed respectfully. Watch and learn, Chinchi laughed, then turned to the madam blocking his way. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and the madam promptly fainted, knowing she couldn't afford to offend either party. Reaching the second floor, Chinchi stopped at a door and turned to Guanping. Watch carefully and remember what to do in situations like this. With a swift kick, Chinchi broke down the door. Having trained in martial arts for over 10 years, Chinchi was no stranger to combat. Kicking down a door was child's play for him. Pinger, see if your girl is here and take her with you, Chinchi said casually as he scanned the room. 3 young men sat inside, clearly from wealthy families, but to Chinchi, they were insignificant. Guanping felt a pang of embarrassment. He had never expected Chinchi to be so brazen, but he quickly located the woman playing the qin inside and escorted her out. Not bad, Chinchi remarked, taking note of her refined appearance. It was obvious she was the daughter of a fallen official. Such well-mannered women were incredibly attractive to someone like Guanping, who had grown up in poverty. Let's go, Tanji. See? It's that easy. But really, doing it yourself is a bit beneath you. What are you 3 looking at? Chinchi's tone dripped with arrogance, clearly intent on causing trouble. Chinchi was typically not one to be reckless, but when he decided to let loose, he did it with abandon. According to his own philosophy, if you're going to play the role of a playboy, you have to do it convincingly. If people catch on to your act, it's all for nothing. Besides, Chinchi was playing his part so well, and he wasn't bullying commoners, so no one would ever suspect him of being involved. Moreover, by targeting certain people, he avoided stirring up public resentment. As for feuds between wealthy families, Qin couldn't care less. He wasn't afraid of any trouble that might arise. The three young noblemen across from Qin were still in shock from his door-kicking entrance, but they quickly realized what had happened when Guanping walked in and took away the girl they had been eyeing. How could they possibly tolerate this? Stop right there. A youth in a light yellow silk robe slammed his hand on the table and stood up. How dare you take my girl? Back off, don't annoy me. Taking her from you is doing you a favor. For your own safety, I suggest you stop whining. Qin glanced at the young man dismissively, then casually opened his folding fan and fanned himself a couple of times. As Qin's gaze swept over him, a sudden sense of authority washed over the young man, a feeling akin to when he faced his father. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. Let's go, Qin said, turning to leave. He could tell these three were from noble families, but in a place like Taishan, taking a courtesan and even roughing up a few customers wouldn't cause him any trouble. Get him. As the young man stood there, stunned, Zhang Xian had already stood up in a rage, yelling to the servants in the adjacent rooms. Clatter! More than 20 burly men quickly emerged on the second floor, clearly the guards of these young nobles. Leave the girl and I'll spare your lives. Zhang Xian swept his sleeve dramatically as he stepped out of the room, glaring at Qin. My lord, please leave quickly. They're sons of great families, where isn't worth the trouble. The courtesan, seeing the situation escalate, tearfully urged Guanping to go. Even when her family was wealthy, they couldn't afford to provoke these three, let alone now. To her, Guanping was just a naive young man who visited her daily, and as for Qin, he was nothing but an arrogant fool. Tanji, take care of them. You can handle these guys, right? Qin said, snapping his fan shut and covering his lower face with it, his tone light and unconcerned, showing no sign of panic that Zhang Xian had hoped for. Uncle, Guanping smiled wryly but wasn't afraid. Where? Step back. It's just a bunch of servants. Just a bunch of servants? Get them. Teach this kid who not to mess with. Zhang Xian barked. Qin shrugged. Having spent time in the military, he could tell these servants were veteran soldiers. However, in a setting like this, where they couldn't form a battle formation, they would struggle even to defeat Guanping, let alone someone like Qin, who was only average in combat skills. Sure enough, within seconds, Guanping had easily tossed all the servants down to the first floor. Despite his youth, Guanping was already at the level of a second-rate warrior. Guanping, rough up these three too. How can they try to steal your girl and not get a proper beating? Qin said, glancing at Guanping, his tone instructive. Huh? Guanping was taken aback, but now wasn't the time to hesitate. They had already beaten up a group of servants. What were three more? In no time, the three young nobles were lying on the ground, thoroughly beaten. You'll pay for this. Our Zhang family won't let you off. Zhang Xian shouted furiously from the floor, and used to being treated like this. Our Guju family won't either. The other two chimed in angrily. Oh? The three of you are from the four great families of Jiangdong, and you think you can threaten me? Qin sneered, his gaze sweeping over them, sending chills down their spines. Your family heads don't even dare speak to me like that, and you think you can? With circumflex new yes. Qin squatted down slowly, his eyes locking onto Zhang Xian's. Go ahead and try. Let's see if I can't crush your families until they can't fight back. By the way, taking your girl is a favor to you, don't push me, or I might just erase you all. Qin's calm, measured tone sent a cold sweat down the young men's spines. Someone who spoke so boldly was either a madman or someone untouchable. This man before them was clearly not mad. Let's go, Tanji. Later, we'll give these families a taste of their own medicine. They've been hiding in Jiangdong for so long that they've lost touch with the situation in the Central Plains. These fools don't even know who they're dealing with, Qin said as he stood up, shaking his head in disbelief. Qin wasn't just looking down on these three Jiangdong families, he was disdaining the entire Jiangdong aristocracy. Their collective lack of vision and small-mindedness were appalling. While the Central Plains families aimed to unify the empire and expand their territories, the Jiangdong, Jingzhou, and Izhou families were content with their little fiefdoms. Ambition and vision, when matched with intelligence, determined the ultimate height one could reach. It was no surprise that Xu Han and Sun Wu were eventually crushed by the North. Even during Cao Cao's most difficult times, advisors like Sun Yu, and Guojia still called for the unification of the empire. Their unwavering ambition was evident when Qiao Wei's forces reached the Yangtze River. In contrast, the behavior of the Jiangdong families was laughable to Qin Shi. Such weak-minded families, he could crush them without even giving it a second thought. The three young men watched Qin Shi leave, their faces filled with resentment. They weren't yet the heads of their families, but even Chao Mengde had lashed out in anger before. What more could be expected of these three, who were far less capable and mature? Qin Shi touched his chest and realized that the money pouch Qinlan had embroidered for him was missing. It had contained several gold pearls that were too valuable for common circulation. Today's really not my day. Looks like I'll need to tighten up on the petty crime in Fengao City, Qin Shi muttered, annoyed. Oh well, I'll write you a note. You can take it to the administrative office and get compensated for the courtesan's fee, he said, pulling out a piece of paper and his personal seal. Let's go, Tanji, Qin Shi said with a yawn. It wasn't the first time he'd walked out without paying, though he hadn't done it at this particular establishment before. Guofo Shao often dragged him out without money, then insisted on drinking with the courtesans. Once Qin Shi realized Guojia had no money, he would usually slip away, leaving Guojia to figure out the rest. What happened next, Qin Shi had no idea. Sometimes it was fun to mess with your friends. Uncle, we just beat them up. Why are we paying? Guanping asked, puzzled by Qin Shi's actions. We beat up those three, but the madam here is an innocent bystander, and we've hurt her business. Bullying these people is pointless. If you're going to bully someone, it should be those who think they're untouchable, Qin Shi said as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning back, he saw the three beaten young men had gotten up and were now standing on the second floor, looking down at him with smug expressions. Ugh, I didn't hit them hard enough, now they've made a scene, Qin Shi muttered, exasperated. Madam, it looks like your place is going to get wrecked, but don't worry, I'll compensate you for the damages. With that, Qin Shi quickly scribbled a note and stamped it with his personal seal. Ever since Qin Shi kicked open the door, the scholars downstairs had started to quietly slip away. By the time the chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, there were barely any customers left in the brothel. They weren't fools. Young master, you should leave quickly. Don't risk your life for someone like me, the courtesan known as Ware pleaded as she heard the approaching footsteps. She knew things were bad. Typically, noble sons traveled with guards, and although some might shake them off, it was clear that this time the three young men had a whole contingent of bodyguards with them. Just stay there and don't move. Don't cry or scream. Have some faith in your man. Qin Shi glanced at the woman. Even in such a tense situation, she was still trying to protect Guanping, a sign of a decent heart. You brat, let's see how many you can take on. Zhang Xian leaned over the railing, shouting. Ever since Zhao Zilong had single-handedly intimidated the mighty Jin family, the noble families of the land had become wary. Their old household guards had been replaced by hardened veterans, not to defend against top-tier warriors like Zhao Yun, but at least to prevent being overpowered by ordinary ones. Seize those two down there. Zhu Li's eyes flashed with a cold, mad gleam as he snarled, I'd like to see what you can do to us. Don't harm that courtesan. If you want her, let me have her first. Annoying. Qin Shi snapped his fan shut and waved his hand. The air seemed to ripple and the second-floor railing was instantly reduced to dust. The three noblemen on the balcony spat out blood and fell to the ground below. This secret technique really is only good for self-defense. If I really want to fight, I'll have to rely on my own mental power, Qin Shi thought with some resignation as he glanced at the three men struggling on the ground. This technique might be effective against small fry, but against anyone stronger, it was just wishful thinking. Get them. The steward, who had been hesitating about whether to kill the two men, flew into a rage upon seeing Qin Shi's display and shouted for the men to attack. They're yours, Tanji. If you can't handle them, don't blame me for telling your father, Qin Shi said with a smile, though his expression was icy. The fact that the Zhang, Gu, and Zhu families had managed to smuggle nearly 100 veteran soldiers into Fengao City was a blatant provocation. Guanping kicked one veteran into the air, turned, and punched another square in the face. With a swift grab, he lifted a soldier and hurled him into the not-yet-formed formation of troops, then followed up with a flying kick that scattered their ranks. While his attacks lacked the overwhelming force of his father Guan Yu's, they were still impressive. However, it seemed he wasn't going all out. Tanji, Qin Shi called out loudly, snapping his fan shut. Use your real skills and stop playing around. The formation is almost complete. Understood. Guan Ping shouted, a faint blue aura enveloping him as he launched himself forward. The air seemed to tremble as his fist connected with the chest of the burly man blocking his path, instantly caving it in. Now that's the power of a true martial lineage. Qin Shi's eyes gleamed coldly. In the narrow confines of the alley, large military formations were useless, so he had no worries about Guan Ping's safety. A dull hum filled the air, causing Qin Shi to freeze momentarily before instinctively expanding his mental energy. In the next instant, he detected the strong bolts of a crossbow and reflexively forced the bolt down. With a faint thud, the bolt embedded itself in the ground at Guan Ping's feet. Qin Shi's anger flared. Although civil officials like him had mental energy that could almost negate physical projectiles, since mental energy could influence the physical world, making it possible to deflect bolts as long as they were detected. He was furious that they had dared to use crossbows in Fengao City. Smuggling private soldiers into the city is one thing, but hiding crossbows? You really must have a death wish, Qin Shi said, his mental energy flaring and causing everyone present to freeze in fear. Tanji, kill them. Anyone who doesn't surrender, kill them all. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Understood. Guan Ping shouted back, his own fury ignited by the crossbow attack. Who dared to shoot at him in Fengao City? The icy aura emanating from Qin Shi made all the veteran soldiers feel a deep sense of dread. But it was too late to turn back now. They could only grit their teeth and fight. Guan Ping's attacks, once tempered, now unleashed their full lethality, each move filled with deadly intent. What's happening up ahead? Liu Bei asked as he, Li Ru, and Su Chu were inspecting the city. A commotion was brewing just ahead. Murder. Just as Liu Bei began to inquire, a loud shout rang out from the front. Murder. Liu Bei was stunned, then his anger surged. Someone was killing on his turf. Did they have no respect for him? Zhongkang, clear the way and arrest everyone involved. Liu Bei commanded furiously. His earlier good mood, bolstered by the prosperity of Fengao's new city, was shattered by this cry of murder. With Tilda. Lord Xuanda, please remain calm. There's always a reason for killing. The authorities have their duties, and the righteous have their code, Li Ru said calmly. He was certain there must be some justification for such a brazen act, and he felt Liu Bei was overreacting. Liu Bei hesitated, then recalled Guan Yu's situation and nodded. Law should never override compassion. Let's see what's happening first. Zhongking, go arrest those involved. Make way. Su Zhongking is here. Su Chu bellowed, then leaped over the crowd and charged into the alley. He found a group of veterans in combat and quickly powered through them, toppling the remaining soldiers in seconds. Su Chu stared in shock at the blood-soaked Guan Ping. As Liu Bei's only nephew, how could Su Chu not recognize him? Zhang Kong, drag those three out, arrest all these servants, and bring this with us. Qin Shi yanked the crossbow bolt out of the stone floor and held it up. Let's go, Tanji. Bring your woman, we're meeting Lord Xuanda. Uncle, should I really go like this? Guan Ping asked, a bit fearful. What are you afraid of? You've only killed a few people. I've crushed tens of thousands in Qizhou, Qin Shi sneered. Today's events, from the pickpocketing to the clash with the Jiangdong families, had reminded Qin Shi that there was still something he hadn't done. Zhong Kong, tell that madam to register with the assistant prefect. I'll compensate her for the damages to her shop. And keep an eye on these bastards, Jiangdong's three families, A cold light flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. Using crossbows inside the city, what were they thinking? Tanji. Liu Bei was startled to see Guan Ping, covered in blood, appear before him. Are you hurt? How did you get into a fight and end up like this? What happened? Liu Bei quickly checked Guan Ping over, only relaxing once he confirmed his nephew was uninjured. With so few relatives, any harm to Guan Ping would have been a serious blow. Seeing that Guan Ping was unharmed, Liu Bei immediately put on a stern face. Explain what happened. How did you get into a fight? Lord Xuanda, don't blame Tanji. We have him to thank today. Otherwise, several hundred Jiangdong soldiers would have entered Fengao without anyone noticing. And they even dared to bring this in. As Liu Bei was questioning Guan Ping, Qin Shi emerged from the alley, his eyes cold as he spoke. He then tossed the crossbow bolt to Liu Bei. A crossbow. Liu Bei recognized it immediately upon touching it, and his anger flared up. Wenru, send orders to Yun Chang and Ida to seal the city gates. We must investigate these assassins thoroughly and let no one involved escape. The situation was thus defined. Even if the three Jiangdong families caused a ruckus afterward, they would not be able to overturn the verdict. At most, they could pay a ransom to get their men back. But once labeled as assassins, that label would stick no matter how much noise they made. Possession of a crossbow in this era was no trivial matter, just like when Zhou Yafu's family was exterminated for secretly keeping armor. Though there were other reasons, the crossbow was a serious offense. Soon after, Su Chu descended from the sky, carrying a man in his grip. Seeing the disassembled crossbow nearby, Qin Shi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It didn't take long for the professionals to apprehend the criminal. Throw them all in prison, and we'll interrogate them later. Liu Bei ordered with a cold expression. Bringing crossbows into the city, what were they trying to do? Were the Jiangdong families seeking death? It's one thing to keep weapons in their own territory secretly, but bringing them here was a blatant challenge to authority. Oh, and who is this? Liu Bei asked curiously, noticing the young woman who, despite her appearance resembling that of a noble lady, was clearly dressed inappropriately. Tanji's concubine, Qin Shi said nonchalantly, stifling a yawn. And no, not at all. Guan Ping stammered, flustered. What are you afraid of? It's just a concubine. Do you think your uncle would harm you? Liu Bei clapped Guan Ping on the shoulder. Don't worry. With what you did today, your father won't say a word against you. You're still young, and like Qin Shi said, a crown of anger for a beauty. What's there to fear? Stand tall. As my nephew, you shouldn't be afraid of anything. No matter how big the issue, your elders will back you up. Guan Ping blushed, nodding repeatedly like a pecking chick. Meanwhile, the courtesan known as Dwyer felt a storm of emotions surging within her. Siu had never imagined that the honest-looking youth who had been visiting her was actually Lu Xuanda's nephew. Who was Lu Xuanda? Before being sold off, Siu had no idea. But after settling in Taishan, the title of the Central Plains hero Lu Xuanda had filled her ears. With all the rumors and stories, Siu was well aware of this benevolent elder's power. He was like one of the hegemonic lords in the historical tales she used to read. Even when she was still a noble lady, she would have been far below his family's standing. Your servant Siu greets the Marquis of Fanang, Siu said, bowing deeply. Rise, Liu Bei said gently. Tanji, you have good taste. Take her home. I'll talk to your father for you. Guan Ping was overjoyed. He had been lingering around because he feared his father wouldn't approve. Otherwise, he would have taken her home long ago. Although Guan Ping was somewhat dull, he wasn't stupid. As Qin Shi had mentioned earlier, just hinting at his interest would have been enough for the girl to be in his bed the next day. But doing so would have earned him a severe beating from his father. Given how things had played out today, Guan Ping was grateful he had charged in. Everything had worked out, and he realized that while his Uncle Qin could be unreliable at times, he was quite capable. Go on now. You won't enjoy yourself with me around. Don't be so stiff, go on, Liu Bei said, waving him off, signaling that Guan Ping didn't need to keep up the act in his presence. And you, Zituan, what are you doing here? This is a brothel, isn't it? Liu Bei asked, then seemed to remember something, looking at Qin Shi with some frustration. What's going on with you and Fo Xiao? I arranged for plenty of singers and dancers for you, so why are you still hanging around places like this? I've heard from Baining many times that you two once left without paying and got caught. And aren't you supposed to be working on your official duties? Qin Shi felt a bit embarrassed, caught skipping work by his boss at the entrance of a brothel, discussing how he had once skipped out on paying. This was a new low. I was investigating the people's sentiments when I saw Tanji lurking here, so I brought him in. But then this whole mess happened, Qin Shi explained, making up a reason on the spot. Enough. Lord Xuanda, let's talk as we walk. The administrative duties you assign me aren't difficult, but today's events made me realize some issues. We need to establish a few positions under your command to handle the affairs of Qing'o and Taishan, Qin Shi said as he led the way, quickly moving Liu Bei away from the scene. As Qin Shi spoke, Liu Bei was left amazed, and even Li Ru, who was walking alongside them, found himself impressed by the governance system and household registration system Qin Shi proposed. With all his years of experience, Li Ru couldn't spot any flaws. Qin Zichuan truly was a genius. Seeing how beneficial this new system would be for governing his territory, Liu Bei quickly shifted his focus from Chen Shi and Guojia's antics to carefully listening to the details. He memorized the points he didn't understand, planning to ask more questions later. Arianji Beta. That about sums it up. This should resolve the issues with spies, hidden agents, corvée labor, population control, and other related problems, Qin Shi concluded, his throat dry from speaking so much. He was confident that while Liu Bei could sense the system's benefits, he probably didn't fully grasp the complexities. Even Qin Shi couldn't perfectly explain the intricacies of the Ming Dynasty's household registration system. He could only ensure the key elements were in place. If Liu Bei could fully understand it, there wouldn't be a need for advisors like them. Qin Shi glanced sideways at Li Ru, who was clearly deep in thought. It was obvious that Li Ru was intrigued by the household registration system, though unlike Liu Bei, he wasn't excited, he was more focused on finding potential flaws. Qin Shi wasn't worried in the slightest. The Ming Dynasty's household registration system had its issues, such as difficulties in relocating and changing one's registration, but other than that, it was superior even to modern systems. Let alone the late Eastern Han period, 2,000 years ago. The efforts of countless wise men over nearly 2 millennia had gone into developing this system. Even if Li Ru had the foresight to see the future, it would be nearly impossible for him to find any major flaws. Li Ru could guarantee that he had never encountered a household registration system similar to the one Qin Shi proposed. As he thought it through, he couldn't find a single flaw. Back in Luoyang, he had been someone who had a firm grasp on all the intrigues of the world, having seen and understood everything. Even he had to admit that the system Qin Shi introduced was far superior to the current one. Zichuan certainly came prepared. Liu Bei remarked with a smile. Wenru, did you note down the system that Zichuan described? I've noted everything down. The overall system surpasses the current household registration system by far, especially in terms of controlling the populace and managing the flow of refugees. It also facilitates the control of foreign populations, Li Ru replied with a stoic expression. Good. Zichuan, draft a formal proposal of your household registration system and hand it over to Wenru. Then, let Zijing and others review it to catch any potential issues, Liu Bei said, now assured that Li Ru had captured all the details. He no longer felt the need to keep pressing Qin Shi. In Liu Bei's view, although Li Ru wasn't one for many words, whenever he did speak, his points were always spot on. His broad perspective and calm demeanor, regardless of the situation, always carried insightful opinions. Most importantly, Li Ru was the kind of person who blended into the background unless directly addressed by Liu Bei, making him an incredibly convenient presence. Liu Bei had already grown accustomed to having him around. All right, Qin Shi replied, feeling a bit worn out. After talking so much, his throat was dry, and he had lost any desire to continue walking in circles with Liu Bei. After bowing to Liu Bei, Qin Shi took his leave. Sometimes a young man just needs to rest, and right now, Qin Shi felt incredibly drowsy. The thought of organizing the entire household registration system from the Ming Dynasty and the 3 departments and 6 ministries system from the Tang Dynasty seemed exhausting to him. Although these systems were well established and just needed to be written down, once fatigue sets in, it can be hard to find the energy for anything. Wenru, why does Zichuan seem so dazed every afternoon? Sometimes he even falls asleep in the administrative office. When I asked him before, he said he had insomnia at night, but I later found out that he sleeps soundly. Why does he always seem so tired during the day? Liu Bei asked, frustrated with Qin Shi's lazy nature. Some people think too much and have to make decisions, which drains their mental energy, making them seem constantly tired, Li Ru replied expressionlessly. As he spoke, he continued to ponder the household registration system, comparing it to the flaws in the current system and considering the situations in Taishan and Qingzhou. Being able to focus on multiple things at once was a skill he had honed over many years under Dongjue. That makes sense, I suppose. Zichuan is always thinking about the future, and most current affairs were prepared for long in advance. But it seems like Zichuan isn't very good at handling sudden crises, Liu Bei mused, looking up at the sky and sighing. Reflecting on the arrangements for Qingzhou and Taishan, it became clear that Qin Shi had started preparing for these on the road to Taishan. His focus was always on the future. No, Lord Xuanda, it's quite the opposite. Zichuan is very adept at handling sudden crises, but because of certain reasons, he rarely needs to, Li Ru countered, shaking his head. Li Ru had taken the time to understand Qin Shi and found himself even more intrigued by what he discovered. Qin Shi excelled at leveraging situations, taking advantage of trends. It seemed as though every major event worked in his favor. He seldom resorted to scheming, instead relying on the momentum of larger trends to push situations in his favor. By doing so, he ensured that the outcome was almost always preordained, making it impossible for any sudden event to alter the course of events. In Qin Shi's world, no matter what unexpected crisis arose or how it was handled, it was of little consequence. Take, for instance, the time Qin Shi subdued the Zhen family in Jizhou. At that moment, no matter what Qin Shi did, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Even if Zhu Shou had offered silver as a bribe, it wouldn't have altered the situation because the Jin family had no other options left. Aligning with Yuan's family would have left them with nothing. Their only glimmer of hope lay with Qin Shi. Lu Xuanda's influence hadn't yet reached Jizhou, so the Jin family still had a chance to turn things around by siding with Qin Shi. In Li Ru's view, it wasn't that Qin Zichuan lacked the ability to handle sudden crises. Rather, he accounted for them in his plans, ensuring that no loose ends remained. Li Ru believed that either Qin Shi had previously suffered from having his schemes exposed, or he was simply too lazy to deal with things twice. Based on his understanding, Li Ru leaned toward the latter. Qin Shi preferred to handle things in one go to save time for more sleep. Liu Bei fell silent for a long time after hearing Li Ru's explanation. Finally, he sighed deeply. Wenru, you're right. Zichuan probably does try to handle everything in one go to save time for sleep. What a character. Although Liu Bei sighed, he felt reassured. He was confident in both Qin Shi's abilities and his temperament. With Chen Zichuan's personality, rebellion was out of the question. He was much better suited to being a marquis in a peaceful era, spending his days comfortably at home. Qin Shi wandered back to his house, hesitated for a moment, then decided to do what Xia Yu had done. He didn't go inside and headed straight to the administrative office. Liu Bei might not have fully understood, but there were two people here who would. Although they had taken a heavy blow earlier, they had also been liberated from the tedious administrative work and were now happily enjoying tea and bean cakes. Time to get to work, fellas. There's more to be done, Qin Shi shouted as he entered the office, where the two men were treating the administrative hall like a tea house. What is it this time, Zichuan? You're not going to dump more work on us, are you? Lu Su choked on a bean cake when Qin Shi patted him on the shoulder, nearly choking. After gulping down a large cup of tea, he glared at Qin Shi and asked. Not exactly. Lord Xuanda wants you two to refine the new household registration system and the administrative structure needed to establish the office. I've already sketched out the basics. You just need to check for any flaws, Qin Shi replied calmly. Both men were aware that Liu Bei intended to establish his own office and knew that, as a marquis, general of the Eastern Command, and governor of Qingzhou, coupled with his imperial lineage, Lu Xie had approved Liu Bei's request to set up his own administrative structure. Therefore, preparing a new governance system wasn't out of place. In that case, Zichuan, please proceed, Lu Su and Lu Yi sighed in unison. They knew Qin Shi had come to delegate part of his workload to them, but given Qin Shi's habits, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Since they couldn't change the reality, they might as well grin and bear it. Qin Shi had considered various household registration systems, but after much deliberation, he finally settled on the system from the Ming Dynasty. It was arguably the most comprehensive system since ancient times, despite some of its less harmonious aspects. The Ming Dynasty's household registration system offered significant advantages in taxation, population management, and corvée labor. Whether it was the household certificate, which was akin to a 21st century household registration booklet, or the way household registration was managed, the system was highly advanced. Firstly, the household certificate not only recorded the names and origins of the family members, but also listed their assets. Only the assets registered in the household certificate were recognized and protected by law. Anything not listed would be difficult to claim if stolen, making this document quite useful. The system also divided households into different categories: civilian households, military households, and artisan households, each managed by a different government department, household, military, and works ministries respectively. This categorization didn't affect one's ability to become an official. As long as someone was capable, they could still rise to a governmental position. The primary purpose of the household registration was to categorize, and since most people inherited their family trade in ancient times, this binding registration generally didn't have much negative impact. In fact, many elders were pleased with it, as it reinforced the tradition of children following in their parents' footsteps. Next, there was the Legia system within the civilian households, where 110 households were grouped into a li. The 10 households most skilled in farming were appointed as li leaders, while the remaining 100 households were divided into 10 jia. During times of corvée labor, a li leader would lead a jia leader and 10 households from that jia to fulfill the labor duties. Each jia would take turns every year, a system known as rotating years. This meant that for 9 out of 10 years, most of the population wouldn't be disturbed, allowing agricultural production and daily life to continue uninterrupted. Moreover, because the labor duties were rotated, the common people would keep a close watch on each other to ensure no one tried to shirk their responsibilities. If someone tried to escape their duties, those who had already served their term would certainly not allow it. After each rotation, the system could be reorganized, and a census could be conducted to check the population structure. If necessary, the gender ratio in various regions could be adjusted. In short, while this system tied civilian households to their place of residence, it was otherwise quite effective. As for what to do when prosperity made this household registration system obsolete, she could only say that they would cross that bridge when they came to it. If the goal of a tax-free agricultural society was ever achieved, then this binding household registration would no longer be necessary. After spending a long time explaining the system to Lu Su and Lu Yi, she was pleased to see their eyes light up with understanding rather than confusion. They were indeed capable ministers, fully grasping a system that far surpassed the standards of their time. That's basically it. If you find any flaws, try to address them. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, she said, taking a sip of tea to soothe his parched throat. In the short term, I don't see any issues. This system is nearly complete, and I imagine it must have taken you a lot of effort to develop, Lu Su commented, his head still down as he wrote, showing little concern for Qi's exhaustion. As long as Qi could still move around, it meant he hadn't overexerted himself. All right, then I'll leave the implementation to you. I'm really tired. By the way, how do you plan to handle the land distribution? And have you come up with a solution for the rest of Qingzhou? We can't just sit around and wait, no matter how much fame and virtue we've garnered among the yellow turbans. Take Xian Gao, for instance. In a few months, when he goes to the Qingzhou military camp, apart from the generals who followed him to the end, most people won't even recognize him as the great leader, Qi said, shifting the conversation away from the household registration system. Ziyang has come up with a plan. There were some issues before, but now that your household registration system is in place, we have a solid foundation for implementation, Lu Su said as he continued writing. Ziyang, tell me about your land plan. I'd like to hear it. And since you have a plan for land distribution, how do you intend to handle agricultural taxation? Qi asked, turning to Lu Yi. As the architect of the plan, Lu Yi would have the most insight, and it wouldn't be worth wasting Lu Su's time on it. I plan to directly allocate land. Qingzhou and Taishan don't have any true aristocratic families left. Yellow turban raids have wiped them out. This makes these areas ideal for land distribution. The simplest method is to distribute the land, but I don't recommend dividing it among households or individuals, Lu Yi said without hesitation. This approach had significant flaws, but your Legia system can cover those gaps. I plan to allocate land based on the Legia system. The exact amount of land per li is yet to be determined and will vary depending on the region. The li leader will then distribute the land to the jia leaders, who will further divide it among the households, Lu Yu explained calmly. This approach. Qi couldn't help but feel a strong sense of déjà vu, but he had to admit that it effectively dispersed the conflict, preventing land issues from directly targeting the central authority. As for fairness, that's not my concern. My responsibility is to ensure fairness at the highest level, with the prefectures and counties ensuring fairness at their respective levels. Problems might arise, but compared to the current system, I believe this one is a significant improvement, Lu Yu said proudly. Qinshi frowned, recognizing that Lu Ye's primary focus was not on ensuring that the common people had land, but on maintaining stability throughout the realm. By dispersing the conflicts, any issues that did arise would be less likely to incite widespread rebellion. Even if there were uprisings, they wouldn't spread far, which would greatly benefit the stability of the Lu family's reign. It's acceptable, I suppose. I can also guess how you plan to handle taxation, by directly delegating it to the least correct. Qinshi said, slightly dissatisfied with Lu Ye's central focus, but he didn't push the issue further. After all, maintaining peace was also in the best interest of the people, so it wasn't worth arguing about. Everyone had their own biases. Yes, I plan to collect taxes from each Li. Each year, we'll determine the average yield per prefecture and county, then calculate the average output. Taxes will be based on this average, Li nodded, looking quite pleased with himself. It wasn't a plan that just anyone could come up with, and Lu Yu was confident that his tax system would be far superior to the current agricultural tax system. Qinshi sighed inwardly. Lu Ye's focus was entirely on preserving the Han dynasty's rule, without considering that if someone wanted to curry favor with higher-ups, they could easily manipulate the figures, potentially causing disaster for an entire region. If someone tries to please those in power by altering a number or two, or if they simply choose the best locations, what then? Qinshi couldn't ignore this issue. Sometimes, a single error in data could lead to disaster for an entire region. We'll divide the years into normal years and disaster years. As for bumper harvest years, we'll calculate them as normal years. The average grain yield from the last normal year will be used as the basis for the next normal year's yield, and for the third normal year, we'll take the average of the previous 2 normal years, and so on, Li explained. He had indeed considered the potential flaws in this method. As someone who thought in various directions, he ensured that there were no major loopholes. Though this method of taking a nationwide average was cumbersome, it was stable. I knew you wouldn't overlook such a major flaw, Qinshi sighed in relief. Using the nationwide average, unless everyone went mad, there wouldn't be significant issues with the data. Just keep separate accounts, Lu Yu said confidently, neither arrogant nor humble. That works, Qinshi agreed. This method seemed feasible. Apart from requiring some manpower each year, there wasn't much of a problem. Oh, right, speaking of accounts, you reminded me of something. Qinshi finally remembered the double-entry bookkeeping system he had meant to discuss. It had been years since he used it after college, but he remembered a few key concepts, like debit and credit must be equal. Qinshi was confident that with just this phrase, someone would be able to figure out the entire system. Never underestimate the intelligence of the ancients. Apart from modern perspectives and experience, you wouldn't have any advantage over them. As for calligraphy, the kids from noble families would easily surpass you. Today's generation, raised with computers, is far behind in handwriting compared to those from 20 years ago, and the brushwork of people from 20 years ago was far behind those from 70 years ago. As for classical studies, it's a bit harsh to say, but even today's masters of classical studies would struggle to even get a job as a doorman at the Imperial Academy in ancient times. In that era, everything from their actions to their surroundings was steeped in classical learning. If today's masters were sent back, they'd be completely outclassed, like amateurs in a professional tournament. Because of this, even though Qinshi had a legitimate noble background and memories of the future, he always maintained a habit of speaking more and doing less. He figured that once the situation stabilized, he'd transition to speaking less and doing nothing. After all, with so many talented people around, his absence wouldn't make much difference. Ziyang, haven't you noticed that our current bookkeeping system is full of problems? There are too many loopholes, and it's difficult to audit. I recently heard a vendor say money for goods, goods for money, must be equal. I think this could be applied to accounting. Why don't you study it and see what you come up with? Qinshi said, yawning as he planted the seed of double-entry bookkeeping in Lu Ye's mind. He was confident Lu Yu would figure it out soon. After all, it was just a matter of a single phrase. Money for goods, goods for money, must be equal, must be equal. Lu Yu repeated the phrase, seemingly entering a state of enlightenment. He began tapping the table and scribbling on paper. It's all up to you, Ziyang. Good luck. I'm heading out, Qinshi said, turning to leave. He went to the administrative office's back courtyard, nodding to the civil servants along the way. He then instructed them to prepare all the account books. The moment Li started clamoring to audit the accounts, they were to hand over all the unfinished account books to him without hesitation. In Qinxi's mind, this was to give Li a chance to thoroughly test his newly developed accounting method. He was more than willing to provide the accounts from the county and even a large portion of Qizhou from the recent period. As the county magistrate, Qinxi was more than happy to have someone else take over the mid-year audit. Life was good. About 10 days later, Liu Yu had developed a new accounting method. He called in Man Chong and, in front of Qinxi, verified all the account books. He then loudly declared that he was going to promote this method across the Han dynasty. Little did he know Lu Su, sitting beside him, was covering his face in embarrassment, feeling as though Lu Yi had been thoroughly tricked by Qinxi. Now, Qinxi had successfully completed the biggest administrative task of the first half of the year. Congratulations, Ziyang. You truly are a genius. With this Lu-style accounting method, your name will be known throughout the land. Qinxi said, his smile genuine. After all, anyone who helped him finish the mid-year audit deserved sincere gratitude. Haha, thank you. If it weren't for that phrase, money for goods, goods for money, must be equal, I wouldn't have thought of this new way of accounting. Haha, I'm going to send a letter to the Imperial Ancestral Court right away so they can see my new accounting method. I, Lu Ziyang of Huainan, will finally have my name known throughout the world. Lu Yi, now like someone who had just passed the imperial examination, was utterly ecstatic after verifying the account books. While Qinxi might have found it a bit silly, Lu Su completely understood. In ancient times, the pursuit of fame far outweighed the pursuit of profit. The technical innovation that Lu Yi had come up with, which could benefit countless people, would greatly enhance his reputation. Once he had this fame, as long as he didn't overstep his bounds or challenge the emperor, trouble would avoid him. Even if he did something out of line occasionally, there would be plenty of people willing to support him. That was the advantage of being a well-known scholar. Boning, Zijing, let's go celebrate. As for those petty officials who falsified accounts, Boning, give me some face. Today is a day of great joy for me. Just give them a warning and let it go. Lu Yi turned, excitedly inviting Lu Su and Man Chong. Originally, Lu Yu had planned to surprise Qinxi with the results of the audit and then hand over the culprits to Man Chong. But after completing the audit, Lu Yu had an epiphany. Everything else was trivial compared to his new accounting method, which would make him famous for generations. Compared to that, catching a few minor offenders seemed insignificant. When a sage appears, they pardon the world. While Lu Yu wasn't a sage, he decided to forgive these unfortunate souls for the sake of a good omen. Minor offenses get warnings, major offenses will be dealt with according to the law. Man Chong said with a stern face, seemingly giving Lu Yi no leeway. However, those who knew Man Chong understood that this was already a big concession. Otherwise, everyone would have been punished according to the law. Ayo. All right, let's go drink. I have some fine wine stored at home. I'm inviting everyone. With my new accounting method, corrupt officials across the land are in for a rough time. Haha, let's go. Lu Ye's sense of integrity wasn't particularly strong. Besides, Liu Bei generally allowed this group to indulge, so they had no qualms about skipping work. They all gathered their friends and left, with the entire upper echelon following. It was a pity that Jian Yong and Liu Yan were in Jingzhou, otherwise, they could have joined in on the feast. Liu Ye's big celebration naturally involved inviting Liu Bei, and when Liu Bei celebrated, it was inevitable that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would be there too. Everyone staying in Fengao came, including Zhao Yun, who had just returned from Liqing, and Chu Qi. Although Chu Qi had an eccentric personality, he was very serious about agriculture. After hearing that Zhao Yun had scoured all of Taishan to collect every technique that could improve grain production, he didn't stay long in Fengao. The next day, he left for Liqing, needing to study all the methods and find the best farming techniques. Chu Qi's approach to education was straightforward. When the granaries are full, people will know proper etiquette. This was the most practical method, so he focused heavily on high-quality farming techniques and seeds. His method of enlightenment was simple. Once everyone was well-fed, they would naturally have the time to study proper etiquette. As for the ideas he had previously read in books, Chu Qi dismissed them as castles in the sky. If people couldn't even fill their stomachs, how could anyone expect them to be cultured and polite? It was simply unrealistic. It was more practical to sit down and discuss how to feed everyone. It took Chuchi only 5 days to absorb everything Zhao Yun had to offer. Then, Qin ordered Zhao Yun to return in preparation for the summer planting, while Zhang Ba and Tai Shirtzi were tasked with guarding the northern regions. The reason for Zhao Yun's recall was simple. He had the people's trust. After last year's summer planting, the people of Taishan trusted Zhao Yun completely. As long as Zhao Yun instructed them on how to plant, they would follow his lead. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't gain the people's trust. After all, Zhao Yun had become familiar with the people last year and had done an excellent job. He was now recognized everywhere in Taishan. Thus, all of Chuchi's unconventional farming techniques were entrusted to Zhao Yun, who was the only one capable of successfully promoting them. If Chuchi had to do it himself, no one would believe him. After all, the land determined the next year's food supply, so unless people had full confidence, the common folk of the Han Dynasty would rather stick to what they knew than risk trying new methods, even if it promised higher yields. Who would dare gamble their lives? Chuchi was somewhat resigned to this reality, feeling a bit like, I offer my heart to the bright moon, but the moonlight shines on the ditch. However, he didn't complain. Instead, he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yun, showing that he wasn't the type to look down on others despite his youth and arrogance. The banquet hadn't been going on for long when Fei Zheng, his hair disheveled, walked in with a hair crown, grabbing something to eat. The past 10 days had exhausted him, as he constantly had to think about what Cao Cao and Yanzhou was planning. It was almost certain that a conflict with Yuan Shu was inevitable. How to fight, where to strike, and what would trigger the conflict Fei Zheng's head was a tangled mess of thoughts. Guo Jia and Jia Su hadn't given Fei Zheng any hints. Jia Su felt that the intelligence department was like a hot potato. On the first day, he didn't even handle the intelligence reports himself, leaving them for Liu Bei and Qin Shi to deal with, to avoid any suspicion. Jia Su knew that although he was currently without a lord, it was still a bit too much to be placed in such an important position immediately upon joining Liu Bei. Even with Guo Fengxiao's occasional checks, Jia Su didn't want to leave a bad impression. Therefore, Jia Su didn't directly take over but assumed the role of the highest authority, delegating power to Fei Zheng after confirming things with Guo Jia. This was both to train Fei Zheng and to familiarize himself with Liu Bei's current situation. Guo Jia, on the other hand, hoped to see Fei Zheng handle this event independently. If Fei Zheng could pass this intelligence test and discern Cao Cao's intentions from the strategies of Sun Yu, Cheng Yu, and Shi Jizai, it would indicate that Fei Zheng had limitless potential. As for deploying forces, both Jia Su and Guo Jia agreed to act as if they didn't see it. Whether Cao Cao annexed the state of Lu to provoke Yuan Shu or threatened Xuzhou, it would benefit Taishan. Securing Xuzhou, a major grain-producing region, was crucial for integrating it deeply with Taishan, a view shared by all of Taishan's strategists. Guo Jia knew well that Fei Zheng's focus was undoubtedly on Yingchuan, not only because Yingchuan was home to Cao Cao's main civil officials, but also because capturing Yingchuan and having Jingzhou reclaim Nanyang County would allow for an alliance, making it difficult for Yuan Shu to capture any territory. Moreover, having access to Jingzhou's grain supply would immediately solve the biggest issue and allow for rapid expansion. However, Guo Jia was also aware that, given Cao Cao's temperament, he would definitely not target the well-defended Yingchuan at this critical time just before the summer harvest. The reason was simple. Cao Cao didn't have enough experienced soldiers to take Yingchuan. To put it more accurately, he didn't have enough veteran troops. Lu Dai's death, along with the loss of his veteran troops, coupled with the fact that Cao Cao's veteran soldiers were wiped out during the pursuit of Dong Zhuo, meant that when Cao Cao took over Yanzhou, he had a bunch of new recruits who couldn't handle tough battles. Even with strong generals, it would be difficult to turn the tide in their favor. The new recruits might even flee at the first sign of trouble, potentially dragging the veteran troops along with them, or even causing them to rout. In short, without at least a year or two of training and a few battles under their belts, new recruits could only serve as a facade. This was why Cao Cao was in such a difficult position now. As for Taishan, the situation was much better. There were plenty of veteran soldiers, and when Qin Shi organized them, He made sure that each veteran soldier was paired with at most 2 new recruits. This was why, despite having over 10,000 veteran soldiers when they first arrived in Taishan, they now had only about 40,000 fully trained regular troops. Ewathyresis Beta. However, once this wave of veterans finished training the new recruits, expanding the army would be much easier. You could just integrate the new soldiers into each veteran regiment, and you'd be almost ready to go. Given that Qingzhou was now under their control, the current 4,000 regular troops weren't even enough to guard the passes, so expansion was necessary. As for the farm soldiers, Qinshi never counted them as a real fighting force. Their combat effectiveness was mainly for show, useful for capturing prisoners or guarding the rear. In a real fight, they'd just be going through the motions. Everyone was aware of this. Zhongba, Taishirtsi, Sun Guan, and other deputy generals who had not yet been promoted were just waiting for the summer harvest. Once they had the grain, they could be officially promoted to generals, take command of their troops, and begin rigorous training to establish their reputations. As for the horses needed by each unit, Zhongba and others had already accounted for them. The war horses that Hua Xiong had seized from Xiliang, along with the gifts from Gongsun Bogue, were more than sufficient. However, neither Taishirtsi nor Zhongba had confidence in training cavalry, a high-level unit. In all of Taishan, only Zhao Yun and Hua Xiong were capable of training cavalry. It was clear that Zhao Yun, who would be forced into a civil servant role during the summer harvest and planting, wasn't reliable for this task. They would have to rely on Hua Xiong. When they thought about the 2 to 3 years needed to fully train cavalry, Zhongba's face turned green. He was even considering asking Hua Xiong to give him 1,000 cavalry and simply handing over his own horses to Hua Xiong as a sort of gift to his superior. Chao Mingda's days were not going well. He was severely short on grain recently. However, he heard from Sun Yu that the grain in the state of Lu was almost ready for harvest, and he planned to learn from the Yellow Turbans. But unlike the Yellow Turbans, who foolishly left nothing behind wherever they went, Cao Cao aimed to secure a grain-producing area for himself. It didn't need to be large, just enough to ensure his soldiers were well fed. Operating with only 5 days' worth of grain was a challenge. Cao Cao envied Liu Bei immensely whenever he thought about it. Mount Tai was a land of abundant grain, and with the strong support of Tao Gongzu in Xuzhou, Chen Zichuan pressured Ji Province, emptying the entire Nanpi granary. The world's wealthiest merchant, Mi Zizhong, supplied large amounts of grain, and the Lu family in Jiangdong ensured a continuous flow of water transport. As a result, large quantities of grain were shipped to Taishan and Qizhou, supporting over 1 million Yellow Turban refugees without causing any unrest. Cao Cao knew he needed to accelerate his plans. Lu Xuanda was developing too quickly. In at most 2 years, he would fully digest all of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, for Cao Cao, this year was already a waste. Without grain, there was no way to develop. Everything revolved around grain. Wenrua, when should we take action? Cao Cao sighed as he spoke. He envied the prosperity of Yuzhou. If all his soldiers were veterans, he wouldn't have to worry so much. He was confident that, even if his troops were outnumbered by Yuan Shu, he wouldn't suffer any losses. 3 more days, Sun Yu replied with a sigh. Jitsai will have everything arranged in Jingzhou. It's a pity that Lu Jingsheng refused our goodwill. Since that's the case, we'll have to force him to keep Yuan Gonglu occupied. Sun Yu was helpless. Lu Yan's influence had grown too large recently, forcing Sun Yu to take this renowned talker seriously. Lu Yan had become a significant obstacle after arriving in Jingzhou, where scholars ruled. Such a figure naturally drew the scholars of Jingzhou to urge Lu Biao to meet this famous guest. Besides Lu Yan's pre-existing fame and his indiscriminate spending on hosting gatherings, his position as the creator of a significant innovation had also elevated his status. Without this accomplishment, he wouldn't have reached his current level of recognition in the scholarly world. And what did Lu Yan achieve to warrant such recognition? It was simple. Chen Shi attributed the development of improved paper to Lu Yan, instantly making him a luminary in the scholarly world, a figure who could not be ignored. His contribution to the preservation of civilization was undeniable, and this catapulted him into the upper echelons of the literary world. When Lu Yan arrived in Jingzhou, even older figures like Huang Qingyan, Sima Hui, and Peng Digong came to greet him. Liu Yan's achievement in solving a major problem for the transmission of knowledge made him a figure worth meeting in person. So, when Liu Yan arrived in Jingzhou, the reception he received left even him feeling overwhelmed, thinking he didn't deserve such honor. Liu Biao personally hosted a banquet for Liu Yan, putting aside Mao Jie, who had come on behalf of Cao Cao to discuss attacking Yuan Shu. Liu Biao was already hesitant about fighting, and with Liu Yan's arrival, he found it even more inconvenient to make such decisions. Why rush? Liu Biao knew very well that someone unfamiliar urging him to act would definitely benefit the other party, but whether it would benefit him was uncertain. So, Liu Biao wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he spent his time chatting and enjoying the company of scholars. Liu Yan might not excel in many things, but his eloquence, demeanor, and appearance were impeccable. Combined with his significant achievement, he attracted everyone's attention wherever he went. Liu Yan has come from the north, and I am honored by the warm reception from everyone here. I've heard that Lord Jingsheng has the 3 elegant vessels for drinking. I have brought fine wine from the north. Would you all care to try it? Liu Yan asked aloud. The past few days had been wonderful for Liu Yan, who felt as though he was on a vacation. Following Qin Shi's advice, he wasn't there to act as an envoy, but simply to visit. So, Liu Yan behaved candidly, without any ulterior motives, enjoying food, drink, and literary discussions with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, Jian Yong had been sent off to some obscure corner, but he didn't mind. Since Liu Yan could do a better job, he accepted being sidelined, understanding the importance of the task. Jian Yong also realized why Qin Shi had told them not to meddle, but simply to maintain their refined demeanor. It turned out to be the right approach. I didn't expect Wei Shuo to have such elegance. Bring the 3 elegant vessels. Liu Biao laughed heartily. He was known for his drinking prowess. Soon, 3 large cups were brought forth. Liu Yan laughed as well. As expected of Lord Jingsheng's drinking vessels, they are indeed large. But how can we have good vessels without good wine? With that, he clapped his hands, and a servant brought out a jar of wine. Lord Jingsheng, please accept this. It's fine wine I acquired from the northern regions, a rare and potent brew. Today, I offer it to everyone here. Liu Yan said as he removed the seal from the jar. A waft of the strong aroma filled the hall immediately. Liu Biao, a known connoisseur of fine wine, recognized the quality of the brew as soon as Liu Yan removed the seal. The rich aroma made his mouth water. With circumflex new yes. Carefully, Liu Yan filled Liu Biao's 3 cups to the brim. The wine was as clear as spring water on stone, and its fragrance filled the air. 1 jar was just enough to fill everyone's cup. Excellent. Truly excellent wine. Liu Biao exclaimed after downing his 3 cups. It felt as if he had swallowed a ball of fire, but the intense heat quickly turned into warmth, and Liu Biao found himself lost in the rapidly shifting sensations, thoroughly enjoying them. Suddenly, one of the scholars collapsed, drunk. Liu Biao, who was feeling quite tipsy himself, laughed and called out someone, "Get a needle and wakey-do. We must keep drinking." But before he could finish his sentence, Liu Biao slumped over the table, muttering about continuing to drink. After having everyone carried out, Liu Yan smiled at Jian Yong. Their mission was essentially complete. Someone like Liu Biao, who could drink 5 liters in one sitting, wouldn't be fit to handle state affairs for at least 5 days. And with Mao Jie also passed out, Cao Cao's request for joint military action was effectively stalled for now. What Liu Yan and Jian Yong didn't know was that Shi Jizai hadn't relied on Mao Jie's diplomatic skills at all. His habit was to handle matters personally, believing it was unwise to rely on others. When Shi Jizai learned that Lu Bu had fled to Yuan Shu, he almost exclaimed, "Heaven helps me." As Shi Jizai received the latest intelligence from Jingzhou, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This was an unexpected but incredibly timely turn of events, too good to be true. Ever since Lu Bu sought refuge with him, Yuan Shu felt as though his world had suddenly brightened. His confidence, which had been relatively limited before, swelled immensely with Lu Bu by his side. Not only did he plan to humiliate the already defeated Yuan Yao further, but he also considered avenging Sun Jian in one fell swoop. With the imperial seal in hand, a mighty general by his side, fertile lands under his control, and tens of thousands of seasoned soldiers, Yuan Shu believed that heaven itself was guiding his rise. How could he refuse such an opportunity? However, Yuan Shu was still a man of his word. He had promised not to take Sun Tzu's imperial seal, and he stood by that promise. Yet, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, every time Yuan Shu saw Sun Tzu, he couldn't help but admire the young man's striking appearance. Compared to Sun Tzu, his own son seemed weak and unworthy. "Be my son, Bofu," Yuan Shu would say whenever he passed by the Sun residence and saw Sun Tzu practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "My own sons are useless. I want you to be my heir." Sun Tzu was speechless. He couldn't understand why Yuan Shu kept insisting that he become his son. Ignoring Yuan Shu, Sun Tzu continued practicing, pretending not to hear him. By now, Sun Tzu had realized that Yuan Shu harbored no ill intentions towards the Sun family, something Huang Gai and the others had confirmed. Yuan Shu had seen the imperial seal that Sun Tzu possessed. Though he had gazed at it with both fascination and greed, Yuan Shu had restrained himself, leaving without saying a word. This had even impressed Huang Gai and the others. Though Yuan Shu might occasionally do foolish things, he was undeniably a man of his word, a hero in his own right. "If only my sons were like you, I could die without regret," Yuan Shu sighed, shaking his head. "Keep up your training, Bofu. In a few days, I'll take you with me to deal with Lu Biao." Yuan Shu had grown so fond of Sun so that he no longer addressed Lu Biao by his courtesy name, calling him by his given name to show his contempt. "What?" Sun Tzu stopped mid-motion, turning to face Yuan Shu. "I told you I would avenge your father." Yuan Shu laughed heartily. "Train well. I'll give you 3,000 soldiers to lead as the vanguard. Oh, and you can take my token to see Fengxian. He's in Runan now. Ask him to give you some pointers. He truly deserves the title of the world's greatest general." After the Battle of Hulo Pass, he reached a new level, stronger than ever. With that, Yuan Shu laughed and left. Sun Tzu, still processing the news, was soon joined by Zhou Yu, who had emerged from behind the main hall doors. "Bofu, your opportunity has arrived," Zhou Yu said with a smile. "I've waited so long for this. I will kill Lu Biao," Sun Tzu exclaimed, slashing his sword through the air. The fake mountain in the courtyard was cleaved in two. "I've finally reached the peak of qi refinement and touched the threshold of internal energy projection. I will avenge my father." "I'll be your advisor when the time comes," Zhou Yu replied, smiling. "I'm 17 now. It's time I made my mark on this world." "I'll count on you," Sun Tzu nodded. "But why have you been avoiding Uncle Genglu lately? Before, you were always so straightforward with him." "He wants me to be his adopted son," Zhou Yu replied with a tone of helplessness. "He seems to be quite interested in me." The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison, before bursting into laughter. "Though I hate to admit it, Yuan Gong truly is a man of integrity. But he's easily swayed by others, often making decisions without much thought. If he's kept in check, he might show the qualities of a hero. But if left unchecked, he could cause a disaster." Zhou Yu reflected on Yuan Shu's past actions, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. "Indeed. Before I came here, I even considered trading the imperial seal for shelter. But Uncle Genglu didn't say a word about it," Sun Tzu replied with a wry smile. He too was a man of honor. Since arriving in Runan, Yuan Shu hadn't taken advantage of the Sun family. Instead, he had protected them and promised to avenge Sun Jian, never neglecting any member of the Sun clan. For this, Sun Tzu was deeply grateful. Unlike other warlords, the little conqueror couldn't bring himself to betray someone who had shown him such kindness. Sun Tzu had made up his mind. Once he avenged his father, as long as Yuan Shu continued to treat him and his family well, he wouldn't hesitate to serve Yuan Shu. As for becoming his adopted son, it wasn't an unbearable prospect. If he was going to pledge his loyalty, it made sense to strengthen their bond. Besides, staying close to Yuan Shu would allow him to better protect his family. As for grand ambitions, those were thoughts for another day. "Report. My lord, we have news from Jingzhou. The entire leadership of Jingzhou has been heavily intoxicated after drinking with the famous scholar Lu Weishua from Yuzhou. It's estimated that they'll be unable to handle state affairs for at least 5 days." Yan Xiang reported, bowing slightly. "Huh?" Yuan Shu was taken aback by the news. "Are you certain this intelligence is accurate?" "My lord, we must march immediately. If we delay, we'll miss this golden opportunity." Yan Xiang, though not a top strategist, knew the importance of seizing the moment. Especially now, with Lu Bu on their side, their army's ability to break enemy formations was unmatched. Good. Yuan Shu exclaimed with joy. At this point, Yuan Shu hadn't yet become arrogant or overly confident. Although he occasionally made rash decisions, his wealth and the pride of his noble lineage meant that he had no need to exploit the people under his rule. In truth, Yuan Shu simply didn't care about the common folk, so while some criticized him for inaction, the people of Yuzhou lived in relative prosperity. They appreciated having a leader who left them alone, free from additional taxes or burdens. In difficult years, someone like Yuan Shu might be seen as irresponsible. But thanks to Yuzhou's consistent good harvests, his inaction was viewed as enlightened governance. The common people were quite satisfied with an official who didn't interfere with their lives. As long as Yuan Shu didn't demand higher taxes, Yuzhou remained peaceful. The local officials might curse his inaction, but the people enjoyed prosperity. Yuan Shu's pride was evident in his governance of Yuzhou. To him, the local officials were mere servants of his Yuan family, and anyone who stepped out of line would be swiftly dealt with. Because of this, talents like Zhou Yu, Lu Su, and Zhang Zhao acknowledged that while Yuan Shu might become arrogant if successful, they also recognized his potential as a heroic figure. Given the strength of the Yuan family in Yuzhou and the region's solid foundation, if heaven continued to favor Yuan Shu, defeating him would be a formidable challenge. In essence, Yuan Shu's future success hinged on favorable conditions. If fortune smiled on him year after year, even the most desperate efforts of Cao Cao and others would lead to their demise. Yuan Shu wouldn't need complex strategies to win. A simple, straightforward approach would suffice. Unfortunately, relying on good fortune is always a gamble. Lu Bu led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, their imposing presence emanating a mix of golden sharpness and the searing heat of flames. A massive halberd, over 500 meters long, sliced through the defensive cloud energy of Xiangyang's guards before they had time to react. With a single strike, hundreds of defenders were either killed or incapacitated. After piercing through Xiangyang's defenses, the remaining force of the strike shattered the city gate. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, along with the veteran soldiers led by Sun Su, surged through the northern gate of Xiangyang, slaughtering all in their path as they made their way directly to Lu Biao's residence. Kill! Sun Su, with bloodshot eyes, charged at the forefront. He was utterly shocked by Lu Bu's godlike power, not just his martial prowess, but also his command in battle. 30 li outside Xiangyang, Lu Bu had shattered the ranks of the old General Wang Wei's troops within just a quarter of an hour, cutting them apart and routing them completely. Lu Bu then charged ahead, with the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry following his lead. Abandoning the chance to claim any immediate glory, they raced toward the city gate with unmatched speed. Before Xiangyang's defenders could fully react, Lu Bu's attack slammed into the city's protective barrier, shattering it before it could fully form. He then cleaved through the cloud energy that had begun to coalesce. The residual force of his strike demolished the city gate right before Sun Su's eyes. Sun Su was left in complete awe. Lu Bu's actions were unbelievably bold, utterly reckless. Originally, Zhou Yu had estimated that it would take a siege of 1 or 2 years to break Xiangyang, yet the city fell in just one strike. Kill! Sun Su saw the hope of avenging his father. The residence of Lu Biao, governor of Jingzhou, was right before him. Ha ha ha! Lu Bu unleashed his power with abandon. Since his defeat at Hulo Pass, a blemish had marred Lu Bu's spirit. Although he had cleansed himself of that shame, he soon encountered the massive armies of Li Ju and Guisi, where even the mightiest individual was but a joke. Lu Bu faced defeat once more, but it was a defeat with honor. He had charged alone into Guisi's army, grievously wounding him and nearly killing him before the enemy formations closed in, forcing Lu Bu to retreat. That brush with death, that moment of charging through thousands of enemies with unrivaled courage, had mended Lu Bu's heart. His nearly flawless martial spirit was cleansed, and he realized he didn't need to chase after the strengths of others, whether it was Zhang Fei's brute strength, Guan Yu's explosive power, or Zhao Yun's inhuman speed. He needed none of these. He was Lu Bu. He didn't need to pursue these things. Lu Bu's confidence grew as he killed a Jingzhou general with one strike. He no longer needed explosive techniques. Lu Bu only needed to remain steady. With each strike, he was confident in his ability to suppress any enemy, whether it was Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, or Zhao Yun. Lu Bu had gained enough clarity to trust that he could kill any opponent before him. As Sun Ce fought fiercely, slaying the guards around him, he finally broke into the governor's residence in Jingzhou, only to be blocked by a general leading troops. However, driven by his deep-seated vendetta, Sun Ce fiercely suppressed his opponent, showing no sign of weakness despite his young age. His rage even seemed to fuel a slight transformation in his aura. Hurry, escort the governor and strategist away. Order the counties to resist at every turn, retreat to Jiangling. The man who blocked Sun Ce shouted after forcing him back. Even now, Lu Biao's headache was so severe that he couldn't manage his affairs, and the other high officials in Xiangyang were equally incapacitated. Get out of my way! Sun Ce roared, wielding the ancient ding blade his father had left him. He hacked down the soldiers beside him. In the midst of the slaughter, Sun Ce felt a transformation within himself. His speed increased, his strength grew, and his reactions sharpened. He even began to faintly sense the flow of cloud energy. Throughout the battle, Sun Ce never felt fatigued. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Sun Ce couldn't see the changes in himself, but his opponent, Wen Pin, could see everything clearly. He understood that the young man before him was close to reaching the final stage of a warrior's journey, perhaps just a step away from breaking through the final barrier. At that moment, a golden radiance enveloped Sun Ce, with wisps of golden mist emanating from his body. As he continued to fight, the golden glow around him grew stronger. In that instant, Sun Ce looked like a deity, wrapped in golden light that refined his body and began to open the path between his physical form and the energy of heaven and earth, drawing him closer to the level of internal energy projection. This can't go on. If this continues, this kid might kill me and break through. We absolutely cannot let him achieve this breakthrough to internal energy projection. In our current situation, Jingzhou can barely handle one Lu Bu. If we have to face another Sun Bofu, it will be the end of us. Wen Pin thought, roaring as he thrust his spear at Sun Ce's waist. Ugh! Wen Pin spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Ce didn't dodge or block, but took the hit head-on. Simultaneously, Sun Ce swung his ancient ding blade at Wen Pin, who barely managed to dodge, but the extended blade aura still tore through Wen Pin's armor, leaving him severely injured. Wen Pin's loyal steed, which had followed him for years, was sliced in half by the blow. Zhongya, retreat. Let me take care of him. At that moment, a red-faced warrior charged in from behind, riding a chestnut horse. With a swing of his blade, he forced Sun Ce back and launched a flurry of attacks. He's yours, Wen Chang. Wen Pin shouted as he was carried away, managing to stem the bleeding from his deadly wound with his internal energy. He would likely recover within 10 days. Get out of here. Wei Yan roared, not turning back. Although his words were fierce, he knew that in terms of skill, he and Sun Ce were evenly matched. But in such a situation, what mattered most was momentum. His strikes were powerful and lethal, keeping Sun Ce on the defensive. Despite Wei Yan's efforts to suppress the 17-year-old Sun Ce, killing him was out of the question, even though Sun Ce had a wound in his abdomen. As the fight dragged on, Sun Ce grew stronger with each counterattack, his power visibly increasing as he neared the final stage of a warrior's journey. This is bad, Wei Yan thought. He had no desire to die for Lu Biao. Though he was a Jingzhou native, Lu Biao's heavy favoring of scholars over warriors had left Wei Yan disillusioned. He had little interest in serving a lord who didn't respect him. He had only intervened because he was familiar with Wen Pin, otherwise he would have fled. Summoning all his strength, Wei Yan delivered a powerful strike that forced Sun Ce back. In this confined space, Wei Yan dared not use any of his more destructive techniques. The massive slash that Lu Bu had unleashed earlier still haunted his mind. He had no desire to draw Lu Bu's attention. At least he knew that without the power of someone like Huang Zhong, challenging Lu Bu would be a death sentence. Noob, yes. When Chen Shi received the intelligence report from Jingzhou, he almost spat out his tea in shock. Lu Bu's destructive power was beyond anything he could have imagined. In history, Lu Bu had stabilized Nanyang County for Yuan Shu after defecting to him, and shortly after, he moved to Yuan Shao's camp to help Yuan Shao crush the Black Mountain Army, allowing Yuan Shao to turn his attention to destroying Gongsun Zan. Then, fearing that Yuan Shao might eliminate him, Lu Bu drifted over to Wang Kuang, only to be lured by Chen Gong and Zhang Miao to go after Cao Cao. But this time, Lu Bu had gone berserk. He directly attacked and captured Xiangyang. Was Yuan Shu trying to defy the heavens? With Xiangyang conquered, Jingzhou's most prosperous regions were reduced to Jiangling and Jiangxia. Yuan Shu had ordered Sun Tzu and Jiling to run rampant north of the Yangtze River, pursuing Liu Biao. The situation was almost identical to when Cao Cao had pursued Liu Bei, except that Liu Biao's forces still had some strength to resist. This situation is a complete mess. Qin Shi fumed. If Yuan Shu really managed to seize all the territories north of the Yangtze, Nanyang, Southern Commandery, Jiangxia, it would be disastrous. The Yuan family's power would be more than enough to force the entire Yangzhou gentry into submission. Those opportunistic clans had no sense of loyalty. Qin Shi was sure that if such a scenario came to pass, even the Liu family, which currently had good relations with Taishan, would switch sides to Yuan Shu. After all, Yuan Shu's advantages would be too overwhelming at that point. He might have already secured control over a third of the country, and with such power, the Yuan family could easily rally the vast majority of the aristocratic clans behind them. After that, it wouldn't even be a matter of fighting anymore. They could just rely on their influence to bring others into the fold. If the Yuan family, with its legacy of 4 generations of high-ranking officials, gained absolute dominance, too many clans would flock to support them. Damn it. Can't we have a few days of peace? Qin Shi cursed as he slammed the report onto the table. This time, even if you don't want to fight, you have no choice. The situation must be contained within controllable limits. If Yuan Shu really did defeat Liu Biao at Jiangling, the Yuan family would have the prestige and resources to mobilize all their connections. The capable generals and strategists across the land would surely rush to join them, driven by the influence of the aristocratic clans. Should Yuan Shu truly gain control over a third of the country while the major clans have yet to make their final decisions, there would be no stopping him. The Yuan family's long-standing connections would make it nearly impossible to defeat the momentum they could gather. For someone like Qin Shi, a monarch's extravagance was not the issue. After all, no matter how extravagant one person could be, there was a limit. As long as the subordinates were capable, ruling the country wouldn't just be a dream. From what Qin Shi knew of Yuan Shu, he was the type to trust someone completely once he believed in them. Yuan Shu was the kind of person who would hand over all his troops to Jiling without a second thought. Not because he was bold or particularly wise, but simply because he never considered the consequences if Jiling were to betray him. Therefore, Qin Shi was certain that if Yuan Shu ever allied with someone like Zhuge Liang, a ruthless strategist, and if they hit it off, and Yuan Shu was already at a significant advantage, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that Yuan Shu might actually unify the land. Qin Shi was sure that besides Sun Yu, and Sun Zhan, the Sun family must have more hidden talents. Similarly, other prominent families undoubtedly had their own cards up their sleeves. Even Li Dian's family, a relatively minor power, had hidden a talent like Li Jin, who had once bested Lu Bu in combat. Other families surely had cards that, while perhaps not spectacular, were far from weak. In such a scenario, if Yuan Shu amassed enough prestige, the capable people drawn to him by the powerful families wouldn't be easy to defeat. The human connections of the great aristocratic families, when bound by absolute interest, would unleash a power that Qin Shi didn't even want to imagine. We have to fight. This time, Tao Qianzhu can't just rely on us. We'll have to handle this ourselves. We're going to have to cross provinces to fight. Let's hope Tao Qianzhu gives us face and doesn't force us to turn against him, Qin Shi muttered bitterly. He knew that Yuan Shu had to be curbed. Qin Shi's expression was bitter. This was a clear case of a plan going awry. As Yuan Shu's invisible ally, Liu Bei was now forced to personally step in to curb Yuan Shu. For Tao Qian, who had supported both Yuan Shu and Liu Bei, supporting either side now would be problematic. Plans can't keep up with changes. Fa Xiaozhi has already sent his analysis over. Chao Mengda's target was Liu, but given the current situation, if Chao Mengda isn't a fool, he definitely won't go after Liu. He needs us to share the burden, Lu Su said with a wry smile. He too could see that this time, Chao Mengda was pulling everyone down with him. The strategists under Chao Mengda are no pushovers. They overturned the entire situation with one move. Sun Wenrua and the others are truly gifted. Lu Yu had no choice but to acknowledge the brilliance of Cao Cao's advisors, even as he grew increasingly frustrated with the current situation. Sigh, we'll just have to follow their lead. They've done a fine job. Fire and oil, flowers and brocade, these are always the most dangerous moments. Yuan Gonglu's sudden rise, and the potential of him controlling 3 provinces, has made us all keenly aware of the threat he poses. Whether we like it or not, we must suppress Yuan Gonglu now. Qin sighed heavily. The favorable situation they had before had been completely disrupted by Qiao Mengda's strategists, who had expertly exploited the chaos to secure victory. Qin felt powerless. From the moment Yuan Shu's army broke through Xiangyang, he knew that whether they liked it or not, Sun Yu and the others had already scripted the play. Everyone else had no choice but to follow it if they didn't want to face disaster. They would surely charge ahead, and if you didn't, Cao Cao wouldn't be able to handle it alone. If Yuan Shu's forces ended up controlling 3 or even 4 provinces, the others would be left to cry in regret. Frustration was all Qin could feel. Throughout this journey, he had been the one manipulating others, only to be forcibly dragged into the fray this time. Let's fight. Yuan Gonglu's power is far beyond what Qiao Mengda alone can handle. Even if you add in Zhang Yangshu of Heniai, Lu Jingli of Yangzhou, Yan Baihu, Chen Gongwei, and Wang Jingxing, they wouldn't be enough. We have to take action now. It's a pity that Tao Qianzhu is too old, Qin said with resignation. They needed to deal with Yuan Shu swiftly. Once the aristocratic families started wavering, the situation could quickly deteriorate. NOES. But before we act, we should make sure that Qiao Mengda doesn't get off easy, Lu Yu said, still seething with anger. He was clearly upset by Cao Cao's manipulative tactics. Sun Wenrua and his men have likely already accounted for that. There's nothing left to plunder in Yanzhou. The population has already been relocated to Qinlu under the guise of military farming. Forget it, let them be. This time we lost. There will be no more of the Shu alliance in this world after this. Qin waved Lu Yi off. Get ready to attack Yuan Shu. Since we've already made our move, let's not hold back. Yuan Gonglu and we were never on the same path. Sun Wenrua and the others had severed all potential threats this time. From the moment Liu Bei decided to act, Tao Qian remained on the sidelines, and Gongsun was preoccupied, the once most powerful alliance in the land, with the richest lands, the largest population, and the mightiest cavalry, began to crumble. Cao Cao's face darkened as he read the report in his hands. Weren't they supposed to attack Lu and force Su province to give up some grain? How could they even consider attacking Lu with the current situation? Master, don't hesitate. Put everything into attacking Yingchuan. Yuan Gonglu is destined to fail this time. His momentary triumph has made him the enemy of all the warlords, and anyone with even a shred of sense will rise against him. Of course, this is also an opportunity for Yuan Gonglu. If he can withstand this assault, he will be just a step away from ruling the world, Sun Yu advised with a calm smile. Sun Yu understood all too well that Cao Cao was currently too weak to provoke Yuan Shu excessively. But if Cao Cao wanted to conquer the land, especially with Yuan Shao preoccupied in the north, Liu Bei eyeing him from the east, Yuan Shu's formidable power to the south, and the western territories of Yang and Liang locked down, Qiao Mengda had to break free from this cage. Cao Cao was surrounded by stronger forces on all sides, and apart from Yuan Shao, everyone else could be considered an enemy. In such a situation, Sun Yu knew that relying solely on internal development was no longer viable. All of their rivals had deeper foundations and were developing rapidly. The only option left was to use one enemy to defeat another. So, Sun Yu and the others devised a strategy to create a powerful enemy, one so strong that all those with ambitions for the throne would see the necessity of opposing him. After careful consideration, they chose Yuan Shu, because only the Yuan family had the strength to suddenly rise and stand alone against the world. As for the other contenders, their foundations were too weak. And compared to other regions, the benefits of controlling Yuzhou were most suitable for Cao Cao. Yuan Shu did not disappoint. He decisively struck Liu Biao down, seizing Xiangyang. Following that, during the naval battles in Jiangxia, Huang Zu was defeated by Zhou Yu and Sun Su in 7 consecutive battles, finally dying in the Yangtze River. His body was retrieved by Sun Su and used to commemorate Sun Jian. Yuan Shu's forces pressed westward, advancing on Jiangling with the intent of swallowing up Jing and Xiang provinces. In just 15 days, the entire northern region of the Yangtze was abuzz with rumors of defection. Yuan Gonglu's momentum was unstoppable as he marched south and west. Within days, the cities of Yiling, Zigui, and other northern Yangtze towns fell into Yuan Gonglu's hands. With the northern Yangtze secured, Yuan Shu's forces were sustained by the resources of the conquered lands. 70,000 infantry and cavalry advanced on Jiangling. Not long after, Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu, who had defeated Huangzu, led their water forces upstream, recruiting river pirates and capturing Jingzhou's navy. By the time they reached Jiangling, they had over 100 ships and more than 20,000 sailors. Meanwhile, voices of allegiance were rising across the southern regions of Jing. Yuan Shu's control over Yuzhou and his growing influence over Yangzhou seemed to be cemented. At this point, his dominance appeared inevitable. "Whoa, drink this cup of wine." Yuan Shu called out heartily to Lu Bu. "All right." Lu Bu grabbed the large cup and downed it in one gulp. "Just watch, tomorrow I will breach the gates of Jiangling." Good, good, good. With Fengxian on our side, Lu Jingxuan's days are numbered. Yuan Shu laughed loudly, oblivious to the dark look in Lu Bu's eyes as he spoke. While Yuan Shu was reveling in his success, the other warlords across the land were shaken to their core. Only 5 still stood firm. General Whitehorse, Gong Sunzan, chuckled when he received the latest news, thinking to himself, "Tomorrow, after I defeat Yuan Shao, I'll teach you, Yuan Shu, a lesson about trying to take the top spot." Yuan Shao, upon reading the latest report, clenched it tightly, his knuckles turning white. Slamming the report onto the table, he shouted, "Zhu Yi, get in here." "At your service, my lord." Zhu Yi quickly entered and bowed. "Can you defeat the White Horse Cavalry?" Yuan Shao asked solemnly. "The White Horse Cavalry will be defeated," Zhu Yi declared confidently. "Good. Then I will entrust all the soldiers, including myself, to your command. If you fail, I will kill you." Yuan Shao handed his treasured sword to Zhu Yi, his entire demeanor exuding a chilling aura. "Understood. If I do not crush the White Horse Cavalry, I will accept my death." Zhu Yi responded boldly, taking the sword from Yuan Shao with both hands. Chao Mengde and Liu Bei shared the same thought, "Let's weaken Yuan Shu." They began preparing their forces, ready to whittle down Yuan Shu's strength, hoping to leave him so weak that he would never recover. Meanwhile, in Xiliang, Han Sui casually tossed aside the report. The situation was too far from his concerns. He would rather focus on how to take down Ma Ting. Yuan Shu was too distant a threat. Elsewhere, warlords across the land trembled at the news. Even Liu Yan, hidden away in Yizhou, broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the palpable threat Yuan Shu posed. As for the warlords near Yuan Shu, they were all terrified. Within 15 days of Yuan Shu's capture of Shenyang, the regions of Lujiang and Jiujiang in the Yangzhou and Jiangdong areas had already submitted to him under the persuasion of local gentry. Yan Baihu, Liu Yao, Wang Lang, and the others trembled in fear, none daring to resist Yuan Shu's advance. It seemed that once Jiangling fell, the entire southern Jing and Jiangdong regions would be ripe for defection. R with tilde Thailand body yes. "This is happening too fast," Qin Shi remarked as he watched the intelligence reports, which seemed to change 3 times a day. He had already deduced Yuan Shu's situation with Liu Biao, utterly beyond salvation. Jingzhou was engulfed in flames, and Liu Biao had lost control over most of the province. After all, it had only been a year since Liu Biao had subdued the gentry in Jingzhou after entering alone, and he had not yet fully consolidated his power. "Master, we must divide our forces. This time, we have to pull Yuan Shu back. If Jiangling falls, there's a 9 in 10 chance that the Yangzhou gentry will collectively surrender." Now that Lu Jingxian has completely lost control of southern Jing, if Yuan Gonglu manages to unify Jing and Chu and dominate Yang and Yuzhou, his power will surpass that of the ancient state of Chu. "We must ensure that Liu Biao does not fall," Lu Yi advised, after quickly scanning the latest intelligence, a bitter smile on his face. "Divide the forces, Lord Xuanda. We need to put enough pressure on Yuan Shu this time. We must reach Runan before Yuan Shu takes Jiangling." Qin Shi stood up, stating firmly. This was now a race against time. If Yuan Shu captured Jiangling before Liu Bei could cut off his retreat at Runan and Yangtu, then Yuan Shu, having nearly taken a third of the land, would simply overwhelm them with his momentum, crushing Liu Bei's cross-province campaign. With the situation as dire as it was, Liu Bei could no longer afford to hesitate. He had to throw everything he had into capturing Yuzhou. Even though they might only end up with a relatively unimportant territory like Lu County, the alternative was much worse, allowing a massive threat to undermine all future strategies. Yuan Shu's power had become too significant to ignore. And so, Liu Bei's army, having just captured Fan County and not yet fully rested, divided into three forces. The first, led by Guan Yu with Liu Yi as strategist, would attack Qin County. The second, under Liu Bei with Jia Su as strategist, would target Qiao County. The final force, led by Qin Shi with Eugene and Hua Xiong as deputies, would head straight for Runan to cut off Yuan Shu's retreat and force him to turn back. After fleeing to Jiangling, Liu Biao did not immediately take command of the Jiangling troops. Instead, he secluded himself in a room for 3 days to reflect. It wasn't until Yuan Shu's forces neared Jiangling that Liu Biao finally emerged. "Master, things are dire. Yuan Shu's forces have nearly captured all of the northern territories, and uprisings are breaking out all over southern Jing." Kuai Yu reported anxiously as soon as Liu Biao stepped out of his room. "What is there to fear? As long as Jiangling holds, I am still here. Victory and defeat are only temporary." Liu Biao replied coldly. The weariness of the refined scholar, indulging in the pleasures of life, was gone. He now exuded a sharp, commanding presence. Jingzhou is rich with talent, and the Han dynasty still stands. If Yuan Gonglu thinks he can defeat me, he is gravely mistaken. Relay my orders. Summon Liu Pan and Huang Zheng from southern Jing to Jiangling, bringing all elite forces. We will abandon the southern regions entirely. Liu Biao ordered without even pausing to gather any intelligence on the situation. What? Kuai Yu was shocked. This would be like cutting off their own arm. Without Liu Pan and Huang Zhong, who were essential to their military strength, southern Jing would be lost entirely to the uprisings. Understood. Kuai Liang, who had been silent, smiled upon hearing Liu Biao's command. This was the Liu Jingxian he had once admired. The man at Xianyang had been a shadow of his former self, dulled by years of comfort. "Brother," Kuai Yu exclaimed, confused. "Follow our lord's orders," Kuai Liang responded calmly. Kuai Yu knew his brother well, though Kuai Liang appeared reserved. He possessed a mind as sharp as a blade. If he approved of Liu Biao's decision, then it was the right one. Kuai Yu nodded in compliance. After leaving Liu Biao's residence, Kuai Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brother, why does our lord insist on withdrawing the forces from southern Jing? Without them, we will have no retreat." "It's a do-or-die battle," Kuai Liang explained, his eyes gleaming coldly. "If we win, the tides will turn. If we lose, everything is over. The forces in southern Jing are fickle at best. If we lose Jiangling, even an army of 100,000 in southern Jing would be useless. But if we win here, the uprisings in the south will be nothing more than a passing storm." "I didn't expect our lord still had such courage. I thought the refined life of a scholar had sapped him of ambition," Kuai Yu said, calming down as he processed his brother's explanation. "He may have been dulled, but this crisis has revived him. I was considering surrendering the city to Yuan Gonglu in exchange for favor, but now that won't be necessary. If our lord still has this kind of resolve, then let's see Yuan Shu die at the gates of Jiangling," Kuai Liang declared, a fierce determination in his eyes. He was ruthless and pragmatic. If Liu Jingxian was no longer worth supporting, he had been ready to switch sides without hesitation. But now Liu Jingxian had regained his confidence, and Kuai Liang was prepared to fight to the end. "What's your plan?" Kuai Yu asked, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He knew just how dangerous his brother could be. He might be quiet most of the time, but when he spoke, it often meant someone would die. "The rainy season is coming," Kuai Liang replied with a chilling smile. Kuai Yu's hair stood on end. Jiangling backed onto the Yangtze River, and it flooded every year. If Kuai Liang had anything to do with it, the flooding would be disastrous. A flooded Yangtze could easily drown Yuan Gonglu's army. "This plan is too dangerous." Kuai Yu immediately objected. "We're not at that point yet. I've inspected Yuan Gonglu's encampment, and he has made no preparations for potential flooding, Kuai Liang reassured him, having already scouted the area in advance. Though he had initially considered surrendering, he had not wanted to tarnish his own reputation. All right, Kuai Yu replied, cautiously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He knew his brother well enough to suspect that Kuai Liang might have already started making preparations. Yuan Shu's forces continued to flaunt their strength daily beneath the walls of Jiangling. But they had finally provoked a hornet's nest. Lu Pan and Huang Zhang, leading Jingzhou's remaining elite troops, arrived at Jiangling, narrowing the gap in strength between the two sides. Yuan Shu had brought over 60,000 elite soldiers from Yuzhou, and after successive conquests, his forces had swelled to more than twice that number. However, with Liu Biao mustering all of Jingzhou's remaining elite forces to defend Jiangling, his own army now numbered nearly 100,000. RNO Thailand bot. The problem was that Yuan Shu's troops were riding a wave of unstoppable momentum, while Liu Biao's forces were demoralized. If it weren't for the walls of Jiangling, Yuan Shu's army would have easily routed Liu Biao in open battle. But with the city's defenses, Liu Biao still had a chance to turn the tables. From the city walls, Huang Zhang watched the Yuan Shu army below with cold eyes. His gaze focused on an enemy officer taunting them, his eyes as cold as ice. Zhangxing, stay here. I'm going down to kill a few enemy officers, Huang Zhang said, turning to Lu Pan. Though Lu Pan was technically in charge in southern Jing, he held deep respect for Huang Zhang's strength and wisdom, often deferring to him. However, in recent years, Huang Zhang had become withdrawn, his hair turning white as he struggled with his son's illness. This time, Lu Pan had no choice but to bring Huang Zhang and his family along, as his son, Huang Su, was nearing death. Be careful, Han Sheng, Lu Pan responded with a bitter smile. He could tell that Huang Zhang was in a foul mood, likely because his son was close to death and he had no grandchildren. Huang Zhang seemed lost. The gates of Jiangling creaked open just enough to let Huang Zhang and 2,000 soldiers ride out. Huh. Has Jingzhou really fallen so low that they send out old men to fight? The enemy officer's taunt was cut short as a flash of Huang Zhang's blade reduced him to dust. Without hesitation, Huang Zhang led his troops straight toward Yuan Shu's camp. Kill. The soldiers' courage surged as they witnessed Huang Zhang's overwhelming strength. They had assumed they were on a suicide mission, but now they charged after Huang Zhang, shouting as they followed him into battle. The command flag? Huang Zhang sneered as he took out his prize bow and aimed at a distant flag, still a small speck on the horizon. A gleaming arrow flew across the battlefield, obliterating both the flag and the officer guarding it. Kill. Huang Zhang's sword swept through Yuan Shu's forward camp like a flood, his strikes methodical and deadly. Unlike the raw power of Lu Bu or the explosive force of Guan Yu, Huang Zhang's blade work was deliberate, each swing growing in size and intensity until 8 spinning arcs of light plowed through the enemy ranks. The sight left the defenders on Jiangling's walls in awe. When had Jingzhou ever had such a fierce general? With a thunderous crash, Huang Zhang's 8-fold sword light was blocked by an enormous halberd, wielded by none other than Lu Bu, whose presence alone was enough to send tremors through the battlefield. Lu Bu? Huang Zhang recognized the man instantly. His appearance matched the descriptions he had heard. Lu Bu, crowned with a trident crest, wearing a robe of red brocade and a chain-link armor of fearsome design, mounted on the swift red-hare steed, holding his famous halberd. Lu Bu was also sizing up Huang Zhang. The 8-fold sword light had revealed Huang Zhang to be a master, yet he was surprised to see that his opponent was an old man with graying hair, clad in worn armor, wielding a long blade marred with rust, and riding a steed with a dull, shaggy coat. How could such a figure possess such power? Hero in twilight. This was the first thought that crossed Lu Bu's mind upon seeing Huang Zhang. He immediately tightened his grip on the sky-piercer halberd. Lu Bu vowed that he would never let himself become like this, a fading hero. He had to prove his invincibility on the battlefield, just as he had in the past, when his presence alone made Dongzhuo bold enough to depose an emperor, and now with Yuan Shu nearly ruling the world. Lu Bu wanted to demonstrate to everyone that he remained the most powerful warrior. Huang Zhang tightly held the crimson blood saber. Though he disliked the weapon's strange color, he couldn't deny that the blade he had found in Nan County was a true divine weapon, despite its unappealing appearance. The overwhelming aura radiating from Lu Bu had little effect on Huang Zhong. He could unleash his own formidable aura, but he saw no need. For him, the only path was to kill his opponent and vent his pent-up rage. "Where's Yuan Shu?" Huang Zhong's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and in that instant, his fierce aura cut through Lu Bu's like a blade through wood. "Huh. I didn't expect to find such a mighty warrior here. Come then, defeat me, and Yuan Shu is yours to take." Lu Bu laughed as he spoke, his golden and red internal energy swirling around him to form a detailed suit of armor. The halberd in his hands extended slightly at each end, while the red aura surrounding him flared up like flames, bursting with intense heat. Lu Bu was arrogant, but he knew better than to underestimate the man before him. Huang Zhong's cold gaze locked onto Lu Bu as his own body began to emit an icy blue aura, which then solidified into armor as formidable as Lu Bu's. However, unlike Lu Bu, when Huang Zhong's internal energy flowed into the crimson blood saber, the blade extended into a blood-red edge that exuded a menacing, almost sickly, aura. Encased in the icy blue armor, Huang Zhong appeared increasingly ominous. "I am Huang Hansheng of Jingzhou. Lu Bu, prepare yourself." Huang Zhong shouted as he spurred his horse forward, the steed's hooves leaving frost in their wake. Boom! Huang Zhong's saber clashed directly with Lu Bu's halberd, the blood-red edge of the saber slicing toward Lu Bu. The impact sent shards of ice and waves of heat scattering in all directions. Lu Bu's counterattack was deftly redirected by Huang Zhong at a bizarre angle, only to then arc back in a strange trajectory toward Lu Bu again. Crack! Their horses passed each other, and in that brief exchange, both men had taken each other's measure. Huang Zhong had lost out in terms of strength and the power of his steed, but in all other aspects, they were evenly matched. Again, Lu Bu charged once more, his halberd spinning through the air, each strike heavier than the last. The fiery heat and the gleaming edges of his halberd ravaged the surrounding camp as they fought, the battle dragging them from the front camp to the left and right flanks. Their combat was intense, leaving both Yuan Shu's and Lu Biao's soldiers awestruck. The force of their attacks was so great that the surrounding environment was devastated by the clash of their energies. Huang Zhong's expression remained stoic, but the battle was reigniting the bloodlust within him. His strikes with the crimson blood saber grew increasingly powerful. Ever since his son, Huang Su, had fallen gravely ill, Huang Zhong had all but abandoned his martial training, devoting himself entirely to his son's care. But Huang Su's condition only worsened by the day, and more than once, Huang Zhong had nearly taken his anger out on the local healer, Zhang Zhongjing. Now, Huang Zhong felt that his strength had diminished compared to a few years ago. Back then, in his 30s, if his son had been healthy and he had continued training, he might have fully mastered the dual-color internal energy by now. But after his son fell ill, his progress had stalled, and his attempts to master dual-color internal energy were disrupted when the water element overwhelmed the other, leaving him with an unwelcome ice attribute that even restricted the output of his internal energy during certain techniques. As a result, Lu Bu found the situation perplexing. His opponent's strength seemed to fluctuate. When Huang Zhong was strong, Lu Bu was caught off guard. When Huang Zhong was weak, Lu Bu could easily overpower him. In one swift move, Huang Zhong repelled Lu Bu, swiftly switching from saber to bow. An icy blue arrow shot from the string, hurtling straight toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu dodged the arrow with all his might, but the wind force generated by the arrow still managed to slice a small cut across his arm, causing blood to drip from the wound. Huang Zhong sighed inwardly. He needed to find a way to resolve his issues. Lu Bu was incredibly strong, and even if his son had never fallen ill, and he hadn't neglected his training for years, Huang Zhong estimated that defeating Lu Bu would still be challenging. As it stood now, while Lu Bu might struggle to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Bu to defeat him. Huang Zhong cursed his misfortune, feeling that his son had inadvertently caused his current predicament. Thinking of his son, Huang Zhong's mood darkened. Just as he was about to declare a truce and withdraw, Lu Bu roared, "It's rude not to return a favor," and fired a volley of arrows at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong laughed, confident in his superior archery skills. If it came down to archery, Lu Bu was no match for him. Huang Zhong once again fired a single icy blue arrow, but as soon as it left the string, it split into countless beams of light. The thin beams deflected Lu Bu's arrows, converging into 7 distinct arrows that targeted Lu Bu from all sides. Epsilon. Huh. Lu Bu swung his halberd with all his might, managing to disperse 6 of the arrows. However, the 7th arrow slipped through his defenses, slicing through his armor and leaving a cold, chilling sensation in its wake. Huang Zhong sighed again. Lu Bu might have other tricks up his sleeve, but Huang Zhong knew that he himself was already at his limit. If his most powerful technique couldn't seriously injure Lu Bu when he was unprepared, it would be even more impossible to kill Lu Bu once he was on guard. Lu Bu, we shall meet again, Huang Zhong declared, his cold eyes fixed on Lu Bu. By now, Jiling had reacted quickly, and the army was already beginning to form ranks. Lu Bu said nothing, simply turning his horse around. He knew that the white-haired warrior before him wasn't someone he could force to stay in battle. The time wasn't right. Gripping his halberd tightly, Lu Bu vowed that next time, he would kill this man. Huang Zhong watched Lu Bu's retreating figure. Now would have been the perfect moment to kill Lu Bu, but his honor wouldn't allow him to shoot a man in the back. So, he too turned his horse around and swiftly left the battlefield. Once Jiling's troops fully formed their ranks and their collective aura negated his internal energy, Huang Zhong knew he would be at risk of capture. General, you were magnificent. As Huang Zhong entered the city, he was greeted with loud cheers. He sighed, casually removed his helmet, and tossed it to Lu Pan before dismounting. Then he noticed that Lu Biao had come out to greet him personally. "Greetings, my lord," Huang Zhong said with a bow, though his tone lacked deep respect. After all, Lu Biao bore much of the blame for Jingzhou's current state, and Huang Zhong had never truly served under him before. "Rise, General," Lu Biao responded warmly, not taking offense at Huang Zhong's casual attitude. He had clearly seen Huang Zhong fight Lu Bu to a standstill, the very Lu Bu known as the mightiest warrior in the land. In Lu Biao's eyes, Huang Zhong had every right to be proud. When Qin Shi goes into a rage, it's no small matter. During the battle for Fan County, it wasn't too intense. After all, with 70,000 troops surrounding a small town defended by an unknown general, they managed to take it down in one swift assault. After that, the entire Ru County was sealed off, leaving the question of whether to retake it for later. After dividing the forces, Qin Shi's troops significantly decreased, leaving him with only Hua Xiong's 7,000 soldiers, Yu Jin's 4,000 veterans, Qin Shi's own 5,000 troops, and Su Yi and Wu Dun's 4,000 men, a total of only 20,000. Fortunately, all of them were seasoned veterans. Otherwise, with such a small number, Qin Shi would have little confidence in attacking Runan across provinces. The advantage of this time of year is that there was no need to bring food or supplies. Qin Shi marched almost in a straight line, relying on the fertile lands of Yuzhou for sustenance. Yuzhou, a land rich in grain, provided well for the troops as they advanced, borrowing food along the way. Qin Shi's goal was to reach the gates of Pingyu in Runan County within a month. Maintaining a forced march, Qin Shi's army swiftly captured several towns along the way. Luckily, the defensive forces left behind by Yuanshu and Yuzhou were insufficient, and after Liu Bei's forces split off, Zhang Sun focused intently on Liu Bei, the sovereign. By now, Zhang Sun and Liu Bei had fought several battles in Pei County, the Liu clan's ancestral home, but none resulted in a victory for Zhang Sun. On the first day, Liu Bei failed to launch a sneak attack, falling into Jia Su's trap, losing his camp, and being chased by Zhang Fei's forces through the night. Later, Liu Bei fortified Pei County, but was lured out by Jia Su's schemes and narrowly escaped death at Zhang Fei's hands. Chased relentlessly by Zhang Fei for 3 days, Zhang Sun had only just entered Linju when Zhang Fei stormed in after him. Now, Zhang Sun found himself pinned in Qiao County by Jia Su's weaker forces, unable to break free and forced to send desperate pleas for reinforcements. Yuanshu would likely receive urgent reports from Qiao County any day now. Qin Shi was extremely relieved that Yuanshu had not yet moved his base to Jiujiang County in Yangzhou, the future capital of his self-proclaimed empire in Shouchuan City. If Yuanshu had already moved, Qin Shi would have had to admit defeat, as it would have been too far to reach. Even though Pingyu was still somewhat distant, the obstacles along the way weren't too severe. Qin Shi dismissed Hua Xiong's suggestion to detour through Qin County and instead chose a direct route. Since Jia Wenhe was engaging Zhang Sun effectively, only Yin Zheng and Xiao Rui stood between them and their goal. Within 10 days, Qinshi, Huaxiong, and Eugene cut a direct path, capturing 2 cities. While Miuqiu fell through a surprise attack, the subsequent city, Xiayi, was taken by Eugene after Huaxiong lured out Yuan Shu's troops with a forged order from Miuqiu. The city fell within half an hour. By the 15th day, Qinshi's forces were pressing towards Ku County. However, this time, all his troops wore Yuan Shu's uniforms. Passing through giant pain, Jia Su had sent over legitimate orders under Zhang Sun's authority, which successfully deceived Yin Zheng, leading to the fall of Ku County. With Yin Zheng's defense orders in disarray, Qinshi used the forged orders to capture Ningping and Xiang County. Finally, on the 20th day, Qinshi's army arrived at Runan, with Pingyu now in sight. However, the small tricks that had worked before were now meaningless. Xiao Rui had already been warned by Yin Zheng about Qinshi's tactics and had sealed off the city gates. The 30,000 troops in Yuzhou refused to engage in open battle, opting instead to defend Pingyu, knowing that the fall of the city would cut off the vital connection between Yuzhou and Jingzhou, a loss that no number of Xiao Rui's could compensate for. Strategist, how should we approach this? Hua Xiong asked, glaring at the formidable city before them. He had nothing but disdain for Xiao Rui, who had so many soldiers but didn't dare to fight outside the city, choosing instead to hide like a turtle. We'll wait and see. If within 5 days, Yuan Shu shows signs of returning, we'll hold off. But if there's no sign of Yuan Shu's return within 5 days, Qinshi sighed as he looked up at the towering city walls, then we'll have no choice but to take the city. As for how we'll take it, siege warfare is an art. In ancient times, some managed to conquer cities through clever schemes, while others relied purely on numbers. Clearly, with the limited number of troops Qinshi had, attempting to take the city by sheer force would be suicidal. Huaxiang remained silent. The city of Pingyu was well stocked with food and troops. If Xiao Rui decided to hide within, it would take at least a year and an army of 10,000 or more to slowly wear the city down. It was just like Yuan Shu's current situation in attacking Jiangling. Unless he could take the city in one decisive blow, the prolonged siege might give Liu Biao the chance to turn the tide. It was reminiscent of when Cao Cao laid siege to Yi City, which took over a year and was only conquered after resorting to flooding the city. The more Qinshi thought about it, the more his head hurt. If they could take Pingyu, they would hold Yuan Shu's entire family hostage, which would likely throw Yuan Shu into disarray. However, with Yuan Shu having only one son, the city was heavily fortified to protect Yuan Yao, the Yuan clan's heir. The idea of capturing Yuan Shu's family was a fantasy. The focus had to be on how to take Pingyu with minimal casualties. The news of Liu Bei and Cao Cao attacking Yuzhou had long since reached Yuan Shu's desk. Initially dismissing it as a minor issue, Yuan Shu was shocked when reports arrived detailing how Zhang Sun, Yin Zheng, Li Feng, and Liang Gang were unable to resist Cao Cao and Liu Bei. Especially Chao Mengde, his rapid advances left Yuan Shu in disbelief. On the first day, Yuan Shu had received intelligence that Chao Mengde had moved out from Yingchuan, prompting Yuan Shu to curse him for courting death and vow to punish Cao Cao upon his return. However, by the following day, Chao Mengde had already captured the 3 most important county seats in Yingchuan, Yangzhai, Yingyin, and Dingyang. Subsequent reports from Xiangqing, Dingling, Kunyang, and Woyang described them all as being in a state of crisis. Before Yuan Shu's emergency orders could even reach these places, news of their fall was already on his desk. The situation on Liu Bei's front wasn't much better. However, unlike the mysterious siege techniques employed by Chao Mengde, Liu Xuanda's attacks were more predictable. Despite winning all 3 of his initial engagements, each of his divisions had since been pinned down at the county seats they were trying to capture. Summoned Feng Yan, Yuan Shu ordered the messenger at his side. Recently, Yuan Shu felt that Lu Bu wasn't giving his all. Every day during the siege, Lu Bu would dutifully engage Huang Zhang in battle, but neither of them seemed to sustain any serious injuries. In fact, after each duel, the morale of the Jiangling defenders only seemed to rise. Originally low, their spirits had been lifted to a new height by Lu Bu and Huang Zhang's daily, punctual duels. "General, Yuan Gonglu requests your presence again," Zhang Liao said with a bow. "Ignore him. Tell the messenger I'm practicing my martial arts. Apart from calling me to fight Huang Zhong, does Yuan Gonglu ever have anything else to say? I fight diligently every day, and since I arrived here, I've conquered vast territories for him. Yet, instead of rewarding me, he reprimands me for not killing Huang Zhong. How could Yuan Gonglu treat me so unjustly? Lu Bu raged. As Yuan Shu's army's morale continued to decline, his resentment towards Lu Bu grew. He completely overlooked the fact that Lu Bu was the hero who had won him vast territories. Moreover, Lu Bu wasn't even his subordinate, so it was no surprise that Lu Bu began to harbor deep resentment toward Yuan Shu as well. Omicron. How are things recently, Han Xing? Lu Pan asked as he noticed Huang Zhong standing on the city wall, overlooking the enemy camp below. He's still alive. Huang Zhong knew that Lu Pan wasn't asking about the enemy's situation, but rather about his son. Huang Zhong, who had basically given up hope, answered grumpily. His son, Huang Su, was hanging on by a thread, but Zhang Zhongjing had assured him that his son's life wasn't in immediate danger. Though Huang Zhong had often felt like killing his local doctor, Zhang Zhongjing, out of frustration, he ultimately trusted the physician. Since Zhang Zhongjing said his son wouldn't die, Huang Zhong believed it. Oh, Lu Pan nodded and didn't press further. In his view, it was already a miracle that Huang Su had survived this long. He also knew that Huang Zhong had some personal issues, otherwise, he wouldn't be so obsessed with his one son and daughter. Seeing how Huang Zhong could still stand against the world's top martial artist in combat, Lu Pan couldn't help but wonder why he didn't have more wives and concubines to carry on the family name. It was precisely because Huang Su was half dead and the Huang family was on the verge of extinction that Huang Zhong had lost all motivation. What was the point of striving for a title or high office? People might talk about bringing glory to their ancestors, but ultimately, wasn't it all for the sake of their children and grandchildren? Without heirs, no matter how high your rank, it all amounts to nothing. Huang Zhong felt he would have no face to meet his ancestors in the afterlife, knowing that his family line had ended. Without a goal to strive for, Huang Zhong had no more drive. Whether Jiangling fell or Lu Biao died didn't matter much to him. High rank and great rewards meant nothing if his only son was on the brink of death without leaving a single grandchild. Who would inherit those things? To be honest, if Yuan Shu were to offer a way to heal Huang Su, Huang Zhong wouldn't hesitate to join him, even if it didn't mean immediately turning on Lu Biao. After all, Lu Biao wasn't really Huang Zhong's superior or lord. Because of this, Huang Zhong had little interest in his duels with Lu Bu. He simply engaged him each day to prevent Lu Bu from leading assaults that could crush Jingzhou's morale. But even though Huang Zhong wasn't giving his all, just the fact that he could hold back Lu Bu made the soldiers of Jingzhou revere him like a god. After all, if no one could stop Lu Bu, the damage to morale would be catastrophic. Lu Bu was like a living siege weapon on ancient battlefields. Though such machines didn't kill many people in stable battles, their terrifying presence greatly diminished enemy morale. This was why siege weapons like catapults and ballistae were so popular. They could drastically reduce the enemy's fighting spirit. Lu Bu's presence was even more insidious than those machines. As some games would put it, just having Lu Bu on the field automatically lowers the enemy's morale each turn, while his own force's morale increases without limit. With one side's morale sky-high and the other's plummeting, it wouldn't be long before the demoralized troops began deserting or even tying up their own commander. Having a fierce general like Lu Bu on the field was an outright disaster. However, what was initially a disaster was forcibly curbed by Huang Zhong's presence. This time, Lu Bu, the world's strongest general, was stuck outside Jiangling. Whether or not Huang Zhong won the duels, neither he nor Lu Bu had sustained more than minor injuries that healed overnight. Under the leadership of such mighty generals, the morale of the Jingzhou defenders gradually surpassed that of Yuan Shu's troops, who were growing frustrated with the stalled siege. Lu Biao saw hope in the situation as it developed day by day. Yuan Shu's morale continued to drop while Jingzhou's morale kept rising. The turning point came when Huang Zhong nearly killed the emissary Jiling with a single arrow, causing Jingzhou's morale to completely overshadow that of Yuan Shu's forces. After all, Jiling, the enemy commander, had been knocked off his horse by that arrow. If not for Lu Bu's intervention, Jiling might have been killed instantly by Huang Zhong's shot. Jiling had been wise. The moment he saw Huang Zhong appear on the city wall during the parley, he knew things were going south. He immediately dismounted, but his trusted steed was not so lucky. Huang Zhang's arrow pinned it to the ground. The arrow, nearly the size of a spear, created a hole the size of a large bowl in the horse's body. If it had hit Jiling directly, he would have been doomed. That bloody scene caused Yuan Shu's front lines to collectively take a step back. The method of death was too horrifying. Huang Zhang's energy arrows usually disintegrated people into dust, leaving no gruesome scene. But now, seeing such a brutal death, the already low morale of Yuan Shu's troops plummeted further. Because of Huang Zhang's immense deterrent power, Lu Biao had been trying to recruit him, offering high positions, wealth, and beautiful women to entice the unaffiliated warrior. But Huang Zhang remained unmoved, much to Lu Biao's frustration. Was he really that unattractive as a ruler? Lord, we've thoroughly investigated. Huang Hanxing is indeed a native of Jingzhou, but he has a hidden ailment. He has one son and one daughter, but his son has been gravely ill for years. Huang Hanxing has not cared much for military affairs during this time, leaving everything in the hands of your nephew. According to Zhang Zhongjing, Huang Hanxing's son won't survive another 2 years, and Huang Zhang has already given up, Kuai Yu reported, sharing all the information he had recently gathered with Lu Biao. Lu Biao suddenly understood. It wasn't that he lacked charm, virtue, or generosity. It was Huang Zhang's personal problem. Idu, it seems our recruitment approach was wrong all along, Lu Biao said as he stroked his beard. With the situation improving daily, Lu Biao saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Jiangling had ample supplies, and even if Yuan Shu besieged them for a year or two, they wouldn't run out of provisions. Lu Biao had all the time in the world to wait out Yuan Shu. Lord, you are wise. Our approach indeed had a flaw. To a man who faces the prospect of his family line ending, no amount of rank or title matters. As the saying goes, of the 3 forms of unfilial behavior, having no heirs is the worst. I believe we should approach this from that angle. Moreover, from what I've learned, Huang Hanxing is a loyal and courageous general. Once he pledges allegiance, he won't betray you, Kuai Yu said solemnly. The battles in Jingzhou had taught him a lot, and he now understood the importance of recruiting powerful generals who could sway the outcome of a war. In that case, Lu Biao whispered a long series of instructions into Kuai Yu's ear. As a man in his 50s who could still father a son with Madame Kai, Lu Biao had no doubt that Huang Zhang's hidden ailment was no obstacle. He was practically an expert in such matters. After finishing, Lu Biao fumbled in his sleeve, eventually pulling out a small porcelain bottle, which he handed to Kuai Yu with a knowing smile. As he handed the bottle over, Lu Biao noticed that Kuai Yu kept glancing at his sleeve, making him a bit embarrassed. Blushing slightly, he barked, "What are you waiting for? Go. Idu, if you don't win over Huang Hanxing, don't blame me for being merciless." Kuai Yu, caught between laughter and tears, simply bowed, said nothing, and accepted the porcelain bottle before withdrawing. But as he left, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Shi received the latest report from Jingzhou. He sighed, realizing that Yuan Shu could sometimes be overly confident to the point of absurdity. Even with his rear being attacked and forced into a defensive posture, Yuan Shu remained calm, continuing his southern campaign as if nothing was wrong. Such psychological resilience wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. However, from a purely objective standpoint, Qin Shi had to admit that Yuan Shu's decision wasn't entirely without merit. Whether it was Qin Shi besieging Pingyu, Liu Bei laying siege to Qiaojun, or Guan Yu attacking Qinghua, none of these strongholds could be taken down quickly. On the other hand, if Yuan Shu could capture Jiangling, he could return victorious and crush Liu Bei's forces like bugs. Of course, Qin Shi knew that Yuan Shu's thought process was likely far less strategic. He was simply too tempted by the prospect of taking Jiangling and had chosen to ignore the threats posed by Liu Bei and Cao Cao. But sometimes, a gut instinct can be more effective at undermining an enemy's plans than any calculated strategy. "Strategist, what should we do now?" Hua Xing asked, bowing. In fact, Hua Xiang was still technically Qin Shi's personal guard, even though Qin Shi had never really given him any orders. "We attack. Let's give them some pressure," Qin Shi said with resignation. Since Yuan Shu is being so reckless, it's time to show him some consequences. Have Yu Jin and the others build a mound and scout the situation. Also, bring in those craftsmen we brought along. Let's set up a few trebuchets to apply some pressure. Eugene, accompanied by Su Yi and Wu Dun, set to work on the mound. Fortunately, Qin Shi's troops had arrived quickly, so Qiao Rui hadn't had the chance to chop down all the trees in the vicinity of Pingyu. This made constructing the mound a relatively simple task. In just 2 days, 7,000 men using giant logs, dirt, stones, and even debris managed to create a mound over 100 meters tall. It turns out that when it comes to manual labor, having a lot of people really makes a difference. More importantly, Qiao Rui had just stood there watching Qin Shi build the mound, doing nothing to stop him. Seeing this, Qin Shi could only lament, "Where's the intelligence? War is about preventing the enemy from doing what they want. Yet here they are, just watching us play around without doing anything. This is asking for trouble." In 2 days, the craftsmen managed to cobble together 6 trebuchets. But these were just for show. They were never meant to actually breach the city walls. Attacking a city like Pingyu, with its 6-jong-thick stone walls, using these hastily made trebuchets was laughable. Even a sophisticated siege weapon like the Huiwi cannon wouldn't make a dent. It's worth noting that history records very few instances of trebuchets actually bringing down city walls, and when it did happen, it took years of sustained effort with siege engines far more advanced than anything available in 1417 AD. Are these things even usable? Qin Shi asked skeptically, eyeing the roughly assembled trebuchets, each with components of varying sizes and no wheels in sight. Don't worry, strategist. We've tested these before, and they work. A 500-pound boulder can be thrown 150 meters with these, Wu Dun assured him, pounding his chest in confidence. Qin Shi scrutinized the devices with a doubtful gaze, thinking, do I need to set up precision standards and an assembly line to whip these guys into shape? Fine, I'll leave it at that. Fire a shot, and let's see if it works. If these don't live up to their promise, you'll have to answer for wasting these centuries-old logs, Qin Shi said, waving his hand dismissively. Men, load the stones. Wu Dun shouted. A group of soldiers painstakingly adjusted the trebuchet's arm, and then Wu Dun heaved a small millstone into the sling. Strategist, you might want to stand back a bit. This thing's a little dangerous, Wu Dun said, stretching his arms. A dozen or so soldiers with internal energy released the arm simultaneously. With a loud thwack, the trebuchet flung the stone into the air, launching it over the wall, where it crashed into a house, collapsing it entirely. Debris from the shattered house even knocked down the back wall. That wasn't quite right. Let's try again, Wu Dun said, embarrassed. The stone had overshot the target, likely because the mound was too high. After 5 more tries, they finally hit a person. The sight was gruesome. A soldier was turned into a bloody pulp, his remains splattering across the ground and the walls. Qin Shi turned away, unable to bear the sight. His enhanced senses made it impossible to ignore the horrifying details of a man being smashed into a gruesome mess. Strategist, this thing's accuracy is a bit off, Wu Dun started to explain, seeing Qin Shi's reaction and fearing repercussions. Build a few more. Don't worry about accuracy, just keep bombarding them. I never expected these things to take the city, we're just using them to harass the enemy. You and Mingkong, Su Ding, will station troops at the base of the mound. In a few days, build another mound in front of this one to suppress the enemy archers on the walls, Qin Shi instructed, signaling Wu Dun to stop fretting. Yes, sir, Wu Dun replied, bowing. As long as Qin Shi was willing to continue with the plan, there was nothing to worry about. If Qin Shi had walked away without a word, that would have been a different story. After leaving the mound, Qin Shi went to find Hua Xiong. Assaulting Pingyu head-on was out of the question. Even with the trebuchets and elevated archers lowering the enemy's morale, as long as Qiao Rui refused to come out, there was little they could do. Zijian, how many grave robbers have you found? Qin Shi asked Hua Xiong. With other methods proving too slow, their best bet was to dig tunnels. After all, in 3 years, the first recorded use of tunnel warfare in history would occur during Yuan Shao's siege of Gongsunzan at Yijing. Right now, no one was guarding against underground attacks. Qin Shi estimated that with 100 or so specialists, they could dig a tunnel of about 150 to 200 meters in a month. They needed to act fast before anyone else caught on. If they used this tactic, Yuan Shao wouldn't be able to use it to trap Gongsunzan later, giving Gongsun a bit more time. Hua Xiong was quite a peculiar character. During his time with Dong Zhuo, he had committed many misdeeds, but he also had moments of kindness, like helping elderly women cross the street or escorting children home. After joining Liu Bei, Hua Xiong assumed Liu Bei would uphold virtues of benevolence and righteousness. So, when Chen Shi ordered him to find tomb robbers, Hua Xiong didn't follow through. Strategist, desecrating someone's ancestors' graves brings bad karma. With your capabilities, why resort to such methods? Hua Xiong knelt on one knee, trying to dissuade Qin Shi. He couldn't bear the thought of Qin Shi tarnishing his reputation by doing something as dishonorable as defiling tombs just to capture Pingyu. What? What are you talking about, Zijian? Qin Shi asked, scratching his head in confusion. Digging up the Yuan family's ancestral graves, Hua Xiong said in a somber tone. Qin Shi face-palmed. Zijian, that's an awfully malicious thought. But actually, it's not a bad idea. If you were to dig up the Yuan family's graves and display them outside Pingyu's walls, even if Qiao Rui knew defeat was inevitable, he'd have no choice but to come out and fight. Heck, you might not even need to dig them up. Just the threat alone would force Qiao Rui to make a move. Yes, that's quite a good plan. Strategist, please don't joke about that. Hua Xiong said, more seriously this time. Relax. Respecting the dead is important. I'm not that desperate yet. What I wanted was for you to find some professionals, not to desecrate graves. Haven't you noticed that even when Eugene was asked to build a mound, he ended up digging and hitting water? Qin Shi shrugged. Hua Xiong was still puzzled, not quite understanding what Qin Shi was getting at. He stood there, hoping for an explanation. At least he now understood that Qin Shi wasn't planning on digging up the Yuan family graves. Don't you think digging a tunnel and sending a few hundred men through to open the gates would be easier than a full-on assault? And who better to handle such a job than professionals who do this sort of thing for a living? I had them build a mound to get a good view of the inside. From there, the tomb robbers can eyeball the distance and dig a tunnel. It should be a lot easier than grave robbing, just digging a tunnel, really. It should take about a month, and if Yuan Shi doesn't send reinforcements by then, we'll have plenty of time to take the city, Qin Shi explained. If it weren't for giving Liu Biao some face, we could have just built a ramp straight up to Pingyu's walls. That would have taken only 3 to 5 months. Huh? Hua Xiong was stunned for a moment before he quickly realized that this was a strategic blind spot. A plan that no one expects is the best kind of plan. It reminded him of how the Xiongnu were utterly defeated by Li Mu because they never imagined that Li Mu would lay an ambush beneath the grassy plains, resulting in tens of thousands of them being slaughtered. Now, Qin Shi's tunnel digging plan was another unexpected and brilliant strategy. In an instant, Hua Xiong understood what he needed to do. As for the idea of building a dirt ramp to push straight up to the city walls, Hua Xiong found it quite ingenious. With enough manpower, even the most well-fortified city could be taken in 3 to 5 months. You could even pile the dirt higher than the walls, creating an unassailable advantage. It was slow and labor-intensive, but it was an unbeatable tactic. He made a mental note of it, thinking it might come in handy one day. Please forgive me, strategist. I'll go and round up all the tomb robbers in Runan, Hua Xiong said, bowing. Realizing that he had delayed this crucial military task by 2 days, he quickly added, work will commence by dusk today. Dusk? Qin Shi gave Hua Xiong a sidelong glance. You even know about that? Just a bit, Hua Xiong replied awkwardly. After all, during his time with Dong Zhuo, he had picked up a thing or two about tomb raiding and its associated taboos. Once you've got the men, take them to the site and supervise the digging. Don't be like Wenze, who started digging and immediately hit water. As for how to cover it up, I'll leave that to you. If we weren't in such a hurry, we could have just used the simpler method of building a ramp and pushing forward, Qin Shi said, assigning the task to Hua Xiong and once again referencing Eugene's botched excavation. It was indeed amusing how Eugene had tried to build a mound by chopping down trees and digging soil, only to hit water on the second day, turning the excavation site into a small pond. This was the unfortunate result of not having specialists on hand. That's why Qin Shi figured that instead of letting Eugene dig and end up with more unintended ponds, they should bring in the professionals. If the tomb robbers couldn't even manage a simple tunnel, they might as well be buried themselves. ROES. The efficiency of the military's operations was something Qin Shi had learned back in Qizhou. When Hua Xiong said he would round up all the tomb robbers in Runan by dusk, he wasn't kidding. Sure enough, by dusk, Hua Xiong's men had brought in over 200 tomb robbers. It seemed that every major family's ancestral graves were never without these professionals lurking nearby, making their living off such work. Looking at the group before him, youths, young men, and middle-aged men, all with thin, slightly hunched frames and dull, cloudy eyes, Qin could tell that being a tomb robber in this era wasn't a glamorous job. "Please, sir, have mercy on us. We won't do it again." Someone finally spoke up, and soon the entire group was begging for mercy, some even dropping to their knees. In this era, tomb robbing was a serious crime, punishable by death unless, of course, you were one of Chao Mingda's yet-to-be-established Majin Shaowei. Qin gave Hua Xiong a look, and Hua Xiong responded with a loud shout silence. The tomb robbers immediately cowered in fear. Qin then signaled Eugene, who quickly brought over a chest of money. Military campaigns typically didn't involve bringing money along, but as the campaign progressed, they always seemed to acquire some. When Qin's army left Fan County, they had no money. But by the time they reached Pingyu, they had amassed treasures and over $1 billion in cash. Of course, this was inevitable. Passing through various cities and not clearing out their treasuries would be a missed opportunity. Generally, the commanding officer would take at least 30% of the spoils. Anything less would raise eyebrows among the troops and staff, so Qin had no qualms about taking his rightful share. It didn't take long before he realized that there was no business as profitable as war. As for death benefits, Qin thought it was only fair to distribute some of the wealth among the troops. Each fallen soldier's family would receive 10 guan, with Qin personally overseeing the distribution. Wounded soldiers would receive 2 to 5 guan, depending on the severity of their injuries. All in all, it amounted to less than 10,000 guan. Injured soldiers who survived could continue to serve in non-combat roles, such as overseeing farming operations in the rear, where their battlefield experience would be invaluable. Qin doled out the funds with a calm demeanor, as it was simply a matter of redistributing the wealth they had acquired. A mere 10,000 guan was pocket change at this point. Overall, the survival rate was significantly better than if no care had been provided. Alcohol for disinfecting wounds and basic bandaging with linen drastically reduced fatalities, although some unscrupulous soldiers did occasionally sneak a drink from the medical supplies. The sight of money quickly shifted the mood among the tomb robbers. The group that had been trembling and begging for mercy now stared intently at the chest. After all, most tomb robbers were far from wealthy. Qin turned to Eugene with a puzzled expression. He remembered asking for gold ingots, which would have been far less bulky than this chest of copper coins. Why had it been swapped out for something so cheap? Just as Qin turned away, Eugene's voice reached him. "Strategist, if you give these people gold ingots, they might end up dead. You can use gold beads, gold leaves, gold ingots, or gold bars, but these guys can't handle gold ingots." Qin was speechless. He always carried gold beads on him, and while he had some copper coins, he didn't have more than 20. How was he supposed to know if using gold ingots would get them killed? But thinking about the situation in this era, it wasn't entirely out of the question. "Who among you is the best at digging?" Qin decided to drop the gold versus copper issue. As long as they were willing to work for money, that's all that mattered. Immediately, the group scattered, leaving one hunched-over, 40-something-year-old man standing in the middle, shaking so badly it looked like he might spit blood. "All right, you're the one. Here, take half the money. Zijian, take this expert and let him assess the terrain. Figure out how we should proceed." Seeing that everyone had agreed this old man was the best, Qin was delighted. Every profession has its leaders, and this was exactly the kind of person he needed. The rest of the group nearly choked. The guy hadn't moved because he was stuck in the middle, but when everyone else stepped aside, he was left standing there like a sore thumb. Not a single person had actually acknowledged that the old man was better than them. Eugene felt a bit embarrassed and turned away. Qin could be a bit oblivious at times like right now, where it should have been obvious that the old man wasn't volunteering. Yet Qin had just made him the leader. Clatter! Hua Xiong used a large bucket to fill a bucket with money. After seeing that the bucket was overflowing, he casually took out 2 gold ingots from his bodyguard's pouch and tossed them into the bucket. "Take this money and stick with me from now on. I need people with your kind of professional skills." Hua Xiong didn't quite understand why Qin called it professional skills, but he thought it sounded impressive. Who knew when a person like this might come in handy? Best to keep him around. Clearly, Hua Xiong's understanding of social interactions was a step behind Yu Jin's. What Hua Xiong had just done was pretty much poaching, but Qin Shi typically turned a blind eye to such things. After Hua Xiong took the old man away, the remaining group looked at Qin Shi with teary eyes. If they had known, they would have stayed in the middle. Do you need anything else dug out, sir? It was true that a large forest contains all kinds of birds, and among them, there's always one smart one. Here it was, a smart bird finally stepped up. Yes, you. The one who spoke, step forward. Qin Shi called out. He didn't know who had spoken, but someone volunteering meant they had initiative and guts, qualities worth rewarding. The man hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped forward and cupped his fists in a salute to Qin Shi. Qin Shi looked the man over. He seemed to be around 27 or 28, with a muscular build, dressed in simple hemp clothing. Compared to the others, he was completely out of place. What was going on here? Never mind. Maybe he was an archaeology enthusiast. Who's to say? It wasn't like archaeology was unheard of in ancient times. Give him half the money. He's the foreman now, Qin Shi instructed Eugene. It didn't really matter who took the lead, be it a tomb robber or an archaeologist. Even if Hua Xiong had caught the wrong guy, it wasn't a big deal. Qin Shi just needed someone to lead the way. Meanwhile, Hua Xiong took the professional up to the hillside to start the assessment. What's your name? They call me Pouch, the old man replied. Pouch, stand here and figure out where to dig a tunnel that will safely reach Pingyu City, Hua Xiong instructed, pointing toward Pingyu. In the background, the trebuchets kept launching stones every so often, just to lower the enemy's morale. They weren't aiming to kill, just to discuss them. The old man was stunned for a moment, then squinted at the layout of Pingyu City. He wasn't the best tomb robber out there, but he had the basics down. General, there are many places where we could dig, but the moat will be difficult to cross. It would be best to dig the tunnel deep, but the water veins in Runan are plentiful, so digging deep might cause flooding, Pouch said cautiously. AOES. Just by looking at the small pond under the mound, Hua Xiong knew the water in this area wasn't something to be taken lightly. How long would it take to dig through to the inside of the city? Hua Xiong asked. With this soil, and if everyone works around the clock, we could dig a tunnel wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side in about 20 days, Pouch replied cautiously, noting that this task was simple for any tomb robber. It needs to be discreet, Hua Xiong warned. Hearing this, Pouch breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this general didn't really understand their line of work. If tomb robbers weren't discreet, they'd have died out a long time ago. General, rest assured. I can connect the tunnel to a well inside the city without disrupting its structure, Pouch said confidently, now that he was certain Hua Xiong was an outsider. This was a piece of cake for them. All right, then do it. If you get this done, I won't be stingy with the rewards, Hua Xiong said, patting Pouch on the shoulder. He was satisfied. Once the tunnel was finished, money wouldn't be an issue. With a designer in place, though perhaps not the best, and a foreman in charge, they were ready to start. Hua Xiong, like a ruthless coal mine boss, didn't care about cave-ins or the labor force. They worked 18 hours a day, embodying the very definition of a heartless businessman. As for why the workday was so long, Hua Xiong had heard that tomb robbers were more efficient at night, but he didn't want to waste daylight either. Anyway, in Hua Xiong's view, this group deserved to die, and digging a tunnel was their way of atoning. If they managed to dig through, all would be forgiven. If the tunnel collapsed while they were working, it would be a sign from the heavens, reclaiming those it couldn't tolerate any longer, nothing to do with him. If they died of exhaustion, well, they just weren't strong enough. After all, in this era, tomb robbers deserve to be drowned once caught. For these reasons, Hua Xiong considered himself merciful and generous. Instead of tying these tomb robbers to stones and sinking them in the Yangtze River, he was letting them atone by digging a tunnel. Truly, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Meanwhile, a new mound had been built near Pingyu City's walls. This one was closer to the city, but much higher. With over 10,000 men working for 5 days, it was quite the construction. Once it was done, Qin Shi sent people up every day to shoot arrows down at the enemy, not to wound them, just to annoy them. Every day, Qin Shi stood on the mound and watched Xiao Rui curse. The man must be fuming. But those things didn't matter as much as the fact that the tunnel Hua Xiong was overseeing had already passed under the moat. It had to be said, these tomb robbers were skilled. Although the 20-some-meter-long section under the moat was damp, they managed to prevent a cave-in by using wooden planks and supports. However, Pouch had warned that this makeshift structure would only last for a month. After that, water would start seeping in more and more, eventually flooding the entire tunnel. Whether the tunnel collapses or not is of no concern to Qin. In 7 or 8 days, they would have dug into the well Bag had identified. Then, they could send people in to open the city gates, and the cavalry could storm the city, overwhelming the unsuspecting Qiaorui. Speaking of cavalry, though Liu Bei's cavalry units had a 1-to-1 horse-to-rider ratio, their numbers had already exceeded 10,000. Of course, they were far from the level of wealth and power held by someone like Gongsunzan, but they were more than capable of overwhelming these Central Plains warlords. Even Qiaomengde was envious, jealous, and resentful of Liu Bei's cavalry. Cavalry charges might not always be reliable, but their mobility was undeniable, especially when it came to disrupting disorganized enemy formations. It's almost like a steamroller. On the other side, Guan Yu had found a few loud-mouthed individuals to taunt Qin Guo's commander, Qin Ji, from a distance. Guan Yu had clashed with Qin Ji multiple times, each time either defeating him head-on or ambushing him and scattering his forces. Throughout their westward campaign, Guan Yu had not lost a single battle, regardless of the strategies Qin Ji employed. Lu Yi always managed to turn Qin Ji's schemes against him. However, due to the long journey, they had only just arrived beneath Qin Guo's city walls. But after traveling with Lu Yi, Guan Yu found himself at a loss. Though Lu Yu could effortlessly see through Qin Ji's plans each time, he always presented Guan Yu with a pile of countermeasures. However, Lu Yi, clearly influenced by Qin Shi, was the kind who wrote down every idea, keeping it for future reference. As a result, Guan Yu was always handed a thick stack of strategies to choose from. The options were all good, and if Guan Yu had only one to pick from, he wouldn't have hesitated. But with so many to choose from, his pursuit of perfection made it challenging to select the best one. So, recently, while battling Qin Ji, Guan Yu had also been increasing his knowledge. As someone who read the spring and autumn annals by night, Guan Yu had recently started studying Han history. But Guan Yu had a habit of not reading during the day, instead spending his nights reading by lamplight. Xiang, should we continue attacking the city? After finishing his morning exercises, Guan Yu, refreshed, looked at Lu Yi, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and asked. It's true that Guan Yu tended to look down on scholars, but fortunately, he only did so with people like Lu Yan, those so-called refined scholars. Recently, Guan Yu had stopped looking down on Lu Yan as well, mainly because Lu Yan had helped boost Guan Yu's reputation. Even though Guan Yu wasn't much of a talker, he would now nod in acknowledgement when he saw Lu Yan. As for Lu Yi, who was genuinely capable, it was similar to how Guan Yu had respected Su Shu in history. Lu Yu had directly won Guan Yu over, so Guan Yu greatly respected him. Today, let's throw something different at them. We never intended to capture the city anyway. Our goal is to force Yuan Shu to send reinforcements. If we actually take down this county seat, forcing Yuan Shu to dig in and fight for Jiangling would be troublesome. I imagine that after a month of this, the morale of Yuan Shu's forces at Jiangling must have plummeted, Lu Yi suggested, indicating that there was no need to storm the city, they were merely there to cause trouble. What are we throwing today? Guan Yu asked, already feeling a chill. He had witnessed Lu Ya's mischief and knew this could get out of hand. Ever since they acquired a trebuchet, Lu Yi had only used normal stones on the first day. Every day since, he had been tormenting the enemy in increasingly creative ways. I've had people gather a lot of hornet, wasp, and yellow jacket nests from the mountains, about 100 in total. These insects are about 2 inches long. It should be quite entertaining to see what happens when we throw those at the enemy, Lu Yi said, stroking his beard. Recently, we've been short on tung oil, or else I'd have thrown fireballs to harass them as well, he added with a tinge of disappointment. Men, prepare to launch what the strategist has requested. Guan Yu commanded the orderlies. A dozen hornet nests were flung over the walls, and chaos erupted on the ramparts. The buzzing sound alone made Guan Yu shudder, while Lu Yu continued to watch the scene with great interest. It seems that Qin Ji's men lack loyalty and that their morale is so low they're on the verge of desertion, Lu Yu remarked, stroking his small beard. Guan Yu remained silent, but inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. Who wouldn't have low morale after being tormented like this? First, there were the rocks, then smoke, then you added dung and some unknown, foul-smelling fumes. Now it's hornet nests. It would be strange if morale wasn't low after all that. That day when Li tried to control the wind and blow the poisonous smoke, it backfired. The wind shifted, and the stench nearly made Guan Yu retch on the spot. Heaven only knew what Li had mixed in there, but it was so vile that Guan Yu almost lost his breakfast. It was the perfect opportunity to storm the city. But Guan Yu, covering his face with a cloth soaked in water, charged into the smoke to lead the assault, only for his soldiers to start vomiting before they even reached the walls. That should give you an idea of how revolting Luya's concoction was. Even now, Liu continued to burn those mysterious, foul-smelling substances, hell-bent on torturing the defenders of Qinguo. Liu Yi, unaware of Guan Yu's silent complaints, was still lost in his train of thought, his mind bubbling with ideas. Yun Chang, look at those Yuanshu soldiers on the walls, running around in chaos. Doesn't it seem like they have no desire to defend the city? It looks like they're just about ready to give up. Let's add fuel to the fire, Li said, suddenly inspired by another idea. Trebuchet, change the payload. Liu Yi ordered loudly. Guan Yu didn't say a word. He had already handed full control of the trebuchet to Liu Yi. Who knew what the strategist had in mind this time? Go, bring up a dozen or so chests of money from the supplies. And get some gold ingots and gold beads, Liu Yu commanded Sun Kang. Soon, dozens of chests of money were brought over. It was clear that these were not just Liu Yi's funds, some belonged to Guan Yu as well. Guan Yu was curious to see what Liu Yu would do this time. Yun Chang, once you see the soldiers on the walls descend into chaos, lead your elite troops and seize the city. This might be our best opportunity, Liu said, turning to Guan Yu. Understood. Guan Yu responded. Though surprised, he had witnessed enough of Liu Yi's cleverness to trust him completely. He immediately ordered his personal guards to prepare. One by one, the chests of money were emptied into the trebuchet's basket and flung towards Qinguo's city walls, now quiet after the chaos with the hornets. In an instant, it started raining money from the sky. The soldiers on the walls scrambled to grab as much as they could, completely ignoring their duties. What did soldiers fight for in this era? If not for food, then for the few copper coins they could keep. These men were just regular soldiers, not personal guards. If money was falling from the sky, of course, they'd scramble to grab it. Clink! A gold ingot hit the ground, and the soldiers, already in a frenzy over the coins, now had their eyes glowing red as they reached for their weapons. Morale, already low due to Liu Yi's constant harassment, quickly disintegrated as the Yuanshu soldiers started fighting amongst themselves. Charge! Guan Yu roared, leading his elite Dao Dao soldiers in a ferocious assault. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the city gates were thrown open, and more than 10,000 troops poured in, advancing directly towards the residence of the prefect. As Liu Yi watched the gates open, cold sweat dripped down his back. He finally understood why Qinshi insisted on constantly educating the soldiers about discipline and morale. While it might not lead to absolute obedience, it at least ensured that they wouldn't fall into complete disarray when it mattered most. Just a few million coins had been enough to throw the defenders into chaos, especially given their already low morale. It was incredible how quickly a city could be captured under such circumstances. This needs to be recorded as a cautionary tale. Liu Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily pulling out a brush and paper to jot down notes. Liu Yi estimated that, with the morale as low as it had been, even if Qinji had been present, he likely wouldn't have been able to suppress the soldiers' urge to grab the money. However, Qinji might have been able to intimidate them with his sword, though whether that would have left lasting repercussions was another matter entirely. When Qinji heard that the city had been breached, he didn't hesitate. He fled immediately. With Guan Yu's prowess in battle, the chaos among the troops only amplified his effectiveness. Qinji knew that if he tried to face Guan Yu, he would likely end up as just another head rolling at Guan Yu's feet. How he would face Yuanshu afterward was no longer his concern. On the other side, Jiasu was staring at Xiao County, pondering his next move. Honestly, Jiasu was not keen on attacking Xiao County. They had already gained more than enough from this campaign. Carts full of gold, grain, and artisans were continuously being transported back to Taishan. Jiasu figured that the resources they had gathered would be more than enough to sustain Qingzhou until it was fully rebuilt, so there was no need to waste more manpower on Xiao County. Because of this, Jia Su's plan was to besiege the city without attacking, while sending out troops to loot and gather resources from the surrounding areas, transporting everything back to Taishan. After Jia Su explained his reasoning, Liu Bei agreed that the decision to attack or not should be left to Jia Su, the strategist of the Eastern Front. With Liu Bei's blessing, Jia Su sent him off to Pei County to visit the ancestral homeland of the Liu family, dating back 4 centuries. The more than 30,000 troops on the Eastern Front began a gradual withdrawal under the cover of night and fog, moving to capture nearby counties. Only Zhang Fei and Jia Su remained, guarding an empty camp with 3,000 men, challenging the enemy every day. Zhang Fei, with his rough and straightforward nature, didn't feel the danger in this at all. In fact, he enjoyed it, leading 1,000 men to challenge the gates of Qiao County every day. As long as Zhang Sun wasn't foolish, he wouldn't come out to face Zhang Fei in a duel. After more than 10 days of this, one day while inspecting the city defenses, Zhang Sun noticed something odd. Birds were landing in the enemy's camp, which struck him as strange. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong, but he couldn't get a clear answer from any of his subordinates either. Frustrated, Zhang Sun left, scratching his head. That night, at midnight, a severely wounded man carrying the county seal of Hao County arrived at the city gates. With great effort, he handed the seal and a letter to the guards before being hoisted up into Qiao County. Zhang Sun received the latest report, but had to focus on saving the messenger's life, which he managed to stabilize by dawn. Only then could he ask about the situation. What? Zhang Sun roared at the wounded man in front of him. Hao County, Feng County, Pei County, Zhuan County, Jui, Gaiyang, Shao County, and Hong County have all fallen, the wounded officer, clutching his injuries, struggled to say, even coughing up blood as he spoke. How is that possible? Zhang Ida comes to challenge me every day. The entire camp drills daily, drills. Zhang Sun trailed off, suddenly recalling the birds he had seen landing in the camp earlier. It hit him then. He had never seen anyone come out of the back of the camp. Zhang Ida, I will have your head. Zhang Sun bellowed. All troops, prepare for battle. I will take Zhang Fei's head myself. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei watched curiously as Jia Su sprinkled grain around the back of their camp, attracting even more birds. Some even landed on Jia Su himself. Zhang Fei, a man who deeply respected capable strategists, held great reverence for Jia Su's abilities, even if he didn't fully understand what the man was doing. Get ready, Ida. The time has come. Qiao County is about to fall, Jia Su said, casually tossing the remaining grain into the air before turning to head back to the main camp. Remember, when Zhang Sun comes out, all you need to do is retreat. Huh? Zhang Fei scratched his head, utterly confused. Strategist Jia, why would Zhang Sun come out now? I've been taunting him for days, and he hasn't taken the bait. Why no? Zhang Fei asked, still baffled by the situation. Because he's smart, but unfortunately, he's a bookworm. It's a simple matter of turning his own strategy against him. Half knowledge is sometimes worse than knowing nothing at all. If you understand a military strategy completely, without major flaws in your character, becoming a good commander is simple enough, Jia Su explained calmly as they walked towards the front lines. He was confident in their impending victory. Jia Su knew that as one of Yuan Shu's most capable generals, Zhang Sun needed to prove himself in this battle, especially after having been suppressed for so long. Given the opportunity, he would seize it, or else he would be no different from the other defeated commanders. The most crucial point was the birds landing in the camp. Every military manual stated that when birds land in a camp, it indicates that the camp is deserted. After all, birds instinctively avoid danger. If soldiers were truly drilling everywhere in the camp, the birds wouldn't land there. This was the simplest proof. But birds are still just birds. As long as all the soldiers hid in their tents and someone scattered grain around the camp, these brainless birds would naturally create the illusion described in military texts. Liu Bei's forces had already completed their attacks and returned, hiding in the camp. And speaking of which, with just 3,000 men, would any messenger dare to enter the camp without a plan? There's such a thing as a death trap, even if the victim doesn't die. 1,000 coins were all it took to buy a life, simple and effective. The information was real, just a couple of days old. The seal, the wounds, everything was genuine. But it seemed likely that this so-called dead messenger would actually survive and live a decent life afterward. Jia Su smiled as he walked away, unhurried and calm. Even in a battle of wits, his strategies would always unfold step by step. Just as Jia Su and Zhang Fei left the camp, Zhang Sun appeared on the city walls, bow drawn, and unleashed an arrow towards Liu Bei's now empty camp with all his might. Without the ability to project his inner energy, the arrow only flew a few hundred meters before beginning to drop. Still, because it was a high-angle shot, it barely reached the camp, where it landed, startling dozens of birds into flight. Zhang Sun, now enraged, threw down his bow in fury, slamming his fist into the wall. "Prepare the troops," Zhang Sun ordered as he stormed down from the walls, determined to take Zhang Fei's head. While Zhang Sun was assembling his troops, Zhang Fei had already begun his usual, lackadaisical taunting of the enemy. As Zhang Fei flaunted his prowess, Zhang Sun suddenly ordered the gates to be opened and charged out, shouting as he went, "Don't let Zhang Fei escape. Whoever brings me Zhang Fei's head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 100,000 coins." Hearing this, Zhang Sun's soldiers roared and charged at Zhang Fei with renewed vigor. To his credit, Zhang Sun managed to maintain the formation of his troops as they advanced, even as he led the charge. Furious upon hearing Zhang Sun's offer, Zhang Fei instinctively wanted to turn and fight. However, seeing the cloud of energy above Zhang Sun's troops, he suppressed his rage and veered off to the left, retreating towards his own camp. "Ha ha, Zhang Fei, you truly are nothing. After him. We will crush him today." Zhang Sun laughed, urging his horse forward to pursue Zhang Fei. "Retreat. Retreat quickly." Zhang Fei's voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with feigned panic, as he and his men fled towards the left side of the camp. "Pursue them," Zhang Sun shouted in triumph, spurring his horse after Zhang Fei. "Send word to Li Feng, destroy their camp outside the city. I will personally deal with Zhang Fei." Zhang Sun ordered his messenger. In the central command tent, Jia Su sat calmly, issuing orders to Sun Guan and Zhao Yun, who had just returned from overseeing the summer harvest, to prepare for a surprise attack on Qiao County. As for the ambush, there was no need. Within an hour, Zhang Fei would be safe, and within that same hour, Qiao County, left defenseless, would surely fall. "Zhang Tai, lead 3,000 cavalry and charge as soon as the enemy opens the gates again to attack our camp. Don't worry about the horses," Jia Su ordered Sun Guan. "Understood," Sun Guan replied, bowing. "Zilong, gather your troops and hide in the rear camp. The front camp will likely be set ablaze, so stay hidden in the back. When Zhang Sun returns to attack the city, ambush him from behind. If everything goes as planned, Zhang Sun won't have time to scout whether our camp is truly deserted. The fire in the front will create the perfect illusion." Jia Su entrusted Zhao Yun with another task. Just as Jia Su predicted, when Li Feng sent half of his infantry out of the city gates, Sun Guan led the charge, crashing into the tightly packed ranks of Yuan Shu's troops. The ensuing battle was fierce. After the initial clash, Sun Guan's infantry quickly followed, engaging in brutal combat with Li Feng's forces right at the city gates. Li Feng knew that he had to prevent the enemy from breaching the gates at all costs. Even if it meant sacrificing his men to hold the line, as long as the gates remained secure, Zhang Sun could still turn the tide upon his return. But if the gates fell and the enemy breached the city, morale would collapse and defeat would be inevitable. Spotting Sun Guan among the chaos, Li Feng realized that the only way to rally his troops was to slay the enemy general. He fought his way towards Sun Guan, but Sun Guan's seasoned bodyguards, veterans of many battles, quickly alerted their leader to the approaching danger. Although the clashing energy between the two armies neutralized most of their inner strength, Sun Guan's superior martial prowess allowed him to overpower Li Feng within 20 exchanges, knocking him off his horse. However, Li Feng's bodyguards managed to pull him to safety, preventing Sun Guan from delivering the final blow. Realizing that killing Li Feng was not the priority, Sun Guan turned his focus back to the main objective, breaching the city. "Li Feng is dead. Surrender, and you will be spared," Sun Guan roared. As Yuan Shu's soldiers looked back towards Sun Guan, they saw Li Feng's riderless horse standing alone before him. Their earlier resolve evaporated, and they scattered, allowing Sun Guan's forces to surge through the gates. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. Sun Quan shouted again as he led his men into the city, signaling that Qiao County was about to fall. General, we must retreat. Li Feng's bodyguards helped him onto a horse, urging him to escape and inform Zhang Sun that Qiao County had been breached. The situation is already decided, Jia Su declared, standing at the camp entrance with his signature folding fan, a faint smile on his lips. As part of the enemy's troops began to dismantle the camp to build siege engines, Jia Su could clearly foresee the outcome. With his intelligence and his mental prowess, he knew that if he remained cautious, achieving flawless strategies was not impossible. Jia Su had never disclosed his mental talent to anyone. Even in his youth, when he suspected that his gift might be precognition, he kept it to himself, never showing any signs of joy, as if the ability didn't exist. As he grew older, Jia Su analyzed and understood that his mental talent was not about predicting the future, but rather piecing together future events based on information he consciously or subconsciously gathered. This talent allowed him to envision future scenarios with remarkable accuracy. The more information he had, the more precise his predictions became. Thus, Jia Su was confident that as long as he was careful and activated his talent daily, no one could defeat him on the battlefield. After Zhang Sun's army dispersed, Zhao Yun, who had been hiding in the rear camp, finally seized the opportunity. He cautiously advanced with his troops before launching a fierce attack. Simultaneously, Sun Quan also opened the city gates and charged out, while Zhang Fei, after circling around, led his 1,000 cavalrymen into the fray. Caught off guard and besieged on three sides, Zhang Sun's forces were quickly routed. Only a few thousand managed to escape towards the east, the path left by the three attacking armies. After this battle, Zhang Sun's forces were so depleted that they could no longer even mount effective harassment operations. Why not pursue them further? Zhao Yun asked, puzzled, as he reined in his horse after seeing Jia Su signal to halt the chase. There is no need, Jia Su replied calmly. We must leave Yuanshu intact to keep Lu Biao and Cao Cao in check. After this battle, the balance of power among these three factions will ensure that they continue to fight each other for some time. Meanwhile, on Qin Zichuan's side, the tunnels had already been dug. Due to the large number of grave robbers enlisted, they had managed to dig 5 tunnels, each just large enough for 3 people to crawl through, with the smallest tunnel requiring a person to hunch over as they moved. Mans, it's up to you now. Make sure everyone has a hearty meal tonight. Tonight, we take Pingyu and cut off Yuan Shi's escape route. Qin Shi solemnly distributed the tasks. I will not fail you, military advisor, Eugene said, clasping his hands in a salute. Zijian, prepare the cavalry. As soon as the gates are opened, charge in and wreak havoc. Whether it's setting fires or looting, as long as we can defeat the enemy, all means are permissible. Tonight, only the victors will write the history. Qin Shi turned to Hua Xiong, giving him final instructions. He was not about to let any soft-heartedness jeopardize the success of the night raid, knowing full well that Qiao Rui's 30,000 troops were no joke. Understood. Hua Xiong stood up and saluted. Mengkong, Waho, you two each lead 500 cavalrymen. As soon as the gates are breached, head straight for Pingyu's treasury and granary. Don't let Qiao Rui burn them down. You two figure out who will guard which location, and you don't need me to tell you the routes, right? Qin Shi said with a smile. After all, they had been spying on the city from the hilltop for quite some time, and it would be strange if they didn't know where the treasury and granary were by now. Understood. Wu Dun and Su Ding stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed. Good, I'll be here waiting for you to capture Pingyu, the capital of Runan. Qin Shi raised his cup, toasting the others, before downing it in one gulp. That night, Eugene led 500 soldiers, divided into 5 groups, into the tunnels. Qin Shi sighed inwardly. This would be the last time they could use tunnels like this. Defending against them was far too easy once their existence was known. I wonder how Lu Yi and Jiasu are doing. Given their capabilities, capturing the seats of Qin and Pei counties shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shi thought as he gazed up at the stars. It's chaos in the world. Plans can never keep up with changes. We need to speed up the Qingzhou campaign. This battle was a stroke of luck, but with these resources, we might be able to reclaim Qizhou by this time next year. It seems we can push things forward a bit. Once we fully control a fertile region, we'll finally have the foundation to vie for the world. Qin assessed the situation in Qizhou, letting out a long sigh of relief as he finished. Qin quickly calculated the overall situation in the land, comparing the strengths of the various factions. Finally, he felt completely at ease. As long as nothing unexpected happened next year, he would no longer need to tread the lonely path of kingship and conquest. He had spent 2 years reaching this point, where he could finally say that he had barely achieved his initial goal. After crawling out of the well, Eugene carefully surveyed the surroundings. As expected, this area was deserted. After all, the possibility of being hit by a random stone from the trebuchet was high. Anyone who didn't want to die had temporarily moved to stay with friends or relatives elsewhere in the city. "General, our men are ready," a squad leader whispered as he approached Eugene. "Good, let's move out," Eugene whispered back. Quickly, 500 men split into groups of 100, while the rest remained hidden among the deserted houses. These were all Eugene's personal guards, known for their discipline and exceptional training. Eugene led 100 men toward the city gates, moving with a boldness that bordered on arrogance, knowing they were disguised in Yuan Shu's armor. As expected, the gate commander mistook Eugene for a shift leader coming to relieve the watch. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early today." The gate commander didn't suspect a thing. "Changing the guard," Eugene ordered, speaking in a slightly awkward Runan accent. "That accent?" The gate commander frowned, about to ask where Eugene was from, but before he could, Eugene's personal guards, who had been positioned in a crescent shape, ready to block the gate, suddenly drew their blades and rushed at their pre-selected targets. RLFNES. In mere seconds, the sound of blades slicing through flesh filled the air, and several screams echoed in the gateway, alerting the guards in the gate tower. But it was already too late. Eugene and his men swiftly hacked through the gate's locking mechanisms and pushed open the gates of Pingyu. "Ha ha, kill them all." Hua Xiong laughed heartily, spurring his horse and charging in first. As soon as he entered the city, he threw a torch into one of the houses and shouted, "Capture Yuan Yao alive," before charging deeper into the city. "What's going on? Why is there chaos in the city?" Xiao Rui, who was drinking and enjoying himself, glared angrily at the messenger who had come to report. "General, it's bad. The Taishan army has already entered the city. General Sun is leading troops to stop them, but with the confusion of the night and the unknown strength of the enemy, we can't mount a proper defense." The messenger quickly relayed everything he knew. Before the messenger finished speaking, Xiao Rui heard the distant cry, "Capture Yuan Yao alive," which instantly sobered him up. In this city, anyone could die, but Yuan Yao couldn't. Yuan Yao was Yuan Shu's only son, and Xiao Rui knew that if Pingyu fell, he might be demoted, but if anything happened to Yuan Yao, he would definitely lose his life. "Quickly, notify Sun Zheng to gather troops to protect the Lord's family. If the situation becomes untenable, evacuate the Lord's family immediately. I'll go hold off the enemy," Xiao Rui declared heroically before grabbing his sword and rushing out. "You lot, set fires everywhere and create chaos. The rest follow me," Hua Xiong shouted, cutting down anyone who blocked his path. He then ordered some men to start fires, leaving the task of breaking up the enemy's forming ranks to himself. Upon receiving Xiao Rui's orders, Sun Zheng, though surprised by Xiao Rui's loyalty, knew that there was no time to waste. He understood the Taishan army's strength all too well from previous encounters. In the current disarray, engaging the Taishan army head-on was a death sentence. So, he planned to evacuate the Yuan family as quickly as possible. If they lost Yuan Shu's family, no amount of heads would be enough to atone for it. Xiao Rui indeed moved to intercept the invading Taishan army, but contrary to Sun Zheng's expectations, the first thing Xiao Rui did after leaving was to order his men to pour tung oil on Pingyu's main north-south street. Since it was clear the city couldn't be held, Xiao Rui wasn't planning to fight to the death, but he still needed to slow the enemy's advance. "Hua Xiong, come and face your death." Xiao Rui, alone with 3 to 5 of his personal guards, stood at the intersection in the city center, shouting at the distant sound of galloping horses. He had sent his other men to guard the supply depot, but he held no illusions about being able to hold it. His real intention was to have them burn everything if they couldn't hold out, only destruction would suffice. Hearing Xiao Rui shout as he raced toward the city center, Hua Xiong was momentarily taken aback. He had never expected the usually cowardly Qiao Rui to choose a one-on-one duel under these circumstances. "You all go elsewhere," Hua Xiong turned and instructed those behind him. "Let me give him a warrior's death." Hua Xiong, with his peculiar sense of honor, couldn't bear to see a fellow warrior, even an enemy, be desecrated. So, he decided to personally kill Qiao Rui. With a nudge to his horse's flanks, Hua Xiong charged full speed toward Qiao Rui. "Watch closely. As soon as you see him approach, don't hesitate, throw the tung oil jars and the torches. I've soaked half the street in tung oil. I refuse to believe I can't kill Hua Xiong." Qiao Rui instructed his men. Hua Xiong's speed was fast, and he quickly spotted Qiao Rui standing beneath a torch. Although a sudden sense of unease flickered through his mind, he remained fearless. At that moment, a jar was hurled toward Hua Xiong. He instinctively slashed it apart with his blade, but as the sticky substance splattered onto him, he realized too late what it was. He immediately unleashed his inner energy in full force. "Throw the torches," Qiao Rui shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 torches hit the ground. In the next instant, the tung oil, mixed with some unknown substance, erupted into flames, setting a good portion of the street ablaze. Hua Xiong, who had been splashed with a jar of the mixture, nearly caught fire himself. "You seek death," Hua Xiong roared, furiously shaking off the enhanced tung oil from his body, but his clothes had already begun to catch fire. "Take this." Hua Xiong unleashed a powerful strike in Qiao Rui's direction, despite the flames. Then, he dismounted and stomped hard on the ground, propelling himself a dozen meters into the air. Seeing Qiao Rui, now in a panicked state below, Hua Xiong's anger flared even higher. Qiao Rui's actions had severely tarnished his warrior's spirit. With his entire body engulfed in flames, Hua Xiong unleashed his inner energy to shield himself from the fire's searing heat. "Qiao Rui, meet your end," Hua Xiong shouted as he leaped high into the air, ignoring the burning clothes on his body. Gathering all his strength, he brought his sword down upon the terrified Qiao Rui. Boom! Hua Xiong's strike, fueled by his fury, sent a massive blade of energy, at least 100 meters long, crashing down on Qiao Rui, killing him instantly and delivering a significant blow to Yuan Shu's army's morale. After cutting down Qiao Rui with a single stroke, Hua Xiong landed back in the fiery street. His warhorse had fled the scene as soon as he dismounted. Stripping off his burning armor, Hua Xiong, now shirtless and clad only in his pants, grabbed his sword and charged out of the flames. This relatively small stretch of fire was no match for a warrior of Hua Xiong's caliber. To burn such a general alive, you'd need to turn the entire city into an inferno. Glaring at Qiao Rui's corpse, which had been cleaved from shoulder to abdomen, Hua Xiong spat disdainfully. He despised cowards who resorted to such tactics. Still bare-chested and wielding his sword, Hua Xiong, covered in soot and scorch marks, turned toward Yuan's residence. Upon entering, he found the place deserted. After returning to Qiao Rui's body, Hua Xiong's expression softened slightly. "General, should we take the enemy general's head?" one of his guards asked. "Forget it." Though he was a bit unscrupulous, he was also loyal. "Sew his body back together and give him a proper burial," Hua Xiong ordered, waving his hand. He had a habit of judging others by his own standards. The sounds of battle gradually died down, and soon, the entire city fell silent, except for the places still burning. By the time Qinshi entered the city, the sky was filled with raindrops, quickly quenching the flames that had engulfed the city under the summer's sudden downpour. Within 3 days, reports from the eastern, central, and western fronts had landed on the desks of Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Yuan Shu, the 3 major players in this conflict. As for Liu Biao, he wished to know but had no means to get the information. Yes. Liu Bei was overjoyed, relieved of all worries. Cao Cao, however, sighed with a complex expression as he glanced at Chen Kun, who had recently defected to his side. Yuan Shu, upon reading the reports, furiously flipped his desk. "Retreat the troops." Yuan Shu roared in anger. "My lord, please calm down." Yang Hong, Yuan Shu's chief strategist, stepped forward to placate him. "Although our soldiers are weary from the constant attacks, the Jiangling defenders are in worse shape. If we don't defeat Liu Biao now, we'll lose all the territory we've gained, and even our homeland will be at risk." The situation had reached a point where they had no choice but to continue the fight. Yuan Shu's expression wavered. He wasn't a fool. With Yang Hong's reminder, he immediately realized that the situation had reached a critical juncture. Retreat was no longer an option. Attack. Take Jiangling. I want Lu Biao's head within 10 days. Yuan Shu screamed, driven to madness. He had no way out. Chao Mengde had locked down Yingchuan, Chen Zichuan had sealed off Runan, and Guan Yunchang had secured Chen. His entire army was trapped in Jingzhou. If they retreated now, their morale would plummet, and Lu Biao's forces might sweep through Jingbei as easily as Yuan Shu had done to Lu Biao before. As for Jing'an, once Jingbei fell, it would submit to the victor in no time. Yuan Shu gave no further orders about Yuzhou, only issuing the command to take Jiangling within 10 days, even if it meant throwing everything they had at it. Qin Shi and Lu Yi both had some capacity for continued operations, but like Cao Cao, who had also halted his advance, they knew pushing further would bring diminishing returns. As attractive as Nanyang was, Liu Bei couldn't even fully annex Yuzhou, let alone this distant territory. In fact, most strategists believed that even the nominal control over Lu County was a burden best left to Cao Cao or Yuan Shu. Let them fight over it. Liu Bei's forces had already reaped enormous rewards. If Lu Biao couldn't hold Jiangling even after this, Qin Shi had nothing more to say. He'd simply return to Qingzhou to focus on development, letting Chao Mengde and Yuan Shu tear each other apart. After all, the troops hardened by the Yuzhou campaign and the fertile land they had seized would give the now well-supplied Chao Mengde the strength to resist Yuan Shu for at least a year. As for Qingzhou and Taishan, fortunately, they didn't border Yuzhou, so any future conflict would involve Chao Mengde first. Even if Yuan Shu somehow managed to pull a miracle and defeat Cao Cao, by then more than a year would have passed. At that time, Liu Bei, having solidified his hold on Qingzhou, wouldn't hesitate to use Xuzhou and Lu as battlegrounds. Even if the land was devastated, he wouldn't care. Moreover, by that point, no matter how lucky Yuan Shu might be, even with a powerful mentor by his side, he'd be crushed all the same. Although Yuan Shu had issued a gag order, news travels quickly among well-informed individuals. When one person knows something, it's a secret. When 3 people know it, it's common knowledge, and once a group of people knows it, there's no stopping the spread. Yuan Shu now found himself in this situation. Despite his efforts to keep the information under wraps, word had spread throughout the camp that Yuzhou had fallen. Suddenly, the morale in his army plummeted. Surprisingly, under intense pressure, Yuan Shu's usual dim-wittedness seemed to disappear, and his intelligence appeared to spike. He began to distribute rewards, and not just small ones. He offered a full 10% of the spoils from conquering Jingzhou to his troops. He also declared with fierce determination that anyone who helped capture Jiangling would see their rewards tripled. Even if they tried their best but failed, they would still be rewarded, but anyone who slacked off would face collective punishment. The icy tone in Yuan Shu's voice as he spoke those final words made it clear to everyone that he was dead serious. For a moment, Yuan Shu's fierce resolve and commanding presence shocked everyone, showing a side of him that rivaled Yuan Shao's grandeur and matched Chao Mengde's decisiveness. However, Yuan Gong is truly... Zhou Yu muttered as he reviewed the latest intelligence. He had already understood the situation in Yuzhou well. Initially, Zhou Yu thought Yuan Shu's retreat was inevitable, but Yuan Shu's decision shocked even him. Such boldness left Zhou Yu awed, but the glaring flaw in Yuan Shu's reasoning left him even more astounded. I knew Uncle Genglu was always a bit unusual. See? I was right. Sun Tzu said triumphantly, as if to confirm his ability to judge people. He always keeps his word, even if it's sometimes unreliable. But once he sets his mind on something, nothing can stop him. Just like back when the imperial seal was right in front of him, and he just turned away. Once he's decided, he won't back down, Jiangling will fall. It's indeed surprising, Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. But if Yuan Gong succeeds in capturing Jiangling, the political landscape will shift dramatically. However, even if he succeeds, it's meaningless at this time. We should have done as Taishan's Lu Xuande did, take the spoils back home and consolidate our base, rather than expanding our territory recklessly. The occupied areas in Jingbei still have Liu Biao's influence. Does this mean Uncle is bound to fail? Sun Tzu asked, alarmed. Although Sun Tzu trusted Zhou Yu completely, Hearing his assessment left him tense. Gongjin, what should we do? There's nothing we can do except block the Yangtze River, Zhou Yu replied calmly. Send patrol boats everywhere, and don't give Lu Jingsheng any opportunities. Also, Bofu, it's time for you to have your own personal troops. Sun Tzu hesitated at first, but eventually nodded, agreeing with Zhou Yu's suggestion. The original 3,000 soldiers under their command had grown to nearly 20,000 waterborne troops after defeating Huangzu and Jiangxia, with over 100 ships. This force was equivalent to that of a major regional power. Despite his own growing power, Yuan Shu had allowed Sun Tzu to lead this force without any oversight, a gesture that moved Sun Tzu deeply. Even veteran generals like Cheng Pu and Huang Gai no longer had any reason to criticize Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu had indeed done everything he could to protect the Sun family without asking for anything in return, which earned him their genuine loyalty. After agreeing to Zhou Yu's proposal, Sun Tzu suddenly realized something. Wait, why are we blocking the Yangtze River? To prevent Lu Jingsheng from acting out of desperation. These next 10 days will be Yuan Gong's final push. It's unlikely that Jiangling will fall, but if it becomes endangered, Lu Jingsheng might just lose his mind and do something drastic, like tampering with the Yangtze River. Zhou Yu explained, exasperated by Sun Tzu's slow comprehension. Despite Sun Tzu's moments of brilliance, Zhou Yu's exceptional intellect often made Sun Tzu seem lacking in comparison. Sun Tzu wasn't stupid, he understood some things well. If Lu Biao did that, he'd have no future left. Jingzhou relies on the local gentry for stability. If he pulls a stunt like that, he can forget about remaining as the governor of Jingzhou. He'd be dead either way, so why ruin his reputation for benevolence? Zhou Yu chuckled at Sun Tzu's sarcastic analysis. Lu Biao wouldn't do it, but Kuai Yu, previously confused with Kuai Liang, might. Sun Tzu paused, trying to understand Zhou Yu's reasoning, but quickly gave up and simply asked, why? Zhou Yu's face showed his frustration. Sun Tzu seemed determined to rely entirely on him, having almost stopped using his own brain since Zhou Yu's arrival, focusing instead on physical training. Because you will absolutely kill Kuai Yu. His intelligence won't save him. He has to die, no matter what, Zhou Yu explained wearily, lamenting Sun Tzu's lack of initiative. Sun Tzu's carefree demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. So you're saying Uncle might fall because of him? That's why we're going to block the Yangtze and not give him the chance, Zhou Yu nodded. Also, you should pick 5,000 elite troops skilled in both naval and land combat. If Yuan Gong orders a retreat, take 800 of them to ambush here, while the rest can cover the rear under the command of our veteran generals. Zhou Yu pointed to a valley on the map, just a few dozen miles from Jiangling. Sun Tzu didn't fully grasp why they needed to do this, but that didn't stop him from following Zhou Yu's plan. After all, Zhou Yu hadn't made a mistake yet. Bofu, you don't understand, Zhou Yu thought to himself as he looked at Sun Tzu. I want you to become a ruler in your own right, not just another warlord subordinate. Don't blame me for this. With 5,000 elite troops, prepared for both land and sea battles, you can secure your position in Yangzhou if necessary. I can't shake the feeling that Yuan Gong will make a disastrous mistake one day. We need to be prepared in advance. Your noble bearing is that of a true leader, Bofu. Trust me, I won't betray your confidence. I'll help you become a king. Unaware of Zhou Yu's thoughts, Sun Tzu remained entirely loyal to Yuan Shu. Neither Sun Tzu nor his family's retainers harbored any resentment toward Yuan Shu. They were not ingrates and never considered the idea of establishing their own kingdom. After distributing a large amount of silver, Yuan Shu's army exhibited an astonishing level of combat prowess. With both sides' generals' advantages neutralized, the fight now became a pure contest of strength. The soldiers, driven by the lure of wealth, finally gave Yuan Shu a glimpse of the possibility of conquering Jiangling within 10 days. Kill! 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 Jiling roared as he led his elite troops into battle, wielding his double-edged spear. His unwavering loyalty to Yuan Shu drove him to fight bravely on the front lines, despite nearly being killed by Huang Zhang earlier. But now, with Yuan Shu's orders, Jiling fearlessly charged at the city walls, leading his men as if he were not the army's commander, but just another soldier. With Jiling, the army's general, leading the charge, Yuan Shu's troops were galvanized. They carried ladders and repeatedly assaulted Jiangling's walls. The sounds of battle, neighing horses, and dying cries intertwined along the banks of the Yangtze River. After 9 days of relentless fighting, the supposedly impregnable walls of Jiangling had sustained significant damage. The once pristine stone walls were now stained with blood, and the moat, nearly 20 meters wide, had been filled with corpses and debris. Kuai Yu sat atop the city wall, his once genteel demeanor now tainted by blood. The once proud Kuai Yu had abandoned all pretense of nobility, fighting alongside the soldiers to defend the city. He knew that while others could surrender, he and Lu Biao could not. For them, defeat meant certain death. Defeat equaled death, so Kuai Yu no longer cared about appearances or dragging others down with him in these final moments. He wasn't the head of his family. Even if he went too far, Kuai Liang could just disown him, so Kuai Yu had let go of all reservations. His mind was clear, unaffected by others' opinions. After 9 days of brutal slaughter, Kuai Yu had shed his scholarly airs, defending the walls alongside the troops. He had an inexplicable feeling that he was no longer controlling his own body, but watching himself from a distance. In that moment, his thoughts became exceptionally clear. All the details fell into place, and he gained a comprehensive understanding of the world's situation, seeing through Yuan Shu's facade of strength. So that's how it is, Kuai Yu thought, a smile forming on his face as his mental clarity grew. Yuan Shu likely can't hold out much longer. Victory is mine. He could see the probability of Yuan Shu retreating and even predicted the possibility of an ambush in the valley, perhaps involving 500 to 800 men. He knew it wouldn't be Jiling or Lu Bu covering the retreat. No, wait. On the Yangtze River, Sun Ce might heed Zhou Yu's advice and ambush there. The Sun family and the Yuan family are not the same. Zhou Yu is a wise man. If he left Yuan Shu to join Sun Ce, then he might seize this opportunity to give Sun Ce a reason to command his own troops. Information continued to flow through Kuai Yu's mind, and in this moment, he seemed to stand outside the chessboard, observing the game. If it's Sun Ce then. Kuai Yu's expression turned cold as he planned how to utterly defeat Yuan Shu's forces. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through Kuai Yu's head, shattering the serene state he had entered, where he had calmly observed the unfolding events as if they were a game of chess. He screamed in agony and collapsed, unconscious. Kuai Yu had unknowingly awakened his mental abilities at that moment. Under the influence of this power, he could visualize the world's situation as a chessboard and consider all possible moves coldly and rationally. As the one holding the pieces, he wouldn't concern himself with the fate of the pawns. Kuai Yu was carried down from the city wall, his mind still reeling in pain. But upon seeing Lu Biao, he forced himself to recall the crucial matters at hand. Master, quickly make an announcement. Yuan Shu will retreat within 5 days, and remember, Chao Mengde cannot be trusted. There is a 90% chance that all of this is Chao Mengde's design. He is gambling with the world's fate. Kuai Yu struggled to convey his analysis to Lu Biao, though the pain in his head twisted his expression. What? Yuan Shu will retreat in 5 days. Lu Biao was stunned, but then burst into joy. After all, during these past 10 days, Yuan Shu's relentless attacks had left Jiangling's defenses exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Yuan Shu had already spread word that those who surrendered would be spared, causing panic within Jiangling. If not for the city's high walls and Lu Biao's residual influence, Yuan Shu might have already taken Jiangling. Within 5 days, he will retreat. Kuai Yu repeated with difficulty. Master, please prepare yourself. When that happens, we can restore Nanjun and Jiangxia in one fell swoop. Kuai Yu, tell me more, Lu Biao urged. After enduring so much, he was desperate for good news. Kuai Yu hesitated briefly as the pain in his head intensified, but he managed to recall the critical information he had analyzed earlier. Master, remember this. As soon as Yuan Shu ceases his assault, have General Huang challenge him to a duel. If no one responds, immediately order a pursuit. Yuan Shu might forget this, but Zhou Gongjin will not forget to set up an ambush to secure glory for Sun Ce. Kuai Yu struggled to articulate, beads of sweat streaming down his face. As for the matter of breaching the Yangtze, please forgive me for my previous rashness. It is no longer a possibility. If there's an ambush, why pursue? Shouldn't we focus on reclaiming lost territories from Yuan Shu instead? Lu Biao asked, puzzled. Use one enemy to kill another. This is a scheme to sow discord. Kuai Yu closed his eyes in pain, struggling to speak as sweat continued to pour down his face. A brilliant plan. Lu Biao exclaimed, then quickly realized the brilliance of the strategy. By using Yuan Shu's forces to eliminate potential traitors within his ranks and handing the credit to Sun Tzu, he would incite Sun Tzu's ambition to establish his own rule. All others should focus on reclaiming the lost territories in Jingbei. As for Xiangyang, master, you must give it up. Firstly, we lack the strength. Even if we take Xiangyang, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Secondly, if we do take Xiangyang, we open the gateway to Nanyang, and then we'll have to face Xiaomengde, that hungry wolf. If Yuan Shu is defeated at Jiangling, Xiaomengde will surely seize Wanqing. Kuai Yu's eyes were bloodshot, revealing the immense strain he was under. Kuai Yu, you need to rest. Leave the rest to me. Lu Biao, seeing the pain on Kuai Yu's face, couldn't bear to push him any further. Reassured by Kuai Yu's analysis, Lu Biao was finally able to relax. He then summoned all his civil and military officials. As he surveyed his officials' reactions, ranging from disdain and confusion to sneers, Lu Biao smiled. Indeed, another round of restructuring was necessary. Kuai Yu's suggestion of using one enemy to kill another was the perfect approach. A withering above N. Everyone, please be at ease. I have an important announcement, Lu Biao said, his eyes cold as he looked at the gathered officials, half of whom, he thought, deserved death. A murmur spread through the crowd. At this point, with Jiangling on the brink of collapse, Lu Biao's authority had significantly diminished. The noble families weren't too concerned about the city's fall. They saw it as merely a change in leadership, as long as their own positions remained secure. Bang! Lu Biao slammed the table, silencing the room, then laughed heartily. Within 5 days, Yuan Shu will retreat. Whether Lu Biao's words were believed by those present or not, it didn't matter much at this point. Whether Yuan Shu retreated 5 days earlier or later made no difference. These people were indifferent, merely waiting to see if Lu Biao's prediction would come true. If Yuan Shu didn't retreat after 5 days, they would feel justified in surrendering, using it as an opportunity to undermine Lu Biao's authority. This would also provide them with a topic of conversation when they eventually negotiated with Yuan Shu. The day Lu Biao made his declaration, Jiangling City nearly fell to Yuan Shu's forces. The city's defenses wavered, and several of Yuan Shu's soldiers breached the walls. If it hadn't been for Huang Zhong, who managed to kill several of Yuan Shu's advancing officers with his arrows, and Lu Pan, who led the reserves to push Yuan Shu's troops back out of the city, Jiangling might have already fallen. Witnessing this, the various noble families who had retreated to Jiangling with Lu Biao sneered. Whether Yuan Shu retreated in 5 days or not, the question remained whether Lu Biao could even hold Jiangling. That night, Yuan Shu, persuaded by Yang Hong, began a slow retreat under the cover of darkness. This time, however, Yang Hong, usually not the sharpest strategist, remembered the importance of leaving troops to cover their retreat. The next day, Yuan Shu's camp was eerily silent. Lu Biao's troops, though exhausted, remained vigilant. After a long wait, Huang Zhong, with his keen eyesight, noticed through the gaps in the open tents that the camp was empty. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly informed Lu Biao. It seemed that Huang Zhong had regained some of his fighting spirit recently. His son might be gone, but there was still hope for the future after all. If Lu Biao could have children, why couldn't he? With Lu Biao's promises of medicine and hope for his future, Huang Zhong found a renewed purpose and began to respect Lu Biao more, now addressing him formally as Governor Lu, instead of his previous indifferent manner. It turned out that having a goal in life made all the difference. Zhongxing, quickly informed Governor Lu that Yuan Shu has retreated. Huang Zhong called out to Lu Pan after discovering the empty camp. What? Lu Pan was initially stunned, then overjoyed as he rushed down from the city walls. Soon, the entire city of Jiangling erupted in cheers. What's all the noise outside? Kuai Yu, his eyes sunken and cheekbones protruding, asked weakly. Since using his mental abilities that day, he had been bedridden, even needing assistance to eat. He had lost a significant amount of weight, but his spirit remained uncharacteristically sharp, despite the constant pain in his head. Master, the Yu province army has retreated, his servant said, a hint of excitement in his voice. The ever-present sounds of battle had filled the servants with dread, fearing that Jiangling might fall at any moment, ending their current way of life. So the Yu province army has retreated. I see. Kuai Yu's expression remained calm, but internally, he felt a surge of emotion. After this battle, Lu Biao would likely favor the Kuai family even more, and Kuai Yu himself would become one of Lu Biao's most trusted advisors. As for the noble families Kuai Yu had marked for destruction, whether they survived or not, they would no longer have the power to interfere in Jingzhou's affairs. After this, Jingzhou would likely become more unified, its strength not diminished but increased. Yuanshu has retreated? Lu Biao was momentarily stunned when he received the news, then broke into a joyous laugh. When he had declared in front of everyone that Yuanshu would retreat within 5 days, he had appeared confident, but deep down, Lu Biao knew he was taking a gamble. Kuai Yu had fallen into a deep sleep before he could fully explain his reasoning, leaving Lu Biao uncertain. At that moment, there was no turning back. His declaration of 5 days was both a delaying tactic and a testament to his trust in Kuai Yu. Little did he know, Kuai Yu's prediction was spot on. Quickly mobilize the troops and send a force to pursue them. Lu Biao wrote out orders, which he handed to a messenger with an air of authority. This time, he was ready to wield the sword decisively. He trusted Kuai Yu's judgment. Using one enemy to kill another was the perfect strategy. This kind of pursuit, harassing a retreating enemy and forcing them to sacrifice their rear guard to protect their retreat, was the favorite tactic of all the rank-and-file soldiers eager to earn military merit. The Li, Yin, Shi, and other prominent families, upon receiving Lu Biao's orders, were overjoyed. They saw it as a gesture of goodwill from Lu Biao, an attempt to placate them. They eagerly mustered their private armies and tenant farmers, ready to take down the fleeing Yuanshu. As for their secret negotiations with Yuanshu over the past few days, those were quickly forgotten. All talk of their illustrious lineage and Yuanshu's promises were now overshadowed by the imminent military achievements within their grasp. To them, turning Yuanshu into military merit was the most tangible benefit they could gain. Everything else could be set aside. Lu Biao stood on the city wall, sneering as he watched tens of thousands of troops rush out. He admired their courage, but was even more certain that they had little chance of returning. Kuai Yu had pinpointed a location where an ambush by 500 elite troops would seal their fate. With Yuanshu's forces blocking their retreat, these hastily trained tenant farmers and serfs, despite their numbers, would be slaughtered in minutes. Huang Hanqing, hear my command. Lu Biao turned to the few who were genuinely loyal to him. I am here. Huang Zhong hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Take 1,000 soldiers and march west along the river to reclaim Yiling, Zigue, and other cities. Yuanshu didn't have time to replace their garrisons, so you should be able to take them without resistance. Continue west, consolidate your forces, and when you reach Wuxian, regroup and head north. Take down every city and fortress you encounter until you reach Xiangyang. Lu Biao's joy grew as he saw Huang Zhong bow his head. He then lavished rewards upon him. Huang Zhong was taken aback by the authority he was being given. He looked up at Lu Biao's smiling face and sighed. I will follow you, my lord. There is no need for such formality, General. Quickly take command. All supplies, provisions, and troops you encounter on your path are yours to command. Lu Biao laughed heartily. He wasn't giving Huang Zhong this much power out of generosity, but because he knew that only Huang Zhong had the capability to swiftly reclaim most of Nanjun. Lu Biao was willing to gamble that such generosity would win Huang Zhong's loyalty. Understood. Huang Zhong clasped his hands in a formal salute, exuding a newfound sense of dignity. He accepted Lu Biao's orders and immediately began selecting troops for his campaign. If my lord treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay him with loyalty worthy of a national treasure. After seeing Huang Zhong off, Lu Biao assigned tasks to Kai Mao, Wang Wei, and Wen Pin. The Jingzhou Navy had been devastated by Huangzu, and even Kai Mao's fleet, though intact, struggled to leave port due to Zhou Yu's dominance. Having absorbed Huangzu's forces, Zhou Yu's navy was now on par with Kai Mao's in terms of manpower and ships. More importantly, Zhou Yu's intelligence far surpassed Kai Mao's expectations. As for Wei Yan, he had already escorted Jian Yong and Lu Yan back to Taishan. When he would return was uncertain, given that Wei Yan was not part of Jingzhou's official forces. Lying in ambush in the valley, Sun Ce's heart leaped with joy when he saw dust clouds in the distance. Zhou Yu's prediction was spot on. Jingzhou forces had indeed pursued and taken this route. Glory awaits. I know. Qin Shi scratched his head as he read the latest intelligence report. It seemed that Yuan Shu's retreat could be considered a strategic withdrawal rather than an outright failure. Zijian, make sure we've taken everything valuable from Renan. If there's anything left, we need to take it now, Qinshi said, setting the report aside. Although Yuan Shu had returned, the likelihood of him retaking Pingyu was almost non-existent. We've already taken everything worth moving. Meng Kang has transported all the goods back. We've stripped Renan of its resources, Hua Xiong replied with great satisfaction. He had managed to secure quite a bit of profit from this operation, and even his soldiers had gained a few extra pounds. In that case, send Yuan Shu a letter that allows both sides to save face, Qinshi said casually. He felt no real pressure from Yuan Shu. If Yuan Shu had successfully captured Jiangling and hadn't been cut off by him, Lu Yi, Cao Cao, and others, then perhaps all of China would be wary of him. But now, if a conflict were to break out, although it might benefit others, it certainly wouldn't benefit Yuan Shu. On the other side, in Yingchuan, where all his generals had gathered, Cao Cao finally relaxed after receiving the latest report on Yuan Shu. The final step of his strategy to disrupt the Central Plains could now be implemented. My lord, can you rest easy now? Xinyu asked with a smile. Without the efforts of all of you, how could I, Chao Mengde, possess such a prosperous land? Cao Cao laughed heartily, not forgetting to acknowledge the strategists who had helped him design this plan. My lord should quickly march on Wancheng. Now that Yuan Shu's morale is shaken, we should lock down Wancheng, capturing half of Nanyang's fertile lands. With that, we will have the resources to conquer the world. Cheng Yu advised, stroking his beard. Good. I will muster the troops and march on Wancheng at once. If we seal off that area, Nanyang will be divided into northern and southern parts. The northern lands, close to Yingchuan, will become ours. However, Cao Cao, now in his 30s and at the height of his ambition, was known for his swift and decisive actions. My lord need only focus on taking Nanyang. Zhang Yao is one of our Yingchuan kin, said Chen Kun, who had recently joined the circle of strategists, reassuring Cao Cao with a smile. Yingchuan was truly dominated by the Sun and Chen families. With Chen Kun siding with Cao Cao and the Sun brothers, Sun Yu and Sun Yu, also in his camp, it took only a minor exertion of influence by these three to bring all of Yingchuan under Cao Cao's control. The local officials in Yingchuan had deep, entangled connections with these two families. Cao Cao glanced at Sun Yu, who was seated nearby. Sun Yu gave a slight nod, and Cao Cao, whose mind was already sharp, instantly grasped the entire plan. On the map, the territories under Cao Cao's control were not contiguous, but Chen Kun's words strongly hinted that Zhang Yao was making moves in Chang'an, possibly leveraging the influence of court officials. This would give Cao Cao a legitimate reason to intervene in Zhang Yang's territory and enter Yangzhou and the capital region under the guise of supporting the emperor. The capital region, ravaged by Dong Zhuo, was now a desolate wasteland, while Cao Cao, who had taken control of Yenzhou, gathered tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers, annexed southern Yu province, and merged it with Yingchuan, was thriving. Moreover, with Liu Bei's stronghold fortified in strategic locations, defending against Cao Cao would be the wisest course of action. In the plains of Yeno, it would be nearly impossible for Cao Cao to defeat Liu Bei. Without cavalry, occupying Yenzhou was already stretching Cao Cao's lines too thin, worsening an already precarious situation. As Qinshi had previously said, under the right circumstances, Zhang Ba's 3,000 cavalry could wreak havoc across Yenzhou, thoroughly embarrassing Cao Cao. For this reason, Xinyu was not optimistic about the situation in Yenzhou. However, despite his concerns, life had to go on. Xinyu constantly calculated the balance of power between the two sides and finally found a path forward. Certain less critical areas of Yenzhou could serve as a buffer zone with Liu Bei. After relocating the population, the resulting uninhabited zone, stretching hundreds of miles, would pose a significant challenge for any invader. As for where the relocated population would live, Xinyu had already devised a solution, developing the capital region. This had been part of Xinyu's plan for some time. The land in the capital region was fertile, and although the area had been devastated by war, the local noble families had lost their power to resist. This made the region ideal for land distribution. Xinyu also had his eye on the elite troops left behind by Dong Zhuo, the Xiliang cavalry. Although the constant warfare in the capital region had turned these soldiers into battle-hardened veterans prone to skirting their duties, they had seen real combat. If Cao Cao could absorb the entire Xiliang cavalry and retrain them, they would become a formidable force capable of challenging any warlord in the land. Moreover, Sun Yu harbored a thought he had yet to voice. The development of Taishan was happening too quickly. Liu Bei's power was growing at a pace that drew the attention of the entire country. Sun Yu's instincts told him that Liu Bei might eventually become Cao Cao's greatest rival. With these considerations in mind, Sun Yu was compelled to act early. What was initially planned as a war of conquest, to be waged years later, had to be launched immediately. Similarly, the planned actions against the capital region and the Xiliang cavalry had to be moved up to the present. Although acting this early was risky, it was better than being caught unprepared. By taking this path, there was still hope of unifying the land. In truth, Sun Yu knew he was being somewhat hasty. If Cao Cao could fully absorb Yanzhou, all of Yu province except for Taishan and half of Nanyang, he would control over 5 million people. With such a base in the heart of China, blessed with wise ministers and fierce generals and abundant resources, Cao Cao would have the strength to challenge any warlord, even Yuan Shao. There was no need to rush. Wenrua, are you unwell? Cao Cao asked with concern. His current prosperity was due in large part to Sun Yu's efforts. If something happened to Sun Yu, chaos would likely ensue across his territories. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am fine. I was merely thinking too deeply, Sun Yu replied, shaking his head. He did not mention the specifics of his thoughts, but he did not notice the faint smirk on Qin Kun's lips. Qin Kun had originally intended to delay his entry into public life, preferring to travel and observe the various warlords up close. However, Qin Shi's actions, defeating 1,000,000 yellow turbans, pressing Yuan Shao in Jizhou, and seizing Nanpi had shaken the Qin family to its core. Under such circumstances, Qin Kun could no longer afford to maintain his aloofness. Upon seeing Qin Shi's accomplishments, Qin Kun understood why Qin Shi had acted as he did, because Qin Shi was just like him, equally proud. When Qin Kun saw the report detailing Qin Shi's achievements, he recognized that Qin Shi deserved to be placed on the same level as himself. Qin Shi had earned the right to be proud. Alphabets. This was a chaotic era, and it had its own rules. In this time, noble status was no longer determined by blood alone but by raw power. Whether they were bastards, cadet branches, or distant relatives, anyone with the right lineage had the right to claim leadership of their family. Qin Kun had no intention of relinquishing what was rightfully his. Even if he did not care much for the position of family head, if Qin Shi wanted to take it from him, he would have to fight for it. They would see who was truly the stronger between them. Qin Kun's desire to put pressure on Qin Shi was something that Qin Shi was completely unaware of. Even if he had known, he might have just chuckled. Sun Yu was someone who could make Qin Shi feel a bit conflicted, but Qin Kun? Not so much. While Qin Kun was undoubtedly intelligent, there was still a thin line separating him from the very top tier of strategists. And that thin line was enough for Sun Yu to completely overshadow him. To Qin Shi, Qin Kun simply didn't have what it took to go toe-to-toe with him. Qin Shi's status was on par with Sun Yu, while Qin Kun was better suited to contend with Qin Shi's right-hand man, Lu Su. After all, in Qin Shi's view, it was a battle between equals, king against king, general against general. Qin Kun just didn't make the cut. If Qin Shi had known about Qin Kun's recent machinations, he would have held him in even lower regard. Petty schemes wouldn't be enough to topple Sun Yu, unless, of course, Cao Cao no longer needed him. But considering Sun Yu's impeccable character and vast network of allies, it was clear that Sun Yu was indispensable to Cao Cao. As for whether Qin Kun could ever surpass Sun Yu, Qin Shi could only sigh. That was nothing but a pipe dream. Even if Qin Kun had arrived earlier than Sun Yu, he might have stood a chance at vying for influence. But given that Sun Yu had not only been first to join Cao Cao but had also established himself as an essential advisor, any attempt by Qin Kun to displace him was doomed to fail. The fact remained that Qin Kun and Sun Yu's skills overlapped far too much, and in the area of governance, which was precisely what Cao Cao needed most, Qin Kun was essentially a watered-down version of Sun Yu. In such a situation, it was only logical that Cao Cao would grant Qin Kun a high-ranking position, but keep the real power firmly in Sun Yu's hands. Meanwhile, Yuan Shu had retreated back to Xiangyang, leaving Jiangxia County to Sun Su, who had performed admirably in covering the retreat. Yuan Shu also officially recognized the 5,000 soldiers Sun Tzu had brought from the boats, incorporating them into Sun Tzu's personal forces. Sun Tzu, overjoyed by this development, vowed to defend Jiangxia and the surrounding regions. Master, we've received the latest intelligence from Yu Province. The Liu Bei forces that occupied 4 counties in Yu Province have now fully withdrawn. Except for Qin Zichuan's central force, which is still in the interior, the other 2 forces have retreated to the borders and are likely to leave the province soon. The central force is also slowly pulling back, Yang Hong reported to Yuan Shu, his head bowed. Liu Bei has withdrawn? Yuan Shu was momentarily stunned, then elated. This meant that he hadn't lost his base in Yu Province after all. He had expected a tough battle upon returning to Nanyang, but to his surprise, Liu Bei's forces had already pulled out. Master, we initially overestimated the situation and forgot that Liu Xuanda has no way to fully occupy Yu Province. His power base is in Taishan, and he has recently absorbed Qing Province. The fact that he was able to defeat our garrison forces speaks volumes about his strength. But occupying an entire province requires far more resources than merely winning a battle. Liu Bei would need to commit at least 15,000 to 20,000 troops just to suppress any local resistance, Yang Hong explained with a wry smile. There were some things he left unsaid. Does that mean we shouldn't have retreated? Yuan Shu's anger flared as he stared at Yang Hong. Master, Liu Xuanda's situation mirrors our own. We don't have enough forces to fully occupy all this territory either. Even if we had captured Jiangling, we wouldn't have the manpower to defend it properly. Our resources are stretched thin, Yang Hong said, exasperated as he tried to make Yuan Shu understand just how large his domain had become. Our forces are stretched thin? Yuan Shu asked, astonished that he hadn't realized this sooner. Master, it may seem that we've only taken Nanjun and Jiangxia, but we never fully controlled Nanyang. Liu Biao had already infiltrated the area with his influence. Now, we've secured all of Nanyang, and during our campaign in Jingxian, both Jiujiang and Lujiang have surrendered to us, Yang Hong added, his expression filled with pride. He hadn't expected his earlier efforts to sow discord in those regions to pay off so handsomely. What? Yuan Shu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Truly, I, Yuan Gonglu, am destined by heaven. Well done, Ziheng. With these 2 counties, our territory in Yu Province and northern Jing Province are now fully connected, eliminating any risk of separation. Congratulations, Master. Yang Hong shared in Yuan Shu's joy. In that case, let's cease our campaigns for now and allow Liu Jingsheng to live a little longer. Make sure to appease Sun Bofu and ensure he doesn't get any wrong ideas. Also, send Lu Bu to teach Cao Cao a lesson and bring me the head of the Qin family patriarch. How dare they seize my Yingchuan? Yuan Shu, in high spirits, was now inclined to let things rest for the moment. He had gained new territories and felt it was time to consolidate, but he hadn't forgotten his desire to deal with Cao Cao. As for Liu Bei, the intelligence Yuan Shu had gathered all pointed to one conclusion: this man was no weakling. Yuan Shu appreciated Liu Bei's restraint in not pushing further against him, so he decided to focus on dealing with Cao Cao and the meddlesome Qin family in Yingchuan. After all, Yuan Shu was not one to take a hit without retaliating. He couldn't catch up to Liu Bei, but Cao Cao, who dared to occupy his Yingchuan, would have to be taught a lesson. Yuan Shu felt it was only fitting as the newly crowned #1 warlord in the land. Ziheng, send Zhang Sun and the others back to Yu Province to regroup and train new recruits. By this time next year, I want to see 15,000 new soldiers. Yuan Shu ordered confidently. Although Yu Province had suffered some losses due to Liu Bei's raids, Yuan Shu was certain that the province's deep roots would allow it to recover quickly. Yes, Master. Yang Hong quickly recorded Yuan Shu's orders. Ensure that Xiao Rui's family is well taken care of. Although he was somewhat unreliable in life, he stood up when it mattered most. Inform his family that his eldest son will inherit his position once he comes of age, Yuan Shu added. Although Xiao Rui had failed to hold Pingyu, he had died fighting to protect the Yuan family, and for a man like Yuan Shu, known for his sense of loyalty, ensuring Xiao Rui's family's well-being was a matter of personal honor. Cao Cao couldn't care less whether Yuan Shu was favored by the heavens or not. Once Sun Yu had decided on a strategy to seize one city, Cao Cao was determined to take it. That's why, before Yuan Shu could even react, Cao Cao had already captured Wan City. Sun Yu and his companions were not the type to resort to a siege unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, at that time, Wan City was a hub of commerce, with both the Sun and Qin families operating businesses there. Before Yuan Shu's defeat at Jiangling, Sun Yu had already anticipated Chen Shi's tactics for attacking Pingyu by recruiting grave robbers. He had then arranged for wells to be dug in Wan City. However, Wan City was not under lockdown at that time and remained a commercial center. Goods flowed in and out freely, and with the right bribes, no one bothered to inspect anything closely. Taking advantage of this, Sun Yu and Qin Kun used their family trade routes to conceal their activities and dug a tunnel leading outside the city before Yuan Shu's return. Thanks to this tunnel, Xiahou Yuan was able to lead a rapid, covert march to Wan City, arriving without detection. He used the tunnel to capture the city overnight. The wealthiest city in the land had changed hands, and by the next morning, many of its residents were unaware that anything had happened. Following this, Cao Cao's forces swiftly swept through the northern part of Wan City, seizing half of Nanyang with lightning speed, bringing over 1 million people under his control. By the time Qin Shi received word of these developments, he was already nearing Taishan. Qin Shi had taken so much from Pingyu, which was the most prosperous area in Runan, the gem of Yu province, that he had stripped it clean. From the treasury to the population, anything Qin Shi deemed valuable was taken. First, Qin Shi seized the grain and money from the treasury. Even though Yu province, known as the granary of the world, had not yet collected the summer taxes, the treasury still held over 2 million bushels of grain. Qin Shi wasted no time in commandeering all the carts in Pingyu to transport the grain, knowing that filling his own stores was the best course of action. After clearing out the grain and money, Qin Shi began selecting literate scholars from Runan. As long as they weren't from aristocratic families, he rounded them up, whether they were willing or not, and relocated their entire families. He offered generous benefits, 100 acres of land, a house, and provisions, essentially a guaranteed livelihood in exchange for moving to Qing province. Despite these generous offers, half of the scholars in Runan refused to leave. In the end, Qin Shi resorted to forcibly relocating them, packing up their entire families along with all their belongings, even pets, and sending them to Qing province. Qin Shi was well aware that these scholars would eventually adjust their attitudes once they saw the Grand Library in Taishan. He understood that Yu province would soon face chaos, and that bringing these scholars to Qing province to enrich its cultural landscape was the best course of action. After packing up the scholars, he turned to craftsmen, blacksmiths, miners, carpenters, doctors, and even those skilled in making sugared hawthorn sticks. Another group was packed onto carts and sent away. Unlike the scholars, the craftsmen were much easier to deal with. As soon as Qin Shi's soldiers showed up with swords drawn, they were more than willing to follow orders. With their families packed up, Qin Shi realized he had relocated nearly 300,000 people. Fortunately, Lu Su was well organized, and the Qing province soldiers maintained order during the migration, resulting in minimal casualties along the way. Hua Xiong couldn't understand why Qin Shi was doing all this, and even Lu Su and Lu Yi thought it was unnecessary. Both had opposed Qin Shi's forced relocation of scholars. As for Li Yu and Jia Su, they hadn't expressed any opinions at the start. They simply went about their own business. These two had too much experience. As soon as Qin Shi began his operations, Jia Su followed suit by relocating craftsmen from Chao County. His methods were so efficient that they made Qin Shi feel inadequate. Qin Shi even suspected that Jia Su had long wanted to do this, but had been waiting for someone else to take the blame. Lu Yi thought the relocations were unnecessary, and Qin Shi had a hard time convincing him otherwise. By the time Qin Shi learned how Li Yu and Jia Su were convincing the scholars to move, he realized just how naive he had been. Li Yu distributed many books, all in paper format. When these books fell into the hands of various scholars, Li Yu would retrieve them and inform the scholars that the Taishan Library would allow them to borrow such books, provided they registered their household in Taishan or Qing province. Li Yu even showed them a household registration card, demonstrating the process. His experience and foresight left Qin Shi feeling helpless. It was no wonder this man had once held power over the entire empire. His methods were unparalleled. One move to solve both the relocation and future household registration issues, all without coercion, but rather by making the scholars beg for it. The scholars were not fools. Upon learning that registering in Taishan would grant them access to borrow books and seeing Liyu's kind demeanor, those who had found books quietly made plans to move. In the end, most of them did not return the household registration cards to Liu. As for the few who refused to admit they had found books, Liu simply ensured they would learn their lesson. The scholars realized that settling in Taishan would allow them to borrow thousands of books freely. Considering their current circumstances, they had no reason to hesitate. Moving was the only sensible choice. As word spread, scholars from all over Pei County began making their way toward Taishan and Qing Province. Even some disillusioned sons of aristocratic families joined the migration, drawn by the prospect of a library filled with free books. For a scholar in the late Han period, a place where one could read without charge was a rare treasure. Moreover, traveling was a common practice for scholars, provided their shoes could withstand the journey. When Qinshi learned of this, he immediately ordered his men to spread the word about the benefits of settling in Taishan. Whether the scholars believed it or not, they would see the truth for themselves once they arrived. It was also an opportunity for Qinshi to redeem his reputation. By providing this information now, once the library was built, these scholars, who had benefited from the relocation, would be less likely to harbor resentment, and any negative remarks would have little impact on Qinshi's standing. After all, once the library was established, Qinshi's prestige would be beyond reproach. On his way back home, Qinshi was calculating all the things he needed to do and realized there was quite a lot on his plate. Some of these tasks couldn't be handed over to Lu Su, like getting married. Originally, his wedding was scheduled for May, but due to the battle with the Yellow Turbans, the date was missed. Afterward, Qinshi was granted a title of nobility, which delayed the wedding further. Qinshi could only shrug helplessly at the traditional customs of the time. Ceremonial obligations were indeed cumbersome, but living in this era meant adhering to its norms. Then, Fan Liang sent word, suggesting that when he marries Qinlan, he should also marry Fan Jian. Well, that was a bit inaccurate. It was actually suggested that when he marries Fan Jian, he should take Qinlan as a concubine since Fan Jian would be his main wife. After sorting through all the arrangements, Qinshi realized that marrying Fan Jian might have to wait until the end of the year. The 3 formal letters and 6 ceremonial gifts would need to be rearranged, and Fan Jian's elders would have to come to Taishan in person since Qinshi's status now required proper formalities. While the wedding could be postponed, building the new library and Liu Bei's new residence couldn't wait. They needed to be expedited as time was running out. On top of that, there were other tasks like reorganizing household registration, managing the influx of population, adjusting the military, and reforming the tax system. Qinshi felt overwhelmed. Although he had anticipated how difficult it would be to achieve his initial goals within 3 years, now that the responsibilities were truly upon him, he felt on the verge of collapse. But there was no other choice. Rapid progress while ensuring a stable foundation required hard work. Zichuan, you're finally back. Liu Bei appeared outside the carriage as soon as Qinshi arrived at Fengao. Thank you for coming to meet me, Xuan de Gong, Qinshi replied with a wry smile. You look exhausted, Zichuan. Liu Bei laughed heartily, then turned to Hua Xiong, saying, Zijian, take your troops back to the camp. Tonight, I will host a banquet in your honor. Thank you, my lord. Hua Xiong and the others saluted. Zichuan, come into the city and take a look. You'll be in for a big surprise. Liu Bei said firmly, though there seemed to be a hint of something unpleasant in his tone. It was clear that, despite returning only 10 days before Qinshi, Liu Bei had experienced some troubling events. It seems like there are a lot more arrow slits on the walls, Qinshi observed as he examined the fortifications. He clearly remembered that when he left, Fengao's city walls had only a few dozen arrow slits, but now, there seemed to be one every 20 meters. You'll be even more surprised once you're inside, Liu Bei said, though his smile seemed forced. Qinshi's heart sank as he noticed the stone-paved roads and the 3 massive ironclad, gleaming city gates. It pained him to see such extravagance. This kind of ostentatious design certainly wasn't something Lu Su would have done. After all, city gates in this world weren't meant to rely on their own defensive strength. Like ships, they relied on the city gate commander and soldiers to transmit internal energy to maintain their strength. Cladding the gates with iron was entirely pointless, just a waste. Zichuan, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Liu Bei's last glimmer of hope shattered as he noticed that Qinshi, like Li Yu, Jia Su, and Lu Yi before him, had turned pale with a bitter smile. But still, he clung to a sliver of hope. Xuandagong, how much did you spend on this? Qinshi asked, his voice strained. Liu Bei held up a finger, and Qinshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Xuandagong didn't go overboard. 1 million coins is still bearable. I knew Zijing wouldn't let things get out of hand. 10 million coins. Liu Bei said, somewhat embarrassed. Did you pave the entire city? Qinshi asked, forcing a smile. The entire city, Liu Bei whispered. Wenru didn't stop you? Qinshi asked, incredulous. I didn't consult Wenru. I thought it was a small matter, especially since neither you nor Zijing spent money when building cities, Liu Bei admitted with a wry smile. With grave epsilon. Xuandagong, how many times have you told others to surprise me with this news? Qinshi asked helplessly, guessing that Liu Bei must have told many people already. I've told everyone who returned, Liu Bei said, looking somewhat dejected. He had thought he had done a good deed by making Fengao cleaner and more orderly, only to be met with bitter smiles from every advisor who returned. Has Zijing been too busy with administrative work to notice how Fengao has changed? And, by the way, you haven't paid for it yet, have you? Qinshi asked, covering his face. It was embarrassing. Sure enough, Liu Bei's expression turned even more troubled. What family could be so generous to pull off something like this? Qinshi asked, exasperated. Spending 10 million coins like this, I can't think of any family that could. Xuandagong, don't worry about it. 10 million coins is nothing we can't afford. Making Fengao clean and orderly is a good thing, even if I wouldn't have spent a single coin on it, Qinshi said, comforting Liu Bei while simultaneously dealing a heavy blow. However, Liu Bei was remarkably broad-minded, having grown accustomed to setbacks, and merely offered a sheepish smile. Qin Zichuan, you're as sharp-tongued as ever, though I must admit your wisdom, came a female voice from nearby, rich and melodious, full of wealth and grandeur. Qinshi and Liu Bei turned to see a woman in her 30s standing beside a luxurious carriage, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Though her words were directed at Qinshi, she bowed gracefully to Liu Bei, saying, This humble woman, Jin Zhang, greets Xuandagong. Xuandagong, this is the true head of the Zhan family of Jizhou. Qinshi immediately understood the situation and introduced her to Liu Bei. A pleasure to meet you, madam, Liu Bei said, momentarily taken aback, but maintaining his composure as he returned the greeting. Qinshi was internally resigned. This woman certainly held a grudge. She didn't bow to him, even though he now held the title of Marquis, a rare honor in the Han Dynasty, not to be confused with the devalued titles of the Three Kingdoms era. Xuandagong, there's no need for such courtesy. I'm here to apologize for my previous rudeness. Fengao is the most magnificent city I've ever seen. I hope Xuandagong won't mind that the Zhen family took the liberty of making some adjustments. Zhang spoke humbly, in stark contrast to her previous arrogance in Jizhou. I should be thanking the Zhen family instead. Fengao has never looked so clean and orderly, all thanks to your efforts, Liu Bei said with joy. Sometimes slow to grasp things, he was quick to understand this time. He instantly recognized Zhang's intentions and felt a growing sense of goodwill toward the elegant lady, especially since she had taken responsibility for his earlier mistake, attributing it to the Zhen family. Although Qinshi felt that spending 10 million coins to pave the entire Fengao city was indeed somewhat wasteful, since the money didn't come from his pocket, he decided to just pretend he hadn't seen anything. This incident, however, served as a reminder to Qinshi that Liu Bei's personal finances and the state treasury must be kept separate. Otherwise, if Liu Bei inadvertently made a costly decision like this again, even with good intentions, it could lead to resentment among his subordinates. 10 million coins was no small sum enough to support a strong army, so spending it on paving Fengao was indeed a bit extravagant. Once their finances were separated, any lavish spending Liu Bei indulged in would be with his own money, and no one would have the right to criticize him. In fact, Qinshi thought it might be necessary to allocate more resources to Liu Bei and teach him how to spend money wisely, preventing him from engaging in unnecessary projects. I'll discuss this with Zijing and the others when I see them. We must ensure that the state treasury and private funds are never mixed. Qin thought to himself. It was a small step to limit the power of the highest authority, and the timing was appropriate. If they waited until Liu Bei had control over the entire country, it would be much more difficult to implement, with many people likely citing precedents about the relationship between the royal family and the state. Zichuan, you're lost in thought again, Liu Bei said with a smile, looking visibly relieved after being freed from the burden of that 10 million coin expense. I just remembered there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with. Please don't take offense, my lord, Madame Zhang, Qin responded with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm, showing no embarrassment at being caught daydreaming. Zichuan, you certainly have a lot on your plate, Liu Bei laughed, and Zhang Shi, Madame Zhang, hid her smile behind a silk fan. Everyone knew how busy Qin was. It's just a lot of mental work, Qin said with a serious expression. Liu Bei and Zhang Shi were taken aback, quickly realizing that the current situation in Taishan and Qizhou was indeed the result of Qin's hard work. Liu Bei had once seen Qin's strategic plans during their return to Qino after the Battle of Hulo Pass. Reflecting on the current situation, though many unexpected events had occurred, the overall direction had steadily followed Qin's earlier projections. To have Zichuan's assistance is indeed a blessing from heaven. Heaven has not forsaken our Han dynasty. Liu Bei paused and respectfully bowed to Qin while Zhang Shi's eyes flashed with admiration. Xuan de Gong. Qin sighed, having been through this ritual many times before. What should he say this time? Zichuan, let's go. I'll treat you to some beef, Liu Bei said, not giving Qin a chance to respond, and rarely offered to treat him to beef. There's always one or two unruly cattle. Sigh, now that the summer planting is done, it's time to eat the disobedient ones, Qin said, resigned. He remembered when Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping brought back cheap cattle from the northern territories. After being domesticated, they were used as draft animals. Combined with other cattle they had scrounged up, the 4,000 or 5,000 head of cattle distributed for summer farming had helped win the people's favor. Now that the cattle had served their purpose, it made sense that the unruly ones would be eaten. In the Central Plains, eating draft animals was a crime, but eating cattle used for farming was permissible. So, Liu Bei had decided to be generous. Madam, please join us. Although the Jin family's wealth means you can get anything you want, and we in Taishan may not have much to offer, it's only proper to extend our hospitality as the hosts, Liu Bei said, still not quite accustomed to his elevated status. Back when Liu Bei was poor, he was quite sensitive about his humble origins. Now that he was wealthy, he no longer cared about having once woven mats and sold shoes. In fact, he even took some pride in it, thinking that if his ancestor had risen to the throne despite his rough beginnings, then his own humble origins were nothing to be ashamed of. Reflecting on it, Liu Bei's mindset and demeanor had changed drastically over the past 2 years. He was no longer the struggling man from before. Now, if someone called him a mere cobbler, Liu Bei would laugh it off, something that would have embittered him in the past. Given more time, after surpassing all his ancestors and reaching the pinnacle of power, Liu Bei might even respond to such taunts by boasting of his achievements and claiming that even selling shoes could be honorable as long as he governed well and was seen as a wise and benevolent ruler. This was the biggest change in Liu Bei over the past 2 years. During the alliance at Hulo Pass, he might have held some reverence for the other warlords. Now he viewed them with detachment, confident in his own position. Most of them were not even as successful as he was. There was no need to fear them. If anyone dared challenge him, he was ready. With this newfound confidence, Liu Bei retained some traits from his humble beginnings, but his overall demeanor had matured, making him more appealing, even to women. How could I decline the invitation of Liu Shijun, Governor Liu? Zhang Shi replied with a soft smile, bowing gracefully. It was clear she held Liu Bei in high regard. Feeling that his presence was somewhat awkward, Qin made his excuses and slipped away before Liu Bei could rope him into anything. As Qin walked through Fengou City, though the stone-paved streets made his heart ache a bit, he had to admit that Zhang Shi's aesthetic sense was impeccable. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that her perspective differed from that of Qin and Lu Su. The cleanliness of Fengou now was enough to pressure the residents into not littering or dumping dirty water in the streets. The city had become significantly cleaner as a result. Indeed, some tasks are better suited for women. When Lu Su and I were in charge, the result was a bit too rough. Maybe I should ask Lady Mi Ju's sister, to help with city planning. I heard she's good at painting. Maybe she could design the city layout. As Qin Shi took in the sight of the city, he realized why it had cost 10 million coins. It wasn't just about paving the streets with stone. Some buildings had been demolished, making the city layout much more reasonable. Most importantly, there were no thatched huts left in Fengao. All the homes were now uniform earthen houses, each with a small courtyard garden where flowers, trees, and vegetables were planted. Indeed, if this had been left to Lu Su and Qin Shi, they wouldn't have given it much thought. Providing earthen houses was already the best they could do. Anything beyond that wasn't even on their radar. It seems we need to recruit some female officials. We've already passed the most difficult period, and with ample resources now, it's time to focus on improving the cultural atmosphere and living environment in Fengao. Women in these roles might be more meticulous, even if it costs a bit more. Qin Shi thought with a sly grin. With such a good environment and cultural atmosphere, it was only natural that land prices would skyrocket. Qin Shi, intending to first return home to comfort his wives and concubines, left Liu Bei and headed straight for his residence. After all, he had transported several billion coins back home, and he wondered where Fan Jian might have stashed all the money. "Master, you've returned," old Qin, the head steward, greeted him with a smile as Qin Shi arrived. Qin Shi had finally shed his title of young master, but the idea of an 18-year-old being called master still felt a bit odd. "Old Qin, you should take more rest. Leave the gatekeeping to the guards. Your job is to oversee the household, not to stand at the gate. In a few days, I'll find you a lovely companion. You should focus on enjoying your golden years and maybe even having another son," Qin Shi said with a cheerful tone. As a loyal servant who had stayed with the Qin family even through its decline, old Qin deserved some peace and joy in his later years. How could I let these youngsters guard the gate? They might cause trouble, and that would reflect poorly on the household. Now that you're a marquis master, it's important that we maintain the proper decorum, the old steward said, glancing back at the upright guards with a slight shake of his sleeve. Clearly, someone among them had slacked off in their duties at some point. All right. I'll have a small pavilion built for you in the courtyard so you won't have to stand at the gate anymore. Qin Shi relented, acknowledging that old Qin was indeed meticulous in his duties. As soon as Qin Shi stepped into the inner courtyard, he was greeted by a chorus of delicate voices from a group of maids, all bowing respectfully. Qin Shi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Compared to the last time he returned, it seemed that the number of women in his household had increased by at least a dozen, and they were all strikingly beautiful. What was going on? Feeling a bit exasperated, Qin Shi mused that Liu Bei had likely been bored and sent more women to his household. After all, there were only 2 men in the household, old Qin, who also served as the steward and occasionally watched the gate, and himself. As for the guards, they didn't count, making the gender imbalance in the household even more pronounced. I might as well make them all handmaidens. Qin Shi thought wickedly, though he quickly dismissed the idea. With his physical condition, he might be able to visit a brothel once every few days, but indulging too frequently could lead to health issues. He was certainly not like Guo Jia, who treated debauchery as a daily routine. "Jenner, why are there so many new maids in the house?" Qin Shi asked as he entered the room, where Fan Jian was sitting on the bed, sewing. This time, she was using a thimble on her finger, likely to avoid pricking herself again. Qin Shi's invention had become quite popular, indicating that in this era, almost every woman was skilled in needlework, unlike in later times. How should I know?" Fan Jian pouted, clearly displeased. The first thing her husband asked upon returning wasn't about her well-being, but about the new maids. Qin Shi rolled his eyes. If Fan Jian hadn't agreed to it, those maids would never have entered the household. However, he wasn't in the mood to figure out Fan Jian's thoughts. Though she was fairly straightforward, guessing her feelings would ruin the fun. After some coaxing, Qin Shi finally got the full story from Fan Jian. The newly arrived maids in the Qin household included 8 sent by Liu Bei when he returned recently. Liu Bei's gifts were always of high quality, although they were certainly not on the level of a talented woman like Cayenne. Another 5 were sent by Madame Zhang, along with various other gifts. The remaining maids had been sent by the madam of the brothel that Qin Shi had nearly swindled when he was short on money. They ranged in age from 11 to 22, and they were all high-class courtesans, a rather significant gift. Fan Jian also informed Qin Shi that the brothel, once located in a small, obscure alley, had now moved to the main street, occupying a prime location. Qin Shi could only shake his head in exasperation. It wasn't hard for Qin Shi to figure out what had happened. While Qin Shi and the others were off dealing with Yuan Shu, Lu Su had been working tirelessly, and when someone came to change locations using a voucher Qin Shi had written, Lu Su had probably granted them a prime spot on the main street without asking what kind of business they ran. After all, Qin Shi's reputation carried weight, and thus, the brothel ended up on the main street. As for the idea that the madam had always planned to upgrade to a better location, Qin Shi didn't dwell on it. It wasn't that he held Han Dynasty merchants in high regard, but rather, what merchant would dare to scheme against a marquis with real power? What a joke. He could crush them at any moment. Just as the aristocrats of this era conducted business without fear of being swindled, not because they trusted merchants' ethics, but because they could easily destroy them. For example, the Mi family, without Liu Bei's backing, wouldn't stand a chance against the Zhen family in Jizhou, no matter how wealthy they were. A with ring above newbie. Was that voucher really written by you, husband? Fan Jian asked curiously, her hand gently resting on Qin Shi's chest, though her posture suggested she was ready to take action. Haha, that was just to redeem someone for Tanji. I didn't have any money on me, Qin Shi laughed awkwardly, but when he saw Fan Jian's indifferent expression, he decided to answer honestly. Do you think I believe that? Fan Jian asked, her eyes fixed on him. Probably not, but it doesn't really matter, Qin Shi said, dropping the pretense after her second question. There was no point in pretending to be scared. Fan Jian was taken aback, her intended response lost as she sat on Qin Shi's lap, staring at him in silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a quiet voice, Husband, do you find me so unlikable? It's not about dislike or annoyance, Qin Shi said with a complicated expression. He knew that the cold approach would work well here, even if it would hurt their relationship. But some things needed to be said clearly. Since you already know, there's no need to ask. Just do what you're supposed to do. I'm being honest with you, I don't want to explain further. You've been here long enough to understand. There's no need to ask me. Actually, Lon is very good. She never asks about these things. You should know that besides Lon, I haven't touched anyone in the household. You should also know what things are like outside, Qin Shi said calmly. It's okay to be jealous, and it's okay to be unhappy, but please focus on your duties. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and I expect you to do the same. Don't worry, no one can take away your position as my legitimate wife, Qin Shi added, understanding the pressure Fan Jian must have been under. The women sent by Zhang Shi were clearly well-trained and cultured, which must have made Fan Jian feel inadequate. Fan Jian looked at Qin Shi with teary eyes, feeling wronged. Qin Shi sighed and pulled her into his arms, whispering gently in her ear, Jianer, you don't need to feel that way. What I can give you is the position of the main wife, and no one can take that from you. I can't say I love you, but I can promise you what you want. The Qin family will always have you as its matron. Let's move to my residence from now on, Qin Shi said, sensing that this might be the simplest solution. Fan Jian cried softly on Qin Shi's shoulder, feeling a mix of emotions as she thought about the growing number of maids in the household and the long periods of time when she didn't see her husband. The situation was both realistic and straightforward. Qin Shi placed no restrictions on her, which made Fan Jian feel insecure. Moreover, Qin Shi had never promised her anything. From the moment she arrived in Taishan, each time Qin Shi returned, his status changed. What started as a down-and-out young master had now become a marquis, and with each return, the gap between them seemed to widen. Qin Shi rarely stayed with Fan Jian, though he didn't spend much time with Lan either. However, whenever he was in Fenggao, he would visit Lan every few days, while he rarely visited Fan Jian. All right, stop crying. I'll give you everything you want, Qin Shi said, wiping away Fan Jian's tears with his thumb. He looked at the girl before him, a 16-year-old in the prime of her youth. In his time, she would have been just a high school student. Yet, in this era, she had to worry about so many things. Fan Jian's tears fell in large droplets, as if she were trying to wash away all the grievances she had endured. Qin Shi quietly held her, saying nothing, just holding her close. Qin Shi looked up at the intricate carvings and silently sighed. A bird in a cage has its own happiness. If Fan Jian wanted that kind of happiness, he would give it to her. He couldn't give her all of his love, but he could give her enough happiness. After all, she wasn't asking for much. A girl's dream shouldn't be shattered by the hands of her husband. I can't give you romance, but I can give you a wedding. I can't give you a garden full of flowers, but I can show you the splendors of the world. I can't grow old with you, but I can ensure you live a life of wealth and honor. Qin thought to himself. A girl's dreams and reality often diverge, but he could provide the latter. Having shattered one girl's dreams before, Qin was much more cautious this time. Even though he offered Fan Jian reality, he still left her plenty of room for her dreams. While a caged flower may have chosen its own prison, dreams and reality are always different. Although Fan Jian may feel she doesn't need her wings to fly, Qin didn't want to strip them away from her. Qin smiled wryly as he looked at Fan Jian, who had fallen asleep in his arms after crying herself to exhaustion. She was still so young, too young. He gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her face and leaned down to plant a soft kiss. Qinlan, watching quietly from the window, smiled softly. The excitement of her elevated status as a concubine had long passed. As someone who had gone from being a mere singer to a concubine of a marquis, Qinlan had endured many hardships. She knew her place and performed her duties diligently. Having spent more time with Qin, she understood his character well, distant and cold, yet loyal to those he acknowledged. As long as one didn't overstep their bounds, Qin would never forget them. Gently placing Fan Jian on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Qin let out a sigh of relief. Holding her for a short while was fine, but doing so for too long made his legs numb and his arms ache. Even though Fan Jian was light, she was still a 16-year-old girl, and no matter how well she was raised, there was only so much weight she could lose. "You look so gentle, husband," Qinlan said with a smile, leaning against the window. "You're easier to take care of," Qin replied helplessly. "That's how it should be for a lady," Qinlan said cheerfully, naturally accepting Qin's words. "Perhaps, but she thinks too much. By the way, have you finished embroidering your wedding dress?" Qin asked, feeling that the previous topic wasn't appropriate and quickly changing it. "No," Qinlan shook her head. In ancient times, weddings were typically held with some level of formality. Originally, Qin was just an ordinary person. After he had removed Qinlan's slave status, Qinlan had guessed that Qin intended to marry her as a concubine and had started working on her wedding dress. It took her half a year to complete it, but before she could wear it, Qin was ennobled as a marquis. With the wedding postponed, many things had to change, starting with Qinlan's wedding dress. The wedding ceremony had to match Qin's new status, which meant that the dress prepared for a daifu, a middle-ranking official, was no longer appropriate. Now it had to meet the standards for a marquis-level ceremony, which required much more intricate embroidery. However, this was a challenge Qinlan found exciting and enjoyable. "Haven't finished it yet, and you're still out here playing? Go back to your room and finish your dress," Qin said, tapping Qinlan's forehead lightly. "I'm telling you, if it's not done in time, don't blame me if I marry Jianna first and not you. With my achievements, if you're part of the dowry, you'll get a formal document for the title of lady. But if you miss the timing, you'll lose that chance. I'm going to finish my dress right away." Qinlan's eyes lit up with excitement, not realizing that Qin intended to secure her a formal title. "Go on, then," Qin said, waving her off. In the Han Dynasty, the title of lady was not easy to obtain. If Qin hadn't genuinely taken down over 1,000,000 yellow turbans, and if the Han court hadn't felt that he was too young and only given him an honorary title, there would be no way to get formal documents for two ladies. A concubine was just a concubine, but now that imperial authority had waned, many things were overlooked, and documents for two ladies were already prepared. After all, Qinlan had stayed by his side through thick and thin as a loyal servant, and it seemed unfair to leave her with just the status of a concubine. Therefore, he arranged for a document granting her the title of lady. With this document, Qinlan could enjoy the same treatment as a wife, both inside and outside the household, and even receive a modest stipend. In the Han Dynasty, the status of a wife was equal to that of the husband, meaning both enjoyed the same privileges. A concubine, however, was merely a companion at best, a concubine from a good family who wouldn't be easily dismissed or killed at the wife's whim. After the wife's death, a concubine might have the opportunity to be promoted to wife. In short, the title of lady in the Han Dynasty was unique, very different from the titles granted in the Tang Dynasty. It was only given to the legitimate wife of officials with a rank of 2,000 shi or higher, making it a rare and prestigious title. Given Qin Shi's current status, securing the title of lady for Fan Jian required no effort. After completing the 3 letters and 6 rites, the document for her title would naturally be issued, as Qin Shi's current rank and title were already sufficient. However, obtaining the same for Qianlan was much more difficult. Fortunately, it was a time of chaos, with imperial authority diminished after the court had been ravaged by Dongzhuo and later by Li Ju and Guosi. The new Minister of Rights was clearly a pragmatist, and Qin Shi, through Mi Zhu, easily secured the documents by providing a generous bribe. Of course, the minister warned that if the emperor ever investigated, he would deny any involvement, but Qin Shi didn't take that seriously. By that time, Lu Xia wouldn't have the power to interfere. As for the official who would proclaim the document, Liu Bei, Qin Shi was confident that Liu Bei would turn a blind eye and pretend nothing had happened. With any potential issues at home resolved, Qin Shi headed straight for the government office, determined to put on an angry display and whip Lu Su and the others into shape. Every cog in the machine he had designed needed to start turning at full speed. "Hey, Ruan Yuliang, give me your sword." Qin Shi, after perfecting his furious expression in front of a mirror, marched toward the government office. Upon dismounting and seeing Ruan Yuliang standing at the entrance, he realized he was missing something. Without hesitation, he grabbed Ruan Yuliang's sword and stormed inside. Bang! Qin Shi slammed the sword onto the table, glaring at the people in the room. Today was a good day. Everyone, including Sun Qian, was present. "Zijing, explain to me what happened with Feng Gao." Qin Shi roared at Lu Su. "Wenru, what's going on with the Lord?" Qin Shi demanded before Lu Su could respond, turning to Li Yu. "Boning, where's your new law?" "Fo Xiao, you're still drinking." Lu Jingxian nearly drank all of Jingzhou away. What's going on with Yuan Shao? Why has the recent news been so vague? What do you mean by both sides fought at Jieqiao, but the outcome remains unclear? Ni. And you, Ziying, why are you smiling? Is your governance model completed? Qin Shi's tirade stunned everyone in the room. They had all been sitting around, sipping tea, eating snacks, and casually handling official duties, but now they felt a pang of guilt, realizing how much they had left unfinished. Calm down, Lu Su, ever the peacemaker, thought Qin Shi was venting after being infuriated by the situation outside and hurriedly tried to soothe him, offering him tea. "Drink some tea, calm yourself. Separate the Lord's personal wealth from the finances of the entire Taishan territory. Let him have his salary, just give him a bit extra if needed," Qin Shi said, his face darkened. His mental energy seeped from his eyes, sweeping over everyone in the room. No one dared to provoke Qin Shi when he was this angry, especially since they had all discussed this issue before and agreed that separating the finances was a good idea. And so, the decision was quickly made, with everyone agreeing to shoulder the responsibility together. Second, the census. "Zijing, how much is left?" Qin Shi asked Lu Su, who looked troubled. Qin Shi's eyelid twitched, sensing something amiss, and tentatively asked, "You haven't started, have you?" Lu Su smiled bitterly. Recently, he had been busy with the summer harvest, distributing and registering the spoils of war, managing the housing and land distribution for the incoming population, classifying external craftsmen, and handling various other tasks. He simply hadn't had time for the census. "Fine, I'll help you with that later," Qin Shi said, exasperated. Seeing Lu Su's expression, he knew it hadn't been done. Turning to Man Chong, he asked, boning, "What's the status of the new law? You've been working on it for a while now. Is the tax law ready?" "I'm good with criminal law, but I think we need someone skilled in fiscal policy to help with the tax law. Miju would be suitable, but I fear he might not be entirely impartial given his status as a merchant," Man Chong replied with a wry smile. "Handle the sentencing guidelines and leave the rest to me," Qin Shi said, softening his tone. No news from Jieqiao is actually the best news, as it means the battle is still unresolved. However, I've examined the terrain near Jieqiao, and it's very unfavorable for the White Horse volunteers. Gongsun Bugue is too overconfident, Jia Su explained before Chen Shi could ask, having closely followed Yuan Shao's precautions at Jieqiao. Turning to Lu Yi, Chen Shi saw him smiling wryly as he said, "I'll get right on it. You can trust that I'll finish it." Finally, Chen Shi looked at Li Yu, who sighed deeply. This was indeed my oversight. I got a bit too complacent. It was good enough that they admitted their mistakes. Chen Shi had long been dissatisfied with these guys, especially with Li Yu. Wasn't it a bit much to have been slacking off more than Chen Shi himself? When they were fighting in Peigua, Jia Su and Zhang Fei were holding the front, while Liu Bei had sneaked off to Pei County to visit the birthplace of the Liu family, and Li Yu had gone along for the fun. They acted as if Zhang Sun wasn't even worth considering. When Chen Shi found out about this, he was stunned. He had deliberately assigned Li Yu and Jia Su to Liu Bei's route for Liu Bei's safety. With these two, plus Zhang Fei and Su Chu, even if the enemy were of the caliber of dragons or phoenixes, they could hold their own. But instead, they went off to play. They even went to Pei County and didn't take me along. What's worse, after going off to have fun, Liu Bei ended up in this current situation. Chen Shi didn't bring Li Yu in to keep Liu Bei company. That was what entertainers were for. You're a guy with an IQ of 180 doing this kind of thing, isn't that beneath you? Chen Shi stared at Li Yu, who remained unfazed. Indeed, those who had held high positions and experienced much were not easily swayed by Chen Shi's words, showing neither guilt nor shame. Fine, I'll let it go this time. Help Zijing handle the household registration issue. Wenru, you're experienced in top-down management and seem to be good at it. I'll work on the new laws. Chen Shi sighed, realizing that someone like Li Yu wasn't easily reprimanded. All right, Li Yu nodded, accepting the task as a way to make up for his previous lapse. Wenru, I'll rely on you to take care of it. You seem to be good at this kind of thing. Lu Su, the ever-amiable person, had no objections to Li Yu stepping in, as he didn't see it as a threat to his authority. Ziying, by this time next month, if you haven't distributed the governance templates, don't blame me if I start causing you trouble, Chen Shi said coldly, glaring at Lu Yi. This guy needed some pressure, otherwise, he'd forget things. You're allowed to recruit people to help. There are about 30,000 literate students in Taishan. If you have the ability, you can recruit them. I'm giving you the authority to do so. Understood. I'll get it done, Li said, his sense of urgency spiking under Chen Shi's icy gaze. Fo Xiao, Xiaoji, you two keep an eye on Sun Bofu, Zhou Gongjin, Yuan Gonglu, Chao Mengde, and Lu Fengxian. Monitor the southern battlefield, and if the situation turns against us, you're allowed to intervene, Chen Shi said, eyeing the drunken Guojia and the snack-stealing Fei Zheng. He sighed internally, truly, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams become askew too. Fei Zheng had once been proud and aloof, but now, under Guojia's influence, he had become somewhat of a rascal. Understood, I will, Fei Zheng said excitedly. I'm counting on you, Xiaozi. I have high hopes for you, Chen Shi said, handing over his plate of fruit to Fei Zheng. Typically, if Guojia was too drunk to function, Fei Zheng could make decisions in his stead. Fei Zheng had already succumbed to Guojia's influence, forcibly molded into a junior disciple. Although the identity of the master remained unclear, it was a small consolation that Fei Zheng wasn't actually an apprentice. Hold the northern front and make things difficult for those in Chang'an. Help ensure that Chao Mengde doesn't have an easy time either. If Yuan Gonglu can defeat Chao Mengde, who has newly trained soldiers defending fortified cities, then it would be quite surprising. I believe Chao Mengde's plan is to pin down Yuan Gonglu and train his troops. Chen Shi turned to Jia Su, explaining things only partially. He knew Jia Su would understand how to proceed. Hee hee. The eerie laugh sent shivers down everyone's spine, and all eyes, except Li Yu's, glared at Jia Su. Just drink your tea, Li Yu said grumpily, pushing a cup towards Jia Su, who seemed ready to let out another chuckle. Jianchang, you continue hosting gatherings and banquets. Recently, try to find some high-level mystics to evaluate Fengao and write something about it. We've spent 10 billion coins, so we need to get some return on that investment. You can claim it's a land of dragons' prosperity or something. Chen Shi said, having already made significant investments. He was subtly giving everyone a hint about their future strategy. Sure enough, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. Recently, boasting about the Central Plains Overlord had become a bit dull, especially since just 2 months ago, they had been aggressively promoting Yuan Shu as the #1 warlord in the world. It had been so excessive that it was almost unbearable to watch. With their current strength, there was no need to keep hyping the Central Plains overlord. The others had similar reactions, with subtle, unspoken thoughts crossing their minds. Fa Zheng, however, was already so excited he could barely contain himself, once again proving his temperament needed more refinement. But don't overdo it. We need to keep things within reason. I trust you can manage that, right, Wei Shua? Qin Shi added after some thought, deciding to be cautious. Lu Yan's propaganda skills were too powerful. If taken too far, it could backfire. Leave it to me. Lu Yan nearly thumped his chest in assurance. I'll invite Su Lingxiu, Zhou Konghe, and Su Lingxiu to Taishan in a few days. Qin Shi almost wanted to slam his head against the table. Before arriving in this world, he might have only known about one of them, but by now, he was well aware of how powerful the other two were. Lu Yan casually mentioned inviting the three biggest names. Su Lingxiu's divination, Zhou Xian's dream interpretation, and Su Liang's physiognomy. If these three came and spoke, whatever they said would become reality. Find someone a bit less influential. If these three come, it'll be hard to manage, Qin Shi quickly advised. If they came and exaggerated Lu Bei's qualities to an absurd degree, it would be difficult to backtrack. Huh? Lu Yan was puzzled. These three were easy to find. He had just been chatting with Su Lingxiu on Taishan recently. They had a connection, a bond. When it comes to metaphysics, you want to bring in the best, right? Otherwise, who would take it seriously? Just go find someone, Qin Shi said, resigned. But with Lu Yan's earlier comment, everyone present who could think straight understood the caliber of people he was talking about. Maybe those people weren't great strategists, but in their fields, a single word from them could lock you in place, rendering you powerless to argue for over a decade. And the Epsilon. Qin Shi waved his hand, signaling Lu Yan to proceed, before turning to Jian Yong. Xianhe, you take over the work Zijing was doing with the incoming population. Try to disperse the literate ones as much as possible. Understood. Jian Yong replied with a smile. So that means Zijing will be working with you on Qingzhou matters? Yes, after training here in Taishan for so long, Zijing should be ready to handle Qingzhou. It'll save me some trouble. We can't afford any more incidents this year. Anything that can be resolved quickly must be resolved quickly. Qin Shi nodded, his demeanor not overly stern, but everyone could feel his determination. Gongyu, the ongoing construction projects in Fengao are all yours now, along with the city's planning. Also, recruit some female officials to help with the adjustments. Women often see things from a different perspective, and they might catch issues we've missed. This is all on you, but when the materials come in, don't hesitate to use them. Qin Shi said with a smile. Sun Qian's workload seemed light, but when the materials arrived, Qin Shi was certain Sun Qian wouldn't have it easy. Understood, Sun Qian replied, bowing. When Zijing returns, send him to my house. I have something important to discuss with him. But if I have to wait too long, I won't hesitate to hand the matter over to the Zhen family. You should know that Lord Xuanda seems to have sensed the goodwill from the Zhen family, Qin Shi said with a smile. Everyone in the room, including himself, had surely accepted favors from Mi Zhu and would have been notified. Just by looking at Guojia's indulgent lifestyle, one could guess how much money was involved. Despite high salaries and rewards, it was clearly not enough to sustain such a lifestyle, especially when Guojia always demanded the best. According to Fa Zheng, even his own salary had been confiscated by Guojia. Zijing is currently in Yizhou. The last I heard, he said he was planning to establish contact with the Wu family. He mentioned that to expand the commercial alliance, powerful merchants needed to join, so he asked me to write a letter to the Yizhou governor for him, Lu Su explained. Although Lu Su was somewhat wealthy, he was nowhere near the level of Mi Zhu, who could rival a nation's treasury. Therefore, Lu Su typically approved such harmless requests without much concern. Yizhou, huh? Then I'll wait a bit longer, Qin Shi nodded. If Mi Zhu was going to discuss matters that would determine the future of the Mi family, it would make sense for him to go in person, rather than sending a steward like an ordinary merchant. But if the new tax laws are finalized and he hasn't returned, then I'll have no choice but to give this incredibly lucrative business opportunity to someone else. The room fell silent. Though only a few people were present, when Qin Shi wasn't in a rage, everyone was content to sip tea, eat snacks, or nibble on fruit. But now, the room was quiet and no one spoke. Everyone respected Qin Shi's ability to generate revenue, even though he wasn't involved in commerce himself. Zichuan, why not share the details with us so we can have a clearer understanding? Jian Yong, being one of the earliest members of Liu Bei's group, naturally took the lead in asking. Although Fingao's geographical location isn't ideal, once Miju returns and we officially launch, it's possible the tax revenue could surpass that of the entire Nanyang Commandery within a year, Qin Shi said with a smug smile. He finally had the authority to implement such plans, and with a strong military backing, there was no need to worry about other warlords trying to interfere. Hiss! Everyone present drew a sharp breath. They all knew what Nanyang Commandery represented. Even before the decline of the eastern capital Luoyang, the prosperity of Nanyang's Wan City was enough to make the world take notice. For Qin Shi to claim that one city could surpass Nanyang in tax revenue was nothing short of astounding. That's about it. There's a lot of profit to be made, so I think Zijing should return soon, Qin Shi said, resting his head on his hand casually. Keeping the wealth in the family? Does the Zhen family count as family? Poor Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang. Fa Zheng muttered quietly. Qin Shi shot a glare at Fa Zheng, and seeing everyone else giving him peculiar looks, he sighed and explained, the profit margin is too large. Only the top 5 wealthiest merchant families can qualify, and that's the simple truth. Enough about that. Let's all head to Lord Xuanda's place. I can already smell the meat roasting. It's getting better, just as I hoped. It's not a waste of my efforts. Do any of you have other requests? Qin Shi sighed. Though he had changed the topic, there was still a mountain of tasks waiting for him. Isn't it true that you were the one who wanted to cultivate such refined tastes? Lu Yu remarked casually, then added with a smirk, glancing at Jia Su. Fine carriages and beautiful women are also essential, Jia Su chimed in. Books and culture are a must as well, Liu added, patting Qin Shi on the shoulder as he left. We're still short on luxurious mansions and wealth. Lu Su sighed. A domineering presence that looks down on the world. A spirit that encompasses all. Jian Yong and Sun Qian each added another comment as they stood up. Fair and just, without bias, Man Chong stated matter-of-factly. To sleep on the mountains and wake to rule the world, Guojia, still drunk, added with a flourish as he and Fa Zheng passed by Qin Shi. Do you have something to say too? Qin Shi growled, glaring at Lu Yan. Just following the crowd, Lu Yan replied with a wry smile. The pressure from the group staring at him was immense. With a determined look, he declared, bravery, wisdom, diligence, humility, love for the people, all that the ancient sages sought and all that the people desire, will be fulfilled. B. Qin Shi nearly choked on his own breath. Lu Yan's expectations were far more demanding than all the others combined. Listening to the laughter outside, Qin Shi quietly cursed himself. That's what I get for being too smug and saying one more thing. Now I'm in trouble. What had started as Qin Shi being proud of how well he was cultivating Liu Bei turned into a series of additional expectations from everyone, each one raising the bar higher and higher. The task was now more daunting than ever, as it had gone beyond mere training of noble offspring to embodying the group's hopes for Liu Bei's future, a burden so heavy it was almost unbearable. Wei Shua, you'll pay for this. Qin Shi roared in frustration. The final challenge Lu Yan had set was simply impossible to achieve. Do you think we were too harsh on Zichuan? Lu Yi asked as they walked, reflecting on the group's demands. Especially Wei Shua's, it was a bit much. Are we tormenting him, or is he tormenting us? Lu Su replied calmly, turning his head to look at Lu Yi. It was clear that the so-called good-natured man could be merciless when needed, showing no guilt or hesitation. This realization sent a chill down Lu Ye's spine. He had no idea Lu Su had this side to him, effortlessly causing trouble without feeling any pressure. We only get to do this a few times a year, though, Lu Su said, as if recalling something wistfully. Don't you think Zichuan and Xiaozhi are worlds apart? Now that you mention it. Jia Su turned his head to scrutinize Lu Su. Zijing is barely 20, right? The group fell silent. Fo Xiao and Ziang are only 22, if I'm not mistaken, Liu added, picking up the conversation. Until now, they had focused on the talents of this group, but now that they thought about it, the oldest among them was Man Chong, who was only 24. The younger you are, the greater the advantage for our lord, Jia Su said, shaking his head. He and Liu had little room for further growth, while the others still had years to accumulate experience. In a few years, they would be able to support the Lord for at least 3 more decades. No wonder Qin Zichuan is always talking about nurturing the next generation. If the next generation is as prosperous as this one, and the ruler can delegate like our Lord, an eternal legacy is not out of reach. Jia Su thought to himself. Someone like Lu Su could be placed in any position with just a bit more refinement. Even if the previous generation decayed, this one would be strong enough to overthrow them. Youth was indeed a powerful asset. Jia Su glanced at Fa Zhang, who had yet to mature but was already brimming with potential. In just 3 years, Fa Zhang might rival the brilliance of Guo Jia today. It seems Qin Zichuan isn't just supplementing the education of noble offspring for our Lord. He's also focusing on the elite education of civil and military talents, like Tangji and Xiaoji. Qin Shi and the others were now focused on one thing, intervening to disrupt the budding connection between Zhang and Liu Bei, pulling Liu Bei away from the prospect of a marriage to a woman of equal status and steering him back towards the simpler option of taking a maidservant as a concubine. Qin Shi kept his head down, sipping tea. He finally understood why the beef was particularly delicious today. Liu Bei wasn't hosting this meal just for him and his group. Rather, when Jia Su and the others barged in, Liu Bei had been exchanging affectionate glances with Zhang. It seemed that Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang had been forgotten, and Liu Bei was thoroughly enjoying the company of the female family head. Though it might not seem proper to court someone with charm, the fact that Liu Bei was an ideal match couldn't be denied. When Jia Su led the others in, they walked in calmly after a brief awkward pause. All were thick-skinned enough not to make a scene, so they each took their seats and continued to eat and drink with Liu Bei as if nothing had happened. As for Zhang, after acknowledging the arrival of Jia Su and the others with a polite bow, she was led by a maid to the inner courtyard, where Lady Gone, Liu Bei's only officially recognized concubine, would entertain her. Of course, having Lady Gone, a concubine, receive Zhang was not entirely appropriate according to etiquette, but with Liu Bei lacking a formal wife, she was the only option. At Liu Bei's level, choosing a formal wife was a complex matter that required careful consideration. Had it not been for Kai Yang's unfortunate actions, Kai Yan would have been the perfect candidate for Liu Bei's formal wife. Her reputation, lineage, and background were all impeccable. However, due to Kai Yang's misdeeds, Kai Yan was no longer a viable option, leaving Liu Bei without a good solution. Kai Yan's status made it impossible for her to be a concubine, so Liu Bei could only lament his misfortune. As for Zhang, she was actually a very suitable match for Liu Bei's formal wife. If the two truly found common ground, there was little that Qin Shi or anyone else could do to intervene. Even though it would disrupt the established historical dynamics of Wei had good men, Wu loved young girls, and Xu was full of male camaraderie, political ambitions took precedence, and there was little that couldn't be justified. Turning back to Kai Yan, Zhang, Mijin, and Jin Ji, these women had clear roles, either they could be married as wives or not at all. Mijin could potentially become a concubine, but given how hard Miji was working to amass wealth for her dowry, making her a concubine was unthinkable. In Liu Bei's previous life, even after becoming the governor of Su province, he still took Mijin as his legitimate wife, not a concubine. So, unless you were a prince of the blood, the idea of Mijin as a concubine was purely a fantasy. On the other hand, if you did reach the level of a prince, then those high-status women might indeed end up as concubines. In short, it was extremely difficult to court these women unless you were single and of very high status. Someone like Qin Shi, if he were still an unmarried nobleman, might have a chance with any of these women. But now, with Fan Jian as his primary wife, that possibility was out of reach. No prominent family would risk their reputation by marrying their daughters into such a situation. That's why Qin Shi now viewed Kai Yan and Mijin purely with admiration, without any ulterior motives. Miju, knowing this, felt entirely at ease. Even when Mijin visited Qin Shi's home, Miju had no fear that Qin Shi would suddenly lose control and take advantage of her. After the usual banter and meal, Qin Shi finally stood up. Lord Xuanda, I have a request to make. As soon as Qin Shi spoke, everyone else at the table, as if following a coordinated signal, set down their chopsticks. Liu Bei neatly arranged his own chopsticks on the plate, then straightened up in his seat. It was clear that his etiquette training had had some effect. Zichuan, if you have anything to say, please speak. If I have made any mistakes, I ask that you all help correct them, Liu Bei replied, showing no dissatisfaction despite not knowing what the issue was. He maintained his composure and nodded for Qin Shi to continue. I often read in historical records about emperors who, due to their love of luxury, led the national treasury to ruin and caused the people to suffer. This has always puzzled me, Qin Shi said with a troubled expression. This time, the fault is mine, Liu Bei immediately admitted, understanding that Qin Shi was referring to the incident with the lavish spending on the city's paving. Well, I believe that blaming the depletion of the treasury on an emperor's love of luxury is misguided. The lack of funds for disaster relief, too, shouldn't be placed solely on the emperor. After all, a nation employs so many officials to manage affairs. How much can an emperor really spend? Qin Shi said, turning to glance at everyone present. May I ask, Lord Xuanda, how much of the nation's tax revenue could a ruler possibly spend? Qin Shi's question was strange, as it didn't directly blame Liu Bei for anything. About 1% of the state's tax revenue should be enough. Liu Bei hesitated briefly, even when considering extravagant luxuries and grand mansions. But 1% seemed more than sufficient. So where does the other 99% go? That's the root cause of a nation's downfall. The emperor can't possibly spend that much, and the idea that luxurious tastes lead to national ruin is just a joke. How extravagant can one be? Qin Shi said with a cold laugh. To be blunt, if Lord Xuanda wanted to build the most magnificent mansion in the world, not only could I do it without spending money, but I could even make a profit. So, luxury isn't the issue. Spending money isn't a problem either. The incompetence of officials is the real issue. The rulers always wish for everyone to live better lives. This can be said of emperors, the 3 dukes, and the 9 ministers. They work for stability in the kingdom, whether for the sake of the country or their own families. They strive to keep the world in order, Qin Shi said, looking at Liu Bei. He wanted Liu Bei to understand that the world wasn't simply about right and wrong. The ambitions of a schemer aren't inherent. They're forced out by the pressures of the world. The fault lies with everyone. A world plunged into chaos is the fault of all its people. We shouldn't focus on the mistakes of those who came before us. Sometimes, even if one doesn't wish to do something, they may be forced into it by circumstances. Do you understand what I'm saying, Lord Xuanda? Qin Shi asked, smiling as he saw the confused look on Liu Bei's face. Liu Bei nodded, then shook his head. Qin Shi looked around at the others. He knew Jia Su and Li Yu understood perfectly. Guo Jia was also clear on the matter, while Lu Yi appeared to be overthinking it. Lu Su seemed to have some objections, and Man Chong looked dissatisfied. Each person had their own reaction. Lord Xuanda, you don't need to fully grasp this right now. Just keep it in mind, and over time, it will become clear. But you did mention how much of the national tax revenue would be sufficient for an emperor's spending, Qin Shi said casually, scratching his ear as if he hadn't heard Liu Bei clearly. 1% of the nation's tax revenue should be enough for an emperor's expenses, Liu Bei repeated, prompting Jia Su and Li Yu to exchange glances. Since Lord Xuanda believes that 1% of the national tax revenue is sufficient for an emperor's spending, we will allocate the same proportion of our territory's revenue for your salary. I ask for your understanding in this matter, Lord Xuanda. And I hope that you will continue to seek out capable ministers and talented officials, for the broader your rule and the more prosperous your people, the higher your salary will be, Qin Shi said with a bow. NOES. Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. This incident indeed served as a wake-up call for him. If his personal finances were clearly delineated, then spending 10 billion coins could be justified as his own expenditure. But in the current situation, it was hard to make such a claim. Qin Shi's method could indeed solve many issues. Liu Bei clearly did not possess the kind of long-term vision that transcends time. Qin Shi could guarantee that half of the people present understood why he was making these preparations. The earlier certain things are addressed, the less damage they cause, and the easier they are to manage. Qin Zichuan really plans ahead. Once implemented, this will be difficult to change in the future. If the emperor's finances are controlled, the national treasury becomes pure, and the emperor lacks the authority to use it. Public and private finances will be completely separated, so even if a future emperor becomes extravagant, it will be seen as a personal flaw, not a matter of state. Jia Su and Li Yu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Since arriving in Taishan, they had noticed that Qinshi always had a very long-term perspective, like a chess player placing pieces strategically across the board. As the situation unfolded, these pieces would reveal their surprising effects, as if Qin Zichuan had foreseen the end from the very beginning. Please prioritize the people, Lord Xuanda. Lu Yan, playing the role of the clumsy ally, spoke up, delivering a heavy blow to Qin Shi. Qin Shi felt his gaze could bore holes through Lu Yan, who still maintained a righteous, impassioned demeanor, as if he were truly speaking for the people. Jia Su quietly lowered his head, counting ants on the ground. Li Yu sipped his wine slowly, hiding his expression, while Lu Yi furiously chopped at his beef as if it were his mortal enemy. Guo Jia was completely inebriated, his eyes unfocused, and Fa Zhang stuffed his mouth with food, pretending to choke to avoid speaking. Haha, Sichuan, there's no need for that look. Whether for the people's sake or for any other reason, I agree with your proposal. So, no need to glare at Wei Shuo like that, haha. Liu Bei, however, did not feel pressured or cornered. Instead, he laughed heartily at Qin Shi's frustrated expression, Lu Yan's righteous indignation, and everyone else's feigned ignorance. Lord Xuanda is wise, came the chaotic chorus of replies. Despite the small number of people, the responses were still jumbled, causing Qin Shi to briefly wonder how chaotic a large court assembly would be. Clearly, historical dramas aren't very accurate. With Liu Bei's agreement, Qin Shi felt much more at ease. He planned to have Liu Bei sign a contract later. Not only would this not diminish the legacy of Liu Bei's ancestors, but with the current situation, restoring the Han dynasty seemed increasingly possible. As something signed by Liu Bei, a revered ancestor in a Confucian society like the Han dynasty, future emperors would be obliged to honor it. If Liu Bei's descendants truly surpassed their ancestors, this contract would gain even more authority. Future emperors, when considering large expenditures, would have to rely on the national treasury, reducing the likelihood of draining resources and causing widespread chaos. In the backyard, Lady Gan carefully attended to Lady Zhang. Knowing she had been chosen to receive a distinguished guest, Gan understood that her status had risen significantly above that of the other singers and concubines in the household. She also realized that this visitor's status could have a profound impact on her future. Lady Zhang, too, sensed this, but chose not to address it directly. She admired Liu Bei, having seen firsthand the prosperity from Napi to Taishan. The flourishing cities along the way rivaled even Yi City and Jizhou, making a far greater impression than any intelligence report. Moreover, upon arriving in Taishan, she learned that Liu Bei had defeated the Yuan family's scion, Yuan Shu of Yuzhou. Initially, Lady Zhang thought this was mere propaganda to boost morale, but after witnessing the endless stream of goods and artisans being transported back, she realized this was not just a local victory. It could very well be true that 4 counties of Yuzhou had been conquered. Although Zhang did not understand warfare, she grasped the implications of victory and defeat. Seeing Liu Bei's triumphant demeanor upon his return, she knew he had won. The continuous influx of spoils further confirmed Liu Bei's strength. This victory was the perfect opportunity for Zhang to visit, but she knew that her past behavior toward the Zhang and Su families, as well as her earlier abandonment of Liu Bei, was a thorn in his side. She decided to wait for one person, Chen Shi. Without going to Qing'ou or Taishan, Lady Zhang could never have believed that someone could achieve such a feat. The Zhang family's defeat at the hands of such a person was not disgraceful. This was her first impression upon seeing Taishan's prosperity. Understanding this, Lady Zhang realized it was better to wait for Qin Shi's return before seeking to restore her relationship with Liu Bei. She had already prepared to spend 10 billion coins to win Liu Bei's favor, so timing was crucial. The Zhang family's wealth gave Lady Zhang the courage to make such a move, while Liu Bei's power left her apprehensive. She finally understood why Qin Shi had looked at her with such indifference before. Qin Shi truly had the power to crush her family as easily as she could crush a merchant. The sheer disparity in strength rendered all schemes ineffective. Flattery and accommodation were the best choices. As a noblewoman from a prominent family, Lady Zhang knew when to make the right decisions. Liu Bei was powerful enough that Lady Zhang felt he could potentially unify the north and conquer the entire realm. This realization only increased her interest in him. Aligning with Yuan Shao was no longer a viable option, This was a consensus within the Zhang family. Therefore, they followed Qin Shi's plan to secretly ally with Liu Bei. However, after what happened with Yuan Shao, the Zhang family became much more cautious. What if the supposedly virtuous and heroic Liu Bei turned out to be no better? After all, wasn't Yuan Shao also praised for his benevolence before committing heinous acts? Thus, the Zhang family sent their upper echelons to Qinzhou to investigate. This time, it wasn't just Lady Zhang. Most of the Zhang family's senior members were in Qizhou, gathering more complete information on Liu Bei. But before they could even collect that information, they were already stunned by Taishan's prosperity. It was hard to believe that this once run-down city now rivaled the wealth of Nanpi. For a family on the brink of placing a major bet, these observations were crucial. They concerned the lives of everyone involved, so the Zhang family had no choice but to be cautious. Qin Shi, upon seeing Lady Zhang, had already guessed the Zhang family's intentions. With few options left, the Zhang family was almost cornered. That's why he stepped back, not wanting to play the third wheel, and subtly encouraged Lady Zhang to focus her attention on Liu Bei. After all, with Qin Shi present, he would always be Liu Bei's greatest asset. Sometimes, a ruler should rely not on his subordinates, but on his own charisma and strength to win people over. The Zhang family had been pushed into a corner by Qin Shi. If Liu Bei couldn't win over this powerful family, then Qin Shi would have to conclude that the great families of this world and Liu Bei were simply not meant to be. While Qin Shi and his group were making diligent progress in Fengao, Gan Ning's large ship had once again set sail on the sea. By this point, Gan Ning had already cursed Lu Jun several times. The ships from the Liu family were clearly using him as a test subject, constantly undergoing modifications that left Gan Ning wary of venturing too far from the coastline. Lu Jun, feeling grateful for Gan Ning's loyalty, had initially given him a modified version of the family's unfinished tower ship. Gan Ning, who had only ever piloted small sailboats, was ecstatic to receive such a grand and luxurious ship. Without hesitation, he sailed the tower ship down the Yangtze River. The journey was smooth until they reached the mouth of the river, where a strong sea breeze capsized the ship. Feeling ashamed, Gan Ning returned to the Liu family and admitted that he had underestimated the power of the sea wind. He requested that the Liu family prepare another ship, as he still intended to venture out to sea. Upon learning what had happened, the Liu family's craftsmen prepared a batch of smaller boats for Gan Ning to test the waters. Unfortunately, they encountered a whale. Imagine what it would be like to face a whale at the refining chi into steel level, one that also carried the power of clouds. Even the mightiest Gan Ning was nothing more than a mosquito to this massive whale. Naturally, his fleet was wiped out, as the whale's wave alone overturned half of Gan Ning's ships. Fortunately, they were not too far from the Yangtze River's mouth, less than 100 miles, and the crew managed to swim back. To Gan Ning, encountering a mythical creature like the Kuan and suffering defeat was expected. Though he had lost, he felt there was no shame in it, so he once again went to the Liu family. This time, after confirming that the waves had indeed capsized the ships, the Liu family's craftsmen made further improvements and sent out another fleet. On his third attempt, Gan Ning grew wiser. Before entering the sea, he had his well-trained water bandits form a formation. By using the cloud's cover to strengthen the ship's defenses, they slowly entered the sea. The most challenging part of naval warfare is maintaining formation, which, while reducing speed, increases resilience against enemy experts who could otherwise wipe out the fleet single-handedly. With the addition of cloud energy, the ship's defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. When cloud energy and internal energy are infused into physical objects, the object's strength increases dramatically, and they can even be nurtured by the energy. For example, Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, originally just a fine weapon made of refined iron, would grow stronger with use, becoming increasingly comfortable for Guan Yu to wield. However, this nurturing process typically requires internal energy of extremely high quality and is measured in decades, which is one downside of inanimate objects. Returning to the topic of cloud energy's counteracting effect on internal energy is incredibly destructive, and without cloud energy, a powerhouse like Guan Yu or Zhang Fei could easily fight against tens of thousands of soldiers. For instance, during the early Han Dynasty, when people had not yet understood these concepts, Xiang Yu single-handedly fought and defeated Liu Bang's 30,000 elite troops. This was because, at the time, no one understood the workings of cloud energy, while Xiang Yu, as the only person capable of externalizing his internal energy, was akin to a protagonist with divine favor. While others were still pondering how to transform their internal breath into gang energy, Xiang Yu had nearly reached the pinnacle of martial arts, much like Lu Bu today, already at the peak. When internal energy encounters the combined power of the heavens and earth, along with the unconscious life energy emitted by living beings, it is significantly neutralized by cloud energy. This is why, despite city gates being made of wood, Guan Yu wouldn't bother chopping them down. The reason is simple. The cloud energy of the soldiers atop the city gate is primarily concentrated on the gate itself. Slashing at the gate with externalized internal energy would be ineffective. It would be better to use the blade to cut the gate directly. But doing so would be riskier than just attacking the stone walls, as using internal energy on stone walls is safer than hacking at the gate. The same principle applies to ships. The more people on a ship and the better the fleet's formation, the higher the resistance to experts. For example, a large tower ship capable of carrying nearly 1,000 people would be difficult for even someone like Zhao Yun to damage with a single strike. However, if those people were not present, Zhao Yun could sink an entire fleet in minutes. Moreover, because ships are on water, the fleet's formation, the flow of cloud energy, and other factors primarily protect against waves rather than internal energy. For example, while Zhao Yun might not be able to shatter a tower ship, he could create massive waves to capsize it. An excellent formation is designed to prevent this by dispersing the impact into the water. If your naval command is truly top-notch, taking a tower ship to the sea is not out of the question. With his fleet arranged in formation, Gan Ning felt quite pleased. This time, even though the sea winds were fierce, they didn't capsize his ships. Although they were somewhat carried by the waves, it was far better than the previous instances where they capsized upon entering the sea. Then, Gan Ning once again encountered the mythical creature from before, the Kuan. Being someone who holds grudges, Gan Ning thought that, even though the Kuan was a legendary creature, he might be able to take it down. What followed was predictable. Gan Ning's ship sank again, though this time he managed to drag the Kuan back with him. Unfortunately, on the way back, they were attacked by an even more ferocious group of fish, and all that remained when they returned was the Kuan's skeleton. Though this was embarrassing for Gan Ning, he still shamelessly traded the bones for a new ship. Naturally, this time he made sure to inform the shipbuilders of the issues, such as the ship's weak bow, insufficient structural integrity, and poor resistance to wind and waves. Lu Jun, with a wave of his hand, assured him that these were minor issues. After modifying the returned ships, the craftsmen began working on the ships they had built previously. Once more, they sent Gan Ning off, indicating that he could go and play. After 4 or 5 attempts, even though Gan Ning wasn't as clever as Lu Jun, he finally realized what was happening. The Lu family was using him as a test subject to improve their maritime shipbuilding. With this suspicion in mind, Gan Ning paid closer attention and eventually concluded that sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. Having suffered so many losses, Gan Ning's first action upon reaching the sea was always to pray that the Lu family ships wouldn't fail this time, followed by cursing their misfortune. But it seemed that, after 5 shipwrecks, the Lu family had gained enough experience. This ship had been at sea for 3 months, and there had been no issues, whether on the sea or the Yangtze River. Gan Ning had even tested it in battles against pirates, winning decisively each time. The 6th-generation tower ship had earned Gan Ning's approval. Although Gan Ning was sure that the 7th-generation ships would be even better, he no longer wanted to experience being chased by sharks for nearly 100 miles. Those rows of teeth made him realize that the Yangtze River was indeed weak in comparison. Having been humbled by the sea multiple times, Gan Ning now looked down on the Yangtze River. To him, it was just a small stream. Zhou Tai, Jiang Qin, you 2 weaklings, come to the sea. I'll make sure you learn some respect. Having been toyed with by the sea multiple times and survived, Gan Ning had become somewhat arrogant. After 3 months of testing on the sea, Gan Ning finally gained confidence in the combat capabilities of the 6th-generation tower ship. Just as he was about to return to the Yangtze River to beat up those river pirates who were once on the same level as him, a letter from Chen Shi arrived. The letter ordered Gan Ning to sail north along the coast, transporting supplies to Gongsunzan and escorting a person along with a small group of guards to Yuzhou to assist Gongsunzan and ensure his safety. Upon receiving this news, Gan Ning was disheartened. As the commander of the navy, he had finally gotten his ship in good shape and was ready to live the life of fighting whoever he wanted. Now he was being reduced to a transport officer. It was a disheartening turn of events. To make matters worse, the letter mentioned escorting someone else. Gan Ning felt even more frustrated. He thought, I'm capable of fighting on land too. I'm a top-tier fighter. Why was this mission given to someone else? My Jin fan troops are a formidable and rare force, capable of naval battles, sea battles, and land battles. This is really underestimating me. But orders were orders. Although Gan Ning was somewhat reluctant, he accepted the mission. After all, an army is maintained for moments like these. He kept his dissatisfaction to himself, intending to carry out the mission first and then voice his complaints later. So he set sail, and within a few days, he arrived at Chizhou, where Taisher Ci had been waiting for quite some time. It was Gan Ning's first meeting with Taisher Ci, but it was clear that Gan Ning was annoyed. He couldn't understand why Taisher Ci got to go to the main battlefield while he was relegated to transport duty. He had such a large fleet with over 3,000 men, yet instead of engaging in battles, he was assigned to transport goods. This was a blow to his pride. In the end, the only way to resolve this was through a fight. It turned out that both of them were evenly matched. After 2 intense battles, Gan Ning and Taisher Ci, recognizing each other's abilities, shook hands and made peace, their previous animosity dissipating. With that settled, Gan Ning no longer had any complaints. After loading the supplies and taking on an additional 1,000 of Taisher Ci's soldiers, at the cost of reducing food and water supplies, Gan Ning was ready. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of having to raid a few coastal towns in Jizhou to resupply. Taisher Ci was equally unconcerned. After all, ever since Zhao Yun left, he and Zhang Ba had been the highest-ranking commanders in Qingzhou responsible for defending against Jizhou. They had fought countless skirmishes against Zhang He and Gao Lan, and over time, Taisher Ci had come to see Jizhou as the enemy. Raiding the enemy was just part of the strategy. It was expected. I heard you're going to assist General Gongsun. But I've also heard that Yan Liang and Wen Chou are both internal energy masters. Do you need my help? I'm quite interested in testing my strength against the experts of the north, Gan Ning said to Taisher Ci as they chatted idly by the ship's railing. Taisher Ci glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered, Xingba, to be honest with you, I'm not actually going to assist General Gongsun. The strategist sent me to lead General Gongsun in a retreat if the situation turns unfavorable. The strategist's letter made it clear that he isn't optimistic about General Gongsun's current situation, which is why I'm being sent to keep an eye on Yuan Shao's army. You're not joking? Gan Ning asked, stunned, lowering his voice. No, that's exactly what the strategist wrote. Why don't I understand? If they've already predicted that General Gongsun might fail, why not send a large army to help? What are they thinking? This is giving me a headache. Can someone explain this to me? Gan Ning ranted, frustrated. He had been transporting supplies to Gongsunzan multiple times and had become familiar with the officials in Yuzhou. To him, Yuzhou and Qingzhou were allies. If they suspected General Gongsun might lose, why not send reinforcements? How would I know? Taisher Ci shrugged, scratching his head in thought before speaking again. But I remember Zilong once mentioned that General Gongsun is proud and dislikes accepting help from others. If we send too many people, General Gongsun might take offense. So maybe the strategist is just sending me to give him a reminder. After all, General Gongsun is strong. Even if he loses temporarily, it's not a big deal. Gan Ning fell silent, his expression shifting through various emotions before finally settling on a look of realization. A smile crept onto his face, growing wider until he burst into laughter. He believed he had finally figured out why Qin had sent him to escort Taisher Ci. Why are you laughing, Xingba? What's making you so happy? Taisher Ci asked curiously. Ha ha, I've figured out the strategist's plan, Gan Ning said excitedly. It's no wonder there's no battle. This time, we're heading straight to the battlefield. Tell me more. Taisher Ci asked, his excitement growing as well. He had been puzzled by this mission, but now that someone seemed to have figured it out, He was eager to hear the explanation. "Z, do you know my official position?" Gan Ning asked proudly, thumping his chest. "You're the naval commander, right?" Taisher Ci replied, still puzzled. "Exactly. I'm the naval commander, in charge of all naval operations. I have the authority to deploy forces independently and absolute control over the Navy. The strategist sent me to escort you to Yuzhou, but while you don't have troops, I do." Gan Ning explained, his excitement mounting. A with circumflex. Gan Ning was convinced that he had deciphered Chen Shi's plan. The mission to escort Taisher Ci to protect Gaosanzan was just a cover. With this excuse and the task of transporting supplies, Gan Ning could position himself exactly where he needed to be. Huh? Taisher Ci was taken aback, staring blankly at the excited Gan Ning. He had a feeling that Gan Ning might have misunderstood, but when Gan Ning brought out a map, Taisher Ci couldn't help but consider the possibility that Chen Shi might have actually planned it this way. "What do you think? Isn't this a great opportunity?" Gan Ning said excitedly, pointing to Jieqiao on the map. "Look at this waterway. Isn't it perfectly set up for me? In just one night, I can cut off their supply line and force them to retreat without a fight." Taisher Ci's strategic sense wasn't much better than Gan Ning's, but he knew that cutting off an enemy supply line was a highly effective tactic. However, the method Gan Ning proposed had both high risks and high rewards. If executed well, Yuan Shao could be defeated without a fight. If not, everyone involved could be doomed. After all, this plan involved deep penetration into enemy territory. I'm sure the strategist planned it this way. After all, if he didn't intend for this, why would he send me, the naval commander with decision-making power, to escort you? There must be a deeper meaning, Gan Ning said confidently. This seemingly dangerous mission had ignited his passion, perfectly aligning with his fiery nature. As for the danger? What danger? Taisher Ci couldn't argue with that logic. After all, Gan Ning's reasoning made too much sense. If the mission was just to escort him, why specifically send the naval commander with decision-making authority? There were plenty of ships between Yuzhou and Qingzhou, and even by land, he would likely go unnoticed. Maybe the strategist really did have this in mind. Taisher Ci admitted, feeling a bit numb. Who could really know what the strategist was thinking? He was known for his unconventional strategies. Perhaps the strategist had indeed considered Gan Ning's personality and deliberately left hints for him to figure out on his own. After some reflection, Taisher Ci realized that he couldn't control Gan Ning no matter how much he tried. Whether it was the mutual disdain between the army and the navy, Gan Ning's authority, or the envy and jealousy from commanders like Guan Yu and Zhang Ba due to Gan Ning's unrestricted power to deploy troops, it was clear that no one could stop him from doing what he wanted. Realizing this, Taisher Ci felt a bit helpless. He also wished he had such authority over military matters. Just look at how Gan Ning could do whatever he wanted at sea. Now, Gan Ning was even talking about attacking Yuan Shao, and there were no legal obstacles. He had the highest level of authority. He could fight however he pleased. In that case, Xingba, you might as well give it a try, Taisher Ci said cautiously, unsure of the situation. After all, Gan Ning had the highest authority over the navy. Although Chen Shi hadn't explicitly stated the level of power granted to Gan Ning as the naval commander, the rumors suggested that Gan Ning at least had the authority to conduct independent operations. I guarantee you, the strategist must have a deeper plan in mind. So, after I deliver you to your destination, I'll stay along the coast of Yuzhou and Jizhou, waiting for the right moment. Gan Ning said confidently, fully convinced of his judgment. After all, a commander as strong and capable as he was, and with the navy just beginning to take shape, it made perfect sense for Chen Shi to give him a test. Gan Ning was bold, confident, and liked to show off. He had just perfected what he believed to be a powerful navy and was ready to make a grand return and deal with Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin. But then, Chen Shi gave him this mission, which made Gan Ning overthink the situation. He thought to himself, look at the land armies. Even Zhang Ba and Sun Guan have had their moments to shine. Isn't it my turn to show off now? He looked at the map. Wow, this is dangerous and challenging. If I succeed, it will be incredibly impressive. This kind of tough and glorious mission is perfect for someone like me. As Gan Ning connected the dots, he realized that this mission was likely designed for him. It was an opportunity to act when the moment was right and to test whether he really possessed the battlefield intuition that Qin Shi had mentioned when sending him off. Gan Ning recalled Qin Shi's words when he left. When it's time to act, don't hesitate. As a commander with independent authority and the power to deploy troops, you must have an excellent eye for opportunity. You need to learn to seize the moment. The more Gan Ning thought about it, the more he believed this was a test. It was likely that the land army wasn't satisfied with the power he had, so the higher-ups created a test without explicitly stating it. If he passed, he could continue his naval adventures from the South China Sea to the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea, and they would have a reason to silence the land army's complaints. If he failed, then it would mean he wasn't fit for the role. This reasoning was so sound that he couldn't refute it. Gan Ning had always believed that one's abilities should match their authority. As the naval commander, he remembered and agreed with Qin Shi's words. If he couldn't seize the moment, what was the point of giving him the power to deploy troops? The thought of possibly losing his commander's authority sent a chill down Gan Ning's spine. This was a matter of his reputation. If he lost this power because of incompetence, it would be utterly humiliating. Taisher Ci suddenly noticed the malicious look in Gan Ning's eyes. Was he planning to throw him off the ship? Taisher Ci chuckled nervously. Xingba, why the sudden change in expression? You wouldn't be planning to tie me up and go to Yuzhou alone, would you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want me to go back, don't you? Gan Ning said with a smug expression, his face practically radiating the words, I've seen through the land army scheme. Aren't you going back? Taisher Ci's face twitched. How did Gan Ning turn into this in such a short time? I'm not going back. Gan Ning said proudly. I'm the naval commander, with the authority to deploy troops independently. I can veto any unreasonable requests related to the Navy, and I can attack any force that might become an enemy at any time. As for forces already deemed hostile, I can engage them directly without needing to report. Taisher Ci listened to the extent of Gan Ning's authority, growing more and more astonished. By the time he heard that Gan Ning could unilaterally start a war, his jaw practically dropped. This power was enormous. Sure, everyone knew Gan Ning had significant authority, but not this much. Taisher Ci stared enviously at Gan Ning. Everyone knew that Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Hua Xiong had the power to deploy troops independently, and Zhao Yun had the authority to intervene in any battlefield at any time. These four were already envied by many, but now it turned out that a rarely seen figure had even more power than all four combined. But then, Taisher Ci realized that perhaps Qin Shi really did have a deeper plan. If there was no deeper meaning, it would be unthinkable to send someone like Gan Ning for this mission. Before long, Taisher Ci and Gan Ning, who shared similar levels of intelligence, came to the same conclusion, and they both looked at Gan Ning with a knowing, teasing smile. What are you laughing at? Gan Ning wasn't stupid. He saw the teasing look in Taisher Ci's eyes and knew what was going on. Good luck, Xingba. I'm rooting for you, Taisher Ci said, patting Gan Ning on the shoulder. Don't embarrass yourself. If you lose your commander's hat, TSK, TSK, TSK. I already know what to do. I plan to be the naval commander for life, making certain people envious until they die. Gan Ning boasted. Taisher Ci almost choked, staring at Gan Ning in confusion. He was indeed envious, but did Gan Ning really have to say it out loud? He suddenly felt a bit irritated. Do you want to fight? Gan Ning asked, baring his teeth in a menacing grin when he saw Taisher Ci's unfriendly expression. Bring it on. Taisher Ci grabbed his spear, staring down Gan Ning, who also grabbed his large machete. Cling! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the two warriors unleashed their power. They both leaped back, landing firmly on the deck, and then charged at each other again, starting their 35th duel since boarding the ship. Oh. There were no bursts of internal energy, no overpowering techniques. Those were all neutralized by the ship's collective aura. The only thing left to compare was skill, and it was clear that they were evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Qin Shi had no idea that his order for Gan Ning to deliver supplies had been interpreted with such deep meaning, nor that Gan Ning had flaunted non-existent authority, leaving Taisher Ci in shock. If Qin Shi knew, he would likely have a headache. But he was already dealing with enough headaches. The porcelain kiln Qin Shi had used to fire white porcelain had reopened, but this time it was for firing tiles. Compared to white porcelain, tiles were much simpler since color didn't matter as much. However, it seemed there was a problem with the location in Fomgao. Half of the tiles that came out of the kiln were red, and not even uniformly red. These haphazardly red tiles posed a serious challenge for Qinshi, who planned to use them. At this time, porcelain was still considered a luxury item. The crimson-colored tiles were even more dazzling to people like Jiasu, who saw them as a treasure trove worth billions. "You want to use these tiles to roof the Lord's house?" Sun Qian asked, shocked as he held one of the counterfeit red glazed tiles. "And I want to cover the exterior walls with these," Qinshi said, handing Sun Qian a red tile. "These are too." Sun Qian murmured in disbelief. "And this will be the flooring." Qinshi ordered someone to bring in a 2-foot by 2-foot white porcelain tile. There weren't many of these, but they were easier to make than white porcelain cups. Sun Qian swallowed hard. "This is too luxurious." "Bring me the glass window," Qinshi shouted out the door. Soon, someone brought in a 3-foot by 1-foot glass window. Unfortunately, it wasn't transparent and had a few impurities. Given the current level of craftsmanship, even glass cups weren't perfectly clear. This time, Sun Qian was completely stunned. In his eyes, this was akin to using a priceless treasure for a window. "Don't be foolish, just build it as I said. Remember, our goal is to make sure the Lord is never tempted by another mansion again. Do you understand?" "A little bit of money is nothing compared to this," Qinshi said proudly. He was used to seeing these things in his time, so he didn't find them impressive. But to the people of 2,000 years ago, these were extreme luxuries, far beyond what they could afford. "Zichuan, how much did all this cost?" Sun Qian asked, clutching his chest, bracing himself for a number that would make him faint from shock. "Oh, if I sold them, they'd probably fetch about 1 billion or so in money," Qinshi said, noticing that Sun Qian's eyes were starting to roll back. He laughed and reassured him, "Don't worry, Gongyu. These things only cost a bit of labor, nothing more. The total cost couldn't be more than 1,000 coins, so relax." "Huh?" Sun Qian was stunned. He had prepared himself for an astronomical number, but Qinshi had given him a bargain bin price. "Zichuan, tell me the real price." "I can handle it, don't worry." "Sigh, nobody believes me when I tell the truth." "Whatever, think what you want. Just get it built, and make sure even the toilets are tiled." Qinshi waved dismissively. Then, as if remembering something, he warned, "And keep a close eye on everyone. Anyone caught embezzling, just kill them." Qinshi's final command, though unnecessary, was something Sun Qian would have done regardless. From Sun Qian's perspective, these materials were simply too valuable to be handled carelessly. However, he now understood why Qinshi had mentioned that the real challenge would begin when the actual construction of those buildings started. Building a mansion wasn't inherently difficult, especially since Sun Qian didn't need to do much besides overseeing the process. But with the inclusion of such valuable materials, Sun Qian would undoubtedly lose sleep over it, naturally increasing his stress. After explaining the construction materials clearly, Qinshi returned to the government office. Although he was reluctant, there were too many matters that required his attention. He had already explained the basics of the new tax law to Man Chong, but implementing and testing it would be much more complicated. In the end, Qinshi instructed Man Chong to first draft the trade tax he had mentioned. As for whether it was right or wrong or had any flaws, Qinshi wasn't worried. If there were significant issues, he could always claim that the policy was cancelled due to certain merchants exploiting loopholes. He was confident that if such a beneficial tax policy were to be cancelled because of one merchant, that merchant would become universally hated. Moreover, Qinshi intended to let merchants find loopholes, not because he was careless, but because he was confident in controlling them. Liu Bei's power was not to be underestimated. Crushing a few scheming merchants would be effortless. In fact, given Liu Bei's current strength, even destroying a family wouldn't provoke much trouble, provided there was a valid reason. With absolute power as a guarantee, Qinshi wasn't concerned about merchants acting foolishly. Faced with the choice of death or profit, no one in their right mind would choose to court death, especially in a chaotic world where no one dared to provoke Liu Bei. When Qinshi returned to the government office, the people present stared at him as if they had seen a ghost. "Isn't it a bit rude to stare at me like that?" Qinshi said with a smile as he pulled up a grand chair and sat down at the head of the table, looking at the others. "Zichuan, Don't you think we're going a bit overboard with this construction? Lu Yi asked with a wry smile. Everyone had seen the materials Qin Shi had brought in earlier, and calling it luxury didn't even begin to cover it. No problem. Just build it as I've instructed. It needs to be grand, magnificent, and dazzling. It should be a landmark of Fengao, something that makes all other lords envious and jealous, Qin Shi said arrogantly. I want Lord Xuanda's residence to become the symbol of Fengao. I want all the lords to think of his mansion whenever they think of Fengao, making them green with envy. But don't you think this is too ostentatious? Jian Yong asked, holding his forehead. He had initially thought they were merely building a luxurious residence, but this had gone far beyond that. The cost of this mansion was likely more terrifying than simply piling up money to match its volume. Ostentatious. Qin Shi sneered. Don't you think that with such a grand mansion, Lord Xuanda will feel more confident when facing other regional lords? He might even scorn their inferior residences. My philosophy has always been that if we're going to do something, we should do it to the best of our ability. I refuse to believe that once we've created the best, any other external temptations could sway Lord Xuanda. Qin Shi's expression exuded a unique and unyielding pride. I think we should keep a lower profile. Jia Su rarely spoke up. It's better to keep a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention. And what I fear most is not external temptations, but that your elite family education method might backfire. Jia Su initially agreed with Qin Shi's approach to shaping Liu Bei's character and broadening his horizons, removing the limitations imposed by his humble origins. Therefore, Jia Su was very supportive of Qin Shi's ongoing efforts in elite family education. In Jia Su's view, if Liu Bei could remain unmoved by beauty and untroubled by luxury, many potential problems in the future would become minor issues. He was even prepared to spend millions to cultivate this mindset in Liu Bei. However, when Jia Su saw Qin Shi's recent actions, he was stunned. This wasn't elite family education, it was setting Liu Bei up for failure. Starting with everything at the highest level was fine, but progress should be gradual. If you give Liu Bei everything at once, won't he lose his drive? Many heroes remain resilient during tough times, but once they reach the top, they quickly fall into decadence. Look no further than Dong Zhuo, his empire crumbled after being corrupted. Are you trying to ruin Liu Bei? There was a soft crack as a white porcelain cup was smashed to the ground, breaking into pieces. Qin Zichuan, what are you doing? Lu Yan asked angrily. Someone, fetch another set from my home, Qin Shi ordered calmly, ignoring Lu Yan's anger and the glaring eyes of Lu Yi and the others. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Qin Shi, waiting for an explanation. But Qin Shi simply sat in the chair with his eyes closed, resting until a guard returned with an entire set of white porcelain cups. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Shi casually smashed each cup, along with the teapot, then turned to the guard who had just left. Have the housekeeper bring the set with the figures on it. What are you doing, Qin Zichuan? Even the mild-mannered Lu Su finally lost his temper after the guard left. What's wrong with you today? Qin Shi looked at the others. Aside from Jia Su, who seemed deep in thought, the others were all filled with anger. He sighed. Why don't you explain it? I think you've figured it out, Qin Shi said, turning to Jia Su. The actual cost of these items should be low, probably like paper. Qin Zichuan can use paper worth 1,000 gold as toilet paper. To those unaware, it seems like extreme luxury, but those who understand know it's nothing, Jia Su said with a sigh. Jia Su had finally grasped Qin Shi's approach. Indeed, the mansion being built might seem extravagantly luxurious to those unaware of the true cost, but to those in the know, it was nothing more than a facade. Jia Su also realized that as long as Qin Shi didn't reveal the truth, these items would indeed be perceived as priceless. He also understood Qin Shi's plan for Liu Bei's elite education, to make Liu Bei accustomed to, or even numb to, a lifestyle where items worth 1,000 gold were mere playthings, discarded without a second thought. With circumflex. Once Liu Bei became desensitized to such luxury, Jia Su couldn't imagine what kind of wealth could ever tempt him. Sigh, Zichuan, I must admit your methods are impressive, Jia Su said with a bitter smile. The intelligence network in Mount Tai was exceptionally effective. With silver being scattered everywhere, the moment Liu Biao deployed his troops, Mount Tai's intelligence network had the information. The entire intelligence analysis and processing department was supported by just 3 people, Guo Jia, Jia Su, and Fa Zheng. However, Jiasu barely showed up for work, and Guojia was constantly drunk. So, in reality, the workload fell almost entirely on Fa Zheng. Of course, while it seemed like this on the surface, both Jiasu and Guojia kept an eye on things. As long as Fa Zheng didn't make any significant mistakes, they let him handle it, making Fa Zheng the actual head of intelligence processing in Mount Tai. Is this just giving away free kills? Qinxi's face twitched when he heard the news. The troop distribution seemed like a setup for Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu to gain experience and accolades, perhaps even capture a few generals. Jia Su didn't respond immediately. He had received intelligence from Guojia indicating that Zhou Yu's abilities fluctuated greatly. At his peak, Zhou Yu was so formidable that even Guojia found him difficult to handle. But at his low points, Zhou Yu barely managed to be a first-rate commander and advisor. Regardless of whether Zhou Yu was at his best or worst, Jia Su believed Wang Wei and Wen Pin were no match for him. He agreed with Qin Shi's assessment that this deployment was essentially giving away kills. However, this assessment came without full knowledge of Zhou Yu's abilities. If Jia Su understood Zhou Yu better, he would realize that Wang Wei and Wen Pin were essentially courting death. Zhou Yu's mental abilities were incredibly potent, especially when applied against his enemies. Zhou Yu's talent could weaken the intelligence of anyone whose mental strength didn't match his, and complete immunity required twice his mental and intelligence levels. No one in the entire Three Kingdoms could meet that criterion. As a result, even Jia Su would find his intellect slightly dulled if facing Zhou Yu at his peak, which could have significant consequences. If Zhou Yu is at his best, Wang Wei and Wen Pin don't stand a chance, Jia Su would have said if he knew the full extent of Zhou Yu's abilities. Zhou Yu's talents made him a nightmare for less experienced opponents, turning them into mere obstacles to be easily overcome. Maybe they underestimated Sun Tzu's forces. 5,000 soldiers seem like easy pickings, Lu Yu said, rubbing his chin. But Lu Biao is being reckless. Even though he's regained most of his lost territory, his overall strength has been severely depleted. Overconfident, perhaps, Fa Zheng said arrogantly. Yuan Shu's main forces have gone to Wan City to fight Qiaomengde, and Lu Biao thinks he can swoop in for easy gains. I think he's doomed. I wouldn't say doomed, Lu Su said after reviewing Fa Zheng's report. As long as Huang Zhang and Kuai Yu are with him, Lu Biao's army won't be easily defeated. Huang Zhang is the same formidable warrior Qin Shi often mentioned, capable of going toe-to-toe with Lu Bu. Yes, that's him, Qin Shi confirmed. With a general like him, the army's morale will be incredibly high, and such a powerful warrior might even awaken his own special abilities. The possibility of generals awakening special abilities was something Qin Shi had accidentally learned from Zhao Yun. It hadn't been recorded in history because there hadn't been many such warriors in the past 400 years. When Zhao Yun noticed something unusual about his troops after activating their Cloud Qi, he had consulted Qin Shi, leading Qin Shi to suspect that high-level warriors might indeed possess such abilities. Awaken abilities? That reminds me, Fa Zheng said after some thought. According to the information I've gathered, Lu Bu's cavalry is about 10% stronger than any other general's cavalry. Jia Su glanced at Fa Zheng, but said nothing. It wasn't surprising to him. Lu Bu's cavalry was famously powerful, possibly 30% stronger under his command. However, Fa Zheng's observation that individual soldiers became stronger under Lu Bu's leadership was more intriguing. When Lu Bu leads cavalry, each soldier's strength increases by about 10%. This means that in a large-scale battle, Lu Bu's forces could match an entire encirclement strategy, Fa Zheng explained, his eyes gleaming. Everyone stared at Fa Zheng in shock. The idea that a general's presence could enhance the physical capabilities of an entire army was staggering. Considering our current abilities, I suspect that any warrior capable of achieving inner Qi manifestation may have their own unique talents, Fa Zheng continued. His mental abilities had been gradually awakening, allowing him to analyze and understand these phenomena better. Any other examples? Qin Shi asked, comparing this information with what Zhao Yun had told him. He was becoming increasingly convinced that all warriors with inner Qi manifestation might have special abilities, making intelligence gathering on this matter crucial. A with acute OE. Yes. Xiahou Yuan, under Cao Cao's command, marched his troops to Wan City in 3 days without losing any combat effectiveness. Their marching speed was about 20% faster than ours during forced marches. If they weren't exhausted after 3 days, their normal march might be 50% faster than ours, Fa Zhang reported, sharing a remarkable piece of information. When Zilong commands troops, they become immune to ambushes, remain eerily calm in danger, and maintain their courage even when surrounded, Chen Shi added, seeing Jia Su's probing gaze. If it happens once, it can be seen as a coincidence. But if it happens repeatedly, it suggests a pattern, Chen Shi said calmly. We need to understand the conditions that trigger these abilities. By the way, filial piety, is your mental ability related to human analysis? Jia Su asked. I'm not sure, Fa Zhang replied, shaking his head. He had only recently begun to awaken his mental ability and hadn't fully understood it yet. What about yours, Jia Su? Mine is related to analyzing situations, Jia Su replied with a neutral expression. He wasn't lying, his ability indeed involved analyzing situations and logically deducing outcomes, though he didn't reveal everything. Fa Zhang turned to the others. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Su spoke up. My ability is related to cold, or more accurately, it's about ignoring the weakening effects of cloud qi. I can use it without relying on any external factors and weaken others based on their strength. I've tested it and found it can affect up to 10,000 soldiers. Old Su was as transparent as ever. Either he kept things to himself or he shared everything openly, without any deception. That's terrifying. What about you? Fa Zhang asked Lu Yi. Mental immersion, Lu Yi said with a pained expression. And it's out of my control. What kind of ability is that? Fa Zhang asked, puzzled. Mental abilities could be straightforward, but Lu Yi's was unique and hard to categorize. It means that whenever I start thinking about something, I get fully immersed in that perspective or role, and I can't stop. It's like I'm stuck, Lu Yi said sadly. It wasn't that he wanted to overthink things, but once he started, he couldn't stop. It was beyond his control. In that case, I get it. Zituan, what's your ability? Fa Zhang asked, curious to hear about Chen Shi's ability now that everyone else had shared theirs. This is hard to explain. I haven't figured out what my ability is yet. It's definitely there, and it's definitely passive, but I'm not sure what it is, Chen Shi said with a shrug. Tell us about it. Maybe we can help you figure it out, Fa Zhang suggested eagerly. He had tried to trick Guo Jia into revealing his ability but failed, so he didn't want to miss this chance. Last year and this year have had remarkably good weather. It's been perfect, no disasters in Lord Xuanda's territory, while nearby Yanzhou has suffered from both droughts and floods. It's strange, isn't it? Chen Shi said, seemingly out of nowhere. His comment made everyone think deeply, and they began to realize that the weather really had been unusually favorable in their region. Lu Su and the others looked at Chen Shi with strange expressions. If this really was Chen Shi's mental ability, then he would be incredibly valuable. It's quite possible, Fa Zhang said with difficulty. If they thought about it, before Chen Shi took over Qizhou, the area had been plagued by drought. Otherwise, the Yellow Turbans wouldn't have needed to leave Qizhou to find food. But once Chen Shi defeated the Yellow Turbans and took over the territory, Qingzhou suddenly became blessed with favorable weather. And if they thought about other similar occurrences, it wasn't impossible that this was Chen Shi's ability. In fact, it seemed very likely. So, I'm also trying to confirm it. If this year turns out to be a bountiful year, then one of my mental abilities could be adjusting the weather in the regions governed by Lord Xuanda. As for other possibilities, it's hard to say, Chen Shi said with a shrug. Chen Shi had also been trying to figure out how his mental ability actually worked, and he concluded that it might be related to the regions under his control. By observing the way military formations gathered cloud energy, he speculated that everyone might also be unconsciously releasing mental energy. His mental ability might be harnessing this otherwise useless mental energy to alter the climate. Perhaps the energy released by just a few people wasn't enough, but with a large enough population, small changes could accumulate, leading to significant climate changes. This was the only explanation Chen Shi could think of for why the weather in Lord Xuanda's territories was always better than the historical average. Zichuan, I have high hopes for you. From now on, you should stay in the safest place and avoid going to the front lines, Lu Su said solemnly, placing a hand on Chen Shi's shoulder. If this ability turned out to be real, Chen Shi could potentially save countless lives, so it would be best for him to stay far away from war. Qin Shi tilted his head and glanced sideways at Lu Su. It was clear that Lu Su had taken him seriously. But then again, if his ability truly involved manipulating the unconscious mental energy of everyone within the ruler's domain to regulate the climate, it would indeed be a strategic-level ability. The longer it lasted, the more powerful it would become. After all, this was a world where people could unleash extraordinary power just by eating well. But who knew for sure? Qin Shi hadn't confirmed if there were any negative side effects yet. What if it also amplified natural disasters? What if he was just imagining things? Who could say for certain? Meanwhile, Guo Jia was lying half asleep on a couch, holding a report from Jingzhou. In his groggy state, he muttered, "Haha, this Wang Wei is quite interesting. He's cautious, and his arrangement isn't bad." After taking a few more gulps of wine, Guo Jia drowsily looked at the report. Wen Pin won't die, but this Wang Wei seems like his chances of survival are 50-50. Oh well, as an enemy, you might as well die. As Guo Jia finished speaking, his mental energy surged, and he drifted off to sleep while hugging his wine jug. After all, he didn't need to maintain any pretense of formality, especially since no one was around. At that very moment, Wang Wei, who was leading 30,000 troops towards Jiangxia, had no idea that his fate had already been sealed in this battle. Guo Jia's unique mental ability allowed him to influence the outcome of events based on his judgments. Although this ability had many restrictions, once activated, it would tilt the scales in favor of Guo Jia's chosen outcome. Even Guo Jia himself couldn't fully understand his ability. He merely had a vague sense of making declarations. As for the true nature of his mental ability, Guo Jia was unsure. Of course, if Qin Shi were aware of how Guo Jia's judgments altered reality and the results that followed, he would likely figure out what Guo Jia's mental ability was. Historically, Guo Jia had once predicted that Sun Tzu would die at the hands of an assassin, even though Sun Tzu was in perfect health at the time. And yet, the formidable warrior known as the Little Conqueror of Jiangdong did indeed die at the hands of an assassin. How unlucky could one be? Or perhaps, this wasn't just bad luck. In Nanyang at Wan City, Shiji, looking pale and gaunt, stood on the city walls, gazing out at the vast army of Yuan Shu. The saying that an army of 10,000 seems boundless wasn't an exaggeration. Ever since Yuan Shu learned that Cao Cao, instead of consolidating his control over Yuzhou, had come to seize most of Nanyang, he had been furious. Throughout his life, Yuan Shu had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been on the receiving end? Without a second thought, Yuan Shu led 30,000 troops, along with over 10,000 soldiers from Lubu, intending to give Cao Cao a brutal beating to vent his frustration and drive him back to his homeland. While Yuan Shu was enraged by Cao Cao's actions, he didn't intend to annihilate him completely. Yuan Shu was an odd figure. He held onto old sentiments. After all, he had grown up playing alongside Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, and although their relationships were strained, they were still some of the few people he had shared his childhood with. For this reason, Yuan Shu simply wanted to defeat Cao Cao and send him running. Of course, if Cao Cao were willing to acknowledge Yuan Shu as his superior, that would be even better. After all, why had Cao Cao and Xu both chosen to follow Yuan Shao instead of him? This was, in fact, the real reason Yuan Shu resented Yuan Shao so much. All their childhood friends had chosen to align themselves with Yuan Shao, leaving Yuan Shu feeling betrayed. As for internal family conflicts, rivalries between legitimate and illegitimate sons, and the like, they were all just surface-level issues. Family conflicts were never openly displayed in public, and as for the legitimate and illegitimate sons, well, when did illegitimate sons ever have the right to compete with the legitimate heirs? Everything in the Yuan family was meant for Yuan Shu to inherit, and that was the harsh reality. This was also why Yuan Shao had chosen not to return to Yuzhou and instead ventured to Jizhou to carve out his own territory. Even if he had returned, he wouldn't have gained anything. The legitimate heir of the Yuan family was Yuan Shu, and that was that. As for whether he might lose to Cao Cao, Yuan Shu hadn't even considered the possibility. Having just severely beaten Liu Biao in Jingzhou, Yuan Shu was riding high. As far as he was concerned, the troubles in Yuzhou were no longer an issue after Liu Bei's withdrawal. With elite troops, ample supplies, and powerful generals, Yuan Shu felt invincible. Military advisor Shi, are you feeling all right? Xiahou Yuan asked with concern as he looked at Shiji's pale face. You don't need to worry, Miao Kai, Shiji replied without turning his head. He continued scanning Yuan Shu's forces, and after a while, he turned back with a bitter smile. I overestimated Yuan Shu's forces. There isn't a single person among them with a mental ability. I wanted to borrow an ability to play with, but it's just not possible. What a pity. No mental abilities? Xiao Yuan was momentarily stunned, then he broke into a wide grin. This meant that the enemy had no terrifying strategists on their side. Awithildi. Indeed, they don't have any capable advisors, Shiji said, unsure of how to feel about this. Never mind, I'll use my usual abilities. I was hoping to use a similar ability to mess with them, but it seems there's no opportunity for that. I'll just use Wenrua's mental ability. It's incredibly useful. What a pity about Chen Chongwen's ability. It doesn't have any special features, Shiji muttered as his mental energy surged. His demeanor gradually began to resemble that of Xinyu. Wenrua's mental ability is truly invaluable. It clarifies the big picture, optimizes resource allocation, and can push a team to perform beyond their limits when needed. It really is the perfect ability for a central command strategist. Shiji marveled at Sun Yu's ability every time he used it, though he couldn't help but complain about his own mental ability. In truth, Shiji's mental ability was far from lacking. It was actually quite exceptional. However, due to its unique nature, he was always left wanting more. Shiji's mental ability allowed him to copy and use others' mental abilities. He could store 3 different abilities, but he could only use one at a time, and switching between them required a 10-day cooldown. Because his 3 allies all had excellent abilities, Shiji often felt frustrated. If he used Sun Yu's ability, Sun Yu's would be sidelined, and if he switched to Sun Yu's, Cheng Yu's would be left out. No matter which one he chose, Shiji was never completely satisfied. Whether it was Sun Yu's strategic foresight, Sun Yu's deception, or Cheng Yu's resilience, all of them were top-tier abilities. Of course, these abilities didn't originally have names. Shiji had come up with them out of boredom. Sun Yu's ability was particularly interesting. Once activated, it made the enemy perceive Sun Yu's forces as weak and harmless, giving the impression that they could be easily defeated. Naturally, underestimating Sun Yu often led to disastrous consequences for the enemy. For this reason, Shiji avoided working too closely with Sun Yu. Although Sun Yu appeared dull and unassuming, Shiji knew he was a classic wolf in sheep's clothing, full of cunning. Cheng Yu's mental ability, on the other hand, was somewhat similar to that of a warrior. But unlike warrior abilities, Cheng Yu's was passive. As long as he served as the strategist for an army, his ability would enhance the entire force, making them more resilient. This meant that Cheng Yu's troops were tougher and could maintain higher combat effectiveness in adverse conditions. Whether facing a flood, fire, or other disasters, his troops would have a better chance of surviving. As a result, Shiji always wished he could use all 3 abilities at once. Unfortunately, he could only use one at a time, and switching between them required a 10-day cooldown. When Shin Kun had joined their ranks, Shiji had immediately copied his ability as well. However, after testing it, Shiji decided to erase Sun Yu's ability to make room for Chen Kun's. But after using it once, he had gone back to Sun Yu and copied his ability again. The reason was simple: Chen Kun's ability was too similar to Sun Yu's. While it was just as effective for maintaining stability, it lacked Sun Yu's explosive power.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.